Chapter 4200. The little girl's expression changed slightly, and she hastily turned to look at Arbor. "Crown Princess, why are you doing this?" Arbor gazed at her apathetically. "This Crown Princess will follow you over to pay respects to Her Majesty, the Queen Dowager. There's no need to go through so much trouble." When she said the word pay respects, the little girl felt that the little stoic's voice was extremely icy for some reason. She shuddered for no reason, and her entire body inexplicably shuddered along with her. "What?" Arbor stared at her icily. "Do you still need to think carefully about where the Queen Dowager's bedchamber is?" The little girl shuddered for no reason. She instantly realized something when she saw the trace of mockery hanging on that stoic face. She was afraid that the Crown Prince Consort had already seen through her little trick. But that was to be expected. The Crown Princess was originally an exceptionally intelligent person. Her little trick was clearly not enough in front of the Crown Princess. Who could she blame? She could only blame herself for being inferior. If she had been a bit faster just now, and Chun Gong had shaken her off, he could have escaped by himself and left her here. There wouldn't be any problems or troubles. In that case, she might have to initiate another plan. The little girl took a deep breath and suddenly reached out to press it to her lips. However, before she could whistle, she felt pain on her fingertips. His face was filled with horror as he looked down, only to see two severed fingers falling to the ground. Blood gushed out, and the girl's complexion instantly paled. She was on the verge of collapsing. Xiao Mu twirled the glowing dagger in her hand as she stared at her frostily with a pair of chilly eyes. After a long while, she said, "Did you think that the fragrant powder scattered in this garden combined with the bewildering fragrance on your lapel would make me delirious after a long time?" The little girl couldn't help but shudder violently. Her eyes widened in shock as she stared at her in disbelief. It was as if Arbor had said something that made her feel extremely terrified. "Wishful thinking," Arbor said coldly. He glanced at the winding forest at the side. With a cry of surprise, a black figure was kicked out. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal smiled as he waved the small golden fan in his hand. However, his eyes were extremely cold. "Jojo, I caught a peeping Tom." Arbor's gaze fell on the black figure. He saw that it was a man in his early 20s, with oily hair and a powdered face. However, his shifty eyes kept darting back and forth in their sockets as they stared at Xiao Mu. Arbor asked coldly, "Who is this person?" The small garden was naturally quiet at this moment. The little girl, whose waist was wrapped by Arbor's wooden vines, didn't dare to speak. The man in his early 20s didn't dare to speak carelessly. Arbor said indifferently, "It doesn't matter if you don't want to talk. Search his soul." The girl looked at her in horror, her expression completely blank. She probably didn't expect that there would be such an arrogant person in this world. He proposed to search someone's soul just because of a disagreement. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal smiled and reached out to press the girl's head. The girl cried out in panic, "No, you can't kill me. You cannot." She screamed in horror and hurriedly roared, "I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. It's the young master of the Chun family." Chun, the young master of the Chun family's branch family. Madame wanted to frame the Crown Princess. She found this young master of the Chun family to fabricate the truth. Chapter 4201. Using some catalyzing drugs to create the illusion that the Crown Princess and young Master Chun are having an affair. Before she could finish, the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal slapped her across the face. "How dare you?" Ma Shurchen looked at the girl in disgust. At this moment, Xiao Mu had already kicked the ashen-faced young Master Chun to the ground. Her small foot stepped on the young master's face, ruthlessly rolling it around. Her eyes were filled with endless mockery. This brainless Empress Dowager was playing this kind of trick on her. It seemed that she had lived too comfortably in the harem for so long that she had completely forgotten what kind of world this was. A weakling dared to take advantage of her and wanted to teach her a lesson? Very well. At the same time, Empress Dowager Chun, who was eating seasonal fruits in her bedroom and enjoying the service of a palace maid, was leisurely leaning on the brocade couch. She was in a good mood and squinted her eyes slightly. She did not want to be so extreme, But that crown princess was too much of an eyesore. She blocked her way and was disobedient. She even took the position of Mo Lian's official wife and was not willing to give way to others. She ate the meat herself and did not even give others a drop of soup. Was there such a logic? Since that was the case, she could not be blamed for going all out and not showing any mercy. Empress Dowager Qin thought of the comfortable days to come and could not help but smile as she picked up a grape on the table. Just as she was about to put it into her mouth, she heard a loud bang. The door of her dormitory fell inwards with a loud bang, smashing into the ground with a loud bang. Empress Dowager Qin's fingers, which were holding the grape, froze. A slender red figure flew in and barged in. Outside, a thunder of drought came at the perfect moment. Boom! The eunuchs and palace maids kneeling by the Empress Dowager's feet all looked over in shock. Empress Dowager Crown Princess? At that moment, the little crown princess was dressed in a red battle robe. Under the thunderous drought, she looked particularly dazzling. Her snow-white face was expressionless. When she stared at the Empress Dowager, the latter shuddered unexpectedly. She felt like she was facing an evil spirit that had climbed up from the depths of hell. The little crown princess did not give them much time to react. She quickly walked forward and pulled Empress Dowager Qin off the fragrant brocade couch. She grabbed Empress Dowager Qin's long hair and dragged her out of the door like she was dragging a broom. Everyone was speechless. A eunuch reacted and screamed, "Empress Dowager!" When a young crown prince consort turned around to glare at him coldly, he immediately shut his mouth and obediently knelt at the side without moving. The Empress Dowager was rudely dragged from the couch to the floor. At this moment, because she was indoors, she was not wearing her outer garment. Her doo-doo was half undone, and her undergarments were in disarray. However, she was forced to drag the young crown prince consort out the door. Empress Dowager Qin's eyes were filled with flames of anger. She felt her mind go blank as she lost control of her emotions and screamed out loud. "What are you doing? Crown Princess, you are truly audacious. How dare you? How dare you treat Aijia like this? Do you still have Aijia and the previous emperor in your eyes?" Arbor raised her hand and slapped Empress Dowager Qin's face that was covered in thick makeup. A sense of joy immediately rose in his heart. This damn woman. She had wanted to teach her a lesson for a long time. Chapter 4202. Did she really think that she, Qiao Mu, was a punching bag that would allow her to knead as she pleased, playing the dirty tricks of the palace all day long? Did she think that she, Arbor, was like those older sisters in the imperial harem who were defeated by her? Did she think that she could ruin her reputation and even earn Lian's disdain by using such unconventional tricks? Today, she wanted her to know the consequences of offending her, Arbor. When she thought of this, Arbor's hands didn't stop as she continued to drag the screaming Empress Dowager Qin towards the original small garden. She wanted to make things difficult for her again, right? Huh. Could the Prince of Giant Pain not hear the Empress Dowager's screams? But did he dare to provoke the young crown princess? Ha! The Empress Dowager and the crown princess didn't go back to the palace to fight, but insisted on fighting in his Prince of Giant Pain's residence. Who would believe him? The old Prince of Giant Pain suddenly felt that his life was full of bitterness and despair. His heart was in turmoil. Hurry and send someone to the palace to see if that brat Mo Cohen managed to invite His Highness the Crown Prince. Your Highness, your wife has gone crazy. Hurry and stop her. The old Prince of Giant Pain didn't know yet. It was definitely a wise move for him to be terrified and not dare to come over to check. If he dared to interfere, Sir Jojo would definitely beat him up without a second word. Arbor didn't care if this old woman was about to die from being dragged by her all the way. She didn't have any pity for the fairer sex, as she threw her onto the uneven dirt path in the garden. Empress Dowager Qin sat limply on the ground. Her hairpins were all messed up, her hair was disheveled, and her face was completely pale. That servant girl was originally tied to the side with wooden vines by Hu Jinshin. When she saw that the Empress Dowager was being dragged over by the young crown princess like a rag, she was immediately scared out of her wits. She struggled to free her hands that were tied behind her back and shouted sternly, What do you want to do? What are you doing? Arbor coldly glanced at them. His eyes were cold and indifferent, without the slightest bit of warmth. Such a bone-chilling gaze made Empress Dowager Qin's entire body tremble. Her heart was in a mess, and she had a feeling that today was going to be bad. Crown Princess, you need to calm down. Empress Dowager Qin still wanted to say something to comfort the scary little Crown Princess. However, Arbor did not allow her to continue. He raised his hand and sprinkled a handful of powder on the three of them. Enjoy it, she said coldly before pulling He Qin away. Empress Dowager Qin's eyes changed as she looked at young Master Chun, who was crawling towards her while drooling. She finally shouted out in panic, Don't come over. What are you doing? Stop. You stand. Xiao Mu had purposely used a barrier to conceal the area where they were doing their work. This way, as long as she did not move away, no one would be blind enough to come and disturb the three of them. There was a hidden, cold light in her eyes. When she returned to the king of Giant Pain's residence with He Qin, they saw the old king of Giant Pain walking over with an uneasy expression. Crown Princess, what instructions does the Empress Dowager have? Arbor took the tea from the servant and expressionlessly glanced at the king of Giant Pain. I didn't meet the Empress Dowager at all. King of Giant Pain, it was you who sneakily used the Queen Dowager's name to deliberately lure this Crown Prince Consort here. Xiao Mu's small, solemn face abruptly changed on a whim. Chapter 42:03. She slapped the armrest of the old Prince of Giant Pain's large carved hardwood chair, causing a neat piece to fall off. The little stoic glared angrily at him with a frosty face. Prince of Giant Pain, are you trying to pick a quarrel and stir up trouble? Do you want compensation again? Do you know the consequences of deceiving this crown princess? The old Prince of Giant Pain's mouth twitched as he looked at the piece of wood that had fallen to the ground. He hastily bowed and begged for forgiveness, repeatedly claiming that he didn't dare. He kept crying injustice and was just short of cursing and swearing to the heavens and earth. Royal Father, Royal Father, Royal Father. Mo Kun ran in joyously and saw his royal father standing cowardly in front of the little crown princess, gesticulating about who knew what the hell he was talking about. Mo Kun's eyelid twitched. He heard the little crown princess ask crisply, expressionlessly, You mean the Queen Dowager really is in your estate? Yes, it's absolutely true. The old Prince of Giant Pain nodded repeatedly and volunteered. Crown Princess, I can bring you there. Royal Father. Mo Kun couldn't resist interrupting. The Crown Prince is already at our estate's entrance with his people. What? The old Prince of Giant Pain was startled, but he immediately revealed a joyous expression and hastily strode out the door. Good. Then us father and son will go to the front door to welcome His Highness the Crown Prince. No need. An indifferent voice appeared at the entrance and blew to the little stoic's side like a gust of wind. Mo Yin grabbed his wife's small hand and sized her up from head to toe. He only sighed in relief after seeing that she was fine. He turned to glance at the Prince of Giant Pain and his son before pulling Arbor's hand and quietly grumbling, Jojo, why do you come whenever someone comes to find you? There's no need to pay attention to some strange people. The old Prince of Giant Pain rubbed his nose. The Queen Dowager used his Prince of Giant Pain estate's name to send an invitation to the Crown Princess. Then this strange person must be referring to him. The old King of Giant Pain didn't dare to retort back. He could only feel slightly aggrieved in his heart. With a pitiful voice, he retorted, The Empress Dowager issued an imperial decree. I can't do anything about it. Prince Mo gritted his teeth as he held his wife's hand and asked, Jojo, did that woman make things difficult for you? There was no such thing. Not only was there no such thing, she was the one who had turned the tables and given her a taste of her own medicine, making things difficult for her. Thinking of the current situation in the garden, the little crown princess couldn't help but reveal a look of disdain on her cold little face. Mo Yin had been paying attention to her the whole time, and the slight changes on her face naturally couldn't escape her eyes. His Jojo seemed to be in a good mood. Where's the Empress Dowager? Mo Yin asked coldly. Today, he was going to make it clear to this old woman that his wife was not someone who could be taught by just any Tom, Dick, or Harry. The old prince of Giant Pain took it upon himself to lead the way, leading everyone in the direction of the Empress Dowager's bedchamber. We'll reach the Empress Dowager after passing through this small garden. Oh, that's right. Don't look at my garden. It seems to be very expensive. In fact, most of the precious flowers inside were sent over by my elder brothers. The Prince of Giant Pain sneaked a glance at Arbor and continued. Ever since the last time we gave you, the Crown Princess, a series of compensations, life in the entire Prince of Giant Pain estate has taken a nosedive. It's very difficult. Arbor glanced speechlessly at the old Prince of Giant Pain. Chapter 4204. You can't just look at the surface of this garden and big house to see how precious they are. You have to look at their inner qualities. Most of the antiques in my residence, except for those that eldest brother and second brother gave me, which are genuine, the rest are actually fakes. Crown Princess, Your Highness the Crown Prince, I'm really very poor. This fellow's bitter and vengeful gaze made it seem as if Arbor was here to collect debts again. Did she look like someone who wanted to kill them all? Emollien's lips twitched without batting an eyelid. Where's the Empress Dowager's descendant? Her bedchamber is just in front. Before the old king of Giant Pain could finish speaking, he seemed to hear a faint, strange sound drifting over from the other side of the flower bed. The little crown princess pulled a long face and instinctively took 2 steps back. Beside her, Consort turned to look at Emollien and revealed a meaningful expression. Emollien rolled her eyes at him and reached out to pull his wife to her side. Hugging her, she whispered, "Wife, be careful. There might be something unusual in front." The old king of Giant Pain, Consort, Emo Cohen, being caught off guard and being fed dog food was really terrible. In their eyes, Prince Emo, who was always showing off dog food, was really a little shameless. Especially the old king of Giant Pain, who was fuming with rage. Although his residence wasn't as impregnable as the Imperial Palace, nor was it as strictly managed as Prince Kang's residence, at least it was still passable. What did he mean by there was something unusual? How could there be something unusual? Unusual? The old king of Giant Pain's eyes instantly turned round. He suddenly saw that the small garden in front of him seemed to have opened up. In the flower bed in front, there were 3 white figures twisting together in a very frightening posture. One of them suddenly moved his body and turned his face around. When the old king of Giant Pain saw that face, he was so frightened that he fell to the ground on his butt. He kicked his legs and screamed, "I'm blind! I'm blind!" Arbor flipped her hand and took out 2 silver needles. "Here." The old king of Giant Pain looked at her in shock. Was she asking him to stab himself in the eyes? Damn it, this girl was too ruthless. How dare he make the Empress Dowager look like this? The king of Giant Pain had just shivered when he heard the young crown princess's cold and stern voice. How dare you? How dare you do such a despicable thing in broad daylight? Prince Emo reacted quickly as well. Although he had never heard his wife say that she would do this, he immediately got into character and started cooperating with her. His face sank, and he said angrily, "Are they all dead? Hurry up and separate them." The disgusting appearance of these 3 people was simply an eyesore. The young crown princess stared coldly at the disheveled woman and sneered. "What are you waiting for? Such a woman who tarnished the previous emperor's reputation naturally has to be executed immediately." Emollien then said, "Someone, give her 3 feet of white silk." Everyone, wasn't it a little too fast for the 2 of them to sing and brag? Even if the county magistrate was trying a case, shouldn't he at least have a first trial? You guys, do you have to deal with the Empress Dowager so quickly and strangely? Arbor glanced sideways and saw Ao Yi jump up with the white silk in his hands. Her eyes immediately twitched. A strange thought flashed through her mind. Could it be that Ao Yi carried several strands of white silk with him in his inner world to deal with such sudden situations at any time? Empress Dowager Chen looked at the 2 men in black walking over quickly, and her pupils suddenly shrank. Let's adjust the time tomorrow. It's estimated to be 4 or 5 in the afternoon. Chapter 4205. Crown Prince. Empress Dowager Qin's powdered old face was ruined by the tears and snot flowing down her face. She was so angry that she was trembling. She pointed a trembling finger at the little crown princess. It's her. She framed Aijia. It's her. You can't not ask for the reason. Empress Dowager Qin looked in horror at the white silk around her neck and shouted, Stop! Stop! Aijia was dragged out of her bedroom by the crown princess and thrown here. This bitch planned this, Under the crown prince's gaze, Aoyi slapped Empress Dowager Qin's mouth without hesitation. The two guards took the white silk from Aoyi's hand and immediately wrapped it around her neck. They pulled the two ends and tightened it without any explanation. Arbor looked coldly at the Empress Dowager, who was kneeling there with a face full of panic. At this time, this woman didn't have any of her usual graceful and luxurious appearance. She was completely a dirty beggar woman with a sad face from crying. What did I go to your bedroom? Arbor's voice was cold. In Empress Dowager Qin's ears, it was especially heartless. You're the one who is shameless. You messed around with your Chun family's smelly bug, and now you dare to open your mouth? Arbor looked coldly at her. Empress Dowager Chun was already choked by the white silk, and she couldn't speak. Her old face turned purple. Suddenly, she heard a servant anxiously announce, Grand Concubine Fong has arrived. Left Prime Minister Chun Chaoji requests an audience. Grand Concubine Fong and Chun Chaoji hurried over. When they saw the scene in the garden, their expressions changed. Stop! Grand Concubine Fong shouted in shock. A person immediately jumped out from behind her and threw a dart at the Empress Dowager. It hit the white silk in the middle and directly cut it in half. The two guards each held a broken piece of the white silk and suddenly took a step back. Grand Concubine Fong quickly pushed aside the guards in front of her and ran to Empress Dowager Chun. She took a silk robe from a maid and wrapped it around Empress Dowager Chun, who was sitting on the ground in a mess. Empress Dowager Chun grabbed Old Concubine Fong's hand in tears. Old Concubine, are you here to save me? What the hell is going on? Old Concubine Fong hurriedly turned to look in the direction of Crown Prince. Crown Prince, Empress Dowager is the Emperor's father and your grandmother. How can you? The little stoic expressionlessly interrupted her. Grand Consort Fong, we don't blame you for going up to cause trouble without knowing the reason. However, it's best that you don't interfere in this matter, lest you attract trouble for no reason. You, Grand Concubine Fong, was amused by this expressionless crown princess. Look at what he said. He was really not courteous at all. The Empress Dowager shamelessly ruined the reputation of the imperial harem, messing around with her grandnephew in broad daylight. The crown prince said with a cold expression, I'm giving her a death sentence for her sake. Old Concubine Fong's expression suddenly changed. She lowered her head to look at the Empress Dowager, who was wrapped in a silk robe and shivering. Her eyes showed some worry. She had long advised this old sister not to insist on becoming enemies with the crown prince and crown princess. However, she just didn't listen. Wasn't this a disaster? Even she didn't know what to do next. Chun Chaoji hastily stepped forward and cupped his hands, saying, Your Highness the Crown Prince, Crown Princess, there must be something fishy about this matter. How is it possible for Her Majesty the Empress Dowager? Chun Chaoji's face was pale as he looked at that intoxicated young man who was forced to kneel on the side, but still continued to make indecent movements. Chapter 4206. Of course, he recognized this Chun family disciple. But the problem was, no matter how bad the Empress Dowager was, why would she do such a thing with a grandnephew from a side branch? Moreover, it was in broad daylight. Was she that lonely? She must have been wronged. Although Chun Chaoji felt that the Empress Dowager was wronged, he couldn't find any evidence to prove that the Empress Dowager was indeed wronged. Thus, he could only mumble, Your Highness Crown Princess. Emo Yin raised his hand and coldly said, Left Prime Minister, you don't need to quibble for her. This matter concerns the reputation of the royal family. I believe that the Prime Minister must have made a choice. Chun Chaoji's heart thumped heavily. Empress Dowager Qin knelt there and saw a trace of hesitation and confusion on the face of the Prime Minister's nephew. She couldn't help but angrily shout, "No, it's not like what you said. Why aren't you slapping him awake? Slap him awake." Empress Dowager Chun shouted at the two Chun family manservants like a madwoman. When the two Chun family disciples saw this, they wished that they could poke their eyes out and pretend that they didn't see anything. They fearfully took a few steps forward, and under the urging of Empress Dowager Chen's cold gaze, they heavily slapped the Chun family's side branch grandnephew's face. The man woke up with a start, only to hear a sharp yell from the front. "Chun Qian, tell me honestly, who did you come to the garden to see?" Chun Qian's face was blank, and he hurriedly said the words that he had already silently repeated hundreds of times. "This lowly one is here to see the crown princess." "The crown princess arranged for this lowly one to meet here?" Arbor sneered. Empress Dowager Chun hurriedly crawled forward and glared at Mo Lien with a twisted face. "Did you hear that? Listen, ah." Mo Lien ruthlessly kicked her to the ground, causing her to spit out a mouthful of blood with a wah. You. Empress Dowager Chen's expression changed. She didn't expect that Mo Lien wouldn't care about her face at all. The little crown princess glanced at Chun Qian, who was trembling on the ground, with a look of disdain. Then she threw herself into Mo Lien's arms. The latter naturally reached out and hugged her, raising his hand to caress the back of her head. Arbor turned his little head and stared at Empress Dowager Chun as if he was looking at a corpse. After a while, he said sarcastically, "You're crazy." "I'm not as crazy as the Empress Dowager, who had come to an unfamiliar giant pain mansion for a rendezvous for no reason. Furthermore, the Empress Dowager wants to frame this crown princess. Can you please find a more decent man?" The little crown princess did not hide the disdain on her face. She raised her head and reached out to grab Mo Lien's chin. She lifted it up slightly and turned to look at the Empress Dowager sarcastically. "Am I crazy? I don't want my husband, who is like a flower, and I want this broken thing beside you." The flower-like husband silently lowered his eyes, blinked, and glanced at his little wife. "It's you, Empress Dowager. You're already so old. You've been buried deep in the palace all day, so you've already withered. That's why you're so desperate and can pull in any kind of ghost for nourishment." "Huh?" Chun Chaoji trembled. He felt that the little crown princess's words were extremely vicious, but he couldn't find any words to refute it. "How did the Chun family produce a woman like you?" The little crown princess said in a cold voice, a cold light flashing in her eyes. Unwilling to be left out, so shameless. "What are you guys still standing there for? Send her on her way." No. I want to see who dares to stop me." Chapter 4207. The little stoic shouted coldly, and her chilly gaze circled around before landing on Grand Consort Fong's face. Grand Consort Fong only felt her body tremble slightly, and she hastily blocked Queen Dowager Chun with her arms. She earnestly advised, "Crown Princess, the Queen Dowager is indeed in the wrong in this matter. But, she's an old person in the palace after all. It's inevitable that she'll be a bit muddle-headed when she gets older. She didn't think things through and went into a dead end." What nonsense." Arbor coldly gazed at Grand Consort Fong and rudely interrupted her. "Even if the Heavenly Emperor came today, he wouldn't be able to save her." "Do it." "Yes." Aoyi simply brought 2 royal guards and personally went forward to twist the white silk. Earlier on, the 2 broken pieces of white silk had been thrown onto the ground by him. Now he had taken out a new piece of it. As expected, his inner world was filled with quite a few pieces of white silk. Chin Chaoji hastily knelt down and kowtowed loudly in front of Prince Mo. "Your Highness the Crown Prince, please quell your anger. Please forgive today's matter on account of the former emperor, on account of my Chun family. It's no use looking at anyone." Crown Prince Mo coldly interrupted Chin Chaoji's words as he gazed at the people behind him with a serene gaze. "Prime Minister Zhua, you brought so many people here today to see such a lively royal scandal. Do you think we should let you all leave like this?" Chun Chaoji felt chills all over his body. The group of Chun clan servants behind him were frightened to the point they rolled on the ground, and they repeatedly kowtowed and begged for mercy. They mumbled a mess of, "Your servant didn't see anything," and "Your servant won't say anything." However, Emollien's extremely chilly gaze landed on them, as if she was looking at a group of corpses. The Prince of Giant Pain and his son continued to cower on the side, not daring to utter a single word. It wasn't that they were cowardly and afraid of trouble. Their Prince of Giant Pain's estate was truly innocent in this matter. Yet the Queen Dowager insisted on tearing apart the Crown Princess at the Prince of Giant Pain's estate. With the Crown Princess's temper, it was already very polite of her not to behead this old witch on the spot. Now, for the sake of the imperial family, the Qin family should be secretly happy that the Empress Dowager's corpse was left intact. If they continued to cause a ruckus, the Crown Prince, who was soft-hearted, sick, and crazy, would annihilate the entire Qin family. What couldn't he do? He was angry because of a beauty. He would just like his father stay up late, grab one end of the white silk, and worked with another guard to tighten it. The Empress Dowager's hands desperately clutched the satin around her neck. She stared at Prince Emo and the little Crown Princess in horror. Her throat made a gurgling sound, and the light in her eyes dimmed bit by bit. Arbor stared at her coldly, without any change in his expression. Old Concubine Fong was stopped by 2 guards on one side. She couldn't rush over at all. She could only scream at the top of her lungs, "No, no." Her gaze landed on the young Crown Prince Consort's stern face. For some reason, she couldn't help but shudder when she saw this expression. The 2 personal guards behind Old Concubine Fong were naturally stopped by the Crown Prince's people. Just now, they were caught off guard and the white silk was broken. The people of the Night Pavilion were very angry. Naturally, they wouldn't let them go forward to destroy it. "Empress Dowager! Empress Dowager!" Old Concubine Fong cried bitterly. This appearance, the little Crown Princess's faint eyes couldn't help but glance at Old Concubine Fong's face. In the depths of the palace, was there such a friendship? This Old Concubine Fong was a good person who valued friendship and righteousness. Chapter 4208. Empress Dowager Qin's head drooped heavily and was placed to the side. Ao Yi stepped forward to report. "Reporting to your highness, the Crown Princess and Empress Dowager Qin have been dealt with." Chun Chaoji's entire body couldn't help but tremble slightly, as if this was the first time he had seen this pair of demonic stars. He cast a fearful glance in the direction of the Crown Prince. Prince Amo only glanced at him coldly and then said, "Left Prime Minister." Left Prime Minister Chun Chaoji immediately knelt on the ground in fear and said repeatedly, "Your Highness, this subject didn't see anything today. This subject can swear a blood oath with these servants that we won't dare to say a word about Her Highness, the Empress Dowager." Emollien looked at him indifferently and said, "Left Prime Minister. Yes, old subject is here. This prince sees that your health hasn't been good recently, and you look old. Such a troublesome thing has happened at home. If you really can't do it, you could try your best to ask Imperial Father to remove you from your post and retire early. Wouldn't that be wonderful?" Emollien's gaze was indifferent as he spoke, without the slightest ripple. But in Chun Chaoji's ears, it was no less than a shocking wave. So, the Crown Prince was forcing him to resign on his own accord? The Crown Prince's meaning couldn't be more obvious. If you leave by yourself now, you can still get a good reputation and retire well in your hometown. If this prince makes a move, Chun Chaoji's snot and tears flowed freely. His heart felt as bitter as if he had swallowed coptis. He hurriedly knelt and said, "This subject will consider it carefully." Prince Imo nodded indifferently and then didn't look at him anymore. Grand Concubine Fong was still silently crying beside Her Highness the Empress Dowager's corpse. Prince Imo glanced at her and said indifferently, "Her Highness the Empress Dowager is unrestrained and unethical. She can't enter the imperial mausoleum of Mount Heaven Saint. As for her funeral, Grand Concubine can think about it." After saying that, he took his wife's small hand and turned around to walk out. Grand Concubine Fong felt as if she had been struck by lightning. She was so angry that she couldn't help but sway. "Your Highness the Crown Prince, death is like an extinguished lamp. Even if the Empress Dowager and the Crown Princess had many grudges before, now that she is dead, shouldn't she enjoy the glory that belongs to her? Lien abruptly turned her head, her phoenix eyes revealing a terrifying storm. Old concubine Fong was startled by his deep and terrifying gaze. She couldn't help but take 2 steps back. If it wasn't for the sake of the royal family's reputation, I wouldn't have done it. Today, we should cut her into 1,000 pieces. Mo Yin roared angrily. Now that we've left her with an intact corpse, what's there to be dissatisfied about? What was this old witch trying to do? He wanted to completely destroy his JoJo. Was there really such a disgusting woman in the world? There was no deep hatred between the two of them. So why did they have to do such a disgusting thing? Old concubine Fong was frightened by the crown prince's ferocious appearance. She took a few steps back and stammered, Your Highness? You don't know what's good for you. Mo Yin said angrily. Come, throw this evil woman out of the imperial city and burn her. Old concubine Fong was so scared that she couldn't help but fall to the ground. She reacted in a second and hurriedly begged for mercy. Your Highness, you can't do this, you can't. Mo Yin didn't listen to her and threw a glance at Aoi. Aoi immediately took the order and led his men forward. They wrapped the old woman's corpse in a white silk cloth, jumped up the eaves, and disappeared without a trace. Old concubine Fong couldn't help but burst into tears. She seemed to be caught unprepared. Chapter 4209. As for Chun Qianhe, that lass who was kneeling on the side, she was already trembling all over in fright. How would she dare to utter a single word? Your Highness, how should we deal with the two of them? When Chun Qianhe heard someone mention them, he hurriedly waved his hands and shouted, It has nothing to do with me, nothing to do with me. It was Her Highness the Empress Dowager who summoned me here, saying that there's something good for me to take advantage of. How would he have known that this good thing would suddenly become a fatal disaster? Mo Yin scoffed coldly. She had never seen such a brainless person. He didn't even consider that Empress Dowager Chun had him come over to slander the crown princess. Whether this matter succeeded or not, it didn't seem to benefit him. He only had himself to blame. Since he was willing to board Empress Dowager Chen's lousy ship today, he was certain that he would lose his life. Mo Yin didn't feel like wasting any more words with him. She directly waved her hand and said, Does an imperial father have a barrel of bliss? Throw it in. Yes. What barrel of bliss? Chun Qianhe's face instantly paled in fright, scrambling to crawl in Chun Chaoji's direction. Uncle, save me. Chun Chaoji's old face darkened as he glared at him. When he saw him pouncing over, he dodged to the side without hesitation. The Chun family could be considered to have been destroyed in their hands. Save him? Right now, he hated that he couldn't eat his flesh and bones. So how could he save him? After that last Chun Qianhe was dragged away, Chun Chaoji's expression darkened as he was also taken away by the Night Pavilion to sign the heavenly Dao Blood Oath. Mo Yin pulled his wife's small hand and turned to the king of Giant Pain and his son, who were still pretending to be quails. King of Giant Pain. Ah, here. The old king of Giant Pain hurriedly came before the young couple and smiled apologetically. Crown Prince, don't worry. No one in my King of Giant Pain estate dares to say a word about today's matter. In reality, the servants of the King of Giant Pain estate had already been dispersed by him. Other than him, Kuan-Er, and a few personal guards, there really wasn't anyone else who saw this farce. What kind of joke was this? The old King of Giant Pain thought. He clearly knew that the Empress Dowager Giant Pain was tearing the crown princess apart in her estate. How could he be so stupid as to let people come and watch? What good could come out of watching? According to his past experience, none of the people who surrounded the pair of ominous stars would have a good ending. For example, Chun Chaoji today. The old king of Giant Pain chuckled with a brilliant smile on his face. Crown Prince, you can rest assured. Leave the matters here to me. The Crown Prince of Giant Pain, Mo Kuan, couldn't help but cover his face. He always felt that the flattering smile on his old father's face was very painful to the eyes. Mo Yin nodded and did not say anything more to King Giant Pain. He pulled his wife towards the entrance of King Giantpain's mansion. The old king of Giantpain and his son sent the young couple off all the way to the door. The joyful smile on their faces could not be concealed. "Get the hell out of here." The young crown princess read these words from the old king of Giantpain's eyes and looked at him expressionlessly. "King Giantpain, I see that the purple jade ink orchid in your courtyard is not bad." The old king of Giantpain's heart thumped heavily, and he hurriedly revealed an innocent old face. "Not at all, not at all. Crown princess, the exotic flowers and herbs in my estate are not even half as many as in Prince Kang's estate." "Oh." The old king of Giantpain's eyes twitched. He turned around and said, "Come, hurry and bring the purple jade ink orchid out for the crown princess." Not long after, a servant hurriedly brought over a pot of purple jade ink orchid. The young crown princess reached out to hug the flower pot and expressionlessly looked at the old king of Giantpain. Chapter 42:10. She casually tossed 2 storage talismans to the old prince of Giantpain. A gift in return. She wasn't taking his precious flowers for free. She was exchanging them for something else. The old prince of Giantpain was taken aback. He stared blankly at the back of the little crown princess as she boarded the carriage. He was already mentally prepared to be robbed by the bandit crown princess. Why was it so strange today? Dad. Imo-kun reached out excitedly. "I heard that the storage talismans drawn by the crown princess are extremely spacious and can store living things. Give me one, Dad." The old prince of Giantpain casually stuffed the 2 storage talismans into his pocket before turning to leave. Imo-kun, was he his biological father? Arbor looked at the pot of flowers for a while before suddenly turning to hand it to Imo-lien. "For you." Ji-chen, who was currently leaning against a corner of the carriage and drinking wine, nearly spat out her wine when she saw this. She teased, "Yo, my flower-like husband." Arbor nodded his small head. "Yes." Uffed. Ji-chen couldn't resist bursting into laughter. Imo-lien also patted her head in amusement before taking the pot of flowers and putting it away in her inner world. "Jojo, you're so nice." Arbor's eyes curved as he grabbed his hand and asked, "Will that woman's matter cause you trouble?" "What trouble can there be?" Prince Imo harumphed. "At most, he would be dragged to the emperor's study and reprimanded." She was already dead. If she became that old woman, would the emperor fly into a rage out of humiliation and hang his biological son up to give him a beating? An hour later, at the emperor's study. "Mom." Prince Imo dashed out and hastily threw himself behind by Wuxia. The White Queen hastily shielded her child and glared at Imo Lusheng, who ran out of the study with a whip. She asked vigilantly, "What are you doing?" "Mom, royal father is going to beat husband." The little stoic angrily pushed Imo-lien behind her, glaring at Imo Lusheng with a shared hatred for a common enemy with the White Queen. Imo Lusheng, this damned brat, was getting more and more promising. He was wondering why he had obediently come here to receive his punishment today. It turned out that he had asked his wife to go and get reinforcements. The Empress Dowager did such a shameless thing. "Why did you hit your son?" Empress Bai said angrily. "It wasn't your son who asked her to do it." Imo Lusheng looked at his wife speechlessly and pointed at Imo-lien and Arbor. It would be strange if this matter had nothing to do with them. No matter how desperate the Empress Dowager was, it was impossible for her to go to Giantpain Mansion and do such a thing in broad daylight. Arbor said angrily, "Mother, Imperial Father is being unreasonable. This matter clearly has nothing to do with my husband." "That's right." The White Empress protected her son and glared at Imo Lusheng in annoyance. "Don't bother my son with such nonsense in the future. They didn't have eyes, yet they insisted on provoking us. They deserve to die." The Empress snorted. She had long sent people to Giantpain Mansion to investigate this matter in detail. So how could there be anything she didn't know? The Empress Dowager was in the wrong, but the two of them actually scared Grand Consort Fong into falling ill. The White Empress was taken aback and then snorted. It must be because she couldn't take the scare. The young couple nodded at the same time, expressing their great agreement with their mother's words. The Emperor was instantly angered into laughter. Just as he was about to roar at this pair of treasures, he suddenly saw a eunuch hurrying over and repeatedly kneeling. Your Majesty, Your Majesty, Lord Preceptor of the State has sent an urgent report. What happened? The emperor took the letter the eunuch presented and opened it to read. His expression changed slightly. Chapter 42:11. Prince Mo poked his head out from behind the White Queen and glanced at the letter in his father's hand. What kind of message could that state preceptor send back? He was probably thinking about his wife again, right? What is it? The queen glanced suspiciously at the letter in Mo Liushing's hand. Mo Liushing didn't hide it from her and directly handed the letter over. Bai Wuxiao swept a glance over it and harumphed. Truly absurd. Since the Sea of Forgetfulness's dragon clan wants to see their daughter-in-law, why didn't they come to receive her themselves? They actually detained the state preceptor now and even sent a letter to threaten him? What does this mean? Arbor was startled and looked at the letter in the White Queen's hand. The queen turned and handed the letter to Arbor. Jojo, just take a look. You don't need to pay attention to this. What hasn't the state preceptor seen before? How could he be detained so easily this time? Seeing that his wife was suspicious, Mo Liushing couldn't help but defend the state preceptor. After all, he's in the sea. No matter how capable the state preceptor is, it's probably hard to deal with some things in the sea. Besides, the Dragon Clan has many clansmen, and the state preceptor only brought several dozen people on this trip. If the other party insists on detaining them, there's nothing we can do. Bai Wuxiao harumphed. In short, my daughter-in-law isn't going anywhere. She has to rush over just because the Sea of Forgetfulness's Dragon Clan wants to see her. What kind of logic is that? Mo Yin nodded, very much agreeing with her mother's words. If they want to see my wife, then let them send someone to invite her themselves. Not only did they have to invite her, they had to invite her loudly and announce it to the whole world. His chow wasn't a little stray cat on the roadside that anyone could pick up and bring home. Mo Liushing speechlessly looked at his wife and son's identical disdainful expression and facepalmed. All right, then send a letter back to them and let the Dragon Clan's clansmen consider it themselves. The Crown Prince nodded and pulled his wifey's hand over. He lowered his head to glance at the little stoic. Jojo, if you don't want to go, no one can force you. Xiao Mu raised her head to look at him, her lips curling up as she replied in a gentle voice, I know. Bai Wuxiao chuckled and pulled the child with one hand and his daughter-in-law with the other. Little Tang Yuan's wife, it's about time. Let the three of us go and have a meal. Mo Liushing hurriedly took a few steps forward and called out aggrievedly. Wuxiao Mo Lian smiled. Mother, what about father? Your father? He's busy with government affairs. Let him eat by himself. Wife. Mo Liusheng raised his feet and followed. How could he be willing to fall behind? He was wrong, okay? I won't hit my son next time. At the very least, he had to find a time when Wu Xiao wasn't around to beat up that little bastard. Otherwise, wouldn't he be asking for trouble? Bai Wuxiao pursed her lips in amusement and winked at her son, silently implying, Son, don't be afraid. Look at how obedient your father is in your mother's hands. Mo Yin's phoenix eyes curved slightly, and she nodded with a smile. The family of four chased each other to the dining hall and had a rather sumptuous meal. Afterwards, the crown prince followed the emperor to the study to discuss matters. Queen Bai pulled her daughter-in-law to chat about their matters in the lower star domain. When the crown prince came to pick them up later, he looked at his mother's smiling face and asked curiously, Mother, how was your chat with Jojo? It was very good. Queen Bai didn't understand why her son asked this. Chapter 42:12. Mo Yin couldn't help but want to laugh. He suppressed his smile and tugged at his wifey's hand. Jojo, what were you talking about with Mother this afternoon? We were talking about you. Arbor's eyes sparkled as she said, You were so cute when you were young. It couldn't be weren't they just chatting? Could it be that Mother was the only one chatting? Mother told him everything that happened before he was 3 years old. Mo Yin instantly felt unwell. What good things could happen before he was 3 years old? Wasn't it eating, drinking, and pooping everywhere pooey? Mo Yin pulled his wifey and fled from Mother's place. He pinched his wifey's little face. Jojo, Forget everything Mother said before. That won't do. Xiaomu hugged him and climbed up his waist. I've remembered everything that Royal Mother told me. I didn't expect you to be so fun when you were young. No wonder people call you little glutinous dumpling. And Mo Yin, where was his authority? The next day, Arbor went to the Star region to visit Duan Muqing. Her expression was especially serious. Qi Xian saw that she pursed her lips and didn't say anything. Her heart couldn't help but beat wildly. Jojo, is it especially serious? Xiaomu's small stoic face was taut. She abruptly flipped her wrist, and a glistening green fruit with small hairs on it appeared in her palm. The fruit was only half the size of a palm. It looked sparkling and translucent, and a strange fragrance wafted over. When Qi Xian smelled the aroma, her saliva almost dripped out. Her eyes widened as she said, "Look, it looks delicious." Little Fatty's mouth twitched, and he reached out to tug at her. Why was this child so easily tempted by good food? Jojo, what is this? Lu Yu, Jiang Shaoxin, Ma Ta, and the rest also surrounded her and looked curiously at the fruit in her hand. Holy fruit, Arbor said expressionlessly, his large eyes glaring fiercely at Duan Muqing. Duan Muqing smiled bitterly and nodded at her. Yes, I was too presumptuous. I still have to ask Jojo first. Qi Xian hurriedly nodded. It's good that you admit your mistake. Jojo, is this the fruit of the little tree? Mata asked with a smile. Arbor nodded and threw the fruit into Duan Muqing's hands. Fortunately, the second sacred fruit that the small tree bore had already taken shape in the divine territory. Otherwise, Duan Muqing would have to use the medicinal power to control his wounds and wait for a while. Now, there were 4 or 5 small fruits hanging on the branches of the little tree. It seemed that as long as the star field was filled with divine power, it would not be a problem to obtain more saint fruits in the future. If a god domain was transformed into a saint domain, perhaps the holy fruits could be endless as well. Perhaps she could first feed the little tree with the holy stone ores that the venerable peach blossom immortal and the others had excavated. While Arbor was deep in thought, Duan Muqing had already eaten the sacred fruit. Everyone looked at him eagerly and could not help but ask, "How do you feel? Is it delicious?" Qi Xuan's question made everyone laugh. This child only cared about whether it was delicious or not. How much was she drooling? Duan Muqing slowly raised his hand. Everyone could clearly see that the rotting wound on his wrist was gradually disappearing in a matter of seconds. Little Fatty exclaimed happily, "Quick, look at the wound. This sacred fruit is really magical." Duan Muqing was also rather excited. Chapter 42:13. She hurriedly looked up at Arbor and called out softly, "Jojo." Arbor nodded. "I'll get Little Tree to send you to the island. Focus on your advancement and don't think about anything else." Duan Muqing nodded and disappeared in front of them. Qi Xian giggled and said, "Jojo, Duanmu ate the holy fruit. Can he still advance?" "Yes." Arbor thought for a moment and said softly, "If there are no accidents, he should be able to break through to the godly state." Everyone's eyes widened, revealing a shocked expression. Was the holy fruit so effective? Duan Muqing could break through to the godly state with just one holy fruit? Does that mean Duan Muqing will soon enter the 5 spirits reincarnation? Arbor grunted. When he finishes advancing, we'll send him out of the star sector. The 5 spirits reincarnation should not be a big problem for Duan Muqing. As long as he entered the godly state and stabilized his cultivation, the 5 spirits reincarnation was just a formality. Everyone chatted for a while more before Arbor sent them off to play. When she left the star sector, she saw Prince Imo step through the door and smile at her. "Jojo, Father received a message from the Sea of Forgetfulness's dragon clan early this morning." With that, he handed a jade talisman to Arbor. Arbor touched the jade talisman and saw a message on it. "To the Emperor of the Divine Prefecture, the Dragon Clan has sent people to the Divine Prefecture's imperial capital, Dragon Flame City. The transportation talisman array will arrive in a few days. We'll talk then." Arbor raised his eyebrows and said non-committally, "Oh, His attitude was cold, as if it had nothing to do with him whether they came or not. Emol Yin knew that she had a knot in her heart about the Dragon Clan. He patted her head and said softly, "Let's listen to what they have to say." Arbor glanced at him. "We have nothing to do today. Let's go to the hot spring at Half Moon Cliff's splendid villa." "Sure." Emol Yin nodded and smiled. "Your Highness." Xiao Yi jumped in from outside the high wall and said with a gloomy expression, "Something happened, Your Highness." Emol Yin raised her eyebrows slightly. "What happened, Your Highness?" Xiao Yi cupped his hands and said, "The people of Medicine King Island are carrying Sir He Wen's corpse and making a ruckus at the entrance of the palace. She's clamoring to find the crown princess and pay with her life." Arbor was taken aback. Sir He Wen passed away? What was going on? When they parted ways in Joe City, He Wen and Ni Hanji were still fine. Why did Sir He Wen die in less than 2 days? Emol Yin also frowned. "What's going on? I've already sent people to investigate, but I haven't found out the details yet." Xiao Yi said, "Your Highness, we can't let them make a ruckus outside the palace gate. Should we chase them away?" Emol Yin sneered. "One of their own is dead. Why are they looking for my crown princess? Let's go and take a look." Arbor looked puzzled. Sir He Wen had died inexplicably, and the people of Medicine King Island were looking for her. No matter how she looked at it, there was something fishy about this matter. He Wen's personality had always been peaceful, and he treated people very well. Arbor also couldn't figure out who would have wronged him. Emol Yin lowered her head and glanced at her. "You don't have to care about these things. I'm fine." Arbor raised her hand and shook Missouri Lian's hand. She also had doubts in her heart, so she naturally wanted to go out and see what was going on. Moreover, the people of Medicine King Island had already come to pick on her. If she shrank back and didn't accept the challenge, wouldn't it make people think that she had a guilty conscience and didn't dare to meet people? What a joke. Chapter 42:14. Emol Yin also thought of this point. She exchanged a glance with Arbor and said with a nod, "All right, I'll have someone make the arrangements." At the same time, Ni Hanji was kneeling beside His Excellency He Wen's corpse, her head drooping as she secretly wept. Several hundred Medicine King Island disciples around her were clamoring loudly to have her come out. "Have her come out to see us. She sent people to kill His Excellency He Wen." What? She dares to do it, but doesn't dare to admit it. Don't think that you'll be fine if you hide in the palace and don't see anyone. Our Medicine King Island isn't that easy to bully, right? Have her come out. Come out. The crowd was surging with emotions. Many common people only dared to hide in the corners of the street far away, secretly peeping at the scene. Medicine King Island made such a big fuss by directly carrying His Excellency He Wen's corpse to the palace gates. This incident alarmed both inside and outside the imperial court in less than an hour. People like the King of Giant Pain naturally wouldn't go to watch the little crown princess's commotion, but there really weren't a small number of people who ran over to watch because they had nothing better to do. Unlike the common people, those skilled and bold cultivators either jumped onto the nearby eaves or simply stood behind Medicine King Island's group to take a closer look. What do you guys think is going on here? I don't know. We also went last time in Joe City. The crown princess did indeed attack Great Master He Wen's disciple, Miss Ni Han. But in the end, after His Excellency He Wen appeared, the crown princess let them go. From what those people from Medicine King Island are saying, the crown princess flew into a rage out of humiliation after the incident and still didn't give up sending people to make trouble for Miss Ni. His Excellency He Wen was impatient to save his disciple and was heavily injured by several masked men. He died not long after. That's truly tragic. I heard he was slashed 17 to 18 times consecutively. Even if he was a cultivator, he wouldn't be able to withstand this kind of attack. This person described it vividly, as if he was present at the scene. Everyone immediately filled in a series of scenarios in their minds, describing the little stoic as a narrow-minded and extremely vicious person. The few people who were spreading the rumors were still talking in the crowd when they suddenly felt a chill on their necks. When he looked again, he saw that he had been lifted up by someone and was being carried towards the palace gate. The few of them screamed at the same time. In the blink of an eye, a group of purple forest guards had thrown him in front of the people from Medicine King Island. And Ai Hanji, who was kneeling on the ground with her head bowed, was startled. She instinctively took a step back and glared angrily at one of the purple forest guards. "What are you trying to do?" The disciples of Medicine King Island flew into a rage. Several of them drew their swords from their waists. "Your Highness, the Crown Princess has arrived." As the palace door opened, Imo Lien and Arbor walked out hand in hand. No one could see any hint of panic on the little Crown Princess' face. From beginning to end, there was only an indifferent stoic face, and her watery eyes swept over everyone. The few people who were seen by her clear eyes immediately felt a sense of inferiority. It was as if they were merely clowns jumping around like bedbugs and grasshoppers jumping around in front of the palace gate. Under this kind of dazzling light, everyone was at a loss for what to do. Standing at the very front of Medicine King Island's group was a young man in flowing white clothes. His long hair was combed meticulously, and his expression was very solemn and dignified. "Your Highness, Crown Princess, this is Medicine King Island's young island master, Sir Wei Su." Chapter 42:15. Aoi took a few steps forward and introduced this young master in a deep voice. Because it was obvious that the little Crown Princess did not know this person at all. Arbor sized him up and saw that although this person was young, his face was cold and solemn, as if someone owed him 108,000 taels of silver. He looked dignified but old-fashioned. It seemed that his temperament was also very rigid. Arbor gave a fair evaluation in his heart. His gaze moved elsewhere and landed on Ai Hanji, who was kneeling on the ground and crying. Oh, it had only been a few days, but this Ai Hanji looked much more haggard. Her pair of lively big eyes were now sunken. Her hands clutched the hem of her clothes tightly as she knelt beside He-Won, tears still falling from her eyes. Miss Ni's current crying appearance was obviously much better than a few days ago when she was baring her fangs and brandishing her claws in Joe City. Just by looking at how many people around her were looking at her with sympathy and pity, one could see how pitiful this Miss Ai was at this moment. Compared to the evil little Crown Princess, this Miss Ai was obviously much more pitiful. Wei Su bowed to Imo Lien and Arbor and went straight to the point. "This Wei is here to discuss the matter of our island's great consecrator, Iwen." Imo Lien saw that this person was well-mannered and had a decent attitude. She said faintly, "After we parted in Joe City, we husband and wife have not met with your island's great consecrator." And Ai Hanji suddenly raised her head and suppressed a trace of anger. "Of course you didn't come to find trouble with us. Isn't it the same for people of your status to send people to find trouble with us? Those black-clothed youths who came to kill me were dressed like them." And Ai Hanji's face was full of anger as she pointed at Aoi and the others. The latter looked innocently at the people of Medicine King Island and couldn't help but laugh. "Miss Ai, you're too funny. What can this attire mean? You Medicine King Island people can also wear this kind of black clothes if you want to change your clothes." And Ai Hanji said coldly, "The Crown Princess says one thing, but behind her back, she's saying something else. If it's not her, who else can go against us? Who would be so persistent as to send people to kill me? It's all because I offended her back in Joe City." And Ai Hanji said in a tearful voice, "At first, she had no choice but to let me go because of my master, He-Won. The more he thought about it, the more unhappy he felt. That's why he secretly sent people to surround and intercept us. Master died to protect me. The murderer must pay with his life. A life for a life. A life for a life." The disciples of the Medicine King Island roared in agitation. Their young faces were filled with indignant anger. Arbor turned his head and glanced at them. His cold gaze fell on Wei Su. After a while, he said, "Everyone on Medicine King Island has no problem with their intelligence, right?" The little Crown Princess's voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone present. Everyone couldn't help but be slightly stunned. "You're saying that I sent the purple forest guard to kill someone? Where's the evidence?" Arbor looked at them coldly. "Just based on Ai Hanji's mouth? Then can I also say that Sir He-Won was killed by Ai Hanji?" And Ai Hanji's expression changed, and her eyes turned red. Chapter 42:16. An ominous glint blossomed from the depths of her bloodshot eyes as she abruptly glared at Xiao Mu. She shrieked, "Xiao Mu, you're so vicious. I've never seen such a vicious person in my life." And Hanji shrieked, "How can you slander others like this?" Arbor's cold eyes scanned her body. Suddenly, she said calmly, "Originally, I was just like you, speaking as soon as I opened my mouth. But now, I'm really going to suspect you?" A person's first reaction of guilt and fear was the most realistic. Just now, when she said, "And Hanji killed Sir He won," and Hanji's expression changed abruptly. It was as if she would die from fear in an instant. It was too realistic, too realistic. But was it just a possibility? And Hanji was Sir He Win's only disciple. He Win had always valued and loved her. For in Hanji's sake, he had not hesitated to bear the punishment himself in Jiawei City and stood up to ask the little crown princess to let Hanji go. Logically speaking, Hanji should be respectful to her master. She could not have done such a thing, unless something had happened between them. Wei Su's handsome face was as dark as water. He turned to Arbor and said coldly, "Crown Princess, you must have proof before you speak. You slandered Junior Sister and I like this. Do you think the people of Medicine King Island can be bullied by others?" Arbor glanced at the man coldly. "You also know that you must have proof before you speak? Then why did you carry Sir He Win's corpse and cause a ruckus in front of the palace without proof? Also, you sent people to mix in with the crowd and spread rumors. Do you think this crown princess has a good temperament and can accept everything?" Wei Su's face darkened. "Who sent people to spread the rumors?" Aoyi stepped forward and kicked a hooligan on the ground. "Then we'll have to ask the person who spread the rumors." With that, he gave a look, and the purple forest guards went forward to search the hooligans. They each found a small bag of spirit coins. The bags were of the same design and had the same weight of spirit coins. It was obvious that they were given to them by the same person. Wei Su's expression instantly turned extremely ugly. "Who paid you to come here and spread rumors?" The thugs begged for mercy, but they didn't know who gave them the money. Everyone said that when the man appeared, he was wearing a bamboo hat, gave them a bag of spirit coins, and asked them to say a few words in the crowd. What else was there to be unclear about? Sure enough, someone had secretly arranged this, bribing these idlers to come to the palace gates and spread rumors. "And Hanji, are you that bamboo hat man?" Arbor coldly glanced at her, taking in her exceptionally pale complexion. This person's guilty expression was too obvious. And Hanji's face turned angry as she snapped, "You've wronged me." "Wrongly accused?" Xiao Mu gazed coldly at Hanji and asked, "Do you think that no one will know what you've done in secret?" And Hanji's expression changed abruptly. Her hands tightly clenched the corner of her skirt. What do you mean by that?" The spirit summoning charm was disrespectful to the dead. Arbor naturally didn't want to use it on Sir He Won. Arbor had another method that could quickly investigate the truth. She cast a thought-provoking glance at Hanji. "Have you heard of time reversal?" Hanji's heart pounded. She had a feeling that the situation was about to spiral out of control. Chapter 42:17. How could it be like this? Things shouldn't have developed like this. Why did this matter take a turn for the worse when it came to the young crown princess? And Hanji's gaze was a bit panicked and uneasy. She glanced at Arbor and bit her lip before saying coldly, "I've truly never seen someone as malicious as you. You did such a vicious thing yourself, yet you still wrongly accuse others." The little stoic raised her hand and was about to throw out a dictum talisman. However, the latter immediately shrunk back in fright and scrambled behind the young man. She cried out in alarm, "Senior Brother Wei Su, Senior Brother Wei Su, save me. She wants to kill me to silence me, to silence me." Wei Su gazed icily at the young crown princess and raised his hand to block Hanji. He said gravely, "Crown princess, the matter hasn't been explained clearly yet. Isn't it inappropriate for you to act rashly like this?" Arbor was simply amused by this inflexible young man. He put away the dictum talisman and said coldly, "This is a dictum talisman to make her speak the truth. I didn't want to kill her. Wei Su frowned non-committally, and his expression contained a bit of distrust. He straightened his body and blocked an Ai Hanji's path like this. At this time, Qi Xianxian, the little fatty, and the others stealthily ran out from the star domain and blended into the crowd. When they heard Arbor's words, they couldn't resist jeering and sneering. Oh, look at this Miss and I. Is she that scared? It can't be that she really did something shameful, right? That's right. If she doesn't have a guilty conscience, why would she fear the dictum talisman test? And Ai Hanji's face was livid, and her eyes kept darting around. She shouted angrily, Who? Who is hiding in the crowd? Come out and speak if you have the guts. Qi Xianxian harumphed and quickly walked out of the crowd. Come out and speak then. Do you think I don't dare? And Ai Hanji stared at Xianxian coldly. She bit her lip and leaned against Wei Su's leg. Senior brother Wei Su, you can't believe their words. It's Arbor. Arbor sent people to kill my master. It's her. Miss and I, don't be so presumptuous as to slander me. That day in Jiaowei City, our Jojo let you off for the sake of your master. With her personality, she wouldn't be so bored as to send someone to cause trouble for you. That's right. If I wanted to kill you, I would have done it on the spot. Why would I need to go through so much trouble? Little Fatty snorted. You're all her relatives and friends. Naturally, you will speak for her. And Ai Hanji cried out with a pale face. She couldn't help but shrink behind Wei Su. Senior brother Wei Su, you must help me. Help me. They want to kill me. Kill me. Don't tell me you have paranoia. The little fatty glanced at the woman speechlessly, and Ai Hanji's cowardly appearance was indeed very difficult to enter Wei Su's eyes. However, as the young master of Medicine King Island, he had to prioritize the people of Medicine King Island in everything he did. Although he was extremely displeased that Ai Hanji showed such cowardice in front of outsiders, relatively speaking, he still believed in Ai Hanji's words more. His Excellency, he entreated Ai Hanji so well. So how could junior sister and I harm her own master? That crown princess was simply making irresponsible remarks and spouting nonsense. Arbor stopped Qi Xianxian and the little fatty, who still wanted to argue, and turned to look at Wei Su. If it's proven that I've been wronged, how will Medicine King Island compensate? The little stoic's voice was chilly. Chapter 42:18. Like beads falling onto a jade plate, her clear eyes that could reflect a person's figure were even more serene. Wei Su looked at this pair of eyes and couldn't help but be a bit puzzled. This little stoic's eyes were clear and cold, looking very open and candid. She didn't seem to be as vicious as Ai Hanji had previously fabricated, extorting personal gains in return. Wei Su pondered for a moment before nodding and saying, If this matter is proven to be unrelated to the crown princess, then it's my Medicine King Island's fault. At that time, I, Wei Su, will personally apologize to the crown princess and offer her a 9 abyss spiritual fruit. Everyone started whispering to each other upon hearing this. Whether it was ordinary people or cultivators present, very few people had heard of the 9 abyss spiritual fruit. But Arbor naturally knew. This was a divine rank medicinal fruit. It was sparkling and translucent like a grape, but its color was light gold. It was said that long-term consumption would help increase one's divine power. It wasn't important whether it could increase one's realm, but it was said that its taste was extremely good. After being chilled in midsummer, it was crisp and tasty, and it was also extremely hydrated. Thinking about it, if this fruit was planted in the star domain, it should be pretty good. Arbor didn't give Wei Su a chance to back out and said with a nod, Remember clearly what you said. Mo Lien lowered his head to glance at his wife and slightly loosened his grip. The little stoic nimbly formed several transparent hand seals in succession, scattering them into the surrounding air in succession. Suddenly, the still air around them continuously produced strips of ripples, dispersing before everyone's eyes like water waves. Ai Hanji knelt next to His Excellency. He won and tightly gripped a corner of her skirt. She revealed a hesitant and indescribable expression. What was the stoic face doing? Her indescribable hand seals looked complicated and strange. They didn't seem like talisman techniques, and Hanji wished for nothing more than to explode and kill her on the spot. However, doing so would instead expose the drawback of her guilty conscience. She sat there stiffly, unable to budge an inch. At this time, a very clear and transparent image appeared in front of Wei Su. The surrounding crowd let out a series of gasps and exclamations, evidently also seeing the appearance of this transparent image. There were only two people's figures in the image, and it moved very quickly. Ordinary people with poor eyesight could only see the two people arguing. Wei Su's face darkened bit by bit. With his eyesight, he could naturally see that the two people in the image were Enai Hanji and Hewen. Sir Hewen seemed to be reprimanding Enai Hanji at first. After that, Enai Hanji seemed to reply with something. Sir Hewen then stared at Enai Hanji in shock and barely managed to stabilize himself. Just as he was about to leave, Enai Hanji stopped him. His Excellency, Hewen argued with her for a while. He angrily flicked his sleeve, kicked Enai Hanji, and said something. Enai Hanji knelt down and kowtowed, hugging Sir Hewen's leg and begging for something. Hewen's face sank, but he didn't take it to heart. He angrily threw down these words and walked towards the door. Thus, a classic scene occurred. Enai Hanji pulled out a short dagger from her waist and stabbed at the back of Hewen's waist. Sir Hewen fell down with a stunned expression. He wanted to turn his head to look at his disciple, but he was unexpectedly stabbed a few more times by the dagger. At the end of the image, it was Enai Hanji holding a bloody dagger with a vicious expression. Gasps could be heard all around. The disciples of Medicine King Island, who were originally making a ruckus, all turned to glare at Enai Hanji. Chapter 42:19. What was there to be unclear about now? Although there was no sound in the video, how could Enai Hanji stab His Excellency Hewen desperately with a knife in the video be fake? Enai, Junior sister Enai. A green-robed woman beside Wei Su roared. You! Wei Su was naturally so infuriated by this scene that his entire body trembled. He looked at Enai Hanji as if he was looking at a dead person. Enai Hanji shuddered under this gaze and hurriedly shouted, "It wasn't me, it wasn't. Senior brother Wei Su, senior sister Yin Shui, don't be fooled by this witch. This is witchcraft, witchcraft." Enai Hanji's body trembled as she shouted angrily. You know, she's a talisman master, so she naturally knows witchcraft. Pretending that my master was killed by me, isn't that what she's good at? How could I possibly kill my master? Enai Hanji hurriedly crawled a few steps on the ground and crawled in front of Wei Su and Yin Shui. She cried out in a low voice, "Senior brother Wei Su, senior sister Yin Shui, I've been framed." Scram! Yin Shui, who abhorred evil, kicked Enai Hanji away. Her eyes were spitting fire as she unsheathed her sword with a clang. "You're a crazy bastard. How did Sir Hewen treat you? Everyone on Medicine King Island knows about this. You murderous beast, you're worse than pigs and dogs. How dare you treat Sir Hewen like this? Today I'll get rid of you on behalf of Sir and clean up the sect from Medicine King Island." Enai Hanji rolled on the ground, avoiding Yin Shui's sword. She scrambled to crawl towards Wei Su, whose face was as dark as water. "Senior brother Wei Su, senior brother Wei Su, believe me, I didn't kill Master, I didn't. It was her. It was Arbor, she wrongly accused me. She harmed me. She used talisman techniques to fake this video." Enai Hanji trembled all over, looking at Arbor as if she was looking at a ghost. What witchcraft was this? How could she present the events of 2 days ago so clearly in front of everyone? Too terrifying, too terrifying. This woman is simply a monster. It was too terrifying. Enai Hanji's entire body trembled, and she kept shrinking towards Wei Su's side. With her knees curled up, she put on a pitiful appearance and cried out, "Senior brother Wei Su, you'd rather believe an outsider than your own junior sister? Slut!" Yin Shui's sword flashed towards Enai Hanji. "At this time, you're still pretending to be pitiful. Everyone saw everything clearly in the video just now. You despicable bitch. How dare you deceive everyone on Medicine King Island and make us come here to cause trouble for the Crown Princess. Not only did you kill people and frame them, but you also try to stir up hatred between the imperial family of the Divine Prefecture and the Medicine King Island. Your intentions are worthy of death. The more Yin Shui spoke, the angrier she became. She wished she could stab Anai Hanji to death on the spot. However, Anai Hanji hid behind Wei Su and was unwilling to come out. With a trembling voice, she cried out, "Senior Sister Yin Shui, I didn't frame you, nor did I frame the Crown Princess. On the contrary, it was you, the Crown Princess, who relied on your superior power to frame me based on this blurry video. I naturally won't admit it." And Mo Yin sneered. "Why are you still talking nonsense with her? Deal with her. What are you doing?" Yin Shui was like a mad lion, glaring at His Highness the Crown Prince and gripping the hilt of her sword tightly. Chapter 42:20. My Medicine King Island's inferior disciple will naturally be dealt with by my Medicine King Island. No one else needs to interfere. The Crown Prince couldn't help but laugh coldly as he retorted, "I see that you guys are indecisive and don't know how to deal with it. I'll just deal with it on your behalf." "Do it." "Yes." Several black shadows darted out from all directions and grabbed Anai Hanji's arms. In a flash, Anai Hanji was dragged out from behind Wei Su as if she was a chick. Anai Hanji kicked and tried to resist, but her arms were twisted and broken by the purple forest guards and thrown in front of the Crown Prince and Crown Princess. With a loud bang, Anai Hanji fell to the ground like a dead dog and desperately shook her legs that were still intact. "What are you doing? Senior Brother Wei Su, Senior Brother Wei Su, are you just going to watch a few outsiders abuse your junior sister of Medicine King Island?" Yin Shui said with a sullen face. "No matter how incompetent our Medicine King Island is, we don't need others to deal with a slut." Arbor's cold gaze swept over the girl. This green-robed girl had a long face and high cheekbones. From her appearance and tone of voice, one could tell that she was a proud and arrogant person. And in Medicine King Island, she was probably someone with an extremely high status. Wei Su looked at Anai Hanji, who was lying on the ground and twisting her body, and suddenly cupped his hands in Arbor's direction. "Crown Princess, my Medicine King Island was rash in this matter. Senior Brother Wei Su?" Anai Hanji was shocked and shouted, unwilling to give up, "You actually believe outsiders and not me? Slut, shut up." Yin Shui reprimanded angrily. "Do you think that everyone else is a fool? Don't tell me that no one has eyes to see such an obvious image. You said that the Crown Princess of China slandered you and made a fake image. Then why does it look so real? Could it be that she can even simulate the clothes you wore that day and the furnishings in the room?" When everyone heard her words, they couldn't help but understand. That was indeed the case. The furnishings in the image just now were obviously real. Moreover, the clothes on their bodies and various other details were also rather realistic. It clearly didn't seem to be fabricated with talismans. Thinking of the words time reversal that the Crown Princess had mentioned before, the people of Medicine King Island, although they did not know what it was, all of them secretly remembered it and planned to check the ancient books later to see if there was any record of it. Wei Su took out a jade box and presented it to the young Crown Princess with both hands. "This is a small token of my apology." Arbor glanced at him and took it without saying anything. She liked people who were straightforward and could admit their mistakes. That was a good character. What he hated the most was the kind of person who couldn't help but put up a last-ditch struggle even when the truth had already been exposed. Anai Hanji was one such example. She didn't open the box in front of everyone and directly put the jade box in her inner world. Then, she turned around and glanced at Anai Hanji. Wei Su continued, "Crown Princess, this one has a presumptuous request. Please use a dictum talisman on her. I want to know what Sir Hewen was arguing about with her before he died." Arbor had the same intention. Previously, it was Wei Su and the others who stopped her from using it. Now, it was their own people from Medicine King Island who requested to use the dictum talisman. That was great. However, Anai Hanji trembled all over and screamed. She glared at Wei Su and said sharply, "Senior Brother Wei Su, is this how you protect your junior sister?" Wei Su looked at Anai Hanji coldly. You only have yourself to blame for deceiving your master and destroying your ancestors. Now, I just want to know the truth. Chapter 42:21. Seeing your brother Wei Su. And Hanji gritted her teeth and hatefully said, "Even you were deceived by this woman?" Wei Su directly turned his face to the side, not wanting to say another word to her. Wei Su had nothing to say to this kind of person who had been caught red-handed, but was still trying to argue his way out of it. A purple forest guard pulled her up on her knees, and Arbor flicked a dictum talisman toward her, its talisman energy instantly tunneling into her glabella. The jade talisman returned to the young crown princess's hand, and Hanji, who was kneeling on the ground with downcast eyes, was already under the dictum talisman's control. Wei Su coldly asked, Hanji, why did you kill your master? Hanji abruptly looked up, her face contorted, and she abruptly said, "He asked for it. He only knows how to say that I'm wrong all day long. I'm his true disciple." Hanji angrily roared. "He always nags me about my willfulness and recklessness, saying that I should restrain my temper. Why should I restrain myself for someone else? What does that crown princess have to be so smug about?" Hanji's face contorted. She boasted that she could refine the resurrection pill, but in the end, she couldn't even save her own master. Moreover, if it weren't for my master telling her the resurrection pill's prescription, I think she would have been completely helpless. What's so great about her? She says she's invincible, but it's extremely difficult to do it. Since she's always so arrogant, I'll add a few strokes to the original Bodhi Revival Herb's medicinal diagram so that she'll never be able to find the real Bodhi Revival Herb in this lifetime. She won't be able to save her master. The young crown princess's gaze instantly dropped below freezing. Those two pitch-black pools seemed to be filled with poison, so dark that one couldn't see the end of them. The resurrection pill's leaves are needle-shaped and will never bloom nor bear fruit. She originally thought that His Excellency Hewen's medicinal knowledge was poor and incorrectly drew the resurrection pill, but it turned out that this damn woman tampered with it. If she didn't know the truth, if she didn't have Planet Forest and obtained the revival Bodhi grass long ago, wouldn't she really be like this wretched woman said? Wouldn't she be unable to obtain the real revival Bodhi grass and save Morong Sun in this lifetime? Morong Sun was already so pitiful. She was already dead, so why did she have to feel sorry for her? Why couldn't he come straight to her? Why did she want to implicate her master? The little crown princess felt suffocated and uncomfortable. She pulled out the vine whip from her sleeve with a sullen face. The barbed vine whip landed on Hanji's face. Ugly face, even more vicious heart. However, Hanji acted as if she didn't feel anything and continued to talk nonstop. Whose master is he? Who is her heart leaning towards? When he found out about the revival Bodhi grass, he actually turned around and left, saying that he was going to ask for forgiveness from the crown princess. He also said that he would take my cultivation and expel me from Medicine King Island, and that he would never recognize me as his disciple again. Hanji's face turned cold and vicious as she spoke. Do I, Hanji, still want to live? Do I want to live well? If I'm expelled from Medicine King Island by him, what future do I have? What future do I have to talk about? What did I do wrong? I'm only struggling for my life to survive. If I don't kill him, he'll cripple my cultivation and expel me from Medicine King Island. How can I, Hanji, live a lowly life like a normal person? That kind of lowly person whose life is worthless isn't even worthy to carry my shoes. Everyone was stupefied as they watched her hooting while kneeling there with a bloody face. Chapter 42:22. The current Hanji had a bloody whip mark on her face. It was not pretty at all. The onlookers truly felt that the young crown princess was right. Her face was ugly, but her heart was even uglier. Wei Su turned around and bowed to the young crown prince consort. "Apologies, Your Highness the Crown Prince and Crown Prince Consort. It was our first impression that caused you trouble. My Medicine King Island was in the wrong first. I, Wei Su, am willing to accept the punishment of 3 lashes." After speaking, he looked at Yin Shui, who was standing stiffly at the side. "Young Island Lord, B." Wei Su removed his outer robe and said coldly with his back facing the crowd. Yin Shui bit her lips and removed the whip from her waist. Her hands were as fast as lightning, and she lashed out 3 times with great accuracy. 3 bright bloody scars appeared on Wei Su's back. Arbor's eyes moved slightly. Seeing him so straightforward, he did not say anything. Yin Shui went forward to pass him the medicine, but Wei Su only put on his outer robe calmly. He turned to Prince Imo and cupped his hands. "Your Highness, Crown Princess, and I Hanji has committed a grave mistake. I will personally escort her back to Medicine King Island to receive the most destructive heavenly punishment." "Oh, you want to take her away?" Imo Lien glanced at the other party noncommittally. The heavenly punishment of Medicine King Island was to cripple a person's cultivation, cut off their legs, and make them into a medicine man like a stick. Imo Lien had heard of this punishment before. It was famous for being as cruel as being branded by a cannon. And I Hanji had already regained her senses. Hearing Wei Su's words, she was so frightened that she trembled continuously. The heavenly punishment of Medicine King Island was so horrifying. How did she go through it? "Wei Su, you dare to do this to me? Have you forgotten how much my master has contributed to Medicine King Island all these years? It's precisely because Sir one is a highly respected person on the island of the Medicine King, yet he was killed by a treacherous villain like you," Wei Su said coldly. "Shouldn't a vicious woman like you be sentenced to death? Cripple her cultivation before taking her away," Wei Su said coldly with a decisive expression. Yin Shui had long disliked her. If it wasn't for this woman making a mistake and picking Medicine King Island to cause trouble in the Imperial Palace, how could Senior Marshal Brother be put on the spot and receive 3 lashes as punishment in order to make up for his mistake? Medicine King Island had countless ways to destroy a person's cultivation. Yin Shui took out a bottle of medicine from her inner world and directly poured it into Anai Hanji's mouth. Anai Hanji struggled with all her might, whimpering and whimpering. It was nothing more than her noble status, that she was already a heaven-grade alchemist, and so on. Yin Shui hated her for being ruthless. How could she show mercy to her? In just a moment, he poured the entire bottle of medicine into Anai Hanji's mouth before turning around to look at Wei Su. Wei Su turned to face the Crown Prince and the young Crown Princess and said in a low voice, "I will be taking Anai Hanji away. Please do not stop me. Don't worry, Medicine King Island will definitely not tolerate such a treacherous person who killed her master." Arbor looked deeply at this Master Wei and nodded with an indifferent expression. Since it is a family matter of Medicine King Island, it is naturally inconvenient for us to interfere. Master Wei can do as he pleases. Wei Su nodded and bowed to the young Crown Princess. "Many thanks." Then he had someone drag Anai Hanji away like a dead dog and led the disciples of Medicine King Island away quickly. Imo Lien's gaze landed on his stiff back. "An interesting person. Your Highness, the Dragon Clan's envoy has entered the city." Chapter 42-23. Arbor couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. Her meaning was clear. The Dragon Clan had probably already left before the message was sent, right? That was why they could come so quickly. "Who are you?" Xiaomu was a bit curious. The merfolk she had seen before were at most side branches like Granny Long or ordinary merfolk commoners. She had never seen a proper member of the Dragon Clan. The purple forest guard who came to report bowed. Reporting to the Crown Princess, the visitor is said to be the Dragon Clan's young master, Long Qian. Master Jojo was surprised. Oh, the Dragon Clan had spent a fortune to invite her? It seemed that they were very curious about her. "Go and invite my big brother here." "Yes." The purple forest guard obeyed and left. Arbor looked up at her husband, who was deep in thought. "You think it's strange too, don't you? He's suddenly so attentive to me, as if I'm so important." As the little fellow spoke, she couldn't help but snicker. He clearly didn't care about her at all before and had left her to fend for herself for a long time. Now that he was suddenly so attentive, she was really not used to it. It made her hair stand on end. Imo Lien frowned unhappily. He reached out and pulled her into his arms, rubbing her little face. "You're not allowed to talk about yourself in such a nonchalant tone. You're very important, very important. You're my Jojo." The most important Jojo. Mo Yin lowered his head and bit her lips as a punishment. The little fellow twisted her little head and squirmed in his arms. Let my big brother receive that person. I don't want to see them today. Okay. Mo Yin nodded and smiled. Then we'll follow our original plan and go to Half Moon Cliff to soak in a hot spring. Why don't we stay there tonight? Come back after dinner tomorrow? Mo Yin said with a smile. The mushrooms on Half Moon Cliff taste pretty good. Arbor's eyes lit up. Sure. After the two of them finished their discussion, they held hands and ran to Half Moon Cliff to enjoy the scenery. They sent a message to the miserable Mu Xingqian, asking him to go and receive Long Huan. Being abandoned by the irresponsible couple, Big Brother felt rather helpless, but he could only bear the burden without complaint. The place where Long Huan stayed was the largest guest house in the capital city. By the time Mu Xingqian received the message and rushed over, he was already a step too late. When they arrived at the entrance, they were informed that the Dragon Clan's people had been arranged to check in an hour ago. Mu Xingqian was led by the person in charge of the guest house through corridors and bridges, all the way to the Chui Hua Garden where the Dragon Clan lived. The person in charge laughed bitterly and said, "There are more than 30 people in this group." There was a girl with a fiery temper. Just now outside the guest house, there was a guard who took a few more glances at that person before he raised his whip and whipped him. His strength is not ordinary. That person seemed to have thought of the little girl's ferocity when she slapped him. He couldn't help but shudder and shake his head. This official won't accompany young Master Mu in. Mu Xingqian nodded and walked into Chui Hua Garden. Who are you? Just as he reached the entrance, he was stopped by two vigilant men in long, diagonal robes. I'm Mu Xingqian. Mu Xingqian reported his name in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. The gatekeeper naturally knew the purpose of this trip, since he could follow his master, Long Huan, to the sovereign capital. He naturally knew what kind of people Arbor and Mu Xingqian were. Chapter 42-24. One of them cupped his fists politely at Mu Xingqian. Please wait for a moment. Then, he hurriedly went in to report. Mu Xingqian didn't mind and waited outside the door. His expression was calm, and he didn't feel awkward about being left outside. Not long after, he heard footsteps. Mu Xingqian raised his head to look. With a glance, he saw a graceful young lady wearing a rainbow-colored cloak. She was surrounded by a few people as she walked over. The girl walked to the entrance of Chui Hua Garden and sized Mu Xingqian up. Her expression revealed faint displeasure. Why are you alone? Mu Xingqian raised his eyebrows and thought to himself, am I being despised? Seeing that he didn't say anything, the girl was clearly unhappy. Why didn't Aunt's daughter come to welcome you? Mu Xingqian lost interest in conversing with her when he saw that she was rather rude. His handsome face darkened as he said indifferently, the crown princess isn't in the capital today. The girl frowned as if she was trying her best to suppress her rising anger. Then why are you here? Mu Xingqian cupped his fists with an indifferent expression. This one was rude. I didn't know that the Dragon Clan's threshold was so high. Farewell. The girl's eyes flashed with anger, and her left hand subconsciously reached for the golden whip hanging at her waist. Suddenly, a mellow and deep voice sounded from behind. Shangyun, don't mess around. Long Shangyun awkwardly curled her fingers and slowly lowered her hand, glaring fiercely at Mu Xingqian. When she turned around, her arrogant and despotic expression from before was suddenly swept away. She flew to the person's side and leaned over like a little bird, calling out sweetly, Big Brother. Mu Xingqian felt his hair stand on end. The person who came was a tall and handsome young man. He wore a slanted, golden robe, which was slightly different from the people of the three provinces. His long hair was held in place with a purple wooden hairpin, and the remaining part of his hair hung down to his waist. He looked gentle and easy to get along with, but the aura of a superior couldn't be concealed. This one is Long Huan. The man in front of him followed the etiquette of the three provinces and cupped his fists at Mu Xingqian. He smiled and said, My sister was rude just now. Mu Xingqian nodded indifferently and reported his name again. Mu Xingqian. Because Long Shangyun gave him a very bad impression, Mu Xingqian was too lazy to be nice to her. He simply said, The Crown Princess and His Highness the Crown Prince left the city today and will only return tomorrow. Please wait in the hotel. Long Qi was stunned for a moment before nodding with a smile. All right, big brother. Long Shangyun stomped her feet in dissatisfaction as a faint trace of anger flashed in her eyes. We don't have much time, Sister Shui Yuan. Shi Longhuan glanced at her. Long Shangyun pouted and shut her mouth unhappily. Mu Xingchen cupped his hands. I've delivered the message. Goodbye. Cousin, please wait. Long Qi hurriedly called out to Mu Xingchen. Mu Xingchen looked back indifferently and non-committally glanced at Long Huan. Is there anything else, young Master Long? Long Huan saw his cold expression and knew that Mu Xingchen must have developed a bad impression of Long Shangyun. He hurriedly smoothed things over. Cousin is older than me by 2 years. There's no need to be so distant. Call me young master. Just call me Ao Huan. I don't dare. Mu Xingchen coldly rejected. The Long family's threshold is too high. Xingchen can't afford it. A trace of awkwardness appeared on Long Huan's face. Chapter 42:25. On the other hand, Long Shangyun stomped her feet in anger and scolded. You're so untactful. You're really shameless. Long Huan turned around and glared at Long Shangyun. Shut up. Long Shangyun pursed her lips and stomped her feet. She huffed and shouted, Brother, why are you purposely trying to curry favor with this person? With her brother's status, why did he have to compromise so much? In their sea of forgetfulness, in such a large sea area, who would dare to disobey Big Brother's orders? This Mu Xingchen was merely a youth from a talisman aristocratic family. He was just slightly more talented than the average person, but in their sea of forgetfulness, he was nothing. The tiny China was not even 1/3 the size of forgetfulness. A young master from a small aristocratic family in China actually dared to be so unsmiling and sarcastic to the noble prince and princess of the Long royal family. He was simply audacious. Mu Xingchen really did not know that the family his mother had risked her life to protect back then was actually this kind of family. Why? No wonder his sister was resentful and did not want to see them at all. So this maternal family was really such a weird breed? If the entire Long family was like this, Mu Xingchen felt that Jojo was right not to see them. If the person standing here today was Jojo, with Jojo's personality, this girl would probably be slapped. If you don't know how to speak properly, don't say it. This is China, not your forgetfulness. Who are you acting all high and mighty for? In any case, Mu Xingchen would not fall for it. With Long Shangyun's ruckus, the atmosphere became even more awkward. Long Huan felt a little apologetic. It was his first time meeting his aunt, Long Qiyun's son, and he actually made such a fuss. This was really a little inexcusable. However, he also understood Shangyun's temper. She had a child's temperament, and her temper came and went quickly. If Mu Xingchen was willing to go along with this little girl and say a few words, everything would probably be fine. However, looking at his cousin's expression, it was obvious that he already detested the siblings. When he thought about how he had already offended his cousin before even meeting the main character of this trip, Long Huan felt a slight headache. Cousin, Shangyun is only 16 years old. She is young and inexperienced. If she has offended you in any way, please forgive her. Mu Xingchen glanced at him with a faint smile and said indifferently, I wouldn't dare. Then, he cupped his hands towards Long Qing and said, I won't disturb your rest. I'll take my leave first. Just as he turned around, he heard a delicate reprimand. How dare you? The shadow of the whip swung against the wind. Mu Xingchen stretched out his hand and grabbed the end of the whip, making it taut. Although this sneak attack failed, Mu Xingchen's palm was cut by some of the hidden barbs at the tip of the whip. Long Yin was shocked. Xiang Yun, stop it now. Mu Xingchen's eyes instantly turned extremely cold. He stared at Long Shangyun so coldly that the latter couldn't help but tremble slightly. Long Huan leaped forward and patted Long Shangyun's shoulder. Still not retracting her hand? However, how could Long Shangyun be willing to withdraw her hand? This whip of hers was made from the tendons of a 500-year-old suspending sea serpent. It was indestructible and unbreakable. It was a rare 15th grade spirit artifact. Naturally, she wouldn't easily let go of it and throw it into the hands of others. However, in the next second, Long Shangyun discovered that her golden whip had turned into pieces under the other party's palm. Mu Xingqian mercilessly threw the fragments of the whip in his hand onto the ground. Chapter 42-26. The next day, Lady Qiao Qiao came over and played at Half Moon Cliff's splendid mountain villa for a day. She ate well and lived very comfortably, and only returned to the city with her husband in the evening. After receiving the news, the couple immediately returned to the Mu residence to visit Mu Xingqian. Mu Xingqian didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he saw his sister's tense expression. "I'm really fine. It was just a minor injury yesterday. I've already taken medicine. Look, can't you see the wound at all?" Mu Xingqian raised his left hand and flipped it in front of the little girl to let her take a look. Jojo still doesn't know the effects of the medicine she made. The little girl's expression darkened. Young Master Mu's heart pounded as he watched. He felt that his sister's little face was acting out a drama that foreshadowed a storm. Aoyi. Aoyi is here. The little girl blinked and looked at a certain someone who suddenly stuck his head out of the window. She said expressionlessly, "Take some men to the guest house and chase the Dragon Clan people out of the city. Tell them to scram. Scram back to where they came from. This crown princess doesn't want to see anyone." Mu Xingqian was dumbfounded. Aoyi was also dumbfounded. He subconsciously glanced at his master. The crown prince glanced at him. Aoyi immediately quivered and nodded. "Yes, I'll do it right away." What a joke. How could anyone who offended their crown princess end up well? With the young crown prince consort's personality, she would still chase them away regardless of whether or not they were from her maternal family. Mu Xingqian quickly advised, "Jojo, Big Brother didn't suffer any grievances. It's just a small matter." Arbor shook his head and looked at his husband. Mo Lien patted his head and said in a low voice, "Big Brother, these people seem to be here for Jojo. They detained the state preceptor and wanted Jojo to meet them. Now that they've personally invited him, they want Jojo to go to the sea again and again. Isn't that strange?" Mu Xingqian was taken aback. He thought about it again and nodded hesitantly. "Could it be that they have something to ask of Jojo?" Mo Lien nodded. "That's right. I haven't seen them take you and your sister seriously for the past 10 years. When the Dragon Clan members saw you this time, they immediately asked about Jojo. Isn't that obvious enough?" Mu Xingqian's expression darkened. Could they be plotting something? Damn it. Back then, wasn't it enough for them to make their mother leave her hometown and marry her to the imperial capital? Now, he even wanted to scheme against his own sister? Why? "I don't know what they're after yet," Mo Lien said calmly. "But the Dragon Clan's attitude is indeed very strange. Anyway, Jojo had been suspicious of them from the start. In this world, there is no such thing as gratuitous flattery. They must have thought that Jojo had something to gain from him." Mu Xingqian was so angry that he slammed the table. "These people from the Dragon Clan have gone too far." Arbor raised her hand nonchalantly and said calmly, "That's how the human heart is." They hadn't seen each other for so many years. How much affection could they have for each other? Arbor didn't believe it. People could only develop feelings for each other after interacting with each other. This saying was true. Nephew and niece. They hadn't seen each other for more than 10 years. Now, they were suddenly trying to please her because of blood ties? Haha. Did they think she was a naive teenager? Chapter 42-27. Mu Xingqian looked at his sister's cold eyes and felt a little uncomfortable. He knew that if Jojo had not been through so much, she might have been a soft and innocent little girl right now. Perhaps he would end up like Long Shangyun, being spoiled by his family to the point of being whipped if things didn't go his way. He did not know if such an experience was good or bad for Jojo. It was just that, in his bitterness, he felt that it was not easy to have such a sister. Mu Xingqian raised his hand and patted his sister's fluffy little head. He said in a low voice, "If you don't want to see him, then don't. I will support you unconditionally." Arbor's eyes flickered. She rubbed her little head and said softly, "I won't cause trouble for you, Big Brother." Mu Xingqian could not help but laugh. Big Brother is not afraid of trouble. Mo Lien smiled faintly. He looked at his wifey before looking at the man sitting on the side who was smiling brightly like the moon in the clear sky. He did not know if it was an illusion, but he felt that his brother-in-law was becoming more and more pleasing to the eye. On the other hand, in the guest house, it was a real mess. Aoyu was a man of action. After receiving the crown prince's order, he immediately brought a group of friends from the night pavilion to do something. In order to successfully drive the people out, Aoyu specially found a few dark court guards who were above the godly state to help. As expected, he had predicted correctly. The moment he relayed the young crown prince consort's intentions, the members of the Long clan actually exploded. Damn, why didn't you get angry when you hit the crown princess brother without any hesitation? Why didn't you say that you were from the crown princess family? Don't worry about them. If they don't obey, tie them up and throw them out of the city. Aoyu waved his hand and gave the order to the row of youths behind him. Drive the dragon clan out of the city. Yes, the two sides were about to fight. The people from the dragon clan naturally did not want to be thrown out in such a humiliating way. They had a fight, but Aoyu was a jerk. He knew that the situation was a little dangerous. In order to ensure that the mission was completed, he brought more than 1,000 purple forest guards to help. A dozen of them could beat a dragon clan guard to the point of vomiting blood. Now, there were more than 10 of them surrounding one person. The dragon clan was in a tragic state. By the time Long Huan realized that the situation was not right, the entire guest house was already in a mess. Long Qing had no choice but to fly up into the air and say coldly, "Everyone, please stop. Everyone, I have a keepsake from Aunt Chuyin here. Aunt Chuyin once said that year, as long as you have the token, you can ask her descendants to do something for you." Stay Up Late waved his hand. Fight! Everyone pretended not to see anything and fought even more fiercely. The few people in charge of the hotel twitched their mouths and squatted in the corner with their hands on their heads. How would they dare to stop the fight? Long Huan immediately became angry. Aunt Chuyin has passed away for many years. Don't tell me you still want to ruin her reputation? Stay Up Late gritted his teeth in anger. This kid is really something. She actually held a token and wanted to threaten their crown prince consort into submission. It was not that he wanted to criticize this brat, but with the crown princess's personality, seeing how arrogant he was, it was very likely that she would directly kill him and take away the token. Fight! Stay Up Late raised his hand and said angrily. He had followed the little crown princess for so many years. How could he not know what kind of person the little crown princess was? Chapter 42:28. She hated people who were coerced the most. The little crown princess would not blame them even if they killed the entire dragon clan today. Long Huan was anxious when he saw that Aoyu and the others were stubborn. He saw that a few dragon clan members were injured, and even more were tied up. His sister, Long Shangyun, had also suffered a few times. Her arm had almost been injured. Long Huan's expression darkened. He quickly grabbed the jade pendant and squeezed it lightly. A figure suddenly floated into the air. "Child, is this my child?" The woman in the silhouette had clear and gentle features. Her almond-shaped eyes seemed to scan the surroundings with great vigor. Aoyu hurriedly called for everyone to stop. He looked at Long Huan in shock. Long Huan immediately recalled the woman in the figure. He sighed in relief and said with a cold expression, "Go invite your master. If she wants to see Anne again, tell her to come see me personally." Aoyu glared at Long Huan coldly. Then he turned and left without a word. "You will regret this." "Long Huan, brother," Long Shangyun cried as she threw herself into Long Huan's arms. She touched the non-existent wound on the back of her hand and pouted. "Brother, these people are too unreasonable. We shouldn't have come to find her. We should have told her to come to the river of forgetfulness. Would she dare not come? The miniature of her mother's life lantern before she died is in our hands." "Shut up." Long Qian glared at his sister angrily and pushed her away in annoyance. "Shangyun, when will you be more sensible? Can you not cause trouble for the family all the time? This matter could have not developed like this. If Xiang Yun had not attacked Mu Xingchen unexpectedly and angered the young crown prince consort, she would have been dead already. Why would the little crown princess send people to chase them away? Why would he do such a lowly thing and use the miniature of his aunt's life lantern to threaten the little crown princess? One wrong step would lead to many more mistakes. Didn't he know that his actions would make the little crown princess hate him even more? Although he had never met this little crown princess before, the dragon family had known about the siblings' movements for a long time. They knew Mu Xingqian and Arbor's personalities like the back of their hand. The young crown prince consort wasn't someone who was willing to suffer a loss from beginning to end. Just by looking at her actions today, one could tell what kind of person she was trouble. Long Shangyun, however, didn't know that she had caused trouble. She widened her teary eyes and looked at Long Yin with grievance. Big brother, you actually pushed me? You're scolding me for an outsider. Surround this place. No matter if it's a human or a bird, I'll make it impossible for them to escape. A cold voice came from afar. Fast, it came too fast. Two silhouettes descended from the back of the blue bird as it flapped its wings. Long Shangyun's astonished gaze landed on the white-clothed young man. Before she could recover from her shock, she saw an emerald-green vine sweeping towards her arm. Have mercy! Long Huan cried out in alarm. However, the vine whip still landed heavily on Long Shangyun's arm. Before she could finish her scream, she suddenly felt her body become light as a vine whip coiled around her neck and pulled her over. Long Huan's pupils contracted. He saw a beautiful woman dressed in blood-red clothes standing beside a man in snow-white clothes. 5 fingers as white as jade were strangling his sister, Long Shangyun's neck. The miniature of the life lantern in exchange for your sister's dog life. Exchange? You're not exchanging? Chapter 42:29. Long Shangyun could only turn her head slightly to look at Arbor with her neck being choked. After a while, she gritted her teeth and said, You actually shut up. Qiao Mu bluntly raised her hand and heavily smacked the top of her head. If you spout another word of nonsense, I'll cut off your tongue. Truly, only Qiao Mu could reign in Long Shangyun, this kind of domineering character. After being yelled at like this by Sir Jojo, Miss Long was instantly terrified. Although he wished he could take a bite out of it and drink it, his life was still in the hands of others. He finally recognized the reality and obediently shut his mouth that was full of nonsense. Arbor looked in Long Huan's direction and said impatiently, How about it? Do you still need to consider? If she had only disliked the Long family before, then now, it could be said that Arbor had no good feelings towards him at all. When she heard Ao Ye's report that Long Huan had used her mother's soul miniature to threaten her, Arbor felt anger rush to her head. If it wasn't for her remaining rationality telling her that the 2 people in front of her were very likely her cousins, perhaps the moment they met, she would have reached out with her sharp claws to tear apart this talkative woman in front of her. These despicable fellows did not dare to attack her in the open. Instead, they schemed in the dark time and again. They were cold and vicious. If they had any respect for Long Chiyun in their hearts, they wouldn't have used her life lantern miniature to threaten her today. When she thought of this, Arbor's remaining so-called bloodline was completely burned away by the anger in her heart. She tightened her grip on Long Shangyun's neck. Even from a certain distance away, Long she could hear the soft cracking of his sister's neck bone, which made his heart jump. No. Long Huan hurriedly reached out a hand and tried to steady her breathing and emotions. She shouted, Cousin, please stop. My patience is very limited. Qiao Mu's beautiful, bone-chilling eyes emitted a chilly glint. Throw the life lantern miniature over. Don't play any tricks on me. Otherwise, I'll strangle your sister to death right now, extract her soul, and make her into a mechanical puppet. I'll make her guard my mother's memorial tablet for all eternity and kowtow in apology. Long she felt a chill in his heart. Long Shangyun broke out in a cold sweat as a rare trace of fear appeared in her eyes. Long Huan cupped his fist towards Arbor and bowed. Cousin, we don't mean any harm. Just now, it was only because I wanted to see you that I made such a decision in a moment of desperation. I wasn't being disrespectful to Aunt. Shut up, Qiao Mu bellowed. Who wants to listen to your nonsense? Do you think you have the right to bargain with me now? What a joke. Long Shangyun's mouth was slightly agape in shock. She felt as if the 5 iron-like fingers of the small hand around her neck were deeply embedded into her flesh. Mo Yin saw that his wife had lost control of her emotions and was both anxious and angry. He stared at Long Huan with a gaze so cold that it was as if snow was about to seep out. Kill dash. He only spat out 2 words. A panicked scream interrupted him. No, 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 no. I'll give you the token. Long Huan didn't dare to say anything else. He hurriedly reached out and threw the token that looked like a round jade pendant towards Arbor. Mo Lien raised his hand and caught the jade pendant. His cold eyes glanced towards Long Huan. The latter only felt that the cold light was sharp and threatening. Chapter 42:30. The words that came out of her mouth were a very sincere request. Cousin, can you let Shangyun go first? Arbor looked down at the woman who was on the verge of death from his strangling, and a cold glint flashed across his eyes. This ignorant woman only has herself to blame. Arbor lifted his leg and kicked her, but causing Long Shangyun to roll down from the roof. Crackle, 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 crackle. A string of bricks and tiles flew up, and dust flew everywhere. On the other side, Long Huan's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He probably did not expect the young crown prince consort to kick his sister, Long Shangyun, at the last moment. Long Shangyun had probably never been so unlucky in her life. After being kicked down from the roof by Arbor, Long Shangyun fell heavily on the ground and felt that she had lost all her face in front of others. A searing pain came from his neck. Long Shangyun was on the verge of exploding. She wanted to jump out immediately and tear apart the woman who dared to treat her like this. But the strange thing was that no matter how hard she struggled on the ground, she could not break free from the ground. Long Huan floated to the ground and quickly walked to Long Shangyun and bent down to help her up. Long Shangyun only felt dizzy, and she couldn't muster up any strength in her body. Long Huan quickly realized that something was wrong with Long Shangyun and quickly helped her up. He asked in a low voice, Shangyun, how do you feel? I can't stand, Long Shangyun said through gritted teeth. Her angry eyes wanted to glare in Arbor's direction. Unfortunately, Xiao Mu was currently standing on the eaves with Crown Prince Mo, looking down at them from above. Long Shangyun was weak and could not even lift her head. Naturally, she could not glare at them. Arbor looked coldly at the siblings and held the round jade pendant with a miniature of his mother's life lantern. What is the purpose of this trip? Hearing her cold voice, Long Huan could not help but feel nervous for a moment. Long Huan took a deep breath and tried to speak in a gentle tone. Cousin, you have misunderstood us. It's fine if you don't want to talk. See him out. Long Huan's eyes widened slightly. His expression was as if his mouth had been stuffed with a duck egg, filled with curiosity and confusion. He felt that his cousin's thoughts were too jumpy. He could hardly understand her speech patterns. This cousin of his seemed to dislike the two of them, which could be seen from her cold eyes. Wait, stay up late, and the others were about to chase them away again. Long Huan couldn't help but take a deep breath. Cousin, can we talk calmly? Arbor sneered. Talk. What do you have to negotiate with me? The miniature of my mother's life lantern? What would you have done if I hadn't come to see you? Crush it? Long Huan's expression changed slightly. He quickly shook his head and said, No, no way. The little girl's cold gaze fell on his face, her eyes revealing only 3 words. I don't believe you. Long Huan felt like he had shot himself in the foot. He had been too rash just now. Now that the knot had been planted, it would be difficult to untie it. Cousin, can you listen to me for a moment? Long Huan asked Xiao Mu sincerely as he supported Long Shangyun. Purpose? Arbor asked relentlessly. I really don't have a purpose. Under her intense gaze, Long Huan took a deep breath. Chapter 42:31. Arbor stared at him coldly, clearly not listening to a single word he said. Send them away. There is no need to meet them in the future. Arbor turned to look at Mo Lien. The latter nodded and took her hand. Cousin. Arbor looked at Long Hua coldly. I'm not close to you. Long Yi's heart turned cold. He knew that this time, he had seriously offended this unpredictable cousin of his. Grandmother's time is almost up. I hope to see you and your cousin one last time. Mu Xingchen, who had been standing behind Arbor without making a sound, blinked. Why didn't you say anything before? Long Yin took a deep breath. I plan to go with my cousin and cousin, seeing the little crown princess's cold gaze. Long Hua changed his words with difficulty. And the crown princess. Let's sit down as a family and talk about this. I didn't think that things would turn out like this. Crown princess, please forgive her. Long Hua bowed. It was my sister's fault for being rude. The crown princess has already taught her a lesson. Can you remove the drug in her body first? Even now, Long Shangyun couldn't move or stand up. If Long Huan still didn't realize that the young crown prince consort had done something in secret, then he really was a fool. Arbor looked at him expressionlessly. After a while, he said, "Do you think that everyone in the world is a fool except for you?" Long Hua's heart tightened. Why does the crown princess say that? I have not seen you for more than 10 years. You can threaten me with the miniature of my mother's life lantern. Are you worthy of my trust? My elder brother and I have been around for so many years, but you have never thought of us. I really think it's funny. With your intelligence, can you only think of such a lousy excuse? Is it really so important that my elder brother and I can let the dying old lady see her one last time? Arbor suddenly laughed loudly, his laughter filled with endless coldness. Long Chuyun, do you still remember what she looks like? You don't even remember Long Chuyun. So why are you looking at me with such a hypocritical expression and saying that you missed me? Jojo, Mu Xingchen looked at his sister sadly. Mo Lien suppressed her anger and held Arbor's small hand to comfort him. You're disgusting, Arbor said coldly. Her eyes were as bright as diamonds, as if they could clearly illuminate the darkest and ugliest side of a person's heart. Long Qian was speechless. Thinking of the true purpose of this trip, he could only remain silent. Crown Princess, I know you have a grudge against the Dragon Clan. Don't think too highly of yourself. Arbor's voice interrupted him. The Dragon Clan is just a stranger to me. I don't have any resentment or anger towards you. Long Qian stilled. Arbor said coldly, do you suddenly go crazy and get angry at strangers when you're walking on the streets? Strangers? Strangers. A trace of anger rose in Long Qian's heart. From beginning to end, the girl had tried her best to distance herself from the Dragon Clan. While he felt helpless, he was also slightly angry. He had already humbly pleaded for leniency, but the other party's stubborn look really made him feel helpless. You're too wary of us. Long Qian could only say this dryly. Xiao Mu responded with an indifferent glance before turning around to leave with Mo Lien in tow. Chapter 42-32. A cough, 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 cough. Long Shangyun heaved a sigh of relief. Only then did she realize that she could move. Anger flashed in her eyes as she said indignantly, Brother, she shut up. Impatience flashed across Long Qian's eyes. Seeing that Ao Yi and the others were about to chase them away again, Long Qian raised his hand and took out a letter. There's another important matter on this trip. It's about the plan to fight against Tian Yin together. We need to meet His Majesty to discuss it. Aoya's section Breakamo Yin raised his hand to wipe Jojo's wet hair. He sat beside her and said in a low voice, They'll meet Father tomorrow. Arbor held a round jade pinned in her hand and kept turning it over and over. She looked a little tired. Don't think too much. Emolian hugged her and stroked her dry hair. He rubbed her little face. Father will definitely summon us tomorrow. We'll talk about it then. Arbor's lips curled into a cold smile. Jojo. Emolian held her little face and looked at her seriously. Don't be angry because of others. It's not worth it. Don't care what their motives are. We'll deal with whatever comes our way. There's always a way. Okay. Arbor looked at him listlessly. Annoying. Emolian couldn't help but laugh. He carried her to the bed. No. He pushed her down and smiled. I'll always have my husband. Arbor's dark eyes looked at him and then at him. She suddenly pulled the cup over her head. Sleep. The next day, Arbor only opened her eyes when the sun was high in the sky. She sat up and looked expressionlessly at the man who was sitting by the bed and looking at her with a smile. Morning, Jojo. How was it early? Wasn't it almost noon? Emolian picked her up and pinched her weak little arm. Jojo, are you tired? Xiaomu grumpily cast him a sidelong glance, but when she saw the latter's small, sparkling phoenix eyes, she huffed in a huff. Let's get something to eat before we go. Where to? Father is entertaining the Wang Chuan Dragon Clan in the Imperial Garden and has invited us over. Oh, King Zheng and his wife are also here. Mo Lien was diligently wiping his wife's face. When Arbor heard this, he quickly grabbed his hand. What are they doing here? Mother's body has almost recovered. Logically speaking, it's time to meet the two of them. Previously, the great emperor had used the excuse that the empress needed to recuperate to reject King Zheng's 2 requests for an audience. It seemed that this had caused King Zheng to feel anxious. Arbor shook his head. I don't want to live a good life. Who knew what was going on in his head all day long? Mother's personality was very straightforward. If King Zheng hadn't been so scheming in front of her, she believed that Mother wouldn't have given him the cold shoulder for so many days. Although Princess Consort Zheng's looks were ordinary, she was also a diligent and thrifty person. Just look at how Princess Consort Zheng's birthday last time angered her. She truly had 8 lifetimes of bad luck to have such a husband. Don't mind them. Mo Lien pursed his lips and pulled the little stoic to the side to eat. We'll go over after we're full. Who the hell knew if there would be a ruckus there? After all, King Zheng and the Long siblings would be at the banquet later. They didn't look like they would be content with their lot. Arbor deeply agreed. Seeing that her husband had made the arrangements, she sat down with him. When the great emperor's personal eunuch came over to invite them, he happened to see the sumptuous meal in front of the young couple. His mouth couldn't help but twitch. Chapter 42:33. Just how much did His Highness distrust His Majesty? Was he afraid that his wife wouldn't be fed enough and would feed her first before attending the banquet? This little eunuch had been sneaking peeks at the stoic-faced little crown princess the entire way here, as if he was looking at a weirdo. The latter was completely unaware and obediently sat next to Prince Mo, poking the little treasure beast on her lap in boredom. The little treasure beast's eyes revealed a trace of bright sadness, and a pitiful expression hung on its lifeless furry face. After the little girl poked it continuously a dozen times, it looked like it was on the brink of death. With a conflicted furry face, it spat out a pill with a pu sound. The little crown princess picked up the pill and glanced at it before silently putting it in her pocket. She sighed and said, I feed it so many medicinal ingredients every day, but it only spat out a few pills. The spirit root tempering pill that little treasure spat out was pretty good. If it spat out more, it would definitely be good for the children of the Purple Forest Guard. However, this little imp was also very clever now. It ate more than it spat out. Sometimes, when she poked it a dozen times, it would just lie there motionlessly like a dead pig. It would occasionally spit out a pill, which seemed like it was already giving her a lot of face. Strange. This fellow seemed to understand her a little and wasn't afraid of her poking at all now. It seemed like it firmly believed that the little Master Silver was a paper tiger and didn't pose any threat to it at all. Arbor was a bit indignant. Where was her dignity? Jojo, stop poking it. Mo Lien helplessly reached out to grab the little fellow's small hand and kissed it. Actually, this little treasure beast was also quite pitiful. She saw it looking up at the sky all day long with a bright and sorrowful expression. After looking at it for a long time, she suddenly felt that the expression on that furry face was also quite rich. Spit out another pill. You spat out 5 pills yesterday. Why are there only 4 today? It's getting less and less every day. If you spit out another pill, I won't poke you anymore. Mo Lien, Your Highness the Crown Prince, the Crown Princess has arrived. A eunuch's soft voice came from the garden path leading to the pavilion. The great emperor secretly rolled his eyes and looked out of the garden. These 2 brats really put on airs. They actually dared to make their father wait. Looking up, he indeed saw his good son holding the young crown prince consort's small hand as they slowly walked over. The handsome man and beautiful woman's clothes fluttered in the wind. It was truly an eyesore to look at. Bai Wuxiao smiled happily and said, Xiaoma, Chow Chiao, come and sit beside mother. There was a round table in the flower pavilion. The great emperor and his wife naturally sat close to each other. There were 2 empty seats beside the empress, which were naturally reserved for the crown prince and his wife. Mo Shikong sat with his wife, Shi Yongyan, across the 2 empty seats. His face didn't look too good. Arbor was led to the table by Prince Mo. He glanced around and saw Long Huan and Long Shangyun sitting beside the emperor. Long Huan hurriedly pulled Long Shangyun up and bowed. Greetings to the crown prince and crown princess. Long Shangyun puffed up her cheeks and reluctantly stood up with her brother. She cupped her hands towards Xiao Mu and Xiao Mu, but when her eyes, which were darting around, landed on Mo Lien, she suddenly paused. It was as if her soul had been hooked, and she stared at him without letting go. Brother, Long Shangyun's eyes were filled with surprise. Last night, when she saw him in a hurry, she thought she was seeing things. How could the person in front of her Long Huan hurriedly pulled his sister? Long Shangyun regained her senses. Chapter 42-34. Bai Wuxiao looked at Long Shangyun with interest. He pulled Arbor to sit beside her, but his gaze was fixed on Long Shangyun. He smiled warmly and said, Miss Long, have you met the crown prince before? Long Shangyun hurriedly sized up the crown prince, then lowered her eyes and shook her head cautiously. No. Bai Wuxiao looked at Long Shangyun curiously. The meaning in this Miss Long's eyes was not what she meant. This younger sister does not know etiquette. I hope the empress will not blame her. Long Huan smiled and smoothed things over, changing the topic. Yesterday, there was a small misunderstanding between us two siblings and the crown princess. It was not very pleasant. I hope the crown prince and the crown princess can forgive us. Today, I have prepared a small gift as an apology. I hope the crown princess will do me the honor. Long Huan had obviously checked out the little crown princess's background and sincerely wanted to mend their relationship. So when they met today, she immediately presented the gift. Xiao Mu cast a sidelong glance at the maidservant who walked up to her and bowed slightly in salute while holding a large embroidered gift box. She glanced at Long Huan noncommittally. Seeing this, the two dragon clansmen sitting respectfully beside her hurriedly said with a smile, This is a golden lotus from my sea of forgetfulness, the pond lotus sage realm. After consuming it, an ordinary person's lifespan will be extended by 200 years. For cultivators below the god realm, their cultivation will increase by 1 level. For cultivators above the god realm, their cultivation will also increase by half a level. When this was said, even Mo Lusheng and Bai Wuxiao could not help but look toward the box. The servant girl was a smart person. She knew the meaning of the song. Seeing this, she opened the box and placed one of the golden lotuses in front of everyone. That golden lotus was only slightly longer than an adult woman's palm. The petals contracted and gathered together, the small flower body emitting bits of golden light. It was very eye-catching. Bai Wuxiao sighed. I've long heard of the great name of the lotus sage realm in the pool of forgetfulness. The products inside are truly eye-opening. Long Shangyun immediately became somewhat arrogant. She raised her head and laughed. The Pond Lotus Sacred Land is the largest sacred land within the River of Forgetfulness. Not only is it famous in the sea region, I believe it is also very famous in the 3 prefectures. Cousin, do you like it? Long, she asked with a smile. The little stoic obediently sat next to the crown prince without making a sound. She was just like a little lump of wood, not even the slightest change in her expression. Everyone was speechless. What's going on? Suddenly, there was a feeling of not being able to continue the conversation. Could it be an illusion? Queen Bai chuckled. Jojo doesn't seem interested. Why don't you take back such an expensive gift, young Master Long? Long Huan's smile froze on his face. The maidservant held the brocade box with the lid open. She looked at her master, then looked at the little crown princess, and continued to stand there awkwardly. Empress, you must be joking. Long Huan chuckled awkwardly and looked at the little crown princess. How can I take back a gift that has been given out? If the crown princess isn't willing to accept it, then this one can only have someone throw it away. Everyone! Exclamation point. Tycoon, please accept our eyeballs. The little crown princess expressionlessly looked at Long Huan and continued to remain silent. Long Huan knitted his brows and sent a meaningful glance to the maidservant. The maidservant knowingly raised her hand and tossed the box up, even specially tossing it towards the little crown prince under everyone's attentive gazes. They watched as that golden lotus flew out of the box and slowly fell to the ground. Roar! The treasured beast that had been playing dead and not moving the entire time finally moved. Chapter 42:35. Everyone stared blankly at the round little beast that suddenly rushed out. That's right, it was a furry, round little beast that was emitting 5 types of faint light from its body. It had jumped to the ground and directly held the golden lotus in its mouth, chewing and swallowing it in a few bites. Everyone, could it be that they were still in a dream? Were their eyes playing tricks on them just now? What kind of beast was that? It seemed to have swallowed the golden lotus. Yes, their eyes must be playing tricks on them, Long Shangyun stood up abruptly, her eyes almost popping out of their sockets. You? The moment she stood up and raised her head, everyone saw clearly that there were still 5 shallow finger marks on her neck, as if someone had pinched it out. At this moment, it had not completely faded away. Long Shangyun's eyes were filled with shock. She suddenly turned around and glared at Arbor. This is your beast? Little Crown Princess looked at her expressionlessly and frowned. She waved at Xiao Bao, who was lying on the ground and pretending to be dead, and reprimanded. Come back. Xiao Bao immediately scampered over and jumped on her knees. Little Crown Princess used her hand to smooth out the messy hair on Xiao Bao's head and said coldly and casually, Sorry, my little beast likes to pick up the trash on the ground to eat. I made a fool of myself. Everyone, fuck, can we complain in our hearts? Emperor and Empress. Tang Yuan's wife has been led astray by little Tang Yuan. Look at her calm expression and calm expression. Why does she look so serious when she spouts nonsense? Ridiculous. Long Shangyun was furious. This is the golden lotus produced in the pond Lotus Sacred Realm. How can it be done? She really could not spit out the word trash. Arbor blinked and said with a puzzled expression, If it's not trash, why did you throw it on the ground? My Zhenjin always likes to pick up the trash on the ground to eat. This habit can't be changed no matter what. You deserve to be beaten. You're not obedient. As she spoke, her delicate little face tightened as she raised her hand and patted Little Treasure's head. After eating the golden lotus, our dear Zhenjin continued to lie on Xiao Mu's lap and play dead, as if it hadn't jumped down to eat the golden lotus at all. It completely ignored the surrounding glares that were as sharp as swords. Prince Emo coughed lightly and handed a cup of warm tea to his wife. Will Zhenjin get a stomachache? Arbor lowered his head and looked at Little Treasure, who was pretending to be dead. He pulled its fur and put the tea beside its mouth, feeding a few mouthfuls. Don't worry, give it a bottle of nutrient solution later. Everyone was speechless as they looked at the Crown Prince and his wife. They always felt that this matter had become very funny. A golden lotus that was hard to find and could increase a cultivator's cultivation realm, after consuming, it was swallowed by an unknown little beast like trash. After that, the Crown Prince and his wife even disliked it and said that the little beast might have a stomachache. After eating, it wasn't this funny. Long Shangyun was so angry that her entire body was trembling. She raised a trembling finger and pointed at Arbor. Her lips kept trembling. You actually? In her anger, Long Shangyun felt that she could no longer speak a complete sentence. Arbor looked at her coldly. Looking for trouble? No, I'm not looking for trouble. Long Qian hurriedly reached out and pulled his sister's sleeve, forcefully pulling the frozen Long Shangyun back to her seat. Sighing weakly, Long Qian looked at the little Crown Princess with a complicated gaze. Chapter 42:36. This cousin's hostility was very strong. She wasn't willing to accept his present, which meant that she definitely didn't want to reconcile with him at all. What was he supposed to do now? The more Long Huan thought about it, the more his head hurt. His gaze couldn't help but land on the little Crown Princess's expressionless face again. The little stoic was truly extremely difficult to deal with. Arbor noticed his gaze and looked away after an indifferent glance. He couldn't help but snicker in his mind. These siblings truly had a good idea. Did they think that Sir Jojo would accept anyone's present? Little Treasure's small head drooped listlessly as it lay on the little stoic's legs, pretending to be about to die. Long Huan, who originally wanted to worm his way into being friends with Arbor, suddenly felt his words stuck in his throat when he saw his precious beast's appearance. What should he say? Should he say, "Crown Princess, your little beast ate our family's golden lotus. So does that count as you accepting our Long clan's present?" But the little beast was drooping half dead, and it even had to wash its stomach with nutrient fluid. When it got home, it felt like it had eaten a mouthful of the golden lotus. If by any chance this weak little beast died later on, would the Crown Princess blame their Long family for this? After all, they were the ones who threw trash everywhere, which led to the little beast accidentally ingesting trash and dying. Everyone glanced sympathetically at the conflicted young Master Long and silently lit a candle for him in their hearts. They could tell that this young Crown Prince Consort and the people of the Long family were like sworn enemies. The Crown Prince Consort disliked the people of the Long family very much. After Long Shangyun angrily sat down, her eyes glanced at Arbor from time to time, fiercely stabbing her with her eyes. She grew up in Forget River and had lived like a princess since she was young. She had never suffered any hardships, let alone the humiliation yesterday. Her aunt's daughter was too unruly and didn't have the slightest sense of family values. It truly made people hate her to the core. Arbor took the clean teacup from the Crown Prince and took a sip. "Young Master Long, if your sister doesn't want those eyes anymore, then feel free to continue glaring at me." Long Huan's face was immediately filled with embarrassment. He turned around and saw Long Shangyun staring at him with her eyes wide open and her face full of grievance. "Crown Princess, Shangyun is your cousin." Long Huan sighed. "Do you have to treat her like this? Spoiled, domineering, and ignorant." Arbor said coldly, "If I had such an arrogant and ignorant younger brother or sister, I would beat them until their parents couldn't recognize them." Embarrassing. Arbor's words were cold. He looked at Long Huan with a mocking gaze. "If you don't have a good upbringing, don't bring him out to show off. You won't tarnish your family's name." Long Huan's face alternated between green and white. He suddenly felt embarrassed. The little Crown Princess's tongue was too sharp. Once she opened her mouth to rebuke him, he would start doubting his life. "Ha ha." Mo Yoshing's awkward laughter was completely out of place with the atmosphere here. The White Empress covered her mouth and laughed. She gently said, "Pass on the food. Everyone should be hungry." "Yes." The young eunuch at the side immediately ran out. Not long after, the dishes flowed in from outside the pavilion. After the Emperor and Empress picked up their chopsticks, everyone looked at each other awkwardly and began to eat. The little Crown Princess was clearly full, but seeing that the dishes were plentiful, she reluctantly started eating. Chapter 42:37. Delicacies naturally couldn't be let down. The little stoic felt that even if she was full, she could still stuff a few more pieces of white jade tofu and the like down her stomach. Kaixio jogged over with a set of dazzling gold tableware in her hands. The little Crown Princess was expressionless as she picked up some food from the nearby bowls and placed it in that dazzling gold bowl. Kaixio took the gold bowl, picked up Little Treasure, and walked to a small table to feed it. Everyone, the nouveau riche little Crown Princess, was using such a large, dazzling gold bowl to feed the little beast. This was too extravagant. A cough, cough, cough. One of the Dragon Clan members, respectfully seated below, coughed dryly and raised his cup. "Your Majesty, what do you think of the letter this humble one presented yesterday?" "Oh, Sir Longmao's plan to eradicate heavenly fate is indeed very detailed. However, we feel that there are still quite a few obstacles when it comes to concrete implementation. First of all, you mentioned uniting the 3 provinces, but you didn't specify who will be the vanguard and who will be the commander-in-chief," Mo Lushing said aloofly. He skimmed through the plan presented by the Dragon Clan yesterday, before having someone clean it up and toss it aside. It was all talk and no practical targeting plan. It only talked about uniting all the forces that could be united. What about the direction? What should be done first and what should be done later? There was nothing. Could it be that after the 3 provinces gathered, everyone would be like a plate of loose sand, and everyone would first have a great battle royale? Ah, Your Majesty is right. That middle-aged man, called Long Mao, nodded with a smile and said, the plan letter we presented to Your Majesty yesterday actually didn't go into too much detail. The concrete implementation method still needs to be discussed in detail with Your Majesty face to face. Right now, the first step of our plan is for Wangchuan Dragon Clan, Divine Province Mo Clan, Underworld Province Ming Clan, and Song Province Rong Clan to each select a group of elites, gather them, and head to Wangchuan's training ground first. We will pool our resources, medicine, and everything. We are bound to turn this group of elites into experts of the God realm and above. In the future, we will use their full strength to eradicate heavenly fate forces everywhere. This is the first step. As for the second step, we will discuss it in detail after we establish the Heaven Exterminating Battle Team. Long Mao was a guest elder in the Dragon Clan. Although his strength was not great, it was said that he was very quick-witted. Just by looking at the way he spoke, it was actually very difficult to tell that he was someone who had received almost no education since he was young. He had not even attended a private school for a few days. The Heaven Exterminating Battle Group? Arbor couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. He subconsciously looked up at the sunny sky outside the pavilion. What did this have to do with the Heavenly Tao? Why did he want to destroy the heavens? That's not a good name. The little crown princess shook her head. She held a spoon in her hand with an expressionless and obedient look. Everyone couldn't help but look at each other speechlessly. Crown Prince Consort, isn't your focus a bit too different from other people's? Now is not the time for you to express your opinion on the name, but your opinion on the plan. Long Mao looked at the young crown princess with a smile and asked with a gentle smile, what do you think, Miss Biao? Kill the Celestial Fate Battle Group. Everyone, for some reason, they didn't want to talk to the crown princess. This sudden emotion suddenly became so intense. Mo Lien suppressed the smile at the corner of his mouth. He felt that he must support his wife unconditionally. Chapter 42:38. We feel that this name is very good. Prince Mo had an unperturbed expression, insisting on saying this name properly. Look, kill Heavenly Fortune, kill Heavenly Fortune. It's easy to understand and catchy. It's much better than destroying the heavens. What we want to destroy is Heavenly Fortune, not the heavens. It won't be good if Heavenly Law misunderstands. Everyone. They no longer had any words to describe this couple. While the crown prince explained with a serious expression, the little crown princess obediently sat next to him and nodded repeatedly. She nodded when the crown prince said one sentence. She nodded again when he said two sentences. It was as if the crown prince was her mouthpiece, and everything he said would go straight to her heart. Everyone expressed their helplessness. How could this heavenly law be so bored as to misunderstand the names they came up with? Mo Lushing simply didn't dare to drink water, because he was afraid that he would spit it out in front of everyone. He was a fucking great emperor. If he spat out water in front of everyone, would he still care about his handsome face? On the other hand, the White Empress was very self-restrained. She smiled gently as usual and praised. Jojo came up with quite a good name. Arbor nodded again. None of the beasts dislike the names I come up with. The five-colored treasure beast peeked out a lifeless face from the golden ocean bowl and silently swallowed its tears. It really didn't know why its little master came up with the name Jinjin. At that time, its master gave it three choices, which seemed to be very democratic. 5 flowers, colorful, Jinjin. See, there seemed to be a lot of choices, right? In fact, none of the names could be used while the five-colored treasure beast hesitated with tears in its eyes. The little mastic thought it was fond of the last name, Jinjin, and then gave it the final word. There was no more after that. Jinjin, do you like this name? But facing you, plus an emotionless face. Not speaking means you like it. Master, I really have a talent for naming. The little beasts all cast sympathetic gazes at the treasure beast. Brother, we've all experienced what you've experienced before, self-righteous. Long Shang Yun, who was sitting on the side with a cold face and listening for a long time, couldn't help but tightly grip the wine cup in her hand and sneered. The little stoic immediately turned around to glare at her. Seeing this, Long Mao hurriedly tried to smooth things over. Everyone, the matter of the battle team's name isn't the most important. These are all small matters. We can slowly discuss them in the future. Other than wanting to meet the eldest Mrs. Son and daughter, our young master is here to discuss with His Majesty about the selection of elites for the battle group. Mo Lusheng raised his eyebrows. The Forgotten River Dragon clan plans to gather the elites of the 3 states and head to the Forgotten River training grounds. Not bad. The reason why we chose the River of Forgetfulness is because the ocean is vast. We chose Lisha Island, the largest island near the pool Lotus Sacred Land. Long Mao smiled and said, "This island is close to the sacred domain. It's a natural sacred domain. I'm sure it will be of great benefit to everyone's strength." Mo Lusheng twirled the cup at his fingertips. The Forgotten River Dragon clan is really generous. They're offering resources and environment. Could it be that they want to be the leader of the Celestial Fate Legion? Everyone was speechless. Since the Great Emperor had already started yelling, "Kill the Heavenly Fate Battle Group," it meant that the name of the battle group had already been decided. Long Mao smiled faintly and shook his head. "Your Majesty misunderstands. Just as Your Majesty said, no one will be convinced of being the leader of the Heavenly Fate Legion." Chapter 42:39. It's even more impossible for us, the dragon family of Forgotten River, to step forward and be the leader, Long Qian said with a humble smile. Fortunately, the underworld and San continents have already unified their statements and appointed a candidate. If there are no problems with the emperor, then our leader is decided. Mo Lusheng raised his brows without batting an eyelid. The Tsang continent's emperor had already ascended to heaven. He didn't seem to have heard that the brat who ascended the throne had any relationship with the old bastard from the underworld continent. Mo Lien suddenly lowered his head and glanced at Sir Jojo beside him. Sensing his gaze, the latter looked up blankly and returned the Crown Prince's gaze. Prince Mo, looking at his Jojo's blank expression, she definitely didn't expect someone to be thinking about her. The candidate appointed by both the Tsang continent and the underworld continent is Cousin Jojo. This time, it was the Divine Prefecture's emperor's turn to look puzzled. He glanced at his expressionless daughter-in-law. Arbor also glanced at the emperor and frowned slightly. He glanced at Long Qian, who was looking at him with a smile. "Young Master Long is indeed trying to get me to go to Forgotten River," Arbor said coldly. Long Qian paused and hurriedly explained, "That's not the case. Why would I joke about such an important matter? Cousin is indeed the candidate appointed by both the underworld and Kassan continents. You have to know that when the time comes, tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of elite cultivators will gather from the 3 continents. If they hand it over to a suspicious person, neither side will be at ease." And Cousin Arbor rolled his eyes. Not interested. Who had the time to train with them on that lousy island? Long Qian was a little anxious now. Back when they were discussing with the underworld and Tsang continents, they couldn't decide on a leader after a long discussion. Until the Tsang continent suggested that the little crown princess be the leader, and the underworld continent readily agreed. Although he did not know what was going on, Long Huan was very sure that the young crown princess had no problems in the Tsang prefecture and the underworld prefecture. Naturally, there would be no problems in the Divine Land. Long Shangyun's eyes widened when she heard the young crown princess rejection. "Since we're discussing the matter of rebelling against the heavenly fate together, as a citizen of the 3 continents, shouldn't you support us unconditionally? How can you so willfully reject us? Do you have any sense of responsibility?" "No." Arbor put down the spoon in his hand and looked at the emperor expressionlessly. "Father, if you're here to discuss this matter, then I refuse. I'll take my leave first." Bai Wuxia couldn't help but want to laugh. He quickly held her little hand and said, "Hey, Jojo, you've only eaten 2 mouthfuls. Eat a little before you leave." All right, let's stop discussing. The dishes are getting cold. Let's eat first." Arbor rubbed his round belly. Looking at the table full of dishes, he couldn't eat anymore. Emolien scooped a bowl of fish soup for him. "Drink some soup. We'll go out for a walk later to help with digestion." Bai Wuxia looked at his son in amusement. Mo Lusheng couldn't help but chuckle. Just now, The little eunuch secretly reported that the young couple had already eaten their fill in the Eastern Palace. They must think that their father didn't give them any food to eat. Thus, until the end of the meal, the young crown princess did not mention a single word about what had just happened. Long Huan was secretly anxious. He turned and stole a glance at Long Mao. The latter shook his head at him, indicating that he should not continue talking about this matter. Chapter 4240. It was very obvious that the crown princess was very wary of the Long clan. No matter what they did or said, the crown princess would associate it with deceiving her to go to the River of Forgetfulness. Or what is the Long clan's goal in the River of Forgetfulness? Long Mao couldn't help but sigh. He looked up at the silent little crown princess sitting beside the crown prince and planned to talk to the emperor about this. It was night. The moon was as deep as water and the stars filled the sky. Arbor leaned against the window and looked up at the faint swaying figure in front of her. "Child, is this my child? Child, don't think about revenge. Don't do anything. Don't think about anything. Live well and promise mother, okay?" It was just like the letter she had seen in Long Chiyun's handwritten letter in the Land of Heritage. Long Chiyun's life lantern miniature did not leave behind any accusations of revenge or unwillingness. There were only some calm and serene statements. The place she could see in the life lantern miniature was the scenery of the Land of Heritage. She had named this place Chiyun Star. Long Chiyun's last days were spent in the Land of Inheritance. Arbor saw her carrying the infant in swaddling clothes and walking slowly in the Land of Heritage with a faint smile on her pale face. It was the first time Arbor saw a clear Long Chiyun at such a close distance. When the figure floated in front of her, she couldn't help but reach out, only to grab air. It was impossible to say that she wasn't disappointed. The little fellow expressionlessly put the figure back into the round jade pendant and said indifferently, "You really are an idiot. In this cannibalistic world, if you don't move forward, you'll be eaten until not even your bones are left. For the sake of the Dragon Clan, you didn't hesitate to break off relations with the Mu clan. In the end, you didn't end well on either side. Did anyone in the Dragon Clan say anything about you? When the Dragon Clan was ambushed in the River of Forgetfulness, did they come out to find you after recovering their vitality? Even after 3 to 5 years, did they come to find you? No, they didn't do anything. A married daughter is like spilled water. They've long forgotten about you." "Idiot," Arbor muttered softly, his little hand tightly gripping the round jade pendant. "Mother, I miss you. If you were still alive, you would have personally taught me martial arts and alchemy. What kind of fate did they have to miss each other for 2 lifetimes?" When Mo Lien pushed open the door and entered, she saw the shadow of the moon cast on Jojo. It made her look gloomy and gloomy. Under the moonlight, she looked dark and gloomy. "Why aren't the lights on?" He hastily walked up and picked up the little stoic. With a casual flick of his finger, he lit up all the candlesticks around them. The firelight illuminated the 2 people's faces. Sparks danced in the candlestick, and in an instant, it was as if the entire room was lit up. Mo Lien turned her little head over and looked at her seriously. "Don't let your imagination run wild, okay? With you like this, your husband can't do anything. I just want to keep an eye on you all day long." The little stoic's little face was wooden. Her eyelids rolled slightly as she cast him a dispirited glance. "Jojo, I heard that there are a lot of lotus flowers in that pond, Lotus Sacred Realm. Red, yellow, green, blue. There are all kinds of them you've seen before and haven't seen before." Arbor lifted his little face and looked at Mo Lien blankly. "And then? No matter what the Dragon Clan's goal is, we might as well follow their wishes and go to the River of Forgetfulness to refine the Pond Lotus Sacred Realm." Chapter 4241. Arbor looked up at him curiously. "Your dad wants us to go." Mo Lien nodded slightly. In reality, the trip to the River of Forgetfulness was imperative. Both of them were well aware that it all depended on how they went. "Do you think the incident on Leisha Island is reliable?" Arbor was silent for a moment before looking up at Mo Lien curiously. The matter of forming the Heavenly Fate Legion should be reliable. When Mo Lien read the words "kill the Heavenly Fate," she couldn't help but facepalm in exasperation. The Heavenly Fate's devastation in the coastal villages is much more severe than what we see here. Emol Yin carried the little stoic and walked to the side to sit down. Comparatively speaking, the situation in the River of Forgetfulness will be more tense. Isn't it suspicious that the Dragon Clan of Forgetfulness detained the state preceptor with ulterior motives? Emol Yin brushed away the hair by her cheek. Long Qian's explanation to Royal Father was that the state preceptor trespassed on their sacred land for some unknown reason and was subsequently arrested. They said that the entire matter had nothing to do with our divine province and was merely the state preceptor's personal grudge with the River of Forgetfulness. Then why did the state preceptor send a message saying that the Dragon Clan of Forgetfulness is using him to threaten me to go? This Long Qian's explanation is also correct. The state preceptor is recklessly fabricating nonsense. Arbor scoffed and nodded. Let's just assume that his explanation makes sense. Emol Yin rubbed her head with a smile. They probably discovered that using the state preceptor to threaten us is completely useless. They simply didn't expect that these two had always been used to acting recklessly and willfully. Why would they rush over to rescue the state preceptor because of his life and death? There's something wrong with their brains. Arbor pursed her lips in disdain and nudged her head against Prince Mo's chest. Let's go then. I've never been to the River of Forgetfulness, so I don't know what the place Mother grew up in is like. Emol Yin hugged her and lowered her head to look at her gently. Long Qian used mother-in-law's remains to lure me in. It is said that the land of forgetfulness is the place where mother-in-law grew up. Traces of mother-in-law's growth can be seen everywhere. Mother-in-law also left behind many relics in the River of Forgetfulness. I've already promised him. He reached out to stroke his wife's head and said softly, I don't want you to have any regrets. Arbor's eyes flickered. He tilted his head and shook his sleeve. Okay, it wasn't like she was afraid of the Forgotten River Dragon Clan. Just as Jojo's Lotus had said, she would go. She would refine their precious pond Lotus Sacred Realm so that these people with evil intentions wouldn't even be able to find a place to cry. Emol Yin smiled as he nuzzled her jade-white forehead, asking softly, Chow Chow, if we refine the pond Lotus Sacred Realm in the future, what star should we call it? Jojo's Lotus Star. The little stoic spoke seriously and wrapped her arms around his neck. Grow more colorful lotus flowers. When the time comes, we'll move in and live there for a while. Emol Yin couldn't resist laughing out loud and nodded repeatedly. MHM. Then we'll call it Xiao's Lotus Star. Sir Jojo's eyes brightened, and he nodded in approval. This couple was starting to yearn for the pond Lotus Holy Land. In fact, they hadn't even taken any shape yet, but these two scoundrels had already claimed the pond Lotus Holy Land as their own and even gave a name in advance. Everything was ready. All that was left was to take this trip. After the two finished their discussion, the little stoic took out a handful of spirit root tempering pills from her pocket. That golden lotus is quite effective. Just now, she poked Little Treasure a dozen times, and it spat out a handful. Chapter 42. Arbor stuffed these spirit root tempering pills into a bag and stuffed it into Emol Yin's hands. Give it to those less talented children of the Purple Forest Guard. It should be of help to them. These spirit root tempering pills could help them increase their aptitude. The difference in innate spirit roots could be said to be heaven and earth on the path of cultivation. Even if people with ordinary spirit roots cultivated diligently for several hundred years, they might not be able to surpass people with extraordinary aptitude. Although it made people feel deeply helpless, there was nothing they could do about it. Now, these spirit root tempering pills could help cultivators with ordinary aptitude increase their aptitude. At the very least, it could make their future path of cultivation a little easier and simpler. Emol Yin nodded with a smile and put away the bag of spirit root tempering pills. Tomorrow, I'll have Aoyi handle it. He hugged the little fellow and said softly, Those brats will definitely be very happy. On the morning of the next day, the two had just woken up in a sticky state when Eunuch Chun ran in joyfully with his flower-pinching fingers. Your Highness the Crown Prince, Crown Princess, His Majesty's reward has arrived. The little stoic was eating porridge with a spoon. Upon hearing this, she looked up and asked in bewilderment, What reward? Emolian placed a portion of pastry meat in front of his wife and said solemnly, "His Majesty naturally has to reward us since he sent us on a diplomatic mission to Wangchuan." What a joke. If there was no reward, they could go as they pleased. It was such an arduous mission, and they had to wander the seas and spend their days on a deserted island. Not everyone could endure this kind of hardship. Arbor's eyes brightened, and he tossed the spoon aside and pulled Emolian up. "Let's go and take a look." Emolian tugged at her small hand in amusement and picked up her small rice bowl. "Have someone move a table outside. You can admire it while eating." "Good idea. Perhaps if this darling is happy, I can eat 2 more bowls of porridge." Sir Jojo's eyes seemed to be sparkling. Prince Emo couldn't help but be overjoyed as he watched from the side. He knew that his wife was the happiest when she was counting the supplies. His father had done a good job today. He had sent someone to deliver gifts early in the morning so that Jojo could eat more thus. Everyone saw that their master had the dining table moved out of the courtyard early in the morning and accompanied his wife to eat a very sumptuous breakfast in the garden. Everyone in the Eastern Palace knew that the great emperor had sent someone to deliver the reward. The gifts flowed into the Eastern Palace like flowing water. Just the list of gifts alone took more than 2 hours. After the little crown princess finished her breakfast, she nibbled on some fruits and some pastries. When the list of gifts was finally finished, she was secretly speechless. Her eyes sparkled as she glanced at her husband beside her. She nodded repeatedly and said, "Your father is quite impressive." Of course, Mother opened Father's private storehouse and dug out a lot of good stuff for us. Prince Emo grinned and rubbed against his wife's body. "Jojo, I'll give you all of these. Are you happy?" Arbor nodded. "Don't worry, there must be a lot of things in the River of Forgetfulness. When the time comes, your husband will secretly help you search for them," Prince Emo murmured in his wife's ear. Sir Jojo's little face became more energetic. Those who were originally very resistant to the idea of going to the River of Forgetfulness were now inexplicably reduced by half. Jojo's Lotus was right. Since they had a hidden agenda and were harboring evil intentions, Sir Jojo and her husband would go and rob their nest clean. The River of Forgetfulness was vast and had abundant resources. Chapter 42-43. When Emolian saw that his wife was starting to get spirited, he hurriedly struck while the iron was hot. "Jojo, let's go. We'll go and pack up these goods. Look at our father. He's so rustic, he didn't even bring out a space ring. He even had to bring out a list of gifts to sing, putting on airs." If Emolution heard this, he would definitely scold this rascal to death. What was a reward? Of course, everyone in and out of the court knew. That was a true reward. Si Chiao nodded in deep agreement. Then, she stretched out her hand and made a gesture. Over 10 storage talismans suddenly floated up into the air and sorted everything in the courtyard. Then, all the things that were scattered all over the ground were stored away. Crown Princess. Li suddenly appeared in front of the young crown princess with a leap. This fellow's little face was taut, and there was even a small square brocade box under her arm. When she saw the young crown princess looking at her, she respectfully extended her hand to present the brocade box to her. "Please take a look. Her Majesty the Empress said that the property inside should originally be handed over to Your Highness the Crown Prince. Since the Crown Princess is in charge now, it's the same to hand it over to you." The young Crown Princess took a look and saw that it was filled to the brim with house deeds and spirit coin cards. Her little hand trembled, and she almost dropped the things on the ground. When Emolian saw this, he hurriedly extended his hand to help her hold onto the brocade box. The young crown princess quickly patted her husband's chest, saying with a long sigh, "Mother really doesn't lack money. Wife, keep all of these well. They're all yours now." When the crown prince said this, he didn't see those palace maids and eunuchs in the courtyard looking at him with worried gazes. They were really worried for His Highness. In front of the crown princess, why did he hand everything over? They remembered that those court officials would more or less keep some private stash of money on their side as backup. His Highness the Crown Prince was too honest with his wife. "Husband, do you want to keep some for your use?" "No need. Husband has money." The group of palace maids and eunuchs looked at each other and felt a trace of melancholy. Although he didn't know where this trace of melancholy came from, he still felt quite stifled. Every time they saw the way His Highness and the Crown Princess interacted, they always felt a little stifled. At this time, they still didn't understand that this was the feeling of a single dog being forced to swallow a mouthful of dog food and having nowhere to complain. Speaking of which, the Crown Prince and his wife didn't have much to prepare. In the past 2 days, the young Crown Princess had chosen a few of the more famous shops and estates in the capital from the estate the Empress had given her and toured them. The number of businesses in her hands was increasing. It seemed that she needed to train a manager to help her manage all the businesses. When the little Crown Princess returned, her face was full of melancholy. When Crown Prince saw that his wife was unhappy again, he quickly asked for the reason. He couldn't help but laugh. "Jojo, isn't it just finding a female manager? What's there to be worried about? You forgot that there are many talents in all aspects in husband's hidden night pavilion. I'll find one for you." Crown Prince was a man of his word. In less than half a day, he had found a capable female manager for Arbor Song Ting. Arbor had a long talk with her and was very satisfied with this shrewd middle-aged woman. In the future, with someone to help him filter out important information and grasp all the business trends, she would be able to relax a lot. After all, she still had to put most of her energy into cultivation. As for the various problems with the businesses, she could only pick the important ones to deal with. Chapter 42-44. After another 2 days, Long Qian could not hold it in any longer and went to the emperor to persuade him. For example, Tianyun is in dire straits. We cannot waste any more time on singing and dancing. Another example was the Crown Princess leads people around the capital every day. We should not waste too much energy on nonsense. We should focus on doing something practical. He rambled on until the emperor felt dizzy and could not help but reach out to interrupt him. "Young Master Long, what are you trying to say?" Long Qian took a deep breath. If he could, he would pick up the inkstone beside him and smack the emperor on the head. "Why are you pretending to be confused? Your Majesty, let's not beat around the bush. The situation along the River of Forgetfulness is really bad. We should unite the 3 continents and fight against Tianyun together. This is not a joke. We have already delayed long enough. I wonder when the Crown Prince and the Crown Princess can set off with us?" "Oh." Realization dawned on the emperor's face as he nodded and said, "We thought you had already discussed it with the Crown Prince and Crown Princess. Didn't you?" "Long Qian, why was this family so difficult to deal with?" Long Huan pressed his throbbing head and tried his best to suppress the anger in his belly. What was her relationship with the little Crown Princess? The emperor would have to be blind to not see it. Their relationship was already like this, but the little Crown Princess would either roll her eyes or ignore them expressionlessly whenever she saw them. What was the point of discussing? The Crown Prince had no integrity in front of his wife. How could they expect the Crown Prince to help them persuade the little Crown Princess? He might as well throw a sow into the sky. "Young Master Long, you don't have to be so impatient," the emperor said to him with a smile. These 2 days, the empress sent over some of the properties that originally belonged to the couple. The Crown Princess has not been idle these days. She has been patrolling the properties. Patrolling the properties? When could she not do so? Did she, the Crown Princess, have to do everything herself? Long Yin took a deep breath. "Your Majesty, I wonder if you can issue a decree for us to depart tomorrow?" The great emperor looked at Long Qing with a troubled expression. "Young Lord Long, it's not that I don't want to help you. It's just that my son and daughter-in-law both have their own opinions. If I issue an edict without asking for the reason, it is very likely that they will throw my edict and the eunuch out of the Eastern Palace." Long Qian was speechless. "What use do I have for you? You are a fucking piece of trash. Why did this family of 4 look so hateful?" Long Shi held back his anger and returned to the guest house. He continued to stay there patiently. 3 days later, the Eastern Palace finally sent someone to look for him. The one who sent the message was a young lady whose face was even more taut than the young Crown Prince consorts. She had a pretty appearance of 18 or 19 years of age and was dressed in black tight-fitting clothes. She hugged her sword and said when she saw him, "We're leaving in the afternoon. Prepare the sea supplies, food, clothing, and other necessities according to this list. It's all thanks to my master. Let's see who's the real deal. With that, she unsheathed her sword and sliced a stone table in the courtyard into two halves. Long Shangyun was sitting by the table. She jumped up and screamed in shock and anger. Her finger trembled as she pointed at the girl's departing figure. Long Yun was also so angry that he almost exploded. Thinking of the purpose of this trip, he forced himself to swallow his anger. Tomorrow, I'll catch up on 2 more chapters. Chapter 42-45. Fuck, if someone kept angering him like this along the way, would he die from anger? Long Qian could not help but deeply suspect this possibility. Long Shangyun suddenly stood up from the stone stool and shouted in exasperation, "Brother, are you going to allow her to do as she pleases? Look at what has become of her. She's just a mere servant girl, and she dares to look down on us? That's not a mere servant girl." Long Qian's eyes flashed. "Her cultivation is above yours. She's a level 15 great spiritual master." Long Shangyun paused, her furious figure in a daze, and her pretty face contorted slightly. What was this? Even a little maid by his side had a higher cultivation than her, Long Shangyun. No wonder that woman was so arrogant and did not look down on her brother and her. Long Shangyun took a deep breath and could not hold back the anger at her heart. "Brother, are you really going to do as they say?" Her gaze landed on Long Qian. She saw that Long Qian was looking down at a list in his hand. Long Qian's expression was a little strange. As he looked at the list, his eyebrows could not help but twitch. "What's written?" Long Shangyun angrily walked to Long Qian's side and glanced at the list in his hand. With one look, her nose almost became crooked from anger. 3 meals a day? How could the food be different within a week? In such a short time, brother, you have to go to the city and buy everything? Wasn't this cheating? Was this cheating? Naturally, this was not cheating. The worst part was that the little crown princess daily necessities, ingredients, and so on were all designated shops for Long Qian to buy. Needless to say, these shops were definitely opened by the little crown princess herself. The prices were probably very good. Look at what's written on this list. The furnishings in the rooms in the ship, the golden silk curtains used for the beds, the fine satin blankets, everything has to be according to their requirements and specifications. Long Shangyun was so angry that she wanted to crush the list in her hand. Long Qian's face darkened. He hurriedly snatched the list from her hand and took a deep breath. "Oh hi." Yes. A gray-robed man in his early 30s suddenly appeared beside Long Huan. "What orders do you have, young master? Take some people with you and buy all the items on this list within 2 hours. Let's go." "Yes, young master." The man cupped his fists and bowed. He immediately took the list in his hand and waved his hand to lead a group of people out to buy. Long Shangyun glared angrily at her brother. "Brother, why are you indulging her like this?" Long Huan immediately looked back at her in annoyance. "What idea do you have? The most important thing right now is to take them with us as soon as possible," Long Yun said in a low voice. "Don't cause any more trouble." Long Shangyun's beautiful face was extremely gloomy. She clenched her fists so hard that her knuckles cracked. That damn Xiaomu. One day, she would make this woman pay the corresponding price for her unruly behavior. "Shangyun." Long Huan gave her a warning look and said in a low voice, "Don't add any more trouble to the family. If it wasn't for you, why would the crown princess dislike us so much?" Long Huan warned again. "Did you hear what I said? Don't cause any more trouble." Long Shangyun bit her lips and nodded unwillingly. "I understand, brother." Chapter 42-46. Gold and red curtains were drawn, and a fragrant mist filled the air. Mu Rochuan bowed as she walked into the room. "Mother, may I know why you summoned me?" Mu Qingya was wrapped in a moon-white robe and leaned against the edge of the brocade couch. Mu Qingya frowned slightly when she saw her daughter's unsmiling face. Her gaze fell on a centipede-like scar on the left side of her face, and she immediately looked away. "Rochuan, pack your things and get ready to leave," Mu Qingya said casually. Mu Rochuan was startled. "Mother, where do you plan to send me?" Mu Qingya smiled and said, "My child, you're almost fully recovered. I can't keep you by my side all day and watch you do nothing. Others will gossip about it. Mother, feel free to tell your daughter what to do, Mu Rochuan said indifferently. Mu Qingyan nodded with a smile. Rochuan, Mother wants you to go to the Forgetful River and do something for Mother. Mu Rochuan looked up at the elegant woman in front of her. Mother, please tell me. Mu Qingyan couldn't help but nod in satisfaction when she saw that Mu Rochuan's attitude was rather respectful. She raised her hand and took out a letter that she had already written and handed it to Mu Rochuan. Just do as the letter says. Mu Rochuan took the letter, lowered her head, and silently read through it. Then, she looked up at Mu Qingyan in surprise. Mother, you want me to capture her? Mu Qingyan nodded. Mother has already thought of a few ways for you. You just have to act according to the circumstances. Mu Rochuan couldn't help but smile bitterly. Mother, I'm afraid this matter won't go as you wish. I wasn't even her match when I was at the peak of my cultivation, let alone now. Rochuan, you have too little confidence in yourself. Mu Qingyan glanced at her indifferently. Mu Rochuan didn't speak for a long time. Mu Qingyan sighed, stood up, and slowly walked to her side. Seeing that she was silent with her head lowered, Mu Qingyan took her hand and said softly, Rochuan, do you know what your biggest weakness is right now? You lack confidence. Mu Qingyan sighed. If you don't have confidence, you're no different from salted fish. Mu Qingyan raised her hand and brushed a strand of her daughter's hair behind her head. She said softly, Rochuan, the most important thing for you to do now is to build confidence. You must know that there are no absolutes in this world. You were unable to deal with her in the past, but that does not mean that you are unable to deal with her now. Furthermore, Hong Chong and He are helping you. However, Mu Rochuan did not immediately perk up under her mother's encouragement. She took a step back. Mother, I will go. Mu Qingyan smiled gently and nodded. I knew Rochuan was the most sensible, but he might not be able to come back. Mu Rochuan's next words made Mu Qingyan's expression tense. Mu Rochuan lowered her eyes and said with a cold expression, I will do my best. As for the chances of success, in my daughter's opinion, it's not even half. Eldest miss, you're belittling yourself too much. The yellow-clothed woman on the side couldn't help but sneer. Mu Rochuan glanced at her. Missy if you go with such an attitude, I advise you not to go. With your abilities, you won't last more than 3 minutes in her hands. Here's eyes suddenly widened. Chapter 42-47. If she knows our purpose, she'll make you, me, and all of us die without a burial place. Mu Qingyan frowned slightly and stared at Mu Rochuan for a long time before sighing softly. My child, are you afraid of her? Mother, I was ignorant in the past. Now, I've grown up quickly under the painful lesson. How could a God Realm cultivator, an alchemy grandmaster, and a talisman grandmaster be so easy to catch? What's more, how many experts were around that person? Did they forget? You're not grown up now. You're as timid as a mouse. Here sneered again and cupped her hands at Mu Qingyan. Hall Master, I'll go make preparations first. Mu Qingyan nodded with a faint smile. Prepare well. Just tell Steward Kong if you need any supplies. Yes, Hall Master. He turned and left. She was very puzzled as to why the Hall Master wanted Mu Rochuan to go with them. Mu Rochuan was now crippled. Although her body had recovered well recently, she had no spiritual power. What did she do with the team? Rochuan, you're the person I trust the most. Why would I harm you? Mu Qingyan took her daughter's hand and sat down. Rochuan, I want you to use your wits, not your strength. Keep my letter well and act according to the situation. Don't worry. With me here, even if you lose your spiritual power, you won't become a cripple. As long as you take the basic mutation liquid on time, I believe that with your talent for concealment, you'll definitely be able to comprehend an extraordinary special ability. Mu Qingyan handed a bag full of medicinal liquid to her daughter and looked at her with a gentle smile. She patted the back of her hand and said with a loving expression, Are you confident, Rochuan? Mu Rochuan faintly narrowed her eyes and pulled her hand out of Lin Mingya's warm grasp. She said softly, if it was Long Chiyun, she would definitely not let her biological daughter, Mu Qiao, drink such a strange liquid. Mu Qingyan froze and then chuckled softly. How could that be? Every mother sincerely wants the best for their children. Mu Rochuan didn't say anything else. She stood up and bowed, then turned around and walked out. Mu Qingya stared coldly at her daughter's back and said softly, "Remember, capture her alive." Hall Master. An old woman with a face full of wrinkles appeared beside Mu Qingya and said in a deep voice, "Miss, can we really use you like this?" Roxian is a smart child. She knows that she has no way out now. She has no other choice but to follow our Tianyun. Yaolan, you don't have to go this time. Let the children do it. Hall Master, I know you want to avenge your sister. What happened to Huilan was truly regrettable. She's definitely dead now that she's in Mu Qiao's hands. Mu Qingya sighed, but I want you to keep an eye on the people of the Hidden Moon Hall. This matter is very urgent. Yes, Hall Master. Zhang Yaolan gritted her teeth. This subordinate can wait for revenge. Mu Qingya nodded and smiled. If we're lucky, Rochuan should be able to capture him, Linchuan Pier. Long Qing stood in the wind in a white robe and watched the people of the Long family moving boxes of supplies onto the ship. Chapter 42-48. The Crown Princess's food, clothing, and other necessities were all purchased according to the list. It was actually very simple. The Dragon Clan's people only needed to bring a group of people to a shop designated by the Little Crown Princess. Once they entered and informed them, the goods would be brought directly to the dock. It was obvious that the Little Crown Princess had already informed the shopkeeper that everything was ready. They were just waiting for the Dragon Clan to pay for the goods. Long Shangyun looked at the boxes being moved onto the ship. She frowned deeply and could not help but take a deep breath. She looked at Long Huan, who was standing upright beside her. "Brother, they are not here yet." The veins on Long Huan's forehead twitched. He suppressed the anger in his heart that was about to explode. Deep breaths, deep breaths, deep breaths. He could not get angry now. They were still standing in the territory of the Divine Land. He could not make the decision. After a phoenix's cry, everyone saw a green bird with long wings coming from afar. Prince Mo and the Little Crown Princess stood on its back, hand in hand. Their clothes fluttered in the wind. Behind them was a two-winged eagle. Mu Xingqian stood with his hands behind his back. When Long Huan's gaze fell on the Little Crown Princess, he was obviously relieved. No matter what, as long as the Little Crown Princess was willing to return to the Forgetfulness River, his mission would be considered completed. No matter how much trouble he had gone through and how much he had suffered, all these could be ignored because of the Little Crown Princess's arrival. Long Huan led a group of Dragon Clan members and bowed to the two from afar. Long Shangyun gritted her teeth. She followed her brother unwillingly and bowed as well. She needed to be patient now. Once they boarded the ship and left the Divine Land, they would arrive at the Forgetfulness River. Then, the Little Crown Princess would not have the final say. Thinking of this, she took a deep breath and forcefully suppressed the restless and uneasy emotions in her heart. She forced out an ugly smile. Since the Crown Prince and the Crown Princess are here, let's set off. The Little Crown Princess glanced in her direction but didn't say anything. The young Crown Princess didn't make a sound after she disembarked from Qingwan while holding the Crown Prince's hand. From afar, a few calls of Saintess could be heard. Arbor turned his head and saw Feng Heping leading Feng Zhangqing, Feng Zhangfei, and a large group of clansmen quickly walking over. "Saintess, why didn't you bring them along?" Head Elder Feng Heping said with a gloomy expression. "These are the 100 disciples selected by the Feng clan. Take them with you to the River of Forgetfulness. You can ask them to do something for you." Long Shangyun's face turned ugly. "No, why was this Little Crown Princess so troublesome?" Feng Heping turned to glare at her. "Why not? Do you think our Saintess is like you? How can our Saintess not have anyone by her side to serve her when she goes out?" Feng Changqing and his brother looked at the sky speechlessly. "All right, it's decided then," Feng Heping said to himself. He glanced at Long Xiang, then turned to face Arbor with a bright smile. "Saintess, it's getting late. Let's set off." The 2,000 disciples of the Feng clan followed behind Feng Heping. They cupped their hands and said in unison, "Saintess, have a safe journey." Arbor turned to board the ship expressionlessly. Mo Lien left with his wife with a dark expression. The ship set off and slowly left the shore. Arbor stood on the deck with a stoic expression. She looked at Fong Hepping leading a group of Fong clan members and waved at her with all her might. The end of this volume, 2019. 7:20. Chapter 42-49. Great Holy Maiden, be careful. Great Holy Maiden, take care of yourself. Remember to come back early. The Fong clansman's chatter sounded in her ears. Although Arbor kept a straight face, she was on the verge of a mental breakdown. Originally, she didn't tell Fong Hepping about this trip because she didn't want him to cause such a big commotion. But now, looking at the Fong clansmen standing in a row along the river, they waved at her enthusiastically. Sir Jojo's face was wooden. He reluctantly raised his little paw and waved it at them from afar. Prince Emo turned to look at his wife. For some reason, he felt like laughing. Fong Changqing coughed lightly. He walked forward and said, "Great Holy Maiden, it's quite windy here. Let's go into the cabin." Arbor put down her paw and turned around. She put her hands behind her back and walked into the cabin with her back straight. Long Huan and his sister were sitting in the elegantly decorated cabin on the first floor. Seeing them enter, Long Shangyun's expression turned ugly. She had never seen such a troublesome person before. Who would bring so many guards with them when visiting someone else's home? Only this crown princess would be so troublesome. Arbor pulled Prince Emo and found 2 random seats to sit down. She asked expressionlessly, "Where is our room?" "The last room on the left on the 2nd floor." "It's your room." Long Huan's mouth twitched. "Cousin, don't worry. Everything has been arranged according to your preferences. Golden silk curtains, fine satin blankets, even a pillow and a fine-toothed comb were of high quality. Why don't you go to heaven?" Sir Jojo replied with an "oh," and didn't say anything else. Long Huan rolled his eyes inwardly. He really couldn't stand the way the little crown princess talked to others. If she was happy, she would talk to you. If she wasn't happy, she would ignore you. She couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with you. Such a strange temperament. What kind of family did he come from? "Since we have nothing better to do, why don't we play Madiao?" Long Shangyun suddenly suggested. "After we enter the sea, we still need to sail for about half a month." Long Shangyun glanced at Arbor and said, "It's quite boring to be idle every day." "Oh right, cousin. Do you know how to play horse diao?" "I know a thing or two." The little stoic nodded his small head, looking very obedient. Emo Lien's lips twitched. Long Shangyun smiled and waved her hand. "It doesn't matter if you know a little. It's good that you know how to play. Don't worry, big brother, and I will go easy on you." Long Huan smiled and nodded. "Cousin, we're all family. Even if we lose, we can't lose to outsiders." Soon, the mahjong table was set up. Arbor, Long Xie, and Long Shangyun sat down together. Prince Emo moved a stool over and sat beside his wife. He attentively poured her tea and fanned her. When Long Shangyun saw this scene, her mouth couldn't help but twitch. "Crown Prince, don't you want to play a few rounds?" Emolien glanced at Long Huan impatiently. "How can I win my wife's money? It was really annoying to flaunt affection all the time, okay?" Long Huan silently shut his mouth. Then he turned and said to a guard standing beside him with a sword, "Jiang Song, come and play a few rounds with us." The guard instantly looked terrified and shook his head repeatedly. "Young master, I don't have money." Long Shangyun was anxious to get back at him. She clapped her hands and said, "Sit down. If we lose, you don't have to pay. Big brother will naturally pay." Long Huan. Chapter 42-50. The little crown princess cupped her fists at the 3 of them. "Thank you for letting me win." The 3 of them were speechless. "Let me win, my ass. The game hasn't even started yet." What's with her expression, as if she's sure to win? It's so depressing. Feng Changqing and his brother, who were standing behind the little crown princess, couldn't help but twitch their lips. They felt that the little crown princess's expression just now was strange and hilarious. "Wifey, you just have to perform normally." Crown Prince Emo fanned his wifey while peeling an orange with his slender, jade-like fingers. "Cousin, with your net worth, why don't we play a little bigger? How about 10 times the original amount?" Long Shangyun's smile was extremely radiant. Arbor nodded. "It doesn't matter. I like it when cousin is so generous." Long Shangyun smiled and complimented her. but her hands didn't slow down at all as she played a deck of cards. Arbor drew a card expressionlessly and played a card that she didn't want. Prince Amos stuffed a piece of orange into her mouth. She chewed twice, played another round, and drew a flower. Just look at her expression. It was impossible to tell whether her cards were good or bad. She was expressionless the entire time. Mu Xingqian inspected the front and back of the boat and found that there were about 100 Dragon Clan members on the boat. The boatmen had been sailing the route from the River of Forgetfulness to China all year round. It was said that he had been sailing for more than 10 years and was very experienced. You immortals. It's said that there's a transportation array that can transport you far away in a flash, right? But it can't be used at sea. The boatman's tanned face showed a simple and honest smile. There's no specific direction at sea. It's not as easy to identify as on land. If you're transported wrongly, you'll probably be lost at sea forever. That's why I've sent many immortals like you. When they go to the River of Forgetfulness, they'll come to us. Mu Xingqian chatted with the boatman for a long time. When he returned to the cabin, he saw his sister and Long Huan at the mahjong table. As soon as he stepped through the door, he heard his younger sister's cold voice in his ear. A one-colored, 9-treasure lotus lantern. Thank you. 888,000 spirit coins per family. Thud. Mu Xingqian saw a guard fall from his stool and sit on the ground. Long Shangyun's hand that was holding the card trembled slightly. She put on a fake smile and said, "Cousin is really lucky. It's okay, it's okay. Let cousin win a little first." Long Shangyun continued to smile. "Jiang Song, get up quickly. Don't act like you haven't seen the world. Anyway, Big Brother will pay you if you lose. What are you panicking for?" Long Xia felt like crying. "Jojo, have some water." Mo Lien handed a teacup to his wife. Jojo, Sama took a sip and shuffled the deck again with the others. His movements were fluid, and it was obvious that he was not a newbie. Long Shangyun secretly gritted her teeth. Her face trembled as she said, "Cousin, you don't look like a newbie. Why do you say you know a little?" "I don't know a little." Arbor nodded and said sincerely, "Not many people are willing to play with me. I've only played Horse Diao 5 times in my life. This is the 5th time." Everyone huffed. Feng Zhangfei couldn't help but laugh. His elder brother, Feng Changqing, glanced at him. Feng Zhangfei hurriedly stopped. If Feng Heping was here and saw that Feng Zhangfei dared to laugh at the sanus, he would definitely use a water ladle to smash 3 big bumps on his head. Chapter 42:51. Half an hour later, Long Shangyun's cold sweat dripped down from her head, and she couldn't help but fall to the ground. In such a short period of time, she lost 13 rounds in a row. The little crown princess played 13 rounds in a row, all of which were the same color, the same color, the same color, the same color, and the same color. Long Qian's face was somewhat numb as he played. The 14th round, the same color, the same color. The 15th round, the same color, the same color. The 16th round, haha. Long Shangyun's forehead was covered in cold sweat, and she suddenly raised her hand to support her forehead. Brother, I feel a bit dizzy. I want to go rest first. Why don't you find someone else to play?" Long Qian hurriedly stood up and pretended to support his younger sister. "Shangyun, are you all right? Maybe it's because the weather is too hot. The sea will be even hotter." "We haven't even entered the sea yet," Arbor said lightly. Long Qian laughed dryly and continued, "Then, Crown Princess, I'll help Shangyun back to her room to rest first. Don't you plan on leaving after paying the spirit coins?" Long Qian's back stiffened. "We played 19 rounds just now, so the total is 16872,000 spirit coins per person. Leave after paying the bill. This Crown Princess doesn't like people owing me money." Long Qian stiffly turned around and said to the young Crown Prince Consort, You, why you? But aren't you very good at playing cards?" How could she have the face to say that she only knows a bit? The little Crown Princess had a puzzled expression. "I only know a bit." She only knew how to play cards, so how could she not know a bit? She didn't even know how to play Ping Hu, and she had always complained about it to her mother. Mo Lien, who was sitting on the side, was about to die from laughter. Just now, he had been sitting next to his wife and watching her play cards. It was simply a visual pleasure. His wife was like a little monster getting whatever she wanted and getting whatever she wanted. Her 9 treasures lotus lantern seemed like a gift from the heavens, as expected of a relative of the Tendo family. Prince Emo thought to himself. Long Yin took a deep breath. All right. Like a martyr, he took out several spirit coin cards from his pocket and tossed them all to Chiao Mu. There should be 51 million spirit coins in total. Arbor nodded and put the card in his pocket. He asked casually, Are you still playing tomorrow? Play your ancestors. Long Huan left in a huff. Not only was he cursing Arbor in his heart, he was also cursing his own sister, Long Shangyun. If it wasn't for the brainless Long Shangyun who suggested that she was bored and wanted to play with Arbor, would they have lost so miserably? Wasn't this too tragic? Long Shangyun put on a long face. Brother, I originally wanted her to lose more money to make up for the purchasing fees she cheated you out of this afternoon. Who would have thought that he would be tricked by the little crown princess again? Long Shangyun gritted her teeth. She's too good at pretending. I really thought she was a newbie who knew a thing or two. Who knew? Shut up. Long Huan angrily glared at Long Shangyun. I'm warning you. From tomorrow onwards, don't go provoking her. He could tell that every time Long Shangyun went to provoke the little crown princess, she wouldn't have a good ending. Speaking of which, it was always his sister, Long Shangyun, who suffered losses. Why couldn't this idiot learn from his mistakes? Long Shangyun had been bullied since a few days ago, and now she was being scolded by her brother, who always loved her. She couldn't help but cry. Chapter 42:52. Long Qian couldn't bear to see his sister like this, so he wrapped his arms around her shoulders and comforted quietly. All right, Shangyun, big brother isn't blaming you. I just hope you grow some brains in the future and don't provoke her again. We'll talk about everything after we return to the River of Forgetfulness and see Mother. Long Shangyun bit her lip and said aggrievedly while shedding tears, Mother will definitely help me deal with her. All right. Long Qian patted her shoulder. You've also been on tenterhooks for so many days. It's been hard on you. Everything is going smoothly now. Have a good rest today and don't think too much. Long Shangyun nodded. On the other side, the little stoic transferred the money in Long Qian's spirit coin card to her own spirit coin card, feeling a bit stifled. What's wrong with them? These people were all quite strange. They were the ones who challenged her to a horse fight every time, but they were also the ones who fled in defeat every time. They definitely won't be willing to continue playing with me tomorrow. Whoever plays with you will be unlucky. Feng Zhangfei couldn't help but ridicule inwardly. What should we do tomorrow? Jojo. Mu Xingqian walked toward her with a smile, holding a lively fish in his hand. Want a roast fish? The next day, when Long Qian and his sister arrived on the deck, they saw that the little stoic and the others had already eaten an extremely exquisite breakfast. She had Long Qian purchase all the ingredients and store them in ice to keep them fresh. Kai-Dai Veranda's products naturally wouldn't disappoint, but the kitchen maid's culinary skills were passable. However, they were currently floating on the sea, so everything could only be simplified. The stoic man's motto was to eat and use Long Qian's food. Since Long Qian was the one who invited them to the River of Forgetfulness, then he naturally had to pay for the expenses. Don't expect Sir Jojo to pay for it. Long Qian couldn't help but feel his balls ache when he saw their contented appearances. What was even more painful was that the little stoic brought 100 Feng clansmen with her. Originally, she only needed to pay for a few people's meals, but now she had to be responsible for more than 100 people originally. The ingredients they purchased were enough for all of them to eat until the River of Forgetfulness, but now they freaking had to resupply midway. Long Qian felt a bit sorry for himself when he saw the ingredients being used up and spirit coins flowing out every day. Even if he had money, yesterday's meal had basically used up all his money. Young master. A servant of the Dragon Clan invited Long Qian and his sister to take a seat and serve them breakfast and snacks. The little stoic, Prince Emo, Mu Xingqian, and the Feng Changqing brothers were seated at the original square table. After adding another seat for Long Huan and his sister, it became a little crowded. Long Huan smiled and said, You are all up early. Are you not used to sleeping on the sea? Mu Xingqian said indifferently, It's all right. We will cross the river and enter the sea at this time tomorrow. When the time comes, the sailing speed will be faster. If the weather is good, we can enjoy the seascape along the way. Their two-story ship was exquisitely built with carved beams and jade pillars, and the rooms on the second floor had all been redecorated. Therefore, as long as they didn't encounter any particularly violent weather, even if they were to float on the sea for half a month, they would still be as comfortable as at home. "Thank you, young Master Long," Mu Xingchen said politely. Long Xian said with a smile, "We're siblings, so there's no need to be so courteous." As they spoke, they heard clanking on the surface of the river. Everyone looked over and saw a skiff bobbing up and down on the river, drifting with the current. Chapter 42:53. A person was sitting at the bow of the skiff with his back facing them. From the back, his white robes and long hair fluttered in the wind, making him look like an elegant young sir. The sound of a zither flowed along with the river water, approaching from afar. The little stoic glanced curiously in that direction, her eyes revealing traces of vigilance. Which elegant young sir with a normal brain would go with the flow and play the zither in this boundless river? With such a small boat, a slightly bigger wave would immediately capsize it. What elegance could a drowned rat have? Long Huan's eyes flickered as he gazed at the back of the figure on the skiff. He said with a smile, "Truly an interesting brother. Cousin, do you think we should invite him to sit on the boat?" The little crown princess turned to look at him, revealing a treacherous expression that seemed to want to say something but hesitated. As Long Huan held his teacup, a strange thought instantly surfaced in his mind. Why did he feel like his cousin's gaze was so abnormal? Feng Zhangfei's lips twitched, and he looked at Long Huan sympathetically. He felt that with the little lady's abnormally vile and bewitching personality, this young Master Long was probably going to be in trouble again. "Cousin, there's no harm in speaking frankly. You like men?" As the little lady spoke, she even shifted her stool and squeezed closer to her husband, her small hand involuntarily reaching out to protect him. Emolien, Long Huan. Right now, his mental activity was, "Why can't I freaking slap this little stoic to death? What nonsense are you spouting?" Long Shangyun was enraged. "How can you slander my brother like this?" The little stoic extended two fingers, drawing an arc with her gaze. "Just now, you kept looking at the man on the skiff with a strange gaze. Is it admiration?" "Everyone." Long Huan's face twitched harshly. "Cousin, you're thinking too much. I'm not interested in men." Feng Zhangfei glanced at Long Huan sympathetically. This young Master Long was truly a bit pitiful. The little stoic glanced at Long Huan expressionlessly. She sat up straight and put down her small hand blocking her husband's path, saying coldly, "Then you want to invite him to sit on the bed?" "Pooh!" Feng Zhangfei spat out a mouthful of tea. Feng Zhangqin laughed silently. He quickly took a piece of cloth and wiped his brother's sleeves. Long Qi was so angry that his finger trembled slightly. He lifted his finger to point in the little stoic's direction, and his handsome face turned dark red. She was clearly doing it on purpose. What the hell was she talking about? Emolien was secretly amused and pursed her lips. The little guy's expressionless face was a little cute as he entertained others. The little stoic abruptly stood up. Just as Long Huan's nerves were stretched taut, she grabbed Long Shangyun, who was beside him, and stood up. Her movements were smooth and swift as she swung her small arm and flung Long Shangyun away. "Ask your sister to invite him." Long Shangyun's eyes were round as saucers, and she was flung away by the little stoic without warning. Her entire person flew through the air, over the ship's railing, and plummeted towards the bottom of the surging river. Shangyun!" Long Shi jumped up and rushed to the railing to take a look. He saw that the little stoic's throw was so precise that she directly flung his sister, Long Shangyun, onto that undulating skiff. She happened to be standing at the bow of the boat. Long Shangyun wasn't completely useless. Her body swayed left and right before she immediately steadied herself. She looked down and saw that the man in white was still playing the zither with downcast eyes, as if he was completely unaware that there was a young lady in front of him. Chapter 42:54. Shangyun, come back quickly. Long Yun was very anxious. He didn't care too much and immediately shouted. Long Yun steadied her emotions. She stood on the bow of the boat and gently rocked along with the river. The pink dress accentuated her beautiful face. Long Yun held a long sword horizontally in her hand and looked at the man with vigilance. She didn't expect this man to look so handsome from the back, but when she looked at him from the front, she could only see that his mud-colored pants were tattered. When she looked closer, she could see that his hair was also tangled, as if it hadn't been washed in a long time. The man placed a guqin on his knees. Under his long sleeves, several dark fingers were dancing. The head of the guqin had been damaged long ago, and two of its strings were broken. It looked a bit strange. In this place where the river was surging and the boundaries couldn't be seen, a young master in tattered clothes was playing a guqin that was about to break. Strange, very strange. Long Yun heard her brother shout and was about to fly away from the bow. The man who had been quietly playing the guqin with his head lowered suddenly looked up. Long Yun exchanged a glance with him and cried out in horror. This person only had 2 empty holes left in his eyes. At this moment, he was looking at her faintly. A pair of ghost hands that looked like chicken claws came out of his tattered white sleeves and suddenly attacked her. Long Yun was shocked, angry, and frightened. She hurriedly flew up 1/2 meter and slashed the long sword in her hand at the man's ghost claws. White light flashed. The man retracted his hand, but his movements were extremely fast. When he was in midair, he suddenly pulled the strings and played the divine song of death. The music was noisy and disturbed people's emotions. Long Yun's chest felt stuffy from the chaotic plucking. She couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. It's getting more and more perfect. A second-rank special-grade zombie. Arbor muttered to himself. Not only does it look no different from a human from a distance, but it also has innate talent and guqin skills. Its special music can cause people's emotions to become chaotic and their conscience to shake. Compared to the 18th sister and Wei Mingli he saw before, this zombie seemed to be much stronger. Long Huan turned his head upon hearing this and glared hatefully at Xiaomu. You already knew that person was a zombie? Why did you? Arbor glanced at him coldly. Didn't young Master Long also want to trick us? Long, she choked on her indifferent words. Previously, he indeed had the mood of watching a joke and wanted to see the little Stoics group suffer a setback. With his experience, he was naturally able to immediately tell that the thing on the small boat was no ordinary person. Long Yin wanted to wait for the Stoic face and the others to be unable to deal with this zombie before he stepped in to help. As a result, no matter how unhappy the little Stoic was, it wouldn't be good for her to lash out at her savior. It was a pity that the Stoic face saw through her beautiful imagination. Not only did he see through it, he even tricked his younger sister, Long Yun. What kind of nonsense was this? He didn't want to say another word to the Stoic face. He could see that as long as he had crooked thoughts, the Stoic face might not do anything to him, but he would definitely teach his younger sister a lesson and let Shang Yun continue to be unlucky. Long Yun was alarmed and furious on the inside. He hastily waved his hand and shouted, "Someone come quickly and help the second Miss return." Several dozen Long clan members on the large boat exploded into action and swiftly pounced in the direction of the small boat. They stabbed their swords at the zombie that was sitting cross-legged in midair and randomly playing the guqin. Clang, clang, clang. Several guqin notes vibrated. Chapter 42:55. One of the Dragon Clan clansmen was caught off guard, and his sea of consciousness was injured by the zither music. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell into the river. In the blink of an eye, a red-eyed swordfang fish that was about 10 feet long suddenly drilled out of the river. It caught the cultivator in its mouth and chewed twice. In less than a few seconds, it had broken off a perfectly fine cultivator and swallowed him. Ah! Long Yun saw this scene at close range and was almost scared out of her wits. She let out a sharp scream. Long Qian heard her scream and couldn't help but feel anxious. Without caring too much, he jumped out of the boat and flew towards his sister. Long Qian rushed to Long Yun's side and grabbed his sister's waist. He shouted, "Concentrate your spiritual energy and attacked the corpse puppet's head. Dozens of Dragon Clan clansmen reached out and touched their long swords. Their spiritual energy shone brightly. Dozens of five spirits' power were released from the various spirit weapons in the hands of the Dragon Clan clansmen and attacked the zither-playing corpse puppet's head. Roar! The zither-playing corpse puppet raised its two hollow eyes and let out a thunderous roar at the dozens of Dragon Clan clansmen. The river water suddenly became turbulent, and a whirlpool formed in the middle of the river, rolling and rotating. Long Qian shouted angrily, "Be careful of this corpse puppet. It's gathering the mutated corpse fish in the river nearby." Bang, bang, bang. A few figures were blown away by the corpse puppet's roar. They supported each other and stabilized their bodies with great difficulty, so they didn't fall into the river. Dozens of red-eyed swordfang fish suddenly jumped out of the whirlpool. Each of them was about 3 meters long and half as tall as a person. They bit at the people's ankles. "Rise! Rise!" Long Qian shouted sharply. All the Dragon Clan clansmen's faces changed. They raised their chi and rushed up. 2 of them were a bit slower and were bitten by the red-eyed swordfang fish. They felt a heart-wrenching pain in their ankles. Their blood flowed backward. With a scream, they were dragged into the river and eaten by the swordfang fish. Long Qian's face was extremely ugly. He flew back a few meters with Long Shangyun and quickly dragged her back to the boat. Roar! The zither-playing corpse puppet seemed to be completely enraged. It suddenly stretched out its ghostly claw and swept the zither strings. After a few clangs, more than 10 invisible white lights attacked Long Qian and Long Shangyun from behind. Xiao Mu leaned against the railing and watched them fight with each other, her small, pale face expressionless. Long Qian could already see the ship's railing in front of him, but a strong gust of wind came from behind him, preventing him from moving forward. The only thing he could do was to push his younger sister, Long Shangyun, forward. Then he turned around and quickly activated his defensive spirit artifact to block the attacks. The zither-playing corpse puppet's cultivation had broken through to the god realm. As soon as Long Yun exchanged blows with him, he felt that something was wrong. This corpse puppet was too powerful. Even he was no match for the corpse puppet. The moment the defensive barrier was activated, it was broken by the other party. With a cracking sound, the defensive barrier in front of him was instantly shattered by the corpse puppet. Roar! The zither-playing corpse puppet seemed to have locked onto him. Its figure flashed and appeared in front of Long Huan. Its pitch-black claws grabbed at Long Huan's neck. If the corpse puppet grabbed him, his neck would be fine. Not to mention, his body would definitely be poisoned by the corpse poison. "Brother!" Long Shangyun rushed to the railing and shouted, "Hurry, hurry and save brother. Go and save brother." Chapter 4256. The rest of the members of the dragon family who stayed on the ship hurriedly jumped over the railing and rushed towards Long Qing to surround him. Long Shangyun gripped the railing tightly and screamed at Long Hua, watch out, brother! All of you, be careful and protect young master." Under the combined defense of the Dragon Clan members, the zither-playing corpse puppet's attack was blocked by them. A few Dragon Clan members protected Long Hua and retreated to the ship. "Brother!" Long Shangyun jumped into Long Hua's arms and cried in shock and fright. "Are you okay, brother?" Long Hua's face was slightly pale. He shook his head slightly at his sister and then turned to look at Arbor, who was sitting calmly at the table. Like an enraged leopard, Long Shangyun abruptly pounced in Xiao Mu's direction and swung her fist at Xiao Mu's face without any explanation. "Do you have any sense of propriety when joking? You can't play around with this kind of thing, ah?" Before Long Shangyun could get close, Arbor whipped her away. "Shangyun!" Long Hua hurriedly had 2 Dragon Clan members grab Long Shangyun. The 2 Dragon Clan members supported Long Shangyun on both sides and barely steadied themselves before glaring angrily in Arbor's direction. Arbor grabbed Mu Xingqian's hand and looked in Long Shangyun's direction. He said coldly, "You want to die?" Long Shangyun's eyes were red with anger. She pointed at Arbor and said angrily, "You, what kind of woman was this? Cold and heartless, heartless and heartless." The siblings had treated them to good food and drinks along the way. How many spirit coins had they spent for this woman? However, the other party didn't appreciate it at all. Just now, they even threw her to the corpse puppet, causing her to almost die. Arbor snorted and turned to look at Long Hua. His eyes flashed with a demonic light. Young Master Long, I advise you not to play tricks with me. I have 10,000 ways to make your sister beg for death. You can try them one by one. Long Hua's heart went cold. He hurriedly went forward and grabbed the furious Long Shangyun. Cousin, you misunderstood. I misunderstood? Arbor glanced at the siblings as if they were idiots. You're an expert in the sea. How could you not know whether the visitor is a human or a ghost? Long Shangyun, I'm not joking with you. I'm Arbor, and I never joke. Arbor looked coldly at Long Shangyun, who was about to go crazy, and said word by word, I wanted you to die just now, so I threw you out. Didn't your brother want to screw me over? I'll screw you over first. Let's see who dies first. You. Long Shi hurriedly grabbed Long Shangyun, who was so angry that she wanted to rush up again. Long Huan looked at Arbor deeply and took a deep breath. It's my fault. I shouldn't have used that corpse puppet to joke with my cousin. It's good that you know. Arbor looked at him coldly, then turned and left. Long Shangyun shrieked, Where are you going? Once this woman left, Prince Mo and the others naturally followed. Were they going to let the Dragon Clan members deal with the zither-playing corpse puppet alone? Didn't they need to do anything? Long Huan grabbed his sister's hand tightly, stopping her from rushing over and humiliating herself again. Taking a deep breath, Long Huan lowered his voice and said to the Dragon Clan members, Everyone gather and deal with the corpse puppet. Chapter 42:57. Thump, 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 thump. Knocking sounds came from around the ship. A few boatmen ran up sweating profusely and hurriedly said to Long Huan, Young Lord, it's bad. We don't know what's at the bottom of the ship, but it's digging at the deck. If it's penetrated, the lower cabin will leak. The entire ship might not survive. Long Huan was shocked. It's the sword fang fish. In this vast water, if the ship was penetrated, they could only fly. However, it was hard to tell directions on the sea. If they flew in the wrong direction and had to start all over again, it would be troublesome. Moreover, even the strongest flying spirit beast couldn't fly for more than 10 days without stopping. However, they couldn't stop on the water unless they encountered a small island. According to his experience, the nearest ferry would only arrive tomorrow night. If they changed ships there, if they were lucky, they could buy a ship immediately. If they were unlucky, they would have to wait. Jiang Song, take 10 people down and guard the bottom of the ship. Do your best to get rid of those sword fang fish. Yes. Ao Hai, come with me to meet the Crown Princess and the rest. Long Huan took a deep breath and closed his eyes tiredly. There were still so many days left on this trip. If he didn't build a good relationship with the little Crown Princess, the journey would be very difficult. It was also his fault. He knew that the little Crown Princess was someone who couldn't tolerate sand in her eyes, but he had to use the corpse puppet to test her. In the end, he went for wool and came home shorn. He almost lost his sister's life. Long Huan brought Ao Hai to the second floor of the ship and knocked on the door of the little Crown Princess's room. It was Mu Xingchen who opened the door. Long Huan was slightly startled and exchanged glances with Mu Xingchen. When he walked in, he saw that the Feng brothers were also drinking tea in the room. The little Crown Princess was sitting by the window, propping up her chin as she stared at the surging river outside. She didn't even turn her head when she heard Long Huan enter. Long Huan cupped his hands at everyone. Everyone is here. What's the matter, young Lord Long? Mo Lien raised her brows slightly and looked at the person in front of her with a half-smile. Actually, how could they not know why Long Huan was here at this time? However, he should have the attitude of asking for help. Hearing Long Huan say it personally, he felt more at ease. Long Huan was a little embarrassed, but he was a flexible person. After cupping his hands at Crown Prince Mo and the others, Long Ji explained with a smile. Your Highness the Crown Prince, everyone, the current situation is rather urgent. Mutated sword fang fish have gathered below the ship's hold outside, so we need your help. Of course, I've already sent my clansmen to clean them up. However, there are too many sword fang fish. I'm afraid they won't be able to handle it. If we can get the help of the brothers of the Phoenix clan, this matter should be easier to resolve. Also, is it they're playing corpse puppet outside? Long Huan smiled bitterly. You should have seen it just now. This corpse puppet's level is extremely high. Without your help, we wouldn't have been able to handle it. I hope. Long Huan cupped his hands awkwardly at the others. Please help me. Mu Xingqian glanced at him indifferently. Young Master Long is too polite. It's our duty. After all, we're also on this ship. It's our duty to help. However, can young Master Long guarantee that your clansmen won't backstab others? Mu Xingqian said indifferently. We don't want to have to deal with our companions behind us when we help. Chapter 4258. Long Huan's expression froze. Cousin, you're overthinking things. How could our Long clan do such a thing? That's not necessarily true. Xiao Mu said apathetically. Haven't you done enough backstabbing and entrapping? Long Huan suppressed his anger and took a deep breath. He cupped his hands at Arbor. Cousin was in the wrong just now. I shouldn't have joked about the corpse puppet with Cousin. I promise I won't do it again. Arbor tilted his head and continued to support his chin, watching the river. Long Huan was a bit nervous. He thought this cousin of his didn't like him and didn't want others to help. Mu Xingqian walked out. Why are you still standing here? Why aren't you leaving? Long Huan was overjoyed and hurried to follow. He turned back and saw Feng Changqing and Mu Xingqian following him. He couldn't help but sigh in relief. Long Huan couldn't see through the cultivation realms of these two Phoenix clansmen and Prince Mo. He had a feeling that these three people's realms were above his. Arbor watched them leave and frowned. Can Big Brother and the others handle it? A few mutated sword fang fish. What can't they handle? Mo Lien walked to his wife. There's so many people in the Phoenix clan. If they can't even handle these small sword fang fish, then just throw them away. What's the use of bringing them? They're burdensome, useless, and a waste of food. Arbor blinked and patted Prince Mo's head. You're always thinking about sending the Phoenix clan away. Too many people won't help. Mo Lien curled her lips with a disdainful expression. Soon, the two heard fierce, thumping sounds from below the cabin. Looking down from the window, they could see water splashing on both sides. Suddenly, a sword fang fish jumped up and stuck close to Arbor's window, as if it wanted to jump in and bite Arbor's arm. Mo Lien didn't even lift her eyes. With a move of her finger, a cluster of black flames silently roasted over, roasting the sword fang fish into pieces in a matter of minutes. The fish have mutated. Arbor was worried. I wonder how many things have mutated in this river. Prince Mo wasn't wrong at all. Compared to the land, the situation in the sea seemed to be worse. Don't worry, Jojo. It's just natural selection. Mo Lien put his arm around his wife's shoulder and comforted her softly. Since there are mutated fish, according to the laws of heaven and earth, there will naturally be stronger species that can fight against these mutated fish. Tian Yun's medicine has transformed some people into corpse puppets, but the others have comprehended special abilities. Rivers and lakes can be proved by the same principle. All living things will follow the rules. You don't have to worry too much. He was worried that his wife would worry about everything. Arbor looked up at him and nodded in amusement. I don't worry too much. I can't manage too many things. Just stay true to your heart and do your best. Don't force anything. It seems to be quieter. Let's go out and take a look. Mo Lien held her little hand, and the two walked out of the cabin together. The dim red color on the horizon was reflected in the river water, revealing a faint scarlet color. The zither playing corpse puppet was nowhere to be seen. A dozen or so Dragon Clan members were cleaning up the messy deck. Several boatmen hurriedly ran up to Long Huan and shouted, Young Master, the bottom cabin is leaking. Chapter 4259. Hurry and see if it can be repaired. Long Huan was irritated and followed several boatmen to the bottom cabin. Along the way, he saw the little crown princess, and Prince Mo Long Huan paused and nodded at them. Cousin, Your Highness the Crown Prince, water is seeping into the bottom cabin. I'll go down and take a look first. The little stoic pulled her husband to the side and made way for Long Huan to pass through. After Long Huan hastily led them down, the two people stood on the deck for a while. They gazed at the river in the distance. Under the setting sun's illumination, it appeared a bit bewitching red. Perhaps it was because of the battle just now that the nearby river was dyed red. Feng Changqing quickly walked over. I'm afraid this ship won't last until the next dock. The ship was already in trouble before entering the sea. In the Feng clan's opinion, the Forgotten River Dragon clan's ability to handle matters was truly lacking. Where's that harp-stroking zombie? It escaped by diving into the water, Feng Changqing replied. The little stoic uttered an oh. Then they probably won't last until night. They'll probably be drifting on the river tonight. Feng Changqing couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He really wanted to tell the stoic girl, we're also in the same boat right now. If others go into the water, we won't fare any better. However, when he saw the little crown princess's calm and disapproving expression, Feng Changqing decided it was better to keep his mouth shut, so as to avoid saying the wrong thing and being rebuked by the little fellow until he doubted his life. Mo Lien glanced at him and consciously pulled his wife closer to him. He asked with a taut face, how's the situation with the sword-toothed fish? The sword-toothed fish that gathered just now have been completely cleaned up. Feng Changqing said, I just don't know if such a big commotion will attract more mutated fish in the nearby river. It will. The little crown princess answered him coherently. The two men couldn't help but twitch their mouths. Inform them to prepare for battle. The little stoic said seriously. That cultured zombie will probably come again. Cultured zombie? Feng Zhangqing and Mo Lien looked at each other and asked with their eyes, Saint Lady, are you serious? Prince Mo glanced at him and gave him a look that said, figure out yourself. The two of them held hands and strolled back to their room to rest. They did not care whether Long Huan was badly battered by the water leak or not. When it was time for dinner, Mu Xingqin, Feng Zhangqing, and Feng Zhangfei returned. When they saw the two of them, they shook their heads and said, the water in the lower cabin is very serious. It can't be repaired. I estimate that the ship will sink in at most an hour. Sir Jojo frowned. What are Long Huan and the others doing? He's still repairing the lower deck. Oh, then let's eat first. Xiao Mu calmly took out a lunchbox and started rummaging through it, taking out 4 to 5 plates of piping hot dishes. Do you want some wine? Feng Changqing and his brothers stared dumbfoundedly at their holy maiden, unable to speak for a long time. At this freaking time, her holy maiden was actually asking them if they wanted to drink wine. If you don't want to drink, then hurry up and eat. Feng Zhangfei's mouth twitched. Weren't everyone present at the God realm or above? Did they need to eat 3 meals a day like mortals? Prince Mo swept the 3 of them a glance. Feng Changqing and the other 2 sat down resignedly. My master said that humans are made of iron and rice is made of steel. If you don't eat, you'll starve. No matter how high your cultivation is, you still have to eat. They nodded like chicks pecking at rice. Chapter 4260. Your Majesty, you're right. When Long Qian rushed in to look for them, this was the heartwarming scene he saw. He felt inexplicably sorrowful and speechless. Feng Changqing and his brother held their bowls of rice and turned to look at Long Qian. They saw that the originally handsome young master in white was now covered in dirt. A trace of sympathy rose in their hearts. The Wangchuan Dragon Clan seemed to be a little pitiful. You actually still have the mood to eat here. Long Shangyun squeezed in from behind Long Qian and shouted in exasperation. Long Qian hurriedly raised his hand to grab her and quickly walked in. He cupped his hands at Arbor and the others. Your Highness, cousin, I'm afraid this ship won't last for long. We bought a lot of supplies on the ship and need to install them. I wonder if cousin has a free storage talisman to store the supplies on the ship? These resources were all things that they had bought with real money, especially the furnishings in the little crown princess room. The gilded copper incense burner, the gold-threaded Phoebe Jinnan wood table, and the weeping silk quilt. These had to be installed. Long Qian felt a little bitter. There was still half a month's journey before they reached Wangchuan. They had to continue living on a tight budget. The little crown princess happened to have finished eating. She glanced at him and did not make things difficult for him. She pulled her husband up silently and followed Long Qian out. When they reached the door of the cargo hold, the little crown princess took out an empty storage talisman and stored all the supplies in the cargo hold into it. Long Shangyun heaved a sigh of relief and naturally reached out her hand to the little crown princess. However, the little crown princess ignored her from beginning to end. After storing the supplies, she put the jade talisman into her inner world. Long Shangyun almost exploded on the spot. "Crown Princess, what do you mean by this? I'll give you the supplies after we change to a new ship." Xiao Mu rebuked Long Shangyun expressionlessly. "You didn't think that I would give you a storage talisman for free in addition to helping you? May I ask where your shame is? Where's your shame?" Long Qian. Long Shangyun was so angry that she couldn't speak. The experience of past tragedies told Long Shangyun that it was best not to refute the little crown princess at this time. Otherwise, she might get beaten up again. This crown princess was simply an evil little demon. She would immediately draw her sword and brandish her fists when she couldn't even finish a sentence with you. "Why don't you give it a try? The little crown princess will definitely beat you up until you start doubting your life." "They're baffling." The little stoic looked up at Imo Lien. Prince Imo laughed as he nodded. He pulled his wife's hand and walked out. "Young Master Long, I hope you don't forget that we are only here to help you. It doesn't matter if you don't help." What a joke. Didn't Long Huan run in himself and ask them to use the storage talisman to collect the supplies on the ship? He had a lot of demands, and he even wanted his wife to hand over the storage talisman. It was really baffling. Long Huan smiled bitterly and cupped his hands. "Yes, please continue to help me collect the goods on the ship. Don't forget about the things in your rooms." Those were all money. Long Huan's heart was very dismal. He kept feeling that he was truly lowly enough serving this young couple on this journey. Return to the river of forgetfulness. Return to the river of forgetfulness. Return to the river of forgetfulness. Everything will be fine. Long Huan reminded himself in his mind and silently swallowed his bitterness. Chapter 4261. Long Huan reached out and tightly grasped Long Shangyun's wrist, afraid that his sister would go mad from anger and not be able to hold back from making things difficult for the young crown prince consort. After a few times, the brother and sister were very clear that there seemed to be absolutely no benefit in clashing with the stoic-faced crown prince consort. Big brother. Long Shangyun was so angry that she wanted to cry. She had never seen such a vile person. Long Shangyun felt that if she continued to interact with the young crown princess like this, the latter would drive her crazy sooner or later. "Why don't we go our separate ways?" Big brother. Long Shangyun's anger had yet to dissipate. "No." Long Huan shook his head. He didn't want to go their separate ways from the young crown princess since she was so difficult to get along with. However, the problem was that he had to ensure that the young crown princess would not turn back midway and reach the river of forgetfulness safely. "Bear with it for a while, Shangyun." Long Huan knew that his sister had been spoiled by her family since she was young. She had suffered too much at the hands of the crown princess these few days, and his heart ached for her. However, in order to successfully complete this mission, she did not mind suffering a little. Long Huan took a deep breath and said, "Your cousin has an eccentric personality and doesn't play by the rules. Just keep your distance from her. With her quiet personality, if you ignore her, she won't take the initiative to find trouble with you. Why do I have to accommodate her in everything?" Long Shangyun was furious and almost flew into a rage. "What cousin? I won't acknowledge her identity. I don't know how Long Chuyun raised her daughter to have such an unruly and disorderly thing." Shangyun. Long Huan hastily covered her mouth in fright and looked around with a guilty conscience. Seeing that there was no one else around, he sighed in relief. If the crown prince consort had heard those words just now, she would definitely have taught Shangyun a lesson. There was no doubt about that. "All right, let's go and get ready. Later, we'll summon your flying bat. We'll rush to the nearest ferry and change boats first. But we're in such a hurry. Is it so easy to change boats?" Long Huan sighed. "Let's take it one step at a time." Right now, he was also extremely anxious. Truly, the road to happiness was strewn with setbacks. If he wanted to bring the crown princess back to the river of forgetfulness, why was it so difficult? After the little crown princess looted everything in the room, she followed the 100 people from the Phoenix clan to the deck. At this time, The water on the lower deck had gradually spread to the deck, and the whole hull was tilting to one side. The ship is sinking. Long Shi turned to look at his sister, Long Shangyun. Shangyun, summon the flying bats. Yes, big brother. Long Shangyun waved her hand, and an enormous bat that blended into the night appeared before everyone. Go! Long Yun waved his hand, and the Dragon Clan clansmen carried the boatmen and jumped onto the back of the flying bats. Brother, come up quickly. Long Shangyun stood on the back of the flying bat and looked down at Arbor's group on the deck. She snorted. Long Huan cut open a few partitions in the cabin and quickly placed them into his inner world. If his inner world wasn't so small, he would have placed a few more partitions. Hearing Long Shangyun's voice, Long Huan agreed. He then glanced in the young crown prince consort's direction. Seeing that they were still standing motionlessly on the puddles of water on the deck, he warned with a frown, "Cousin, the ship is about to topple over. You should also quickly summon your flying beasts and follow us to the nearest ferry. There's no need for you to worry." Chapter 4262. Arbor glanced indifferently at Long Shi. The latter sighed and cupped his hands toward them. Then, with a leap, he landed beside Long Shangyun. Clang, clang. When Long Shi heard the intermittent zither sounds, his expression suddenly changed, and he urged Long Shangyun to hurry and leave. This was the sound of the zither-playing corpse puppet in the day. This fellow wouldn't be here to ambush them again in the dark and windy night, right? After a howl, a white figure pounced at the flying bat, instantly eliciting panic screams. Long Shi shouted in a low voice, "Don't panic. Activate the defensive barrier." Boom, boom, boom. Gusts of strong wind flowed down from the sky. In the pitch-black night, everyone could only see the streaks of light emitted by the crisscrossing sword aura. Long Shangyun shouted anxiously, "Hurry, hurry and fly. Go, go." The flying bat flapped its wings, flying unsteadily. The people standing on the bat's back naturally fell as well. It was a thrilling experience. "Holy lady," a Phoenix clansman hurriedly said, "can you allow this subordinate to summon the flying beast? Be careful of that corpse puppet." Boom. Arbor expressionlessly raised her hand and released a black gold arrow. The arrow pierced through the air, carrying a violent gust of wind as it shot viciously toward the head of the corpse puppet pouncing down from the sky. The corpse puppet played its zither, and the zither sounds vibrated, deflecting the black gold arrow. The black gold arrow lost its aim and pierced to the side. It made a turn in the air and shot toward the corpse puppet's head again with a whoosh. This corpse puppet couldn't be so smart. After dodging the first time, it simply didn't expect the black gold arrow to make a turn. The black gold arrow hit the back of its head with a crisp clang. Arbor pulled out a vine whip with hidden barb from her sleeve and viciously lashed it at the corpse puppet's head. With a crisp crack, the little fellow ruthlessly whipped off a large piece of rotten flesh on the zither-playing corpse puppet's head. The Phoenix clansmen surrounding the little girl all looked at the unusually valiant stoic face with shining eyes. They suddenly cheered and almost applauded. Mo Yin glanced at them speechlessly. "Step back. This bunch of idiots." "Awoo, awoo, awoo." The zither-playing corpse roared. Everyone felt that the boat under their feet was trembling, slowly spinning along with the river. Countless sword fong fishes jumped out of the water and flew to the deck, wanting to bite anyone they saw. It was a pity that these little things were facing experts above the deity realm. Everyone could produce partial divine armor to protect their bodies, so it was impossible for them to be bitten by the sword fong fish. Furthermore, the speed of everyone's attacks was extremely fast. The sword fong fish simply couldn't get close to them. It was chopped into pieces in midair. "Ascend." At Arbor's command, everyone floated into the air. Then they saw the little girl take out several divine power balls from her inner world and throw them at the water below. Boom, 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 boom. A terrifying explosion shook the entire river, and in that instant, time seemed to stop. A deep whirlpool appeared in the river, and the countless sword fong fishes that were torn to shreds were instantly sucked into the whirlpool. Awoo, awoo, awoo. The zither-playing corpse puppet didn't dare to linger and hastily fled with its tail between its legs. Long Qian and his sister, who had already fled some distance away and were standing on the flying bat's back in fear, couldn't help but look back. Chapter 4263. Against the backdrop of the flames, thick smoke billowed up as if the river water had been ignited and boiled. The momentum was a little frightening. Arbor's small face was expressionless. He looked down coldly at the balls of sword-fang fish that were smashed into smithereens. His eyes revealed a trace of disdain. Despicable means, she said coldly. Then she took out a glassy sealing ball and threw it into the surging river. Feng Zhangqing and the others were shocked by the little girl's divine power ball. At this time, seeing her throw out another thing, they all held their breaths, waiting for a huge shock. The sealing ball fell, and a 3-story ship slid out from it, instantly falling into the river. Waves surged up as the ship surged forward. My God! Feng Zhangfei couldn't help but exclaim, a ship! Scarlet firmament waves. Obviously, Feng Zhangqing's eyesight was much better than his younger brother Feng Zhangfei's. This sentence hit the nail on the head, and the group of Feng clansmen immediately opened their eyes wide, scrambling to look at the ship. Let's go. Arbor waved her hand, and everyone immediately followed the little crown princess and flew to the big ship. It's really tiring to be tossed around in the middle of the night. The little crown princess stood on the deck and turned to look at everyone expressionlessly. Everyone, wash up and go to bed early. The rooms on the second floor are up to you. With that, she took her husband's slender fingers and pulled him to the third floor. Leaving behind a group of curious Feng clansmen, they touched and looked around excitedly for a long time. They couldn't help but surround Feng Zhangqing and ask about the scarlet firmament waves. Early the next morning, after a night's rest, the Feng clansmen came to the deck refreshed. Only then did they realize that the sun had already risen from the east, and the morning glow sprinkled on the river water, evolving into a magnificent color. Xiao Mu and Emolian were currently eating breakfast with Mu Xingqian, so they greeted everyone when they saw them arrive. This scarlet firmament waves is really powerful. I didn't feel any bumps all night. I slept really well. Yeah, after a night's rest. I'm full of energy today, not to mention that the scarlet firmament blue waves have been operating steadily for an entire night. They didn't have to worry about being attacked at all. The entire Crimson Nimbus Blue wave ship was a top-grade defensive Saint artifact. As long as they didn't mobilize all the corpse fish in the sea to attack, the hundreds and thousands of fish schools wouldn't pose any threat at all. Breakfast was simple, consisting of meat buns and porridge. Although no one was hungry, it seemed that after following the little crown princess, they had inexplicably developed the habit of eating 3 meals a day. Since they had nothing else to do, everyone had a bowl of porridge and 2 steam buns to eat by themselves. It's the nearest ferry port. With this speed, we'll probably arrive at noon, the little stoic said expressionlessly to everyone. I wonder how young Master Long and the others are doing now. Feng Zhangfei took a bite of the bun and suddenly asked, by the way, did it rain last night? MHM, it rained for most of the night, but the rain wasn't heavy. However, if young Master Long and the others rode the flying bat, it probably wouldn't be very comfortable, Feng Zhangqing said faintly. Mu Xingqian couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Clan Leader Feng's words were too fucking subtle. What wouldn't it be very comfortable? It would simply be extremely unlucky, all right? It was now August, and the weather was abnormally hot. The river breeze brushed their faces, but it felt stuffy and hot. Chapter 4264. Although it was only 7 in the morning, when the sun rose, heat radiated in all directions, and the temperature of the river rose a lot. The little crown princess pulled out 4 water spirit talismans from her pocket with a wooden expression. With a flip of her hand, a stream of water appeared in her palm. In a few minutes, the water condensed into ice, and a large block of ice as tall as a person fell beside her. After continuously creating 4 large blocks of ice, the little crown princess silently slapped the water spirit talismans in her hand into the ice block, keeping it in a frozen state. Then, she summoned 4 golems and had them fan themselves. Mu Xingqian's mouth twitched. Sitting beside the little crown princess, he felt a cool breeze blow over, and the stuffy feeling dissipated a lot. His sister really knew how to enjoy life. Arbor took out spirit tea from his inner world and poured a cup for his brother. Then, he heard a phoenix call out, "It's young Lord Long," and the others. Feng Zhangqing and Feng Zhangfei hurriedly walked to the railing and looked up. In the vast river, a group of dozens of people stood on wooden planks in a somewhat disheveled state. Drifting with the waves, Mu Xingqian sipped his tea. Before he could speak, he heard Feng Zhangfei yell, "Damn, they look a little miserable." How could Long Shi's group be described as miserable? After parting with the little crown princess and the others in a panic yesterday, Long Shi's group rode on the flying bat. After getting rid of the zither-playing corpse puppet and tossing the thing to Arbor and the others, Long Shi and his sister thought that they were going to start getting lucky. In the end, it started raining in the middle of the night, and the pitter-patter never stopped. They couldn't keep using their spirit power to evaporate the moisture on their bodies. If they continued to evaporate, if they encountered any danger and used up all their spirit power, they really wouldn't be able to do anything. Therefore, the group endured the rain and reluctantly took out some clothes from their inner worlds to cover their heads. In the end, after a night of torment, the flying bat couldn't take it anymore because it was carrying hundreds of people and flying for so long without stopping. Long Shangyun could only take it back. Fortunately, young Master Long had the foresight to store many wooden planks in his inner world. Now that they were tossed out, everyone could at least stand on the wooden planks and float with the current for a short distance. They planned to wait for the flying bats to rest for a while before continuing to fly. What a tragic life. There were so many people on this trip, but only the second miss had a flying spirit beast. Long Huan also had a flying spirit artifact, but it was very small and could only carry 2 people. He didn't want to abandon his clansmen and take his sister away. He still wanted to save face. Fortunately, they weren't too far away from the ferry. At most, they would just have to float for another 4 to 6 hours. They should be able to reach the ferry before evening. He was worried about Arbor and the others. It had been a long time since the little crown princess and the others came. Long Huan was worried that the little crown princess would return to the capital in anger. "Young master, look, there's a ship." Just as he was hesitating, a member of the dragon clan shouted. Long Shangyun's spirit was roused. She looked up and immediately waved her hand at the distant 3-story ship. Here. Hey, over here." Long Huan hurriedly shouted, "Take off. Let's fly over and take a look." Mo Yin raised her brows with a half-smile. "Wife, they seem to have seen us. How could they not see such a big ship unless they were blind?" Everyone couldn't help but grumble in their hearts. They calmly turned to look. Chapter 4265. There was a ship. A 3-story ship was right in front of them. "Everyone, don't rush to be the first." Long Qian forced himself to remain calm and turned to warn Long Shangyun. "Shangyun, you must remember not to be impetuous. Follow me over to take a look." After saying this, he rose into the air with everyone. As he left, Long Qian didn't forget to put away those wooden planks again in case of an emergency. "Don't worry, big brother." Long Shangyun pursed her lips disapprovingly. Everyone was extremely exhausted from the bumpy journey. Now that they saw a large ship appear in front of them, their moods were naturally more agitated. Long Qian led the Forget River Dragon clan members to the side of the ship. He cupped his fists in salute and said in a clear voice, "Friend, we are." His eyes landed on the little stoic at the side of the table. Long Qian and the others were instantly stupefied. Feng Zhangfei was leaning against the railing. When he saw Long Qian leading people over, he waved his hand at the Dragon Clan members with a resplendent smile. "Young Master Long, I trust you have been well since we last met?" Long Qian glanced at Feng Zhangfei dumbly. He opened his mouth, but couldn't speak for a long time. Long Shangyun and the others were also stupefied, as though they had been punched in the face. Yes, were their eyes playing tricks on them, or what? Why did the stoic-faced crown princess and the others look so comfortable and contented? Where did this magnificent 3-story ship come from? Could it be that they had already stayed on this ship and spent the night comfortably since last night? After Long Qian's expression changed several times, he finally stabilized his emotions with great difficulty and forced out a smile that was uglier than crying at Feng Zhongfei. Young Master Feng, you guys? What is this ship? Young Master, look, there are so many mechanical people on this ship, and even the one manning the helm is a mechanical person. One of the Forget River Dragon clan members exclaimed in shock. Could it be the legendary Crimson Firmament Wave? Long Qian's eyes abruptly widened as he carefully sized up the large ship in disbelief. Long Shangyun was so shocked that she lost her voice and couldn't utter a word for a long time. Crimson Firmament Wave? The legendary sacred weapon Crimson Firmament Wave ship was actually right in front of them right now. Impossible. Could it be that you're overthinking it? Long Shangyun could not help but shout out. She would never believe that the little crown princess actually had a sacred weapon like the Scarlet Firmament Blue Wave. Impossible. Impossible. Long Shangyun glared at the little stoic and tugged at her eldest brother's sleeve. Long she nodded slightly and led Long Shangyun and the remaining 70 or so clansmen towards the deck. Boom! With a flash of light, the Scarlet Firmament Blue Waves, a large-scale defensive saint artifact, let everyone witness its power. Long Huan and the others were all blocked by the light released by the red Firmament Blue Waves. They looked at each other in confusion. Cousin, can you let us come up first? Arbor looked at Long Hua with a troubled expression. The holy artifact has a spirit. If the red Firmament Blue Wave doesn't allow you to come up, there's nothing I can do. Long Shangyun's pretty face twisted slightly. Who are you trying to fool? Aren't you its master? Won't it be fine if you remove its external defense so that it doesn't block us? Arbor blinked and glanced at her before directly refusing. What do you know? The holy artifact has a spirit and has its own thoughts. It's not something the master can control at will. You indeed don't understand since you don't have a holy artifact. Arbor shook his head at Long Shangyun. Chapter 4266. Long Shangyun nearly vomited blood from anger. Upon seeing this, Long Qian silently pulled Long Shangyun to his side and looked at that stoic face in despair. Although this child didn't have any expression at all at this moment, Long Qian saw the word mischievous on Sir Jojo's small face. Continuing to be mischievous with a wooden face truly made people feel very helpless. Cousin, tell me, what do you want? Long Shangyun turned to look at her elder brother, Long Qian, as if she had seen a ghost. What did elder brother mean by this? Could it be that they still had to pay for a boat ride? They were truly crazy, crazy, crazy. The boat fare is 1 million spirit coins per person, Arbor said expressionlessly. The boat will arrive at the next ferry. After that, you will have to pay for a bigger boat that's more reliable. Don't let it break down after half a day at sea. At that time, I'm afraid you won't be able to afford the rest of the expensive boat fare. Long Qian already knew how much of a scammer the little crown princess was, but he still underestimated how much of a scammer this stoic face was. He really wanted to cry. Cousin, can you? The little crown princess waved her hand. I'll give you a discount. There are more than 70 people here, so I'll round it off and you'll pay 70 million spirit coins. You might as well rob me. Long Shangyun couldn't resist cursing loudly. The little stoic glanced at her disdainfully. You're so poor from head to toe. What do you have for me to rob you of? This disdainful gaze and disdainful tone made Long Shangyun so angry that she wanted to vomit blood. Here. Long Qian gritted his teeth and agreed. Didn't the little crown princess like money? Then he would give her money. As long as it could improve their relationship, he wouldn't hesitate to give her more money. However, cousin, I don't have that much cash on me. Can you sign an IOU? When we return to River of Forgetfulness, I'll definitely give you the full amount. After saying this, Long Qian immediately realized that his cousin was looking at him with even more disdain. You're too poor. Arbor shook his head. His serious expression of disgust made Feng Zhongqing and the others twitch their mouths. All right then, Arbor sighed. Since we're on the same road, I can't just leave you in the lurch. Unlike you guys, you immediately fled on your flying bats the moment you saw the zombies. The Long siblings' faces alternated between green, white, and red. After the little stoic scolded them, they waved their hands and opened Qishao, Songlong's defensive barrier. Long Huan and the others finally let out a sigh of relief. They quickly went through the gap in the shield and landed on the deck. After a night of torment, Long Huan and the other poor people all looked pale. They were very unlucky. Arbor looked at them and took out a brush and ink from his inner world. "Young Master Long, please." Long Huan took a deep breath and quickly signed an IOU and handed it to Arbor. Then, he looked around the interior of Red Nimbus Blue Waves. This deck was more than 3 times wider than their previous ship. Not only was it spacious, but it was also fully furnished with tables, chairs, cups, and plates. More than 100 Phone clansmen sat in groups of 2s and 3s at their respective small tables, drinking tea and munching on melon seeds. Pairs of eyes looked at them curiously. Why the fuck did they look like they deserved a beating after Long Huan landed? He discovered that there were 4 ice walls erected around his cousin. There were 7 to 8 golems fanning themselves on the side. No wonder the cool breeze blew over. On the small table in front of them were tea, snacks, and a few servings of fresh-looking fruits. Long Huan felt a headache coming on, and his eyebrows couldn't help but twitch. Chapter 4267. Why does this guy look like he needs to be taught a lesson? Cousin, this scarlet firmament blue wave is... Oh, you were running too fast. I didn't have time to call you. Arbor said indifferently. This scarlet firmament blue wave was given to me by an elder in Shuntian Prefecture. I don't use it often, so I often forget about it. Xiao Mu's words caused the Long siblings' chest to hurt from choking. They were sure that this guy did it on purpose. Things like not using it often and not being able to remember, they were all excuses. She had purposely waited for them to leave on the flying bat before she slowly took out this sacred artifact and placed everyone inside. Long Shangyun pursed her lips and whispered, "He's just watching us make a fool of ourselves." Long Huan tugged at her sleeve, and Long Shangyun shut her mouth in embarrassment. "Young Master Long, I think you guys are tired." Mu Xingqian stood up and said, "I'll bring you guys to the rooms on the 2nd floor to rest." Long Shi immediately looked at Mu Xingqian with a wary gaze. How could they be so kind? "Don't worry, 1 million spirit coins is enough to cover food and lodging." Mu Xingqian explained and gestured for them to enter. Long Shi heaved a sigh of relief. That's right, when the little crown princess asked them for a sky-high price, she did say that the fairy fare was 1 million spirit coins, but she didn't say anything about food and lodging. Long Shi and his sister followed Mu Xingqian to the 2nd floor. Only then did they realize that there were many rooms on the 2nd floor. From the outside, the scarlet firmament blue wave looked like a 3-story ship that was slightly bigger than a normal ship. But when they got closer, they realized that the cabin seemed to stretch on endlessly. As they walked along the corridor, they seemed to have passed by dozens of rooms, but they still couldn't see the end of the cabin. As expected of a sacred weapon, Long Shi was speechless. It seemed that the space on this ship was completely different from the outside world. "Big brother, is there something wrong with the space here?" This is the sacred weapon space. It looks no different from a normal ship from the outside, but when you enter, you realize that it's a completely different world." Mu Xingqian stood still and pointed to the rooms behind. "The rooms in front are all occupied by us. You guys can do whatever you want in the back." Long Shangyun hurriedly opened the door to one of the rooms. After closing the door, she went to open another one. Mu Xingqian said faintly, "Miss Long, the furnishings in the room are exactly the same. There's no need to be picky." The reason he brought them here was to prevent them from entering the wrong room. "Thank you." Long Huan sincerely thanked Mu Xingqian. Then, he let his younger sister choose a room to enter while he chose the one opposite. The other members of the Dragon Clan also went to choose their own rooms to wash up and rest. Mu Xingqian nodded at Long Yun. "Young Master Long, you've worked hard this time. I won't disturb you any further. If you want to eat, please come to the deck." "Thank you, cousin." Long Qi hurriedly cupped his hands and watched Mu Xingqian leave. He wasn't in a hurry to return to his room. Instead, he pushed open the door and walked in. Long Shangyun was touching everywhere with a curious look on her face. She touched the bedside table for a while, and then touched the lamp at the side. These are all made of wood. Long Shangyun rolled onto the wooden bed and heaved a sigh of relief. Although there was no mattress or blanket and it felt hard to sleep, at least it was sheltered from the wind and rain. The room was warm and fragrant. It was much better than sleeping outside for a night. Chapter 4268. Who knows how much effort it took to create such a sacred weapon? Long she sighed. Who would have thought that his little cousin could get her hands on such a sacred weapon? She really was not an ordinary person. Long Shangyun sat up, curled her lips, and complained in a low voice. As the crown princess of the Divine Land, I don't believe that the Divine Land will shortchange her expenses. Even so, she still wanted to rob them of their spirit coins. This sacred weapon must be a treasure passed down from generation to generation. The crown prince must have given it to her to get on her good side. Long Shangyun twisted her sleeves and said angrily, "Enough. The sacred weapon has already recognized its master. Even if you get it, you can't use it." Long she did not covet the scarlet firmament wave. As the young master of the River of Forgetfulness, he grew up in the River of Forgetfulness. The River of Forgetfulness mystic realm was huge. Naturally, he knew how many treasures the River of Forgetfulness Dragon Clan had. Snow Ridge, Sacred Ground, River of Forgetfulness Cold Valley, Sacrificial Sea Abyss. It was said that they all had extremely deep and vast mystic realms. They were on par with the Pond Lotus Sacred Realm. After so many years, the River of Forgetfulness people could only step into the outermost area of the Pond Lotus Sacred Realm. They could not even enter a little. One could imagine how many secrets were hidden there. How could there be fewer treasures? Hence, he did not need to be jealous of the sacred weapons in his cousin's hands. Because once he inherited the River of Forgetfulness, he would have as many sacred weapons as his cousin. All right, don't think too much. Long she comforted his sister. The Scarlet Firmament Wave is very fast. It will probably reach the harbor in 2 hours. We will make plans when we get there. Do we really have to buy another ship? Long Shangyun was angry. That woman had the Scarlet Firmament Wave? Why would she not use such a useful sacred weapon? She even wanted her brother to buy another ship to return to the River of Forgetfulness. That was too extravagant and immature. Long she laughed bitterly. We can't afford the Scarlet Firmament Wave. 2 hours is 1,000,000 spirit coins per person. How much do you think we have to pay to return to the River of Forgetfulness? Long Shangyun couldn't help but shudder. Such a huge expenditure was enough to buy 100 luxurious ships. The brother and sister chatted for a while and complained about Arbor before they went to rest. Sure enough, at noon, Scarlet Firmament blue waves sailed into the nearby port. Arbor got everyone to pack up and go ashore. He took out a sealing ball and put the huge ship back into the sealing ball. At this time, there were many ships and pedestrians coming and going from the port. Everyone was flabbergasted by Xiao Mu's extravagant setup. After all, watching a 3-story ship being sealed by a small transparent ball was simply an act of the gods to mortals. Xiao Mu was also quite helpless when she saw this. She naturally didn't want to be so high profile, but if she took out her storage talisman, it would be even more shocking. If Long Shi and his sister saw a storage talisman that could hold such a large ship, their jaws would probably drop in shock. Cousin, Shangyun, and I are going to buy a boat first. You can stroll around nearby. Arbor nodded calmly. Do as you wish. After the brother and sister left, Arbor tugged at her husband's hand. Let's find a tea house to sit for a while. Okay, this small city along the river was not big. Chapter 4269. After Sir Jojo gave a cursory glance at the trinkets for sale along the river, he lost interest in continuing to stroll around. Since that pair of siblings had gone to buy a boat, there was no point in strolling around idly here, so they might as well go to a nearby tea house. The group of more than 100 people followed behind the little crown princess and slowly walked toward the tea house. Along the way, they saw many young men and women sailing along the river, casting coquettish glances at the beautiful phoenix youths. A bold tea servant actually jumped up and casually threw a flower in the crown prince's direction. Crown Prince Imo dodged to the side and the little stoic vigilantly turned her head to look back. When the smitten young girls saw her gaze as cold as a knife, they instantly shrunk back. Ridiculous! Everyone only heard the little stoic turn her head and mutter quietly, "Why are you littering?" Everyone. The corner of Mu Xingqian's eyes twitched. The group of more than 100 people followed the little stoic girl up to the second floor of the tea house. This tea house beside the small harbor was rather spacious, and they occupied more than a dozen tables, so it didn't seem especially crowded. "Say, do you think Long Huan and his sister can find a good boat?" "I think it's unlikely." Mu Xingqian was the first to express his opinion. He shook his head and said, "Even we aren't familiar with this small harbor city, let alone 2 people from Forget River. Even if they can buy a boat, they'll probably be ruthlessly scammed in such a hurry." "Oh." The little stoic took out a teapot of spiritual tea and handed it to her husband. Mo Yin naturally took it and poured a cup of tea for his wife. He casually said, "If they casually buy a boat, it won't work once it enters the sea. At that time, will we still need to use the red firmament waves to ferry them?" "We'll ferry them if they pay." Arbor thought about it and said, "Is Forget River very poor?" Mu Xingqian couldn't help but twitch his mouth. "Why you say that, younger sister?" "I think Long Huan seems very poor." Arbor looked disdainful. "He's the grand young master of Forget River, yet he only has those few spirit coins in his pocket. He's also stingy and unwilling to pay with spirit stones and divine stones. Why did he have to pay on credit? I really feel sad for him. What young master? I think the streets are filled with people who are richer than him." Everyone was speechless. In this world, there were really not many who could be richer than young Lord Long. "It's not that Long Yin is poor. It's just that he's been squeezed too badly by you, okay?" Feng Zhangqing drank his tea silently. The corner of Feng Zhangfei's mouth twitched. A phoenix youth nodded and said, "The saintess is right. That Long Huan is too petty." Feng Zhangfei. These children of the Phoenix clan had all been brainwashed by Grand Elder Feng Ping and the 2 consecrators. Now, they were all calling her saintess. They had all become Lord Jojo's die-hard fans. Tap, tap. Waves of faint fragrance spread out. Everyone's line of sight inadvertently looked towards the stairs, only to see a group of more than 10 people slowly walking up the stairs. All of them were handsome men with red lips and white teeth. Along the way, they attracted the screams of countless infatuated young girls. Those bold tea maidens directly followed them, letting out infatuated giggles along the way. They chattered noisily in a flock of orioles and swallows. Arbor swept a glance over, but before she could make out anything, the other party already cried out in pleasant surprise, "Little stoic, it's you?" The little stoic glanced at them expressionlessly before hastily turning her head to look at her husband. As expected, her husband's handsome face had already darkened. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and purple. They were the 7 flowers that filled the air with spring. Chapter 4270. Truly, it was a small world. The little stoic thought this in her heart, but she put on a "I'm not very familiar with you guys" expression. She sat upright and still, but there wasn't a trace of a smile on her stoic face. So what if she didn't smile? In any case, everyone was already used to her expressionless face. This didn't dampen the enthusiasm of the 7 flowers to greet her. Red ran over first with a grin and enthusiastically shook the little stoic's hand. "Stoic face, are you also going to participate in the Beauty Appreciation Conference?" Without batting an eyelid, Emolian raised an arm to block the beautiful man in red's claw. The beautiful man in red felt like he had touched an iron plate and resentfully retracted his hand. He glared at Emolian several times before turning to continue conversing with the little stoic. "Isn't that right? What Beauty Appreciation Conference?" The little stoic originally didn't want to pay attention to this person, but out of curiosity, she still answered. LVE floated over and glanced at Sir Jojo resentfully. "Stoic, why did you run away so quickly last time at the springtime conference? I didn't even have time to talk to you." The little girl's survival instinct was extremely strong. She turned back to glance at M.O. Lien and immediately shifted her stool closer to her husband. I don't know what you're talking about. What springtime conference? Stop pretending. Red and LVE waved their hands at the same time. That day, you saved our Ming Ming. We didn't even have time to thank you before you jumped out the window and ran away like a rabbit. Arbor, haha, this lord ran away? You're spouting nonsense. Cough, cough, cough. Mu Xingqian choked on his tea and stood up. Does everyone know my sister? Why don't you take a seat first? Ah, you're the stoic face's big brother. Hello, big brother. Big brother, I'm Lanning. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple surrounded him and started talking at once. Who's your big brother? Mo Yin's expression darkened, and his handsome face was about to explode. Humph. Ming Ming, let's sit. Ignore him. Red pulled Fan Ming and dragged a stool to sit next to the little stoic. Facial paralysis. Are you going to attend the Beauty Appreciation Conference? I'm asking you about the Beauty Appreciation Conference. Arbor asked impatiently. You don't know? Hong Yi asked curiously. The Empress of the Fallen Beauty Kingdom has invited all the beautiful men in the world to attend the Beauty Appreciation Conference. Ah, speaking of which, the ancestor of this devastating female kingdom seems to have some relationship with your Mu clan. I don't know if you've heard that among the ancestors of your Mu clan, there's someone called Madame Qingsheng. Xiaomu abruptly turned her head and gazed icily at that red-clothed man who was rambling on incessantly. Seeing that his voice was getting softer and softer, she involuntarily paused and stammered. "WH, is it? Do you know who I am?" Arbor's eyes were like water, but they were extremely cold as he stared straight at the beautiful man in red. The other party's heart was pounding, and he couldn't help but stutter again. Yes, investigate me? Arbor looked at him coldly and said in a low voice, I don't think I've ever told you who I am. During their most recent contact, she only told Fan Yu that her surname was Qiao. Someone from the heavenly fate. A blue spark suddenly jumped out of Arbor's hand. Isn't that right? What heavenly fate? The red-clothed man exclaimed in fright and hastily hid behind Fan Ming. State your objective. Otherwise, all of you will stay here. Chapter 4271. As soon as she finished speaking, the 7 flowers all started sobbing. No motive. What motive could there be? Little stoic, you're hurting our hearts too much like this. Look at us. We're all people without the strength to truss a chicken. What motive could we possibly have towards you? Wah wah wah. Wah wah wah. And here I thought we could become good friends. I didn't expect you to guard against us like this. Arbor had never seen such a scene before. A group of men surrounded her and started sobbing, looking very brokenhearted. The Duanyu, Omega Kitoku, and Ming Yasi she encountered before, even if she dragged them around and beat them up, killed their souls with arrows, and fed them poison and medicine, they still wouldn't sob at her. Was it because the world was unpredictable, or did she encounter a group of oddballs? The little stoic blinked as she held a sparkling blue flame, suddenly at a loss for what to do. Faced with a group of sobbing men, the little stoic expressed that what could she do? To be honest, she really didn't want to waste her breath on a matter that could be resolved with her fists. Moreover, she still had to face a group of love-struck women's accusation and contempt, plus their resentful and indignant gazes. It was as if she had done something extremely tragic to coerce these handsome, young men from good families. Arbor instantly felt mentally and physically exhausted. Feng Chanqing couldn't resist twitching his mouth. This was also their first time seeing a large group of handsome men sobbing. When Mu Xingqian saw the little stoic standing there stiffly, seemingly at a loss for words as she held the blue spiritual cleansing flame, he quickly jumped out to put out the fire and smooth things over. Lightly patting his sister's small hand, Mu Xingqian quickly reached out to help her extinguish the blue spiritual cleansing flame. Sister, I see that these sirs have no cultivation at all, so they shouldn't be related to the heavenly providence. Cough, cough, cough. What Mu Xingqian didn't say was, how could they be people of the heavenly providence when they looked so weak that they could be blown away by a gust of wind and run away with a kick? It didn't match their image at all. The little stoic lowered her eyes and put down her small hand, glancing at them suspiciously. She had always believed in her intuition and felt that there was something wrong with the 7 flowers. The beautiful man in red wiped his tears and said pitifully, "Woo, we did investigate, Miss Chiao, but we only wanted to know who you were." LVE continued to whine. "Yes, we just want to be friends with you. I've never thought of harming you." Stoic-faced young lady. "Stop crying, or I'll poison you all into mutes," Arbor said expressionlessly. Everyone was speechless. The little Stoic's words put an end to the sobbing sounds everywhere. As expected, the 7 flowers didn't dare to carelessly sob in front of the little Stoic. Miss Chiao, who was getting a headache from the sobbing, only relaxed when she saw that they had all shut up. With a cold expression, she said, "Come here." Her little finger pointed at Fan Meng, who was being carried by Red Shirt. Fan Meng widened her watery eyes and looked at her for a few seconds. Then, she moved her feet and obediently took a few steps forward. When Arbor saw this person's pitiful expression that resembled a little white rabbit, she inexplicably felt that she had been a bit fierce to them just now. After pressing down a dictum talisman with her small hand, Xiao Mu expressionlessly warned, "Don't try anything funny." Fan Meng and the others repeatedly shook their heads, indicating that they didn't have any ill intentions toward the little lady. Although Arbor still felt that their actions were a bit suspicious, she didn't like to accuse people without evidence. Chapter 4272. Unless she could find concrete evidence, she would definitely slap them to death at that time. Before that, she didn't want to bully the weak and didn't like to cause trouble for no reason. What sense of accomplishment was there in bullying a bunch of pitiful people? Arbor thought about it and put away the dictum talisman for the time being. Then, he glanced at Fan Meng and the others. Seeing that she didn't say anything, Hong Yi couldn't help but lean forward and ask curiously, "Miss Chiao, do you want to head to Devastating Female Kingdom together?" Prince Imo said coldly, "We aren't on the same side as you." The Crown Prince felt that these people were even more unpleasant to the eye than the Feng tribe. The Feng tribe treated his wife with a very normal attitude. At most, their dog-like eyes would flash with adoration. However, these 7 flowers were different. When they saw his wife, they were like cats that smelled fish and swarmed toward them without any explanation. They were extremely loathsome, instigating his wife to go to that whatever female kingdom. What were their intentions? Devastating Female Kingdom is pretty fun. I heard that it's the place that female cultivators like to stay the most. Right. Many female cultivators with powerful cultivations are rushing to join Devastating Female Kingdom. Why? The little Stoic really wanted to continue pulling a long face, but when she saw Hong Yi's smiling face, she inexplicably answered. And Mo Yen, his wife, was very curious. Many times, her train of thought would run away after being teased slightly. Hong Yi immediately continued to educate her in high spirits. "Don't you know, Jojo? As long as any female cultivator above the divine realm who enters Devastating Female Kingdom swears allegiance to the queen, they will be conferred an official position. At the same time, they will be bestowed 3 to 5 beautiful husbands." "What 3 to 5? I heard it's 7 to 8, Lu Yi quickly added. The surrounding flowers nodded in unison. MHM, MHM, MHM. Fan Meng tugged at Hong Yi, who was rambling nonstop. "Hong Yi, don't be so rude in front of Jojo." Mu Xingqian quickly turned around to look at his brother-in-law's expression. As expected, that handsome face was already on the verge of exploding. How could these flower buds, who lacked the strength to truss a chicken, dare to crazily test Imo Lian's bottom line in front of him? Mu Xingqian was about to say something to smooth things over again. However, he heard the little Stoic ask coldly, "What use is it?" Huh? Hong Yi, Lu Yi, and the others didn't understand what Little Mushroom was talking about. What's the use of having 3, 5, 7, 8 beauties? The little Stoic asked expressionlessly with a taut face. At this time, they were on the second floor of the tea house. A large group of infatuated women who were watching the handsome young man were now blocking the entrance to the second floor in a large circle. On the street below, The peddlers' cries and children's giggles could be heard very clearly. However, although there were over 100 people gathered in the tea room on the second floor, it was completely silent at this moment. It was as if a pause button had been pressed on everyone, and everyone was suddenly mute. It wasn't just the red clothes and green clothes. They didn't know what to say to the little crown princess. Even Mo Lien couldn't resist twitching his mouth. He simply didn't know how to respond to his wife's question. What's the use of having 3, 5, 7, 8 beauties? What's the use? What's the use? This was a good question. Mu Xingqian couldn't resist raising his hand to cover his face. He quickly diverted this rather awkward topic. Changfei, go out and take a look. Young Master Long and the others seem to have been gone for a long time. Why haven't they returned yet? Chapter 4273. Feng Zhangfei stood up and frowned slightly when he saw the love-struck women blocking the second-floor staircase. Just as he was about to walk over, he heard Long Huan's voice from behind stairs. What is everyone blocking here for? Long Shangyun even bluntly shouted, move aside, all of you move aside. What are you doing? What are you looking at? Pushing aside those onlooking tea maidens, Long Shangyun walked up the stairs with her chin held high. As soon as she saw the little stoic sitting there unmoving like a mountain, she couldn't help but get angry. The boat has already been bought. It cost my brother a lot of money. We can set off after eating. Long Huan smiled at the little crown princess. Don't worry, cousin. Several boatmen have already inspected the boat and said there are no problems at all. There shouldn't be any accidents on this trip to the River of Forgetfulness. If there was an accident, they couldn't afford to ride the Crown Princess Scarlet Sky Waves. Looking at the situation, if it really didn't work, they could only mutate their merman tails first. However, it would be more troublesome than, speaking of which, after they mutated their merman tails, they couldn't return to their human forms in the short term. They would suffer a lot if they transacted with humans in their merman forms. That was why they didn't want to mutate in yesterday's situation, so they could only torment themselves along the way. Arbor uttered an "oh." There were now more than 200 people in the entire tea room on the second floor, but it fell silent again. Long Huan didn't know what to say to the crown princess and just stood there in a daze for a long time. He couldn't bear this silent atmosphere and finally couldn't resist laughing dryly. Crown princess, in a few days, it will be devastating female kingdom's annual queen's birthday. It will be grand, and there will be many people attending the birthday celebration. Do you want to go? If you want to go, this older brother can accompany you on this trip. Red shirt and green shirt's eyes lit up simultaneously, wishing for nothing more than to go up and tug on the little stoic sleeve. Small sparks flickered in their eyes. Jojo, why don't we go together? It's indeed very fun. Arbor looked meaningfully at Long Huan. The latter's hair stood on end when she looked at him. At the same time, he couldn't help but shudder. Before the little stoic could open her mouth with ill intentions, Long Huan hastily raised his hand and said, Younger cousin, stop your strange thoughts. I'm not someone who likes men. I'm not here to look at handsome men. I'm just looking at you. If you want to go and take a look, then let's go. In any case, Qingsheng Womanland will also pass by when the time comes. It won't delay our journey back to the River of Forgetfulness. But if you don't want to go, then forget it. Long, she explained quickly, causing Mu Xingqian to glance at him speechlessly. Arbor was just about to speak when he heard Qiuqiu's cute voice in his mind. Master Silver, don't reject him yet. I think the country this person is talking about might have my fragment. Arbor raised his eyebrows and used his soul consciousness to communicate. How did you know? You can sense it even though it's so far away? Master Silver, you don't know, but I've already assimilated 5 tree fragments and am only 2 steps away from completely restoring my soul. My 5 senses can now cover a radius of 5,000 kilometers around Master. Not only have my 5 senses strengthened, but I also seem to have formed a tacit connection with the remaining 2 tree fragments. When that person said, devastating female kingdom, Qiuqiu felt something stir in my heart. Chapter 4274. Master, do you understand? It's that feeling when your heart is stirred and you feel slightly fettered, like your heart is stirred. Master, Master, let's go take a look. Chocho's ghostly howls made Arbor's head hurt. What the fuck? Stir, do you even know how to use words? When Arbor completely returned to her senses, she saw that the surroundings were dead silent, and everyone was uniformly staring at her. Emolien raised his hand to pull her back. He raised a brow and asked softly, "What's wrong? Is Chocho talking to you?" Sir Jojo nodded at him and then said to Long Huan, "All right." Long Huan was momentarily at a loss. What do you mean, all right? Mu Xingchen couldn't resist rolling his eyes at him. Younger sister said, "All right, let's just make a trip to that devastating women's kingdom." Emolien hastily lowered his head to look at his wife, his gaze slightly puzzled. He understood his wife very well. With her pragmatic personality, there must be something in devastating women's kingdom that attracted her. Otherwise, she wouldn't bother to join in on such a large-scale event. Arbor secretly pulled his hand over and drew the word tree on his palm. Emolien instantly understood and nodded slightly at her. Devastating Women's Kingdom had tree seed fragments? The group had a simple lunch and headed downstairs toward the harbor. "Jojo, do you want to come and sit on our boat?" Seven Flowers enthusiastically invited the little stoic. The latter glanced at them expressionlessly. "No need." "Then, Jojo, if you run into any trouble on the way, remember to find us. We will definitely help." The group of handsome young men chattered as they bade farewell to Arbor and headed to their own boat. Lady Si Chiao raised her hand to press on her aching head, then followed Long Huan's footsteps. Women are respected in devastating Women's Kingdom. You must not act rashly when you go there. Young Master Long didn't forget to educate the Phoenix tribe members on the way. This country isn't that big. It has 3 islands and 16 fishing villages. However, the behavior of the women there is extremely valiant. This is especially true for some of the fishing villages far away from Qingqing Island. Some of the local women are uncivilized. That's why you have to be careful when you go there. Remember to cover your faces. As Long Huan spoke, he took out a black cloth from his inner world and handed it to his subordinate to distribute to everyone. When the time comes, everyone has to be blindfolded, except for women. "Why?" Arbor asked in confusion. Long Shangyun couldn't help but sneer. "I've already said that the women of devastating beauty country are the most respected. Pretty boys like them." Long Shangyun pointed at Feng Zhangqing and the others. She crossed her arms and snorted. "Walking on the street, it's easy to be robbed." Arbor was furious. "Who dares?" The Phoenixes nodded repeatedly and said, "We will only serve the Saintess for the rest of our lives. We swear that we will never obey anyone else." Arbor, strange, her husband's face darkened even more. She really wanted to turn back and tell the Phoenixes, "You can't listen to Feng Heping. Don't be brainwashed by Feng Heping and the 2 high consecrators." However, Emolien was very angry. She grabbed her little hand and pulled her away without another word. "Sigh, a man's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the sea. It seems that Sir Jojo needs to comfort him. When will her husband grow up? It's so worrying. I'm sleepy. I'll catch up on my sleep tomorrow." Chapter 4275. After the ship had sailed some distance away from the ferry, Arbor realized that the ship 7 Flowers was on was steadily sailing in front of them, braving the wind and waves with great momentum. The sound of a guqin and singing came from afar. It seemed that 7 Flowers and the others were in the mood to play the guqin on the ship. I don't know why, but whenever I hear the guqin music, I get goosebumps. Long Huan, who was standing in front of the deck against the wind, couldn't help but shiver and reach out to rub his arms. After being attacked by the zither-playing corpse puppet twice in a row, Long Huan's heart was traumatized. Arbor didn't feel much. He just turned to Long Huan and said, "Don't let your guard down for the next few days. If that cultured corpse puppet has the guts to come once or twice, it can come a 3rd or 4th time until the sneak attack is complete. That corpse puppet is so persistent. What exactly is it after?" Arbor couldn't help but sneer. "Of course, it's because someone has their eye on me." "Eye on you?" Long Shangyun couldn't help but interrupt. "Who has their eye on you?" Arbor couldn't be bothered with her at first, but the siblings were looking at him strangely. "Isn't it normal to have their eye on Jojo?" Mo Yin said dryly. I thought that young Master Long had thoroughly investigated Xiao Xiao's matters, including the irreversible mortal enmity between us and Tianyin. You mean to say that the zither-playing corpse puppet was actually targeting Xiaomu? Long Shangyun immediately revealed her discontent. Then why did it attack them? You think that corpse puppet is smart enough to distinguish our relationship? Mu Xingqian sneered. You're traveling with us. In the corpse puppet's eyes, you're all its enemies. But Long Shangyun couldn't help but be angry. That lousy corpse puppet had been targeting the Wangchuan Dragon Clan since the beginning, making her think that these people were the Wangchuan Dragon Clan's enemies. After all this time, it turned out that they were here to attack the little crown princess. Weren't they too stupid to know who they were attacking? Long Shangyun took a deep breath. Tianyun will still send people? Arbor turned around and left with an innocent look on his face. How would I know? Missy you should know now, right? Even if you can summon half of the corpse fish in the river with just one special class corpse puppet, you might not be able to defeat that little crown princess. Mu Rochuan stood by the window and gazed at the rolling river in the distance. She said in a deep voice, Tonight, we'll be entering the sea. He-Er's expression turned a little ugly. Eldest Miss, do you have any better way to deal with this matter? That special-grade corpse puppet can only summon its subordinates within a radius of 500 miles. Any further, and its voice won't have any effect on others. Mu Rochuan's voice was indifferent as she said, You've already let him out twice, but he didn't succeed even once. He-Er's expression turned even uglier. Then what do you think we should do? None of Mother's methods will work. Mu Rochuan shook her head. Based on my understanding of her, she's definitely on guard against you all right now. Once you let 16 go, he'll definitely be captured by her. 16 won't be able to survive. You and I, all of us, won't be able to survive. He-Er couldn't help but be furious. Eldest Miss, you've said so much. Are you trying to retreat? Mu Rochuan sighed softly. Chapter 4276. You're too impatient. Mu Rochuan put down the letter in her hand. She had read this letter from her mother so many times that she could already recite it backwards. She had studied all of her mother's plans once, but the results were very low. Especially if they attacked at sea, it was simply courting death. With the young crown prince consort's vigilance, you want to succeed in a sneak attack on this vast land with no cover on the sea? It was probably wishful thinking. I've sorted out my mother's plans. You should all stop for a while. When we reach the river of forgetfulness, we'll think of a way to attack. Eldest Mississippi, Missy if you think my method is inappropriate, we can work separately. He-Er frowned and glanced at Mu Rochuan. Her gaze fell on the left side of her face. That ugly centipede scar was very conspicuous. No girl who loved beauty could stand it. However, Mu Rochuan endured it. She had never even asked the Hall Master for a beautifying pill. He-Er believed that as long as Mu Rochuan was willing to ask, the Hall Master would not be stingy with giving it to her. What was the reason that made the eldest miss of the Mu family not even care about her appearance now? Was there anything else she cared about? He-Er's frown deepened. If a person did not have any weaknesses, then it was really difficult to control them, because the uncertain factors were too high. He-Er took a deep look at Mu Rochuan, then turned and walked out. 3 days later, Long Huan stood on the deck and looked at a dilapidated, small fishing village in the distance. From where they were, they could see many stiff-looking things walking around on the beach by the sea. How did this place become like this? Long Shangyun clenched her fists, and a trace of disdain appeared on her face. It spread so quickly. Long Huan sighed and looked at the things walking and stopping on the beach. He shook his head and said, If it continues like this, it will spread to the vicinity of the river of forgetfulness one day. If you continue to let it go, won't it be a matter of time before it spreads? Mu Xingqian could not help but sneer. Arbor sat at the table and drank tea. He was too lazy to even bat an eyelid. In the past 3 days, the ship's journey had been quite stable. Only yesterday evening, they had encountered a large corpse shark, which had been taken care of by the joint efforts of everyone. Nothing else had happened. Some of the creatures in the sea had already mutated. Big Brother was right. If they regularly sent people out to sea to clean up the mutant fish, the situation could be controlled to a certain extent. Unlike now, where everyone in that village had mutated because they had eaten something that mutated. You make it sound easy, but how much manpower and resources would it take to truly control it? Long Shangyun couldn't help but angrily rebuke Mu Xingqian. Mu Xingqian couldn't help but roll his eyes. So this is the reason why you're not doing anything? These villages that live by the sea will probably mutate like this village soon. Long Shangyun raised her chin proudly. Even if all these foolish fishermen die, the river of forgetfulness will still stand. Where we live, you humans on the shore can't even imagine it. You can't even come into contact with it. Mu Xingqian raised his eyebrows non-committally and did not continue arguing with her. After traveling for another half a day, 3 beautiful islands appeared before everyone's eyes. Let's continue at night. Chapter 4277. There were many ships queuing up to enter the port. Long Huan's ship was behind a large fleet of ships. Looking at the situation, it would take at least an hour for them to enter the port. After about 15 minutes, Long Huan turned to look in Mu Xingqian's direction. Is cousin still resting? It's about time. Let her wake up. For the past few days, Long Huan knew the little girl's routine. After lunch, it was time to sleep. She would dawdle for several hours and would only leave the cabin in the evening to meet people. How would Long Huan know that every time after lunch, the little girl would drag her husband back to Paradise Planet to play? Who would be happy to be on this ship day and night? Of course, it would be more comfortable to rest in the star domain and refine talismans and pills. Mu Xingqian glanced at Long Huan and said lightly, "Don't worry. Jojo will come out in a while." Long Shangyun snorted. Some people always dawdle out in the evening. We're about to reach the port, but no one will stay here to wait. Before Long Shangyun could say the word she, her voice trailed off. Her gaze turned to the railing on the second floor. A slender, moon-white figure slowly appeared by the side of the railing. Her soft hair was tied up into a bun that fell loosely to her waist. Her eyes were cold, and her gaze was like snow. The little girl was dressed in a white robe with wide sleeves. She stood there coldly, as if there was only this patch of white in the world. It was eye-catching. Long Huan stared blankly until Long Shangyun tugged at his sleeve. Only then did he regain his senses. Arbor's figure had already disappeared from the railing on the second floor. Not long after, Long Huan noticed Prince Imo holding her hand. They walked down to the deck together. People from alluring female kingdom are more, straightforward. Long Huan considered his words and glanced at Feng, Chongqing, and the others. Cover yourselves with the black cloth I gave you earlier. Arbor said lightly, "No need. It's not like they can't be seen. How can he think of covering their faces?" Long Huan, why doesn't this person listen to advice? Cousin, I'm just thinking for you. Long Yun coughed lightly and said with a serious face, "Take them away from the ship. Let me tell you, I don't think you'll be able to walk out of this pier. I'm not trying to scare you." With a serious expression, Long Huan looked at the little stoic and advised earnestly, "How about you just install talismans on them?" Feng Zhanqing, why are we being despised like this? The little stoic glanced at him. Why aren't you blindfolding yourself? Long Huan quickly pulled out a piece of black cloth from under his collar and covered his mouth from his nose to his mouth. The corner of Mu Xingqian's mouth twitched speechlessly. The little stoic looked at him, and the corners of her lips faintly curled up into a faintly discernible smile. Long Shi's appearance was extremely like a retard. Long Huan was taken aback, and his heart was touched. He had been traveling with this cousin of his for so many days, but he had never seen her smile from beginning to end. She would either roll her eyes at him or be expressionless most of the time. Today's faint smile was simply indescribable. It made people unable to take their eyes off her. It was as if the sun, moon, and stars were all blooming at the same time. Just now, the mountains and rivers in front of him had a strange feeling that they were brightening. Suddenly, Mo Yin's expressionless handsome face appeared in his line of sight, blocking the little girl's slender figure. Have you prepared the customs clearance documents? Chapter 4278. Long Qian hastily nodded. Everything has been prepared. I'll go handle the procedures later. Everyone, don't run around for now. The streets are more crowded before and after devastating female kingdom's queen's birthday. It's best if we don't get separated from the crowd. Later, we'll go to the island to find a good inn together. Long Xian was like an old father as he endlessly instructed everyone. That's right, you guys should also cover yourselves. Long Xian thought of something and took out 2 pieces of black cloth from his inner world, distributing them to the crown prince and Mu Xingqian. Hurry and cover yourselves. If you don't want to cause trouble for cousin, then listen to me. No need to cover ourselves. Arbor waved her small hand and said coldly with a wooden expression, "There's nothing shameful about it. Don't tell me there's someone who dares to steal my husband and big brother in broad daylight." Long Shangyun rolled her eyes. "Isn't it obvious? Do you think other people won't steal your man just because you look stoic? Let me tell you, I reckon that within a second after you disembark, the people around you, they will all be robbed." Arbor was instantly enraged. Who dares to rob? I think they're tired of living. Besides, her Feng clan's children were all extraordinarily skilled. It was simply baffling who could steal them. Hey, you better believe me. Have you heard that 2 fists are no match for 4 palms? You're standing on devastating female kingdom's territory right now and already out of your divine province's territory. What can you be so smug about? Do you think a bunch of people will pop out to help you fight if you yell, "We're the crown princess's personal guards"? The little stoic glared at Long Shangyun, and the latter glared back at her, not to be outdone. All right. Long Qian hastily saved the situation to prevent his younger sister from getting beaten again. Actually, Shangyun is also speaking the truth. Cousin, you see, Sir Jojo waved her small hand. There's no need for the people around me to hide their identities. There's no need for that. Long Shangyun glared at her fiercely and rolled her eyes fiercely. She also ridiculed in her mind. Obstinate and self-opinionated. Doesn't listen to other people's advice. Self-righteous. Talking to herself. He really wanted to beat up this stoic face in front of him. The sight of this stoic little face made his mood extremely uncomfortable. His rage point soared when Long she saw that the 2 of them were about to fight again. He quickly stood between them and raised his hand to block them. He laughed dryly and said, All right, stop arguing. Then since cousin doesn't think there's a problem, then we won't wear the black cloth. It's just that everyone should try their best to stay together and not get separated. Why did Long she feel so tired? Previously, when he suggested a travel to the devastating beauty country, was his suggestion wrong? Long Huan covered his face with the black cloth, revealing only his eyes. After the ship docked, he was the first to disembark and greet the receptionist. The female official looked to be in her 30s and was dressed in a black military uniform. When she saw Feng Zhangqing and the others, her eyes lit up and her expression immediately warmed up. Are you all here to participate in the Queen's birthday celebration? When this female official saw Prince Emon next to Arbor, her eyes immediately became glued to him, as she smiled so widely that her chubby cheeks trembled. With everyone's looks, ha, it shouldn't be a problem for you to enter the top 10. Long she hastily handed over the customs clearance document. We're only here to visit the Queen's birthday celebration, not to participate in the competition. Chapter 4279. The female official took the document and stamped it, revealing a regretful expression. Is that so? Her gaze slid reluctantly over Mo Lien, Feng Changqing, and the others. That's really too much of a pity. Long Huan trembled slightly. He took the customs clearance document from the female official and chuckled awkwardly. No, it's not a pity. Sir, please move aside. We're going to disembark. Oh. The female official led the others off the ship. Only then did Long Huan lead his clansmen, Feng Changqing, and Mo Lien, and the others off the ship and onto the shore. A bustling crowd was in front of them. Long Huan's face was covered in black cloth, so he didn't attract much attention. However, Mo Lien, Feng Changqing, and Mu Xingqian had just stepped onto the shore when they were met with a wave of chatter. The onlooking women couldn't even walk now. They all squeezed to the front, their eyes wide as saucers as they stared at Mo Lien and the others. Long Shangyun, who was standing to the side and watching the show, couldn't help but frown when she saw his intoxicated appearance. She glared angrily in Arbor's direction, a trace of sullenness in her eyes. I already told them to cover their faces. Look at them now. They can't even walk anymore. Arbor. A familiar voice suddenly sounded from behind the crowd. Arbor looked in the direction of the voice and saw the crowd being pushed to the sides. A young woman walked out from the center. She was wearing a thin red muslin dress and a silk cloak. The woman was barefooted, and 2 jingling bells hung from her ankles. She was slowly walking toward her. A pair of clear eyes stared straight at her, her gaze never leaving her. I didn't expect to meet you here. The woman's gaze lightly swept over her. Crown Princess, you're busy. Don't tell me you don't remember me? Looking at the expressionless face in front of her, the woman curled her lips slightly. The holy virgin of the demonic cult, Seacombe Fulling. Arbor naturally did not have such a bad memory as Seacombe Fulling had described. Moreover, she and this Seacombe Fulling could be considered to have met many times. Of course, it was impossible for her to not remember this person. Seacombe Fulling smiled as she raised her hand to tidy up a strand of hair at her temples. She said with a gratified expression, "Fortunately, I don't have to introduce myself anymore. Saintess." Meng Meiyu worriedly stepped forward. She really wanted to remind this holy maiden that the little stoic in front of her really wasn't an easy person to get along with. Yet unexpectedly, Seacombe Fulling suddenly summoned a long sword and stabbed it in the little stoic's direction without any explanation. Wow! The crowd let out a long exclamation. The eyes of devastating female kingdom's onlookers lit up as they looked at Seacombe Fulling, who had suddenly made a move to find fault. One of them couldn't help but laugh out loud. Haha, I didn't expect it to be so lively when we just arrived at the port. Excuse me, may I ask what they are doing? Why did you start fighting as soon as you met? You really are ignorant and inexperienced. In our devastating female kingdom, you can only draw your sword if you want to steal her man. Another person said eagerly, I'll also go and try later. What happened? Mu Xingqian and Prince Imo looked at each other in dismay, and black lines immediately appeared on their foreheads. This young lady can only accept the challenge, of course. I see. But speaking of which, since someone is challenging her, wouldn't she be a coward if she didn't accept the challenge? Chapter 4280. The moment Xiao Mu turned sideways to evade the sword cry, Seacombe Fulling's second strike, which was accompanied by a sonic boom, reached her again. Arbor lowered her waist and leaned back. Her long sword flitted over her head, lifting a strand of hair from her temples. Her unhindered sword intent scattered in all directions, and half a strand of black hair drifted down the sword in Seacombe Fulling's hand. Arbor's eyes abruptly suffused with chilliness. With a hum, she summoned clap of thunder from her conscience, and she held her sword horizontally to block Seacombe Fulling's third slash. Arbor's voice seemed to emanate from the depths of hell and was endlessly chilling. Seacombe Fulling, you're courting death. After we parted in the mystic beast forest, you saved my life, and I protected you for a night. We're even now. Arbor spun around to avoid Seacombe Fulling's rippling sword energy. She held clap of thunder in her hand and blocked the attack. She said coldly, When did I save your life? You naturally don't remember. How much do you remember from the mystic beast forest? At that time, you lost all your senses, emotions, and desires. You don't have any memories. What? Mu Xingqian, Feng Changqing, and the others were startled. What do you mean, lost all my senses? Why didn't they know about this? The crown prince knitted his brows as he looked at Seacombe Fulling, who suddenly launched an attack. He knew that something had happened to the little fellow in the mystic beast forest, but the little one had always kept the specifics a secret from him. Seeing that she was unwilling to speak, he naturally didn't pursue the matter. In any case, she was already staying by his side, so the past was in the past. However, he didn't expect that his wifey would cross paths with the demonic sex saint in the mystic beast forest. Nonsense. As usual, the little stoic refused to admit it. She stared icily at Seacombe Fulling with a frosty expression. Nonsense? Do you still remember how my big brother saved you? Of course you don't remember anything. You were under some kind of curse back then, right? That's why you lost all your senses. When I met you in the Mystic Beast Forest, you were blind and couldn't see anything. You were just like a massacre. Absurd. All of this is just your nonsense. Well, have I ever been blind? A green vine drilled out of Arbor's wrist and whipped towards Seacombe Fulling without hesitation. The onlookers couldn't help but gasp. However, Seacombe Fulling leaped up and reached out to grab one end of her vine whip. The barbed dark hooks formed by the power of the holy wood pierced in her fair palm as quickly as they could. Drops of blood fell to the ground along with the vine whip. The surroundings were completely silent. Do you dare to come with me to meet him? Seacombe Fulling looked at her coldly and asked. Arbor moved his lips and said with a stoic face, "Let go. Since you have no interest in him, why did you flirt with him? Do you know that you've harmed him?" Arbor was enraged as he glared at Seacombe Fulling in bewilderment. "I'll tell you one more time. I have nothing to do with your big brother. Hey, miss, you're in the wrong here." A slender and quick-witted figure suddenly darted out of the crowd and bounced toward Arbor and Seacombe Fulling. Her round face was solemn and dignified. When she reached Arbor, she reprimanded her. "Since you flirted with someone else's big brother, you have to take responsibility, right? As women, we have to take responsibility for our actions. We mustn't flirt and deny it. How are we any different from those heartless and fickle people?" Chapter 4281. Arbor couldn't help but be breathless. Where did this little lady jump out from? She looked young and was dressed in a wealthy manner, but the words that came out of her mouth were simply baffling to the extreme. What did she mean by she was heartless and fickle, flirting and refusing to admit it? Who did she flirt with? She didn't flirt with anyone, all right. What the hell was flirting? Who could explain it to her? Mu Xingqian looked at the chaotic situation in front of him and couldn't help but facepalm. He took a few steps forward and whispered, "This Miss Seacombe, your hand is injured. Can you let go of it first?" Seacombe Fulling glanced at him coldly. She tightly gripped the end of Arbor's vine whip and asked word by word, "Arbor, do you dare to enter my dream and try?" Arbor was startled, and he stared at her indifferently. A pitch-black flute was slowly summoned from Seacombe Fulling's conscious. It floated horizontally in the air and slowly descended. Arbor's heart tightened slightly as he looked at this nightmare, demonic flute. After a while, he merely gazed at that flute with an icy and merciless gaze. She recognized this frightening flute. The instant this nightmare demonic flute was blown, it would make her dream of bad people, bad things, and bad memories. For example, young Master Omega Katoku. "Arbor, as long as you enter my dream and take a look, you'll definitely know what happened between you and my eldest brother." The onlookers held their breaths in anticipation, and their gazes fixated on the little stoic. Mo Lien suddenly flashed to his wife's side and supported her waist with one hand. She looked coldly at Seacombe Fulling and said, "Don't force her anymore. She naturally won't enter her dream, because nothing happened between her and Ding Ting Ding." Seacombe Fulling scoffed. "Is that so?" "Of course." Mo Lien glanced at Seacombe Fulling with an icy expression. Seacombe Fulling tightly gripped that vine whip. Everyone saw the drop of blood in her hand climb up the vine bit by bit, the color of blood rippling. The vine whip in Arbor's hand was stretched taut, just like her heartstrings. It was stretched perfectly straight and taut, as if it would explode at any moment. "Do you know Arbor? You've done him in. I've never seen him so miserable. He was used to being playful and unrestrained. But towards you, there has never been the slightest bit of pretense or false feelings." Seacombe Fulling's eyes reddened as she fought back the tears that were about to fall. Recalling what she saw yesterday, her hand once again gripped the vine whip tightly, as if by doing so, she could grab hold of Arbor and bring her back to see that person. "Let go." Arbor flew into a rage and pulled back the vine whip in her hand. The power of the holy wood turned into fragments of starlight and gathered in her hand. "Miss, that's not right." The young lady who had scolded her earlier hurriedly said, "How can you treat his big brother like this? You can't forget the old just because you have a new person." "One what?" Arbor glared angrily at the little girl who was spouting nonsense. Student Mo Lien also had black lines on her forehead and couldn't help but look up to glare at the young lady whose brain had gone haywire. Inexplicably, with just 3 sentences from this young lady, her proper husband had been reduced to a new lover. That young lady didn't care at all about other people's glares as she skipped over to Seacombe Fulling's side and held up her hand. "Aya, you're so badly injured. Miss, I have medicine here. Apply it first." Seacombe Fulling pulled back her hand and remained silent. The young lady ignored her and pulled Seacombe Fulling to apply medicine to stop the bleeding. Chapter 4282. I'm called Ching Shue, and you're called Seacombe Fulling, right? Your injury is quite serious. If you don't apply medicine properly to remove the scars, you won't be able to see your hand in the future. That little girl was a naturally sociable fellow. She nagged incessantly as she applied medicine for Seacombe Fulling. Seacombe Fulling merely gazed wordlessly at the little stoic across from her. Ching Shue's gaze also looked in the young crown Prince Consort's direction. With a bitter expression, she hesitated for a long time before she spoke with a bit of joy. "This stoic young lady, you're truly very worrisome. As women, how can we be so heartless and callous towards beautiful and delicate men? This isn't right." The members of the Foam tribe looked at this little girl who was about the same age as Arbor as if they were looking at a weirdo. The corner of Mu Xingqian's mouth twitched slightly, and he selectively ignored the words beautiful and delicate man that Ching Shue mentioned. Could it be that this devastating womanland, from the queen to her subjects, were all weirdos like this? Arbor ignored Ching Shue from beginning to end, making the girl faintly feel a sense of defeat. "Arbor, you don't dare to enter the dream, so I naturally can't force you." Seacombe Fulling looked at her and said indifferently, "But when you were training in the mystic beast forest that day, you lost all your senses and your memories. However, Qingwan has always been by your side, so he's aware of many things. You can summon him out and ask him." Arbor gazed at Seacombe Fulling with extremely cold eyes, her fingers tightly gripping the thunderclap sword's hilt. She was trying her best to suppress the churning emotions in her heart, and she was about to suppress them to the limit. "You came to see me today for this matter?" In truth, Seacombe Fulling wanted to find her last time in Phoenix Grove, but unfortunately, she didn't encounter Arbor at all due to a freak combination of factors. "Yes." Seacombe Fulling nodded. "If you're willing to come with me." Before she could finish speaking, what answered her was the little stoic's merciless slash of her sword. The vast and mighty sword aura bore down on Seacombe Fulling. Everyone present jumped in fright. Many of the spectators of devastating womankind retreated like the tide. She looked on helplessly as the little stoic's sword fell, splitting open a foot-wide fissure in front of Seacombe Fulling. "Saintess!" More than a dozen devil cult disciples rushed forward to support Seacombe Fulling's retreating body. They all looked up in the direction of Arbor. "Let's go." Arbor glanced at them coldly and reached out to tug at Emolien's sleeve. Without another word, he turned around and left with the group behind him. "Hey, Andy, is this lady?" Ching Shue chased after them for a few steps and then stopped. She looked regretfully at the people of Arbor and left without looking back. "Sigh, is it no more fun to watch so soon?" She turned to look in Seacombe Fulling's direction and rolled her eyes. Just as she was about to walk toward Seacombe Fulling, 2 travel-worn and sweaty women suddenly squeezed out from the crowd. The 2 of them hurriedly grabbed her hands and dragged her away. "Your Highness, why are you here again? Quickly return. Something happened in the estate." "What's the fuss about?" Ching Shue muttered quietly and obediently left with the 2 female officers. Meng Meiyu breathed a sigh of relief and walked to Seacombe Fulling's side. She said sullenly, "You were truly too impetuous just now." "What do you know?" Seacombe Fulling swept her a glance with an indifferent expression. "She can treat eldest brother's illness." Meng Meiyu was startled and then said, "But the cult master is far away in the river of forgetfulness right now." Chapter 4283. "Where do you think she's going this time?" Seacombe Fulling looked certain. "She's heading for the river of forgetfulness." Meng Meiyu hesitated for a moment before saying gravely, "Based on my understanding of her, I'm afraid no one can force her to do something she's unwilling to do. You also saw her attitude just now. She did her best to distance herself from them and didn't look like she would be enthusiastic about helping them. Sikong fully narrowed her eyes. That's why it's best if she owes us a favor. She understood this stoic face too well. As long as it was a debt of gratitude, the little stoic would definitely repay it. Because she disliked owing people favors the most and didn't give others the chance to owe her a favor. The most classic example was that she would usually settle the debt with the person and the goods. Meng Meiyu couldn't resist snickering. That girl is very crafty. How do you want her to owe you a favor? Since Arbor is going to the River of Forgetfulness, why did she come here midway? Sikong Fulling turned to look at Meng Meiyu. She doesn't visit a temple without a cause. You mean she didn't come to attend the Queen's birthday celebration? Meng Meiyu raised her brows, her brain working quickly. She came to devastating Beauty Kingdom to handle some matters? Sikong Fulling nodded. Go investigate. I want to know what she came here for. The cabin door was suddenly pulled open by someone. Mu Roxian's eyes coldly looked towards the door, only to see a thin young man with a delicate and pretty face walking in with large strides along with two lackeys. You're the daughter of that old hag from Flying Paradise? The newcomer sized her up and spoke with a disdainful attitude. You're just a team of old, weak, sick, and disabled people. Yet you're still yearning to capture that stoic face alive? You're rather gutsy. I heard that Flying Paradise woman is a good-for-nothing with zero cultivation and relied on scheming and her body to get to her position. That young man sat down boldly in front of her and sized Mu Rochuan up maliciously. What about you? You're a daughter, huh? But your face is crippled, so you probably don't have the capital to rely on your body to get to her position, right? Mu Rochuan flung out a mystic talisman. The difference between charms and talismans was that high-level talismans required profound energy to activate, while charms didn't have this restriction. Otherwise, she, Mu Rochuan, wouldn't be able to do anything. Now that she was concentrating on the study of talisman spells, she had made great progress. Mother probably saw her talent in charms, so she kept her by her side to work for her. Otherwise, why would Flying Paradise keep a trash who had yet to unlock her special ability? Thinking of this, Mu Rochuan couldn't help but sneer at herself. The young man frowned and dodged, but one of his followers was not so lucky. He was hit by the Xian Yin charm and fell to the ground with a howl. The baleful Yin Qi wrapped around his neck, and in just a moment, that layer of black Qi strangled him to death. The other follower widened his eyes in horror and took a few steps back. The young man laughed heartily as he sat there and clapped his hands. Impressive, impressive. I've underestimated you. Miss Mu, right? I heard that you and that facial paralysis are sisters? Hidden Moon Hall's Vice Hall Master Buyi. Mu Rochuan stared at the moon mark on his sleeve and coldly said, What are you doing here? Of course I'm here to make a deal with you, Miss Mu. Buyi chuckled. I can help you capture that little facial paralysis. Mu Rochuan couldn't help but sneer. Conditions? She wasn't naive enough to believe that the Hidden Moon Hall's Vice Hall Master came here to help her. Chapter 4284. A satisfied smile appeared on Bu Ye's gloomy face. Miss Mu is indeed a smart person. He grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. My request is very simple. After you catch her, give her to me for 3 days. I'll return her to you after 3 days. Don't worry, I won't kill her. Huh? Mu Rochuan sneered. Your Hidden Moon Hall is really filthy. What would happen if a beautiful little girl was handed over to a pervert for 3 days? Mu Rochuan didn't even need to think to know. But he wasn't angry. He just raised his eyebrows and asked gloomily, Do you agree? Mu Rochuan shook her head. I refuse. She had no interest in cooperating with a pervert. What would happen if she asked a tiger for its skin? She knew without thinking. Buya's expression suddenly changed. He approached Mu Rochuan and grabbed her neck. You dare to refuse me? And Hong Chong heard the voice, and their expressions changed. Deputy Hall, Master Buyi, please stop. Buyi glanced at them and said coldly, Since you know my identity, you still dare to be so rude? Here, and Hong Chong cupped their hands in salute. Here said with a dark face, "Deputy Hall Master, we can accept your proposal. Please let go of the eldest miss first." "Ha ha! Where did the eldest miss come from?" Yi sneered with a gloomy face and threw Mu Rochuan away. Mu Rochuan was hit by a force, and her whole body fell heavily to the side of the bed. Bang! A loud sound was heard. Mu Rochuan hit the middle of the bed. The impact was so great that the bed was smashed into two halves. She fell between the two pieces of broken wood and struggled for a long time, but couldn't get away. "Ha!" Yi stood up straight with a sneer and glanced at Mu Rochuan. "Without strength, how can you work for our Tianyan? Talismans and curses?" In fact, before you even used the talisman, you were already crushed to death like an ant." Mu Rochuan's expression was calm and indifferent. She struggled to sit up. "Remember to clean up a good cabin for me." The man laughed wantonly and left. Young Mississippi. Hong Chong quickly walked forward and wanted to help Mu Rochuan up, but she raised her hand slightly to stop him. Mu Rochuan's expression was calm as she slowly stood up and reached out to support herself against the wall behind her. Today's incident was only the most direct way for her to face a very humiliating thing. She no longer had any cultivation or spiritual power. Even a mere mystic cultivator might be able to knock her to the ground with one punch, let alone a second-level god master like Vice Hall Master Bai. Mu Rochuan let out a long sigh and closed her eyes. Young Mississippi here walked up and said disapprovingly, "Didn't Vice Hall Master Yi propose cooperation just now? Why didn't you agree to it immediately? What are you hesitating for? Could it be that you've really developed sisterly feelings for that little stoic?" "I just don't want to disrupt Mother's original plan," Mu Rochuan said calmly. "I studied Mother's letter from beginning to end several times." She said indifferently, "I discovered that the methods written in the letter aren't important. The most important thing is that we're merely the bait she threw out." Here was a bit puzzled and asked with raised brows, "What do you mean?" Chapter 4285. Mu Rochuan's expression was normal, and her emotions didn't fluctuate in the slightest. She only said in an extremely serene tone, "Mother must have sent someone else to secretly capture Arbor. We're merely her chess pieces on the surface." No wonder she felt that her mother's actions this time were a bit strange. Mother had always been steady, crafty, and ruthless. She had fought with the little stoic many times, so there was no way she didn't know that the little stoic was extremely strange. Her subordinates like Hong Chong and here simply couldn't truly fight the little stoic. To put it bluntly, they were people her mother placed on the surface to lure the enemy. Trump cards were often hidden in the deepest parts. Eldest Miss means that the Hall Master has other arrangements. It was truly a bit surprised. As the Hall Master's trusted aide, she had never heard the Hall Master mention this matter. Eldest Miss merely studied the Hall Master's letter, yet she managed to figure out so many things. It could be seen that this Miss's brain was actually still okay. It was just that she had been blinded by jealousy in the past, which was why she had done many foolish things. Now that she had quieted down and was using a clear head to analyze the situation and view the problem from a new perspective, she was able to see things more thoroughly than them, the Hall Master's trusted aides. Upon hearing Mu Rochuan's analysis, Hong Chong also nodded to express that this was extremely likely the case. Here couldn't help but frown and say, "There's no other way now. This Vice Hall Master Bai is extremely skilled, and we're not his match. Besides, with his status, no one here can stop him if he wants to stay. Eldest Miss, let's cooperate with him for the time being. I'll send a message to the Hall Master tonight and ask her what we should do next." Mu Rochuan nodded with an apathetic expression and remained silent. On the other side, Bai boldly ordered his men to bring him to a gorgeous cabin and took over the ship as the Hidden Moon Hall's Vice Hall Master. Vice Hall Master, from the way I see it, although that eldest young miss is temporarily intimidated by Vice Hall Master, she doesn't seem to have much reverence for you. This retainer was evidently frightened by the mystic talismans that Mu Rochuan had played with so well just now. As soon as he returned to the cabin, he hastily instigated Bai. Bai's expression was gloomy as he played with an ivory dagger in his hand and gently caressed the two broken fingers on his left hand. It had been a long time since they parted at the Saint Auspicious battle arena. Buyez's face looked very delicate and pretty, but there were dark clouds between his brows. "I wonder how you've been doing lately with your stoic face," he coldly muttered as his right hand continuously rubbed the two broken fingers on his left hand back and forth. That day, after leaving the battle arena, the Crown Prince immediately gave the order to kill him. Like a stray dog, he was chased all the way out of the Saint Auspicious arena. He had lost half his life and 2 fingers. Just when he thought that he was about to die, someone finally came to his rescue, and he managed to keep his life at least a little. How should he settle this debt with that damn little stoic? Bui glanced at his lackey and scolded, "Useless thing! You can't even handle a woman with no cultivation." Don't think that he didn't see it just now. Under the attack of the Xianin talisman, this retainer was so scared that his legs trembled. "If you dare to be such a coward again, be careful of the head on your neck." The lackey was startled. His body trembled slightly as he nodded repeatedly. "Yes, yes." Chapter 4286. After leaving the bustling docks, the little crown princess covered her head and walked forward without saying a word. Emolian intentionally teased her, but he also knew that she might not be in a good mood at the moment. At a time like this, if she wanted to have some peace and quiet by herself, he naturally had to restrain his urge to lift his arms and hug her, giving her some peace and quiet. It was unknown what Arbor was thinking, but he lowered his head and covered his head as he walked briskly. His pace became faster and faster, and he suddenly sprinted forward. "Jojo!" Mu Xingqian jumped in fright and hastily sped up to catch up. Emolian turned a glance at him. The sapling probably sensed it. "Let's quickly follow." The group of people followed the little stoic's rapidly advancing figure and lined up in a row, their speed also increasing by quite a bit. The little stoic suddenly leaped onto a rooftop, and everyone immediately did the same thing. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. They all jumped up and half-crouched down after her. The little mushroom expressionlessly looked back and saw her husband shooting her an aggrieved look with his watery phoenix eyes. "Jojo is ignoring me." Arbor reflexively reached out and stroked his husband's head to comfort him. Everyone's mouths twitched as they speechlessly looked at the two's odd interaction. Stroking a dog's head or something seemed to be a certain Jojo's signature gesture. "Shoo!" The little stoic extended a finger and made a shushing gesture. Everyone crouched on the rooftop and looked inside. They saw that the courtyard was currently in an uproar. A 5 to 6-year-old child was madly running around the courtyard with his but bare. A lush green blade of grass grew on his small head, and a pink pouch was wrapped around his body. He bounced around, and when he saw someone coming to catch him, he would backhand them and give them a big slap. This child was freakishly strong, and several adult servants were not his match. They could only whimper in pain from his violent beatings. "Xiao Xiao, Xiao Xiao." Qing Shueshua dashed in from outside and saw this crazy child at a glance. She hastily pacified him. "Xiao Xiao, calm down, Xiao Xiao." The child called Xiao Xiao punched her in the face and almost sent her flying. "Your Highness!" 2 female officials leaped forward one after the other and raised their hands to support her. Qing Shueshua had a bitter expression on her face as she scrambled over and held the child down. She hugged him and cried out pitifully, "Xiao Xiao, mother is here. Look at your mother. Ouch, 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 ouch. Mother's hand is about to be broken by you." "Your Highness." The entire courtyard was in chaos. Quite a few bodyguards rushed in from outside, their eyes red as they tried to save their princess. However, Qing Shueshua raised her hand and called out to them in a low voice, "Don't come over." Little doll kicked Qing Shueshua to the ground. Qing Shueshua rolled on the ground pathetically. When she turned around, she saw that the baby's eyes were filled with irritation. He was jumping up and down, roaring angrily. "Seed fragment?" Emolian looked back at Xiao Mu inquiringly. What was going on? She had never seen a seed fragment so manic. As if it was suffering from bipolar disorder, Arbor nodded and tugged at his finger, indicating for them to stay up there. He then flashed and floated to Qing Shueshua. Qing Shueshue was currently holding her waist and crying out. When she looked up and saw the little stoic's expressionless face, she was instantly stunned. Chapter 4287. Hey, aren't you there? Before he could say the words, stoic young lady, a green vine shot out from the little stoic's palm and darted towards the toddler. The green vine coiled a few times and tied up the irritable toddler in a few minutes. The green vine coiled around his hands and feet several times and firmly tied him up. The toddler fell to the ground with a bang, but his black beady eyes were wide open as he stared straight at Arbor. His hands and feet were tied up, and he was lying on his side on the ground, but he still refused to give up and moved his hands and feet. His watery eyes looked pitifully at Arbor. "Ah!" The toddler opened his mouth and shouted, your head." A tiny tray ant with thin arms and legs suddenly popped out from between the green vine leaves that coiled around him and smacked the toddler's head without a second word. "Why are you so stupid? You're already so old. So how'd you end up like this?" Chocho scolded with an exasperated expression. "How can you run around naked? You don't know shame, but I still want my old face." As he spoke, the tree fork-like hand repeatedly smacked the toddler's head 3 times. The toddler's face was fierce, and his eyes instantly filled with tears. On the side, Qing Shueshue's heart ached terribly when she saw this. She hurriedly pounced over and swatted away the tiny Trent's claws. She hugged the toddler and repeatedly said, "My child, how are you? Does your head hurt? Mother will have someone cook something delicious for you, so don't make a fuss." Arbor expressionlessly looked at Qing Shueshue's back and said after a while, "Your body has never been pregnant before, so how can you have a child?" When Qing Shueshue saw Arbor's stance, she hastily reached out to hug the toddler who was entangled in the vines and couldn't move. "Xiao Xiao is my child. Don't think about snatching him away." "Nonsense." Chocho stomped his feet in anger. "You clearly know what he is, so why do you keep making irresponsible remarks to us?" "I don't care. Xiao Xiao is my child. You can't take him away." Qing Shueshue glared at Arbor defensively. He turned around and pointed at the little tray ant. "What the hell are you? A piece of wood that looked like it had a nose, eyes, hands, and feet. What exactly was it?" "You are the daughter of Her Majesty the Queen of Beauty Nation?" Arbor heard the way everyone addressed Qing Shueshue and knew that the girl in front of her was probably the person whose status was second only to the queen in the entire womanland. Holding the child in her arms, Qing Shueshue stood up and tugged at the green vines tied to the child's body. "What is this? Hurry up and untie him. After you undo it, he will still hit you." The little stoic calmly stated the facts. "How did you know?" Qing Shueshue was exasperated. "Because he wants to come back to me. That's why he went crazy." Arbor was still very calm, but the words that came out of his mouth made Qing Shueshue uncomfortable. Qing Shueshue could not help but be amused. "Haha, you speak as if it's true. Why does my son want to return to your side? She's not your son. You haven't lived with someone before, so you don't have a son." The group of Phoenix clansmen squatting on the roof almost rolled off the roof. Fuck, their lord holy daughter truly wouldn't rest until she shocked people to death with her words. Qing Shueshue's charming little face flushed red, and she looked at the 2 female officials beside her with a guilty conscience. Sure enough, the latter stared at her in shock with an expression of disagreement. Chapter 4288. Qing Shueshue was indignant, and she turned to glare at Arbor in a flustered and exasperated manner. Damn it, this stoic face actually exposed the mystery of the matter that she had originally kept a secret. It was truly infuriating. The 2 female officials glared at Princess Qing Shueshue with resentful gazes for a long time, and they couldn't help but beat their chests and stomp their feet. "In that case, you didn't use any of the 18 handsome men Her Majesty the Queen bestowed to Princess Qing Shueshue last time?" Mu Xingqian. Qing Shueshue awkwardly pursed her lips and moved back while hugging little Six, who was bound by vines. Her eyes contained incomparable sincerity as she looked at the 2 female officials and said, "Ladies, this matter is a misunderstanding. Let's go. This matter is of great importance. We must report it to Her Majesty the Queen." Qing Shueshue's face alternated between red and green. From the looks of it, she really wanted to pounce over and kill the two female officials to silence them. However, she couldn't move. She glared at Arbor like a tiger watching its prey and hugged fragment number 6 tightly without letting go. She could feel that the child in her arms was struggling to break free. She quickly reached out and stroked the leaves on his head to appease him. "Little grass, don't panic. Mother is here, ah." The two female officials didn't leave immediately. After all, a woman with an unknown background had intruded into the princess's court. Their primary duty was still to protect Her Highness the Princess. Don't come over." She saw Arbor walking towards her. Qing Shueshue hurriedly hugged fragment little 6 body and retreated several steps. "I'm telling you, this is my child. You can't snatch him." Little Tree Chio angrily hopped onto Arbor's shoulder and placed one hand on his waist like a teapot. "What do you mean yours? Who's yours? Little 6, come back." Fragment little 6 struggled and flapped his little hands and feet, trying to break free from Qing Shueshue's embrace. However, Qing Shueshue didn't loosen her grip on his hands and feet. Fragment little 6 struggled for a long time, but couldn't break free, and he anxiously screamed, "Ah!" Arbor stretched out a small hand and made a gesture of consoling Qing Shueshue. She turned to look at Qing Shueshue and said indifferently, "How can you return him to me?" Qing Shueshue stood in front of little 6 and shoved his small body behind her. She said gloomily, "Yes, although Xiao Chao isn't my biological child, I picked him up from the sea. I treat him like my own son. I wouldn't trade him for anything." "You want his life force," Arbor said calmly. Qing Shueshue was stunned, and her face immediately flushed red. "Don't be so self-righteous. I don't have any ulterior motives toward Xiao Chao. If you did, you would be dead by now." Qing Shueshue was stunned again. Her eyes widened as she stared at Arbor in disbelief. You? Aren't you being too bold? Do you know who I am? Queen Qinsheng, Queen Qinsheng. Qing Shueshue, the next successor of Beauty Kingdom. It's good that you know. Qing Shueshue pouted. When she felt Xiao Chao move behind her, she quickly held his little hand tightly. "Since I picked Xiao Chao up a year ago, Xiao Chao has been my family and my younger brother." Qing Shueshue guarded fragment little 6, who was behind her. She stared cautiously at Xiao Mu. I won't give him to you." Emolian leaped and floated to Arbor's side. Mu Xingqian, Feng Zhangqing, Feng Zhangfei, and the others also leaped over and stood beside Arbor. Chapter 4289. "You want to rob me?" Qing Shueshue's porcelain white face darkened as she glared at the people in front of her. "Your Highness!" A large group of guards rushed over from all directions and surrounded Arbor, Emolian, and the others without any explanation. Qing Shueshue straightened her body and raised her hand to stop the guards from attacking. However, she still glared at Arbor warily. "I have no enmity with you, so leave quickly. I don't want to hurt anyone. Let me tell you, if you want to rob me, you've come to the wrong place." Chio was so angry that it hopped around indignantly on Xiao Mu's shoulder. "You woman, what a weirdo. You want to rob my family's little 6, but you say we're robbing you?" Arbor patted Chio's head comfortingly and said faintly, "I heard that your alluring female kingdom has an unwritten rule. What are you trying to say?" Qing Shueshue had a cautious expression on her face as she held Xiao Cao's hand tightly. Her eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. "It said that your citizens can challenge other people's men if they like them. The winner can get this person?" Emolian, Mu Xingqian, Qing Shueshue's legs almost gave out. Two female officials rushed up to support her. They clenched their fists tightly and shouted, "How dare you? Your Highness, accept her challenge." "Yes, Your Highness, accept her challenge." "Don't be afraid. You can't be a coward. You can't embarrass Her Majesty." "That's right. Your Highness, Your Highness, Your Highness." Qing Shueshue nearly lost her footing, and she glared at Xiao Mu with her bulging eyes in exasperation. She shouted repeatedly, Where did you hear this from? There's no such thing." Arbor glanced at her leisurely. "Then why don't you give him back?" Impossible. Qing Shuishua stood in front of Fragment Little Six and shouted angrily, "Don't even think about stealing my brother." Chio snorted. One moment he smashed, the next moment he took his brother. Let me tell you, it's useless even if you call him husband. He's my little six, so he should be returned to my family. Qing Shuishua's face was flushed red as she gasped for breath. Unexpectedly, he was kicked by a small foot. When she looked back, she saw that Fragment Little Six had undone the vines binding him at some point in time. He happily fluttered over to Chiao Mu and hugged her calf at once. "Don't hug Masta's leg," Chio said angrily. "You traitor!" Scram! Fragment Little Six used its short legs to crawl towards Chiao Mu with all its might. However, a second later, Crown Prince Imo picked her up with a disdainful expression and shook her chubby little body. "Oh, woo!" Cho hit the child's head with a tree branch in annoyance. "You're not a wolf, so what are you howling for?" Arbor looked at the interaction between the two brothers expressionlessly and said calmly, "You also liked to howl when you were young." Cho was speechless. Chiao Mu took out a brush and paper from her inner world, and with a flick of her finger, she flicked that letter of challenge to Qing Shuishua. "Today, at the heavenly battle platform at your gorgeous island's Great Beauty Plaza, we will respectfully await your highness's arrival." Qing Shuishua hurriedly ran forward and took Xiao from Imo Lian's hands. She hugged the struggling child and looked back at Arbor. She said angrily, "Let's fight then. Who's afraid of you?" "The princess is mighty. The princess is mighty." A group of female guards shouted with their fists clenched. Chapter 4290. In the backyard of the first princess residence. Suddenly, a human head popped out of the dog hole and nudged it a little. A female official standing in front of the hole turned her head. "Your Highness, what are you doing?" The voice was so loud that it almost pierced through the clouds, causing the princess to frown. Qing Shuishua smiled awkwardly. "Ah, ha. Female official Zhao, why are you here? If this official isn't here, does your Highness plan to slip away from here and not participate in the Heavenly Battle Platforms Challenge?" Hey, you guys. Softer. Qing Shuishua was dragged out of the dog hole. She was held by two arms and dragged all the way back to her own courtyard. "How dare you?" Qing Shuishua tried her best to keep a straight face and said angrily, "Who told you to drag me back?" "Greetings, Your Highness." A dignified and calm middle-aged woman appeared at the entrance of the courtyard. Her appearance wasn't very exquisite, but her aura was very elegant. When Qing Shuishua saw her, her small face immediately fell. A moment later, Qing Shuishua lay on the bed and kept pounding the bed with her small fists. She wailed, "I can't beat her. I definitely can't beat her. You don't know how abnormal that fellow is. When we were on the street, even Big Sister Sikong Fuling wasn't her match. That little devil, if she whipped me with her vine, I might die." The dignified and calm middle-aged woman looked calmly at a certain someone who was rolling around on the bed and wrapped in a blanket like a cocoon. She said softly, "The Heavenly Battle Platforms Challenge has been reported to Your Highness." Qing Shuishua instantly froze and drooped her small head listlessly. Her entire body was filled with a gloomy aura that said, "I might die soon." Wah! Qing Shuishua covered her small face and raised her head to cry bitterly. It's over. Her mind went blank, and she agreed to fight. The result now was that she might not live past tonight. Wah! While one of the two female officials had a dark look on her face as she angrily called out, "Your Highness, can't you do this? Can you work harder? What do I have to fight for? I'm about to die." Qing Shuishua held the blanket and shouted anxiously, I don't care. In short, I can't go to the Heavens battle stage. I'm sure I can't beat her. Even if we can't win, we still have to fight." The dignified woman said calmly. "Teacher." Qing Shuishua looked as if the sky was about to collapse. She looked at the woman with a distressed expression. Gilwan's expression remained calm. "Even if you can't beat me, you should at least go up on stage and accept your loss. Do you want the people of devastating female kingdom to look down on you?" Qing Shuishua revealed a pitiful expression. She hugged the quilt and cried out miserably, "I know. Master, why do you want to challenge her?" The little treant stood majestically on Arbor's shoulder, waving a small branch hand and shouting angrily, "Let's just take little Six back." Arbor raised his hand and stroked his little head. She took care of little Six for more than a year and didn't have any bad intentions towards him. I want her to willingly hand over little Six. Master, then will you be merciful to her? Arbor shook his head. I will respect my opponent, no matter who she is. Mo Lian's mouth twitched. Chapter 4291. The Great Beauty Plaza was extremely famous in Beauty Nation. This was because there were 4 pillars in the plaza, and each pillar had a statue of a handsome man standing on it. Some of them were valiant, while others were gentle and slender. All of them were young and beautiful and quite eye-catching. The Heavens Battle Stage was located at the center of the Beauty's Great Plaza. At this moment, the plaza was already filled with people. Those who came early had already occupied the advantageous terrain and climbed up to watch the battle. Around the plaza, the tea houses and wine shops that could clearly see the heavenly battle platform were also packed with people. Heads poked out of the window one after another, shouting along with the cheers of the crowd. Her Majesty Qing Yi, the Empress of Fallen Beauty Country, was sitting on the second floor of the tea house, in an elegant private room, calmly looking at the situation in the square. Your Majesty, Her Highness Princess is not here yet. A female officer beside Yi Qingyi greets her respectfully and lowers her head. Qingyi couldn't help but rub her forehead. She really couldn't do anything to her daughter. She's here. She's here. Her Highness the Princess is here. An excited voice suddenly came from the window. Queen Qingyi stands up and goes to the window. Looking down from the second floor of the tea house, one could see that the square was filled with people. Qing Shueshue was escorted by more than a dozen female attendants. She was wearing an emerald green, tight-fitting shirt with arrow sleeves, which made her round little face look very charming. When Qing Shueshue approached the heavenly battle stage, she saw the little stoic strolling over from the other side of the crowd. Her appearance was extremely delicate. Under her simple white clothes, there was no makeup on her small face. Such a cold and indifferent woman. As long as she walked in front of people, they would be unable to look away. Long Shangyun rolled her eyes. Big brother, what's wrong? It hadn't even been half a day since they entered devastating female kingdom, and this stoic face was already stirring up trouble and fighting with someone. I heard that this guy is challenging the princess of devastating beauty country. Is there a need to be so explosive? Long Huan's face was filled with helplessness. Let's wait and see. The little stoic's husband and older brother didn't say anything, so they as cousins didn't need to be so long-winded. Always causing trouble. Long Shangyun muttered unhappily. Your Highness, Your Highness. In the entire Beauty's Plaza, all the subjects of devastating beauty country were excitedly cheering for their princess. However, Princess Qing Shueshue's heart was beating like a drum. Hearing the shouts around her, she could only force herself to smile awkwardly. Qing Shueshue pulled open the silk button under her collar and neatly took off the embroidered cloak that was covering her. His movements looked extremely confident and at ease. With a swing of his cloak, he valiantly leaped into the air and did a somersault, landing on the Heavens Battle platform. As a result, the excited cries of the women in the Beauty Plaza became even more intense. Your Highness, Your Highness. Her Highness will win. The princess will win. Compared to the sea of people calling for the princess, Arbor was extremely quiet. The group of Phoenix clansmen actually wanted to cheer for their holy lady or something, but when Her Highness swept a cool glance over them, they could only shrink back their voices. The Phoenix clansmen were very certain that if they shouted now, Her Highness would definitely look at them with disdain, as if she was looking at an idiot. Chapter 4292. Qing Shueshue stood on the sky platform with her hands behind her back and assumed a pose as she looked down the stage. Her gaze landed on Arbor, who was surrounded by everyone. The calmer the little stoic's expression was, the more scared Qing Shueshue felt. Could it be that she was imagining things? This stoic didn't use any fancy moves and flew onto the stage to attract everyone's attention. She walked up the sky platform step by step and stood in front of her. Qing Shueshua blocked with both hands, looking as if she was facing a great enemy. Where's little six? What little six? Qing Shueshua glared at her. Soon after, she saw female official Zhao walk over while holding an exquisite little doll carved from jade. There was an uproar below the stage. Hey, why is a little doll? She's quite pretty, but isn't she too lacking in moral integrity? That's right. What are they fighting over such a small doll? Qing Shueshua was flustered and exasperated. She pounced over and hugged her little Chow, glaring at Arbor like a tiger eyeing its prey. Little Chow, don't worry. Older sister will definitely protect you. Fragment little six meaty little fists swung at her face. He moved his little arms and legs and reached out to Arbor with an ah sound. Qing Shueshua couldn't help but feel exasperated and grumpily pulled his little paw down. Little Chow, did you forget that we swore to be sworn brothers in the underwater canyon, that we would never be apart? Fragment little six looked at Qing Shueshua blankly. Female official Zhao expressionlessly snatched the child from Qing Shueshua's hands and bowed, saying, Your Highness, if you want to protect this child, you have to work hard. Little Chow, Qing Shueshua cried out sorrowfully and turned to glare at Arbor. What will it take for you to give up? Arbor shook his head and lightly raised his hand. A jade green vine shot out from his palm and coiled around her wrist. Fragment little six, who was being held in female official Zhao's arms, immediately flailed his little arms and legs restlessly and whined, wanting to return. Female official Zhao helplessly restrained his arms and legs. Arbor turned his head and glanced at him indifferently. Fragment little six obediently stopped moving. Qing Shueshua's lips twitched as she murmured softly, It is indeed the sacred wood. The green vines on Arbor's wrist suddenly sprang out and fell to the ground in an instant. The thick vines wrapped around the entire sky battle stage. Tens of thousands of trees grew, plants grew, and verdant vines intertwined and grew, propping up a towering umbrella. The crowd couldn't help but let out a soft cry. Looking back, he saw that the vines under the eaves and the trees on the road had all sprung up, as if they had been injected with an excessive amount of vitality, growing upwards with a whoosh. Fragment little six twisted its chubby body restlessly, and an indescribable light shone from its small, beady eyes. Arbor summoned a pitch-black ferrule from his consciousness and held it in his hand. His gaze was clear and cold as he looked at Qing Shueshua before him. Do it. Female official Zhao held the child and turned to glance at Iluan, who had an indifferent expression. Lady He. Female official Zhao sighed and said, How long do you think Her Highness the Princess can last in the other party's hands? Before Iluan could say anything, her eyelids jerked violently. Qing Shueshua darted forward and stretched out both hands, forcefully grasping the little stoic's hand that was holding the ferrule. Her legs turned to jelly, and she knelt in front of the other party. She raised her small head and shouted, I admit defeat. Chapter 4293. There was complete silence all around. Everyone stared dumbfoundedly at the princess and couldn't find their voices for a long time. Mei Zhao's eyebrows twitched. She suddenly felt that she had overestimated the princess's moral integrity. It could be said that Her Royal Highness was born with no moral integrity. Arbor looked expressionlessly at Qing Shueshua, who was grabbing her right hand. You agree to return little six to me? Qing Shueshua shook her head like a rattle drum. No, I won't return it. Bah, what do you mean you won't return it? Little Chow, is my younger brother. Why should I return him to you? Fight then. I won't fight. Qing Shueshua clung to Arbor's hand and screamed, Don't think about bullying me. I can't beat you. I won't fight with you. Arbor was speechless. From Seacombe Planet to the Divine Continent, she met many people along the way. There were many weirdos, but the weirdest girl couldn't compare to the one in front of her. You want to act shamelessly? Arbor stared at the lass with a strange expression. Who said I'm acting shamelessly? Qing Shueshua was frightened by her gaze, and her body trembled slightly. Then she hugged Arbor's right arm even more tightly. I can give you other things? In my Ching-Chong female kingdom's treasury, you can ask for any treasure, but you can't take little Chow or away. Greetings, your majesty the queen. Qing Shueshue heard the voices coming from all around. Her hands that were holding onto Arbor suddenly stiffened. She turned her neck mechanically and saw the woman walking through the vines onto the heavenly battle stage. She almost fell to the ground. Xiao Mu raised her eyes and looked over. She saw Her Majesty, the Queen, walking up calmly. She wore an ink-colored robe with a cotton-red belt around her waist and a small light green jade gourd on it. Who is Long Chuyin to you? Qing Ye's face had a hint of excitement. Xiao Mu examined the queen from head to toe. She wanted to pull her hand back, but Qing Shueshue refused to let go. She could only drag Qing Shueshue forward a few steps and reluctantly saluted with cupped fists. It's my mother. Qing Yi looked at Arbor with excitement. After a while, she nodded. Okay. With a wave of his hand, Arbor retrieved all the vines, and the platform regained its freshness. Child, follow me to the palace. The queen nodded at Arbor. Arbor took a small step and found that he was dragging a guy on his wrist. This fellow was still holding onto her right hand tightly, without letting go, even though she had already put the ferrule back into her conscience. Can you stop dragging me? It was really troublesome to walk like this. Then you promise me that you'll give up on Xiao Xiao? Arbor shook his head. No. Qing Shueshue was furious. Why are you so stubborn? Don't even think about snatching Xiao Xiao away from me. Arbor walked down the platform expressionlessly. Long Shangyun saw that he was still dragging Princess Qing Shueshue and couldn't bear to look at them. Inside the Leaning Phoenix Pavilion, Her Majesty the Queen was leaning against a throne as she surveyed Xiao Mu, who was sitting in front of a small table, with a smile. Princess Qing Shueshue was still hanging onto Arbor's right arm like a ghost. After being glared at by the queen, Qing Shueshue's entire body stiffened, but her hands were still hanging onto Arbor's arm. Extremely rude. The queen reprimanded. Why aren't you letting go? No, mother. I want her to promise not to snatch Xiao Xiao away from me. Chapter 4294. The queen glared at her and reprimanded. You've already lost. What else do you want? Qing Shueshue wished that she could roll around on the ground. She looked at her mother with pleading eyes and cried out, Mother, I picked Xiao Xiao up from the sea. Qing Shueshue looked at Arbor, who was looking down at her. She moved her mouth and retracted her hand, feeling aggrieved. She obediently knelt beside Arbor. She turned around and looked at Arbor seriously. More than a year ago, I was in trouble in the underwater canyon. It was Xiao Xiao who accidentally saved my life. I'm not coveting his vitality. I just want to protect him and take good care of him. Arbor looked at her and nodded after a long time. He's a fragment of the sacred wood seed. He's a part of my Qiu. Arbor raised his hand and patted the little treant on his shoulder. He turned to look at Qing Shueshue and said, I respect little Six's choice. If he doesn't want to come back and wants to stay by your side, then I won't force him. It's just that he can't grow. He'll probably stay in this form in the future. Qiu squatted on little Masta's shoulder and glared fiercely at the child in Mei Zhao's arms. You dare to make little Masta sad. I'll destroy you. The fragment little Six quickly pushed Mei Zhao away and ran to Arbor's side with its short legs. It threw itself into his arms. Qing Shueshue lowered her head pitifully. The queen waved at her daughter and called her to her side. She said in a low voice, Shueshue, a fate brings us together. You can't force it. Since the sacred wood seed saved your life, it's your benefactor. You can't force it to stay or go. Otherwise, wouldn't you be biting the hand that feeds you? I know, Qing Shueshue said listlessly with her head drooped. The queen smiled and patted her daughter's hand. Then return the sacred wood seed to your sister Arbor. Qing Shueshue nodded her little head. She still didn't have much energy, but she didn't make trouble for no reason. Xingqian, Xiao Xiao, may I call you this? The queen looked gently at Mu Xingqian and Xiao Mu, who were seated below her. The two of them nodded. The queen smiled and said, Your mother and I were once sworn sisters with different surnames. We have a deep relationship. In the future, you can call me Aunt Yi. She placed her hand on the light green jade gourd hanging from her waist, a look of nostalgia and melancholy on her face. In the blink of an eye, so many years have passed. Back then, the scenes of me and your mother training outside are still vivid in my mind. Your mother and I are sworn sisters. You and Xue Xue should address each other as brothers and sisters. Long Shangyun sat beside her brother and tugged at Long Huan's sleeve. Long Huan secretly patted her hand, indicating for her to calm down. Qing Xue stood up and curtsied to Mu Xingchen. She then curtsied to Qiao Mu with a drooping head. Brother Xingchen, sister Qiao, Xue was insensible earlier and made a fool of herself in front of you. Arbor and Mu Xingchen both stood up and returned Qing Xue's bow. Then, the three of them sat down together. Emolian turned his head to glance at his wife with a smile. Xingchen, Jojo, tomorrow is the most joyous day in our beauty kingdom. Why don't you stay and spend the day with me? The queen asked with a smile. Xiaomu nodded. Auntie Yi, can you tell us about Mother? Chapter 4295. The queen's eyes revealed a trace of yearning and reminiscence. She raised her hand to invite everyone to the feast and said softly, "That year your mother and I were training in the forgotten River Cold Valley. We encountered many dangers, but also many opportunities. Your mother became famous at a young age. At that time in the Forgotten River, she was known far and wide. When people mentioned your mother, they would give her a thumbs up. The queen couldn't help but laugh when she mentioned this. I was unconvinced and went to find her to fight. During the feast, the queen talked about many past events, and the younger generation listened with great interest. When night fell, the queen naturally let them stay in the palace. Arbor pushed open the window and looked at the half-moon hanging high above the trees. Her eyes revealed a trace of reminiscence. Big Brother drank a lot today. Emolian hugged her waist from behind and lowered his head to rub against her head. Because Big Brother is very happy today. Arbor nodded slightly. They all felt that it was very novel to be able to hear so many of their mother's old stories. It seemed that in their hearts, they felt that they were one step closer to their mother. Holy Land of Snow Ridge, Forgotten River Cold Valley, Abyss of Sacrificial Sea, Pond Lotus Sacred Land. Arbor whispered. Aunt Yi said that my mother has been to all of these famous adventure holy lands in the Forgotten River. When I stepped into this sea area, it was as if I could feel her presence. There are traces of her everywhere. This feeling was somewhat strange, but also made them happy. Emolian lowered his head and kissed her little face. Yes, we could be one step closer to our mother. Arbor turned to look at him and raised her hand to hug his neck. Wherever Jojo goes, Jojo's lotus will follow. Emolian couldn't help but want to laugh. He nodded and leaned closer to her. Of course, Jojo, your husband will always be with you. He rubbed his lips on her face and reached out to carry her horizontally. He turned and opened the curtain. The next morning, Arbor was awakened by a loud noise. He opened his misty eyes in a daze. She looked around and saw that her husband was dressed in a light blue robe. His phoenix-like eyes were sparkling, and he had a faint smile on his face. He looked refreshed as he walked into the house. Very naturally, he lifted his wife up and helped her wash up and dress. Emolian leaned close to her ear and whispered, "The queen's birthday is starting. It's so lively outside. Chow chow, let's go out and take a look. Today, there are all kinds of hawkers on the streets. There's a dazzling array of food and drinks outside. Let's go out and eat." Arbor nodded. His eyelids were still drooping. He was not fully awake yet. Emolian couldn't help but chuckle after wiping her face. He kissed her on the lips and said, "Chow chow, you look so cute with that blank expression on your face. She still hasn't woken up? Take a look at your husband." Arbor glanced at him from the corner of her eyes. She reached out a little paw and pushed his handsome face that was close to hers. Emolian couldn't help but laugh. He took her little paw in his hand and bit it gently. "Don't push. Don't push me." Arbor's mind cleared up a little at his teasing. She nuzzled her head against Emolian's shoulder. "Jojo's lotus, it's hotter today than yesterday, isn't it?" Jojo's lotus was warm in winter and cool in summer. It was comfortable to hug her. Mo Yin's body temperature was lower than usual. For a cultivator like him, his body temperature could rise or fall as he wished. Chapter 4296. Mo Yin narrowed her eyes and rubbed her head against Arbor's body a little proudly. It's hot outside, but with me hugging you, Jojo won't feel hot. Older sister Qiao, older sister Qiao. Loud shouts came from outside. The door to the private room was shaken from the outside, and the door bolt fell off. Qing Shueshue rushed in recklessly. Arbor immediately pushed Mo Yin away, jumped down from his body, and straightened his clothes. Qing Shueshue rushed in quickly, so she naturally saw that the two of them were originally stuck together, but they suddenly separated when she came in. Mo Yin immediately became a little unhappy. His handsome face darkened as he said unhappily, "Why didn't you knock and just barge in?" Qing Shueshue was instantly embarrassed. She scratched her head and quickly escaped outside. I'll wait for you outside." Arbor shook his head. Qing Shueshue, as a princess, had such a carefree and strange personality. It was really difficult for the queen. The two of them tidied up a little and walked out hand in hand. They saw Qing Shueshue standing in front of the main hall, pacing back and forth. When she turned around and saw the two of them, Qing Shueshue's eyes couldn't help but brighten. "Older sister Qiao, it's very lively outside today. I'll take you out for a walk." "All right, where's Xiao Xiao?" "Let him out too. Xiao Xiao loves to watch a lively scene." Arbor glanced at her and raised his hand to summon Fragment Little 6. The little doll hung on her arm. She hugged it tightly and swung it left and right in the air. Qing Shueshue quickly reached out to hug it. "Xiao Xiao, did you miss me?" Fragment Little 6 indicated that he didn't miss her. He faced Qing Shueshue with the back of his head and hung on Arbor's arm, continuing to act cute and obedient. Qing Shueshue angrily muttered, "Little heartless," but still reached out to take Fragment Little 6. She turned to Arbor and smiled. "Let's go. I'll take you out for a walk." "Your Highness." Female officer Zhao bowed as she entered, her face solemn and dignified. Behind her, a man in embroidered clothes with a jade-like face and slim figure followed in. He bowed to everyone with a gentle expression. "Song Feng greets your Highness, Crown Prince and Crown Princess." Qing Shueshue looked a little frightened and hid behind Arbor. Arbor was a little startled. She looked young Master Song Feng up and down and raised her eyebrows slightly. This is young Master Song Feng. He stood out in the Beauty Appreciation Conference. Female officer Zhao said expressionlessly. He is also one of the servants that Her Majesty the Queen bestowed upon the princess. Your Highness is going out today, so please take young Master Song Feng with you. Qing Shueshue instantly revealed a hopeless expression. She clutched Xiao Mu's sleeve tightly as she hid behind Xiao Mu. She only stuck out her head and hollered without any dignity. "No need. This royal princess has someone to keep me company today. No, we don't need him to follow us." Female officer Zhao's face was solemn and dignified. "This is Her Majesty the Queen's order. Your Highness has long been of marriageable age. It's time to get married and have children, so that our Qing Chung royal family can have children." Qing Shueshue immediately shrank behind Arbor with a panicked expression. Female officer Zhao, you go find someone else. Arbor turned to look at Qing Shueshue. Seeing that her panic didn't seem to be fake, she couldn't help but curse in her heart. Is this girl suffering from androphobia? Female officer Zhao ignored her and cupped her hands, saying, "After the Queen's birthday, Your Highness, please take young master back to the mansion." Qing Shueshue clutched Arbor's sleeve tightly. Chapter 4297. After Maid Zhao glanced at her and left, Qing Shueshue was still nervously holding on to Arbor, her eyes glaring at young Master Song Feng in front of her. Arbor pulled her sleeve out of Qing Shueshue's hand, lightly brushed the creases on it, and coldly stared at the smiling young master in embroidered clothes standing at the door. "I was wondering why the 7 Flowers of Spring Pavilion came here. It turns out it's because young Master Song Feng is here." She really didn't expect that a male procuress of a small brothel could now openly enter the residence of the first princess of Womanland. This was really strange. It was hard for people not to be puzzled. I've embarrassed myself in front of the crown princess. Young Master Song Fong smiled, neither servile nor overbearing. I only wanted the beauty pageant because of good luck. According to the custom of Womanland, anyone who wins at the beauty pageant can be granted a new identity by Her Majesty the Queen, regardless of their origin or past. Arbor glanced at him indifferently, nodded, and didn't continue. On the side, Qing Shueshua turned to look at Arbor, a little excited. You know him? Why don't you take him back? Qiao Mu glared daggers at her, while Crown Prince Imo also cast a sidelong glance at Qing Shueshua. Qing Shushue's small body trembled for no reason, and then she swallowed back her words. I'm just joking. Why are you so serious? I know you have a husband. Your husband is so beautiful. You really don't like other people. Arbor only felt that Qing Shueshue's words were a little strange. What if her husband wasn't beautiful? Could she change her husband at any time? Sir Jojo didn't want to talk to a good-looking dog. Let's go. Today is my mother's birthday. All the drinks in the streets and alleys are free. I'll take you to drink our Womanland's most famous new Hong. We'll eat the most delicious barbecue. Let's go. Qing Shueshua led Arbor and others out of the palace gate and went to the busiest street. Long Shangyun followed behind them and tugged at Long Huan's arm. Long Huan helplessly turned to look at his younger sister. Shangyun, the matter of Aunt Chu Yun being on good terms with the Queen of Beauty Kingdom is also recorded in our clan's records. What's wrong with you? Don't you find it strange? Long Shangyun glanced at Qing Shueshua in front of her. How can a princess have such a straightforward personality? It's as if she doesn't understand the affairs of the world at all. Her Majesty doesn't only have one daughter, right? It is said that this princess was able to summon the power of the sea from the moment she was born. This is Beauty Kingdom's family matter. What does it have to do with us? Long Huan shook his head and said, Shangyun, why do you care about this? I think Arbor might have been fooled. Long Shangyun curled her lips. She looks fierce, but she's just a child. After a few words from others, you're already running around with them. Perhaps that princess is hiding some evil intentions. How would she be able to tell? Long Huan looked at her strangely. Shangyun, why are you worried about her? Long Shangyun glared. Why should I be worried about her? I'm not worried about her. It's just that we're going the same way. If something happens to her, it might implicate us siblings. Long Shangyun rolled her eyes. Don't worry. Cousin might look young, but she's much smarter than you. She won't be fooled. Chapter 4298. Don't worry. I reckon that whoever tries to deceive her will be in trouble. Long Huan shook his head and said in a low voice, Moreover, cousin's methods are very sharp. If someone really messes with her, I'm afraid they'll have to face the consequences. Long Shangyun glared at her brother angrily. Brother, your evaluation of this person is getting higher and higher. Long Huan silently lowered his eyes and only cursed in his heart. That's because we've suffered so much in her hands. That evaluation is accumulated from past bloody experiences. Who's worried about her? Long Shangyun angrily turned and ran towards the crowded street. Brother, my ivory trisklet is broken. Buy me a new one. Arbor withdrew his gaze from Long Shangyun and turned to look at Princess Qing Shueshua, who was squeezing in front of the crowd and buying things for little Six. Mo Lien raised his eyebrows and said, Suspicious. Arbor shook his head. If Qing Shueshua didn't want to return little Six to me, she could have ordered people to surround and attack us that day in the princess residence. But she didn't. She even said she didn't want to hurt anyone and told us to leave on our own. Arbor said softly, A person's eyes can't lie. She's just a playful person. She's not a bad person. And I can feel that strong water spirit energy in her body. It's second only to holy water. Arbor said softly, If she had fought with me on the heavenly battle platform that day, I might not have been able to defeat her with just the power of holy wood. Unless she used other methods, such as talismans, poison techniques, or summoning the power of earth and water spirits to use holy water to suppress the 9 layers of spirit water in Qing Shueshua's body. Mo Lien smiled faintly as he reached out to hold his wifey's hand, his face full of pride. He knew that as long as his Jojo calmed down, He would be able to see the situation and people's hearts clearly. His Jojo was very smart. Although little Six dislikes her, he doesn't reject her. Arbor said softly, "Who knows what will happen if they meet or part if they meet? They don't have much time left together. Let them be. Jojo, you're so nice." Mo Yin smiled and shook Jojo's little hand. Her eyes fell on young Master Song Feng, who was following behind Qing Shue, and she frowned slightly. "That person?" Arbor frowned and said thoughtfully, "I think I've seen him somewhere before." Mo Yin paused for a moment, then curled her lips and snorted, "Isn't it just the Spring House?" He had also seen that male procuress from the Springfield house. Mo Yin remembered that when he went to find Sir Chiao Chiao, he had met this person, Seven Flowers, as well as Fan Meng and Fan Yu once or twice. "No." Chiao Mu shook her head and knitted her small brows. No, it's not spring. However, she always felt that there were some things in her mind that couldn't be connected. If she could find the pattern, she would naturally be able to unravel this mystery. Mo Yin was stunned when he heard that. He turned to look at young Master Song Feng and took a deep look. "Jojo, this is easy." He leaned close to her and whispered in her ear. Arbor nodded. "Yes, be careful." "Of course." Mo Yin held her little hand and pulled her to a stall on the side. "Jojo, do you want tofu pudding?" "Yes." Jojo's eyes lit up. Without her husband holding her hand, she walked in that direction with small steps. Chapter 4299. The tofu pudding stall on the street had 5 or 6 tables, and they were all occupied by the crowd. If the young couple wanted to eat, they could only stand there and hold it in their hands. Even so, Lady Jojo was still in high spirits. She rarely came out for a stroll, and she usually didn't like crowded places. But since it was rare for her to come out for a stroll, it was also a life experience to occasionally enjoy this kind of crowded place. "Holy maiden, what flavor do you want to eat? This subordinate will buy it for you. Do you want something spicy? Do you want something spicy?" Scram. Mo Yin brushed aside a long-winded Win clan member and took out some money to buy a bowl of light flavor. "Jojo, your husband actually knows how to make it. Next time, let's make it at home. You can choose the flavor." Arbor nodded and reached for the spoon, but Mo Yin grabbed her little hand and held the bowl in one hand and the spoon in the other. She scooped a mouthful and brought it to her lips. "Be careful, it's hot." Lady Jojo was used to being served by her husband at home, so she naturally ate a mouthful with a clear conscience and obediently accepted the crown prince's feeding. But for some reason, she suddenly felt that the surroundings were a little quiet, so Arbor turned around to look. She saw that the men and women in front of 5 or 6 tables were all staring at the two of them without blinking. The envy in the women's eyes couldn't be concealed at all. "Wow, look at that girl's husband. He's so virtuous." Yes, he looks like a celestial that walked out of a painting. TSK, those phoenix eyes are so seductive. My heart can't help but pound. Where can I find such a beautiful and virtuous husband? Mo Yin. Suddenly, a woman wearing a leopard print cloak stood up and cupped her hands at Arbor. "Hey, this girl, I'll pay 10,000 spirit coins to buy this husband beside you. Are you willing to sell him to me? If you're not satisfied with the price, I can increase it further." Feng Zhangfei couldn't help but burst out laughing. Heavens, what are these women thinking? Unexpectedly, the woman's eyes lit up as she looked at him. She pointed at Feng Zhangfei and said, "Young lady, I'll bid 15,000 spirit coins if you add this person." Feng Zhangfei was dumbfounded. 20,000, 30,000, 30,000. Jojo was so angry that her face turned red. Before her husband could explode, she roared, "Get lost!" Her voice was long and menacing, and the surrounding women couldn't help but tremble. However, the silence lasted for less than 3 seconds, and once again, a fearless and angry roar erupted. "Hey, miss, look at you. That's not right. You can't have so many men by yourself, right? That's right. Hey, wait a minute. Aren't you the girl I met at the dock yesterday? The one who abandoned me? Right. I recognize her. I recognize her unique stoic face. That's her. Yesterday at the dock, a girl pointed a sword at her and told her to go back and consummate with her big brother." "What? There's such a thing?" Did she offend someone's unmarried man and then refuse to take responsibility? Hey, she has more than 100 husbands with her. Too greedy. Arbor. A Phoenix clansman hurriedly stepped forward and said to the surrounding crowd, "Everyone, disperse, disperse. There's no such thing." Aya, Little Langjun. Chapter 4300. A perverted hand picked up that Phoenix youth's hand and stroked him back and forth with an intoxicated expression. "How can you be so stubborn?" That Phoenix youth's handsome face instantly stiffened. He tried to pull his hand back, but he couldn't do so due to the crowd. Arbor flew into a rage when he saw this. He kicked that woman in the chest, sending her flying several meters away and crashing into a nearby flower rack with a bang. Instantly, a series of shocked screams were heard, and the flower racks that had been set up collapsed one after another. "Fuck!" Long Shangyun looked back and couldn't help but exclaim while holding her forehead. "What's that stoic face doing?" Long Huan's jaw also dropped to the ground in shock, and he muttered to himself, "I told them to cover their faces on the streets, but none of them listened to me. Great, now they're being chased and intercepted. Brother, be careful. It's so chaotic here. Let's go to the side first." Boom! A huge crashing sound came from the docks. Qing Shueshua, who was grinning as she hugged Fragment Little Six and bought him candy figurines to play with, was slightly startled. She immediately looked up at the docks. Thick smoke billowed over from that side, and the dense black fog almost covered half the sky. Something happened at the docks. Female Officer Zhao walked up with a sullen expression and cupped her hands at Qing Shueshua, saying, "Your Highness, please stay here for the time being. This lowly official will hurry over to take a look. Let's go together." Qing Shueshua turned to look for Arbor, but she was so happy earlier that she wandered around the streets with Fragment Little Six in her arms, so she had long been separated from Arbor and the others. Fragment Little Six reached out his small hand and hit her head hard. Qing Shueshua couldn't help but laugh. "It's too dangerous over there. Go back and find your master. Take him back to Sister Qiao and Brother Xingqian." A female attendant walked up and bowed with one hand across her chest. Then, she reached out to take the child who kept kicking his little legs. Qing Shueshua rubbed his small head and turned to quickly leave the crowd with female Officer Zhao, running towards the docks. The female attendant carried the fragment of Little Six and hurriedly squeezed into the crowd, trying her best to retreat in the direction she had come from. But now, the crowd was scattered in all directions, all wanting to escape home. The streets were full of stumbling people. It was not easy for the waitress to find Arbor and the others in a short time. After running for a short while, the waitress suddenly felt a weight on her shoulder. Startled, he turned his head and saw a woman with extremely white skin wearing a thin red veil. Her face was exceptionally beautiful and enchanting, and she was smiling at him. In the next second, the waitress felt a sharp pain in her neck and fell to the ground. Fragment Little Six was very sensitive. When it sensed the incoming danger, it cleverly transformed into a green vine with a bang and abruptly drilled into the crowd. Earth Treasure Heavenly Bell. Seekong Fulling chuckled as she tossed out a giant black bell, which suddenly caught the fleeing green vine. Thump, 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 thump. The holy wood fragment violently slammed into the giant bell, angrily trying to escape. Seekong Fulling's bare feet were adorned with two bells jingling around her ankles. She walked to the giant bell with a mask on the ground and said with a grin, "Stop messing around. This is the Earth Treasure Heavenly Bell that has already matured into a divine weapon. If the complete holy wood was here, it naturally wouldn't be able to do anything to you. Unfortunately, you're only a pitiful fragment. Now, you can negotiate terms with the little stoic, right?" Chapter 4301. Speaking of which, she had secretly observed the little stoic for quite a while and carefully pondered why she wanted to challenge the princess. It was only now that she realized her objective. This little stoic had turned back to devastating Island Midway for this holy wood. Holy wood? Speaking of which, it was truly tempting. She reached out to hold that shrunken earth treasure heavenly bell and lightly flicked her finger on the small black bell. She could still hear the sounds of impact coming from inside. In order to make this stoic face owe her a huge favor, She truly spent a lot of effort and wasted a lot of energy. Seekong Fulling looked down faintly at the Holywood fragment shrouded in the Earth Treasure Heavenly Bell and sighed. Truly a naughty child. She already told it to stop making a fuss, yet it continued to torment itself endlessly. It was clearly the Holywood spirit of the 5 elemental spirits, but its intelligence seemed to be a bit low. Boom! Black Chi soared into the sky from the dock's direction. Seekong Fulling's expression turned solemn, and she put away the Earth Treasure Heavenly Bell before calling out to Meng Meiyu and the others behind her. Let's go. There was no time to lose. She had to contact Arbor before chaos broke out on Devastating Island. It was fine for her to fantasize about something like the Holywood fragment, but if she really wanted to absorb it, she would probably die a horrible death. Besides, this was only one of the tree fragments. Who knew if the Holywood's main body would retaliate against her out of humiliation after catching up? She couldn't afford to gamble on a matter that concerned her life. Qing Shue and Maid Zhao rushed to the entrance of the harbor and happened to see a giant 3-story ship ramming toward the shore again. The harbor, which had been hit by 2 large ships in succession, was now in a complete mess. The nearby ships of all sizes had been smashed into smithereens, and there were even many injured people lying on the ground near the harbor, unable to get up even after groaning for a long time. The sword maidservants rushed over upon hearing the news and guarded Her Highness the Princess and Maid Zhao as if they were facing a great enemy. Hiss! A strange sound rang out. When everyone looked up and saw a strange person with almost all of his facial features jumping out of the ship and letting out a loud roar. The pupils of Princess Qing Shue, Maid Zhao, and the others contracted slightly. This clearly wasn't a human. Presumably, there was no need to elaborate on what it was. Everyone present was clear about it. A monster with strange facial features and stiff limbs, zombie. Corpse puppets, so many corpse puppets. A panic-stricken middle-aged man crawled up from the ground and let out a series of sharp screams. There were indeed a lot of undead puppets. Countless undead puppets crawled out from the 2 crooked ships. They hung on the lattice of the cabin windows and lay on the deck. Suddenly, they jumped up and landed on the harbor like giant reptiles, attacking the crowd. Female officer Zhao's solemn face was completely tangled up. She drew her dagger from her waist, raised her hand, and shouted, "Protect Her Highness! Protect Her Highness!" All the female attendants drew their sword from their waists and slashed at the zombies without hesitation. Qing Shueshue's face was extremely pale. Qing City Island was located outside of the Forgetful River and was located in a remote area. From here to the Forgetful River, even the fastest ship would take 10 days. Distant water couldn't put out a nearby fire. They couldn't ask for help at all. Under the attack of countless corpse puppets, the originally flourishing, devastating island's docks were instantly reduced to ruins. Chapter 43:02. The scattered crowd on the street, like grasshoppers in a pot, fled in all directions and rushed straight to their homes. Arbor was carried by Mo Lien and jumped onto the roof. Mu Xingqin, Long Shangyun, Long Huan, Feng Chongqing, and the others also hurriedly jumped onto the eaves to avoid being crowded with the crowd and making it difficult to walk. "What's going on?" Long Shangyun asked with a puzzled expression. "The sound seems to be coming from the dock. Do we need to go over and take a look?" Arbor frowned. He glanced around and saw young Master Songfang's slender figure being pushed back and forth in the crowd. 2 maids were trying their best to protect him, but the crowd came in the opposite direction and pushed them to the left and right, immediately scattering them. Arbor gently pulled Mo Lien's sleeve. Mo Lien immediately understood, and with a flick of his finger, a purple line of fire blazed towards young Master Songfeng. "What are you doing?" Long Shangyun saw this and couldn't help but exclaim. Was this couple troublemaker? None of them were easy to deal with. There was no enmity between them. So why did they provoke that young Master Songfeng? Seeing that the purple flame was about to burn the corner of young Master Songfeng's clothes, one of the maids rushed forward without thinking about her own safety and used her sword to resist the purple line of fire. Emolian naturally didn't want to hurt people, so when she saw the woman rushing over, she withdrew the fire. She squeezed Arbor's little hand and turned to smile at her. "Stay here." After throwing down this sentence, Crown Prince Mo's slender figure floated down and abruptly flashed to young Sir Songfeng's side, attacking him without warning. "Young Master Mo, what are you doing? My young master has no cultivation and doesn't know martial arts." The maid exclaimed and hurriedly came forward to resist, and she even pushed young Master Songfeng back very dutifully. Mo Yin didn't bother with this woman and knocked her down with a finger. Then he rushed to young Master Songfeng. A slender, jet-black long sword appeared in his hand in an instant. With a strong gust of wind, it went straight for young Master Songfeng's neck. This young Master Songfeng silently looked at Prince Mo, who was thrusting his sword towards him. The fleeing crowd was frightened by Prince Mo's actions and couldn't help but cry out in surprise. Fast, the speed of his moves was simply too fast, so fast that it was somewhat dazzling. While most people were still in shock, Prince Mo's sword had already reached young Master Songfeng's neck. If he didn't dodge, Prince Mo's sword would definitely slit his throat, causing blood to gush out. Long Shangyun could not help but be shocked. She subconsciously grabbed her brother's sleeve. Wasn't this crown prince of the divine land too temperamental? Why would he suddenly attack a defenseless man? What was he trying to achieve? Ding! A flying dagger as thin as a cicada's wing collided with Mo Lian's sword in the nick of time. Prince Mo's sword was a few inches lower, and at that moment, young Master Songfeng took 2 steps back and quickly avoided his sword. Mo Lian slightly raised the corners of his mouth. Without any explanation, the Raven Moon sword his hand stabbed at young Master Songfeng again. This time, the sword emitted a faint purple flame, and the fire's spirit instantly expanded and spread, sweeping out an arc of strong wind. It suddenly fell on young Master Songfeng. The surrounding people couldn't help but exclaim. They originally thought this delicate and elegant young master would be swept away and seriously injured after being hit by the Crown Prince's sword. Chapter 43:03. However, that wasn't the case. A piece of divine armor floated on young Master Songfeng's arms, and a ball of water spirit circulated in his hands, imperceptibly emitting waves of oppressive might. Mo Lian tried a few more times, and a cold, killing intent crept on her lips. Her phoenix eyes roamed as she stared menacingly at the person in front of her. No wonder Jojo said you look familiar. As expected, you're an acquaintance. The instant Mo Lian made a move to probe him, young Master Songfeng knew that he couldn't hide his identity anymore. Thus, he didn't try to conceal his identity anymore and tried in vain to continue concealing it. In reality, this little stoic's senses were truly quite sharp. Once she became suspicious, even if she didn't attack you for the time being, she would probably probe you as much as possible until you completely gave yourself away. Young Master Songfeng smiled faintly, and a long sword made of water spirit appeared in his hand. As expected, it's me who appeared here. Was it too deliberate? At this time, the little stoic had already floated down. Long Qi, Long Shangyun, and the others also followed her down in confusion. Due to the battle between Prince Mo and young Master Songfeng, just now, the crowd here had already fled in all directions. Only they and the 100 Phoenix Tribe disciples stood on the empty half of the street. Arbor stared coldly at him. You never thought of hiding yourself in the first place. That's why he admitted it so openly. Devastating Island should be surrounded by now, right? Arbor swept him an indifferent glance. The little stoic is still as smart as ever. Young Master Songfeng chuckled faintly and nodded. Take a guess. Can you all escape? Mo Lian suddenly smiled at him. Why don't you take a guess first? I guess. I can't. Young Master Songfeng spread his hands with a smile, and his gaze swept over everyone. The instant the venerable peach blossom immortal and holy Sunmi Yin appeared, young Master Songfeng's expression changed slightly, and he said, "Seal off divine senses." Instantly, many people rushed out from the eaves in all directions, and each of them held an ancient bronze mirror in their hands. As soon as the light in the mirror fell, the entire area was sealed inside a mirror formation. Arbor gave a try. As expected, divine senses really didn't work. She pulled out a jade storage talisman from her waist and flicked it into the air. 17 to 18 god powers balls instantly poured out of the talisman and were tossed toward the eaves in all directions with a wave of her hand. Boom, boom, boom. A terrifying explosion resounded throughout the entire street. Many people on the eaves were hit by the god power of God's balls. Young Master Songfeng's eyes flickered slightly, and he sighed. How can you be so ruthless, Xiao Xiao? Without another word, Xiao Mu's vine whip lashed out his face. His methods were ruthless and swift, and no one could compare to him. Before long, Shang Yun could react. She saw Xiao Mu whip young Master Songfeng's outer robe, a voice of master swindlers. She glanced coldly at young Master Songfeng. A bunch of damn swindlers. 7 flowers suddenly appeared on the eaves, each guarding a corner in 2s and 3s. They looked down coldly. You're the one who intercepted and killed us in Red River Canyon and Phoenix Grove, ghost-faced hall master. Damn, shameless swindler. Die. Arbor's voice was chilly. When her gaze landed on young Master Songfeng, there wasn't the slightest bit of warmth. They were all swindlers. They all lied to her. Chapter 4304. What bullshit about wanting to be friends with you? What little stoic girl? Long time no see, it was all a lie. Damn liar. How could they have no cultivation at all? Heavenly Fate could actually use a special technique to hide all their cultivation realms. Even she, Mo Yin, and everyone else were fooled by them. What kind of method was this? Arbor stared coldly at Gong Songfeng in front of him and lashed out with his vine whip again. Young Master Songfeng suddenly tugged at the whip handle and sighed. Little girl, you're really hot-tempered. Are you willing to come with us? It's much more interesting than going to the River of Forgetfulness. Arbor responded by summoning the startled swan dagger from his sleeve and swiping it across his throat like lightning. His Gong Songfeng fell backward. With a soft clang, a transparent, flying dagger like a cicada's wing blocked the startled swan dagger for him again. You're still so savage, even with your divine sense locked. Young Master Songfeng sighed softly. When he looked at Arbor, his eyes flickered. You don't want to go? Our place is fun, at least much more fun than the River of Forgetfulness. After listening for so long, Mu Xingchen finally couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Red River Canyon? Fomulin? He's the Grimace Hall master who wears a silver grimace mask? I made a fool of myself. Gong Songfeng smiled graciously at Mu Xingchen, Mo Yin, Ma Shichun, and the others. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal raised his eyebrows and also smiled at him. How about it? Are you ready to die? Young Master Songfeng blinked and smiled meaningfully. It's not time for me to die yet, but it's hard to say for everyone. With that, he raised his hand, and the many Heavenly Fate disciples on the eaves readied their huge arrows and were about to shoot. Who can these lousy arrows do anything to us? Ma Shichun pursed his lips. With a wave of his hand, thousands of green vines drilled out from under his feet and instantly wrapped around the place. However, the arrowhead never fell. Red, who was standing on the eaves, looked down at the crowd with a smile. Attract thunder. A series of noises came from behind. Countless flying swords flashing with the power of lightning emerged from the eaves and aimed at the people below. Arbor glanced at it expressionlessly. He took out a bunch of defensive charms from his storage talisman and spread them out in front of him with a cold expression. Countless god power beads jumped out of the storage talisman. Even Gong Songfeng couldn't help but be shocked when he saw the dense and overwhelming number of god power beads. At this moment, in this situation, in everyone's hearts, the word fuck popped up in capital letters. Where did you get so many god power pearls? Are you planning to tear down the entire street? Oh no. Are you planning to blow up the entire devastating island? I don't know if I'll die or not. But today, even if you don't die, you have to leave something behind. Xiao Mu did not shout in a shrill voice, but one could sense an exceptionally chilly intent in her icy voice. That eerie coldness made one's heart feel as if it was about to freeze. Mo Yin and the others all lowered their heads and glanced at the little girl. Looking at her expression, they really couldn't see anything But those who knew her well could feel that the anger in the little girl's heart had completely exploded like a volcano. Explode. Wait. Gong Songfeng's eyebrows twitched. Just as he was about to call out, he saw the little girl fiercely raise her hand. Countless godly power balls exploded at that moment, giving off a chilling sound. Chapter 43:05. Mo Yin quickly grabbed his wife and stopped her from pouncing forward to slit the Ghostface Hall master's neck. Although the little fellow was quite strong, she was obviously not Gong Songfeng's match. To deal with a cunning and intelligent person like Gong Songfeng, it was naturally better to let idle people like Mi Yin and He Chen deal with him. As a matter of fact, the entire devastating island was on the verge of collapse from the terrifying and concentrated explosions. The streets were crisscrossed with deep ravines. He Chen and Mi Yin had already taken advantage of the chaos to rush to Gong Songfeng's side and attacked him without saying a word. It was already difficult for Gong Songfeng to deal with the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal alone, not to mention that Mi Yin was also joining in the fun. Hall Master Gong could only retreat step by step. While he was in dire straits, two figures flashed to Gong Songfeng's side. Fan Ming's cold and solemn face was expressionless. She raised the flying knife in her hand that was as thin as a cicada's wing and blocked Holy Sun Mi Yan's attack. Then, she leaped forward with Fan Yu and naturally received Holy Sun Mi Yan's attack. Then came the sound of galloping iron hoofs. At the entrance of the street, a large number of human-headed lion beasts suddenly appeared. They deformed and dragged the body of a male lion, but their heads were strangely planted on the body like pumpkins. They did not have necks and looked weird as a whole. Arbor had already seen this thing when he was looking at the sculptures in the underground village. It was the same as the harpies he saw in the Phoenix Forest. They were all invented by Tian Yun, the product of the deformed and improved medicine. What's the ranking of that cultured corpse puppet? Arbor suddenly asked. Hall Master Gong, who was concentrating on dealing with the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal, was stunned. He could not help but turn a look at Arbor. What? Lord Jojo's face was full of impatience. She flew out dozens of attack talismans and threw them directly at Gong Songfeng. It's the corpse puppet that can play the zither. If Gong Songfeng wanted to dodge her attack talismans, he would definitely give the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal a heavy blow. Therefore, he could only turn around and deal with the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal, allowing the attack talismans to land on his body. A burst of refreshing explosions made him recall the scene in the Red River Canyon that day. On a rainy day, the little girl had thrown him a mother-child chain explosion and a guiding lightning talisman. At that time, he had been electrocuted. It had been a sour pleasure. Compared to the dozens of talismans today, the little girl had been merciful today. What's the ranking of the cultured corpse puppets? He's not your subordinate? Arbor persisted. Today, when they attacked Devastating Island, they did not see the cultured corpse puppet. It was clear that it did not follow Hall Master Gong here. That's 16 from heaven, right? Flying to heaven. The little stoic muttered these 3 words and nodded to indicate that she understood. Mu Qingya has a backup plan, the little stoic said gravely. Based on her research and understanding of her old rival, Mu Qingya's move wouldn't be so simple. 16 was probably just here to test the waters. Mo Yin smirked. I don't care what Mushi has. Let her die. Originally, she was hiding in the shadows, so naturally, no one would notice her. But now, she had appeared in the open. They were already on guard against a weakling without any cultivation. If they were harmed by her again, wouldn't their IQ be low? Crack, crack. The fissures on the street's surface abruptly widened under the human-headed lion beast stomps. Arbor turned to look at the road they came from and saw thick smoke billowing as a group of neither humans nor beasts moved toward them. Chapter 43:06. The bone-chilling cries of harpies also came from above. Mo Yin held Arbor's hand and said to everyone, retreat to the inner city first. Release the arrows. Wait, release them. Fan Ming hurriedly abandoned Holy Sun Mi Yin, who was fighting, and flew onto the roof, grabbing the arm of a black-clothed masked man. Vice Hall Master Ming, are you going to stop me again? The masked man said eerily and coldly as he glanced at Fan Meng eerily. Vice Hall Master Gui, don't you see the Hall Master Gong is also below? Are you releasing the arrows now to kill him and replace him? Nonsense! A vicious glint shot out of the masked man's eyes, and he shouted harshly, I'm cautious and conscientious for our organization, and I don't dare to slack off in the slightest. I'm wholeheartedly working for heavenly fate without any selfish motives. Vice Hall Master Meng, on the other hand, you've always had a close relationship with that stoic face. Are you reluctant to kill him? Heh, release the arrows immediately. Release them. Don't release them. Fan Meng was instantly flustered and exasperated, and she pushed Vice Hall Master Gui fiercely. Vice Hall Master Gui staggered on the roof and furiously took out a pitch-black wood grain print from his pocket. He roared loudly, Everyone, listen to me for now. Release the lightning. Release the arrows. Fan Meng's pupils contracted, and she felt that the scene before her was about to go out of control. Sure enough, whoosh, 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 whoosh. Countless small lightning swords darted over and shot toward Arbor's group below, along with a dense rain of arrows that resembled locusts passing through the forest. The members of the Phoenix clan had already set up a defensive array in the outer circle. Hundreds of swords swept away the dense rain of arrows that shot down from above, and their eyes revealed calm and fearless expressions. Arbor looked up and glared at Vice Hall Master Gui furiously. Most of the believers of heavenly fate on the roof had died from the dense explosion of godly power beads just now. However, there were truly too many people sent by heavenly fate today. After one batch died, another batch came up. There were truly too many to count. Were they determined to take down devastating City Island? If Joe City was their first stop on land, then Devastating Island would probably be their first stop on water. Arbor took a deep breath. Do the disciples of the Heavenly Fate sect want to unify the land and sea and be unparalleled in the world? He really wanted to know what the leader of their organization was thinking. After conquering the world with corpses, the world would be filled with zombies and puppets. What fun would it be for him to lead a small team? If they just wanted to prove themselves, then the price they had to pay might not be too high. As everyone brandished their arrows, they protected the little stoic and retreated backwards. The gate of the inner island was already open. Her Majesty the Queen, dressed in black tight armor, led a group of female soldiers on horseback and came forward quickly. Arbor and the others met them face to face. The Queen quickly gestured to everyone, and the team quickly split into two sides, leaving a path in the middle for them to retreat. Defend. At the Queen's command, the female soldiers in the front row quickly squatted down, took out their iron shields, and quickly formed a defensive shield formation to block the dense flying arrows. Arbor and the others retreated to the city gate and heard chuckle. We meet again, Arbor. Arbor couldn't help but frown when he heard that voice. He abruptly turned his head, and sure enough, he saw Seekong Fulling standing there and looking at him with a smile. Unafraid of the little stoic's cold glare, Seekong Fulling tossed the small black bell in her hand with a grin. Let's not talk about friendship. How about we make a simple transaction? Chapter 4307. Arbor's gaze landed on Seekong Fulling's hand, and his attention was completely focused on the earthly treasure, the heavenly bell. Currently, her divine sense was shrouded by the mirror image spirit locking formation, so she couldn't communicate with Chocho normally for the time being. However, she could still vaguely sense some of Little Six's faintly discernible aura. You captured Little Six. Arbor looked at Seekong Fulling with a grim expression. This woman was dressed in a thin red muslin dress. Her lips were red, her teeth were white, and she was charming and enchanting. She was an extremely pretty girl. But why was her personality so unlikable? She had come to find trouble with her time and time again, so her patience was about to be completely exhausted. Someone who can threaten me in this world hasn't been born yet. The little stoic's wrist shook lightly, and several wooden vines that wriggled like snakes slithered out from between her fingers and directly smashed toward the earthly treasure, the heavenly bell, in Seekong Fulling's hand. As expected of the sacred wood origin, her wood spirit control was so adept. Seekong Fulling sighed ruefully, but her expression didn't change in the slightest. The deal I made with you is extremely simple. Seekong Fulling sidestepped to avoid the vines and hastily called out, and it's a convenient move for you. You only need to come with me to see my brother. Seekong Fulling suddenly stood motionless in her original spot and raised the earthly treasure, the heavenly bell, in front of Arbor. I'll return it to you. One of Arbor's vine whips landed heavily on her arm. Only a slap was heard, and a bloody wound instantly appeared on Seekong Fulling's fair arm. Her hand had originally been injured when she grabbed Arbor's vine whips. Now that the new injury had suddenly increased, the old injury split open again, and blood dripped to the ground, but she didn't bat an eyelid. Miss Seekong, why are you like this? Mu Xingqian couldn't resist, sighing as he looked at the young woman in front of him and slowly shook his head. Seekong Fulling was also a stubborn person. To a certain extent, she was also someone who would do anything to achieve her goals. Suffering a small injury was completely insignificant to her, as long as she could achieve her goal on this trip. Arbor stared coldly at the woman in front of him and swung his vine whip at her face. Crown Princess! Meng Meiyu and the others cried out in alarm and wanted to help. However, Seekong Fulling merely calmly raised her hand and looked at Arbor as she said, "If you want to vent your anger, go ahead and hit me. Just come with me after you're done." Arbor let out a cold snort. The vine whip that was about to strike her didn't fall. Instead, it shattered into bits of wood spirit star and returned to her palm. Arbor stared at Seekong Fulling with a cold and expressionless face for a long while before sneering again. "You're really interesting." Seekong Fulling lowered her eyebrows and coldly said, "You will know when you see him. Why am I in such a hurry to find you?" Mo Yin sized her up. "What's wrong? Cult Master Ding is about to die." Seekong Fulling's expression changed drastically as she turned to glare at Mo Yin. Of course not. She wasn't? Then why was she in such a hurry to follow his Jojo and insist that Jojo meet that person? Prince Mo was secretly displeased as he imagined a series of bizarre scenarios. In the end, he actually imagined a scene of Cult Master Ding sacrificing himself for a righteous cause for his Qiao Zhuanglie. He immediately thundered himself. He hurriedly transformed into a small killing Buddha and chopped away all those messy images in his mind. Big Brother is in the river of forgetfulness right now, so it doesn't conflict with where you're going. Chapter 43:08. Arbor looked at her expressionlessly. After a while, she said, "You love him a lot?" Everyone looked at their Qiao in bewilderment. Didn't this topic change feel a little strange? The Crown Prince looked down at his wife in astonishment. What was going on? There was something wrong with his wife's style. She had always been expressionless and cold. When did she start talking about such a cloying topic with someone? If she wanted to talk, shouldn't she talk to a close friend like Xian Xian? Seekong Fulling was also dumbfounded by her question. Then, she flew into a rage out of humiliation. "What nonsense are you talking about? Liar." Arbor sized her up with a cold face. "A liar once told me that if you love someone, you have to confess to them. If you don't confess, they might not know for the rest of their lives. Although the other party might feel troubled if you confess. But if you don't confess, won't the rest of your life pass just like that? That liar even said that if you love someone, you can give up everything for them." Arbor continued to lecture expressionlessly. "You don't even care about your life for Ding Yun, and you still say you don't love him. Damn liar. You're all lying to me." Arbor's cold gaze instantly sank to the bottom of an ice cave, making Seekong Fulling, who was standing opposite her, feel an inexplicable sense of suffocation. This feeling was very strange and abnormal. It was as if the girl in front of her might appear in front of you in the next second and reach out to snap your neck. Mo Lian's heart jolted, and he pulled his wife back into his embrace. He patted her fluffy head. "Chow chow, there's no need to mind the damn swindler's words. If you don't like damn liars, we can just kill them." Seekong Fulling still didn't know what had happened earlier, so she naturally couldn't understand that Arbor had shifted her anger onto her. They were all damn liars, but a bunch of male liars and a female liar were the same in nature. They were all liars who were here to deceive Jojo. Seekong Fulling just had a super strong premonition of danger, so she had a strong desire to live. In this world, love is one kind, and respect and love is another. I respect and love my brother. It's not what you think. I didn't lie to you. I didn't lie to you from the beginning. I was the one who caught the Holywood fragment. I just want you to promise me one thing. After we go to the river of forgetfulness, come with me to see my brother. It's that simple. Seekong Fulling stretched out her hand, her blood-stained fingers holding that earth treasure heavenly bell. She raised it horizontally and pushed it forward again. Although I, Seekong Fulling, am not a good person, I also disdain to deceive people. That's it. Whether you believe it or not, what I said is the truth. Xiao Mu swept her an indifferent glance before abruptly extending her hand and sucking that earthly treasure, the heavenly bell, into her hand. He lifted the earth treasure heaven and earth bell and grabbed the scrambling wooden vine without any hindrance. Fragment Little Six acted as if it had seen a relative it hadn't seen in 800 years, and it scurried into her sleeve. Arbor reached out to pacify it before temporarily keeping it in his sleeve. With a flick of his hand, he tossed the earth treasure heavenly bell back into Seekong Fulling's hands. Now that I've taken Little Six back, aren't you worried that I'll go back on my word at any time? Seekong Fulling raised her brows and hung that small bell on the embroidered pouch at her waist. How can I not understand you? You're willing to suffer for your pride. You'll keep your promise no matter what and definitely won't go back on it. Chapter 4309. The little stoic glared in the direction that Seekong Fulling had turned to leave, her small face puffed up with anger. Mo Yin looked down and couldn't resist chuckling. She reached out to pinch her cheeks. Everything else aside, this person really understands you quite well. Mu Xingqian also smiled, but he couldn't resist knitting his brows when he turned around. Judging from the situation outside, the direction of Devastating Island's harbor has been blocked. It'll probably be very difficult to leave now. A large number of harpies filled the sky outside the city. Countless zombies disembarked from the two ships, and even human-headed lion beasts attacked together. The entire Devastating Island could be said to be in a precarious situation. A female official swiftly came over and saluted Arbor and the others. The Queen invites everyone to the royal palace to take shelter. Her Highness the Princess is injured. No need to worry, she's just exhausted. Female official Zhao walked over while supporting the blood-soaked Qing Xue. When the latter saw Arbor, she hastily asked, "Did my maidservant bring Xiao back?" Arbor took out that sliding wooden vine from his sleeve and expressionlessly nodded at her. Qing Xue sighed in relief. "That's great. Female official Zhao, bring them back to the palace first. Your Highness the Princess, Her Majesty the Queen has ordered for you to return to the palace with young Master Mo and the others. No, Mother's personal guards can't hold on for too long. There are too many zombies outside. I have to go help her." Female official Zhao grabbed Qing Xue, who couldn't even stand steadily, and said gravely, "Your Highness the Princess should properly protect yourself right now. Look at you, you can't even stand. So how can you help Her Majesty the Queen? If you go over, you'll only be a burden to Her Majesty." Qing Xue stopped talking and looked down at herself before turning to look at Arbor and the others. "Let's go." When she turned to look, the originally bustling beauty plaza was now pitted with potholes and desolation. There were dilapidated walls, ravines, and trenches everywhere, and the beauty statues were already toppled to the ground in tatters. Looking into the distance, it was also a scene of desolation. Not a single spot was intact. Qing Xue followed Arbor and the others back to the Queen's palace with complicated emotions. She was helped to sit on the ground. Arbor took out a few bottles of spirit-restoring medicinal liquid from his storage talisman and handed them to Qing Xue and the others. Qing Xue looked up and nodded at her. "Thank you." Arbor turned to look at her husband. How long will the mirror image sealing array set up by the ancient bronze mirror seal our consciousness? Compared to her, her husband was more knowledgeable in array formations, so he should be able to see through the mystery behind it. As expected, and Mo Yin didn't disappoint his wife. Jojo, don't worry. It won't last long. Besides, we're already out of the range of the great God-sealing spell. It should be undone in about an hour. Only then did Xiao Mu relax. After getting used to being tricked in the top academies, Lord Jojo developed a small habit. He liked to carry a small bag on his back when he went out on adventures. He also liked to stuff storage talismans in his waist, sleeves, and embroidered pouches. The storage talismans contained all kinds of weapons, hidden weapons, talismans, and pills. They were used to prevent the situation where one's consciousness was sealed and one's inner world and star region couldn't be opened, so they could be used at any time. Therefore, after being tricked so many times, there would always be some improvement. Your Highness the Princess. A few maids rushed over and yelled, covered in blood. Tushan family is rebelling, and quite a few cultivation families under their control are rebelling as well. What? Qing Shuishua opened her eyes, a trace of anger flashing through them. Chapter 43:10. How can this be? Qing Shuishua's breathing instantly became a little chaotic. It was really chaotic. When the corpse puppets attacked, although they were frightened, at least their hearts weren't panicked. But now, even the largest Tushan family on Devastating Island had rebelled. What chance did they have to win against Tianyan? The young master Songfeng beside you is the hall master of Tianyan's underground hall, Gong Songfeng. Arbor threw another shocking news to Qing Shuishua, which stunned the latter and made her unable to come back to her senses. Young master Songfeng? Qing Shuishua couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. Was it that elegant young master who stood tall like bamboo and seemed to be born without a temper? That person actually didn't have much of presence. When he followed behind her all day, he didn't speak much. Qing Shuishua was having fun and completely forgot about this person. Just like when she was strolling on the street with Xiao Qiao in her arms, that man followed beside her indifferently. After a long time, she left him behind. If Arbor didn't deliberately mention it now, she wouldn't have remembered this young master. Actually, no one knew that Qing Shuishua was a little androphobic. As the first successor of Devastating Female Kingdom, she actually panicked when she saw men. Naturally, this kind of thing couldn't be known by the whole world. Her Majesty the Queen seemed to have heard about this matter, but she only thought that Qing Shuishua was still childish and immature. Anyway, the time had come. After this princess inherited the throne, she would definitely expand the kingdom. Arbor didn't care about how surprised Qing Shuishua was and continued to say faintly, "This hall Master Gong has already brought people to infiltrate your devastating island and dealt with your Tushan family. After some coercion and bribery, your Tushan family suddenly rebelled. Is it hard to guess? The conditions offered by Tianyan must be very tempting." Emolian nodded and said. Qing Shuishua clenched her fists tightly and said in a deep voice with reddened eyes, "So what if it's tempting? When some things are settled, they will no longer have any value. It's unknown whether these people will live or die." That's true. Mu Xingqian couldn't help but sigh. The disciples of Tianyan can betray and bite others at any time. After all, they needed an endless stream of fresh people to expand their corpse puppet warehouse. How could they create a world of peace for others? Arbor glanced at Qing Shuishua. "What do you plan to do now?" "Her Majesty the Queen. Her Majesty the Queen is here. Your Majesty the Queen." The group of maids cried out excitedly. Qing Yi came to her daughter's side and hugged her tightly. "Child, go with Xiao Qiao and the others." "Mother." "Minister He, take the children through the secret passage." The queen turned to look at the middle-aged woman with a calm expression. He Luan nodded and said, "Your Majesty, please take care of yourself." Qing's mother's mother had a little mother bee. Bee's mother bee had been had have a Shuishu tea her mother's had. Qing's Her Majesty patted her shoulder and smiled faintly. As the queen, mother has her own mission. Even if Devastating Island is about to perish, mother still has to live and die with her people. Qing Shuishua cried out anxiously. Beside her, Mei Zhao's movements were very nimble. She slapped the princess unconscious. Chapter 43:11. Arbor expressionlessly reached out to support Qing Shuishua, who was falling towards his side. He looked up at the queen. Let's go together. I can do my best. Qing Yi shook her head and interrupted Arbor. Good child. Take Xue Xue and her 300 personal guards and leave together. Let Aunt Yi take care of the rest. Mu Xingqian frowned and disagreed. Your Majesty, if you stay, you'll only be making some unnecessary sacrifices. Why don't you listen to Jojo and take as many people as possible? Let's all leave together. Qing Yi smiled amiably at them and shook her head again. If everyone leaves together, who will stay behind to stop Tian Yun's people? Aunt Yi promises you, I'll definitely do my best to protect myself and more people. Even if this devastating island is completely destroyed, I definitely won't let it remain as Tian Yun's base. Pass down my order, take them with you. Immediately, Qing Yi flung her sleeves and quickly turned around, not looking at Arbor and the others anymore. Come back. Arbor angrily roared as he supported Qing Xue Xue. And Mo Yin reached out and grabbed her small hand. Jojo, let her go. There's still so many subjects left on this island. As the queen, it is impossible for her to leave these people behind and leave alone. Long Shangyun said with a cold face. That's right. Queen Qing Yi is a famous war goddess in and out of Wangchuan. She'll be fine. We should immediately take Qing Xue Xue and leave this place. Long she looked at Arbor with a complicated expression. This cousin was cold-hearted and heartless. What she was showing now was not the case. But wasn't she just a simple and adorable little cousin? But she definitely wasn't. At least in front of him and his sister, this little girl was like a devil. There are at least 30,000 people on devastating island. We can't take them all at once. How do you know it's impossible? Arbor retorted unhappily. Yes, even if cousin's sister can use the storage talisman to take them away, but now it's chaotic outside. Those islanders are hiding everywhere. Are you going to find them one by one? Long Huan asked with a serious face. Arbor knew that it was impossible. She was just annoyed and couldn't help but want to scold him. All right, that's enough. Mu Xingqian grumpily stopped Long Huan before turning to say to Xiao Qiao, Xiao Qiao, young Master Long's words aren't without reason. How about we leave this place with Sir He first? We have to get far away from this mirror image godlocking matrix and return after our divine conscious recovers. Xiaomu nodded and looked at He Luan, who was standing on the side. Everyone, this way please. He Luan immediately understood and led everyone to a secret passage in the palace without saying a word. This secret passageway was built under the queen's bedchamber, and it was connected to a water vein. After walking out of the passageway, they saw a white beach, and the clear sea water was already rippling under their feet. A large cargo ship was parked not far from the shore. There were 2 cargo cabins on both sides and a flat deck in the middle. There were 4 to 5 spirit stone cannons on the side of the ship's railing. It seemed that the queen had prepared them for them. Let's go. He Luan turned and nodded at Arbor and the others. Then, she leaped toward the bow of the ship. Arbor, Mo Yin, and the others led 100 Phoenix brothers and Qing Xue Xue's 300 personal guards and jumped onto the ship. In the sky not far away, the harpies' furious roars could be heard. Chapter 43:12. Everyone looked up and saw a large group of harpies rushing towards them from the direction of the dock. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal and Holy Sun Mi Yin flew to Arbor's side at an extremely fast speed. They discovered us. We have to leave quickly. Those things with human heads and lion bodies can't come over. Once they enter the water, they can only attack us by flying. If they were only dealing with these harpies with low attack power, it wouldn't matter even if their divine senses were temporarily locked. The situation was urgent, but He Luan didn't lose her composure. She ordered coldly, "Raise the anchor immediately. Let's go." The large ship responded by raising the anchor and immediately set off, heading towards the vast water area ahead. Arbor took out hundreds of bows and arrows from his storage talisman and threw them to the phoenixes and Qing Xue Xue's 300 personal guards. He leaped onto the ship's bow first and released a black gold arrow as a demonstration. He said with a cold expression, "Shoot between the eyebrows. There's a mutated black crystal here." As the arrow flew, it made a sound as it pierced through the air. Everyone had different expressions as they watched the little crown princess shoot the harpies flying at the front into the water with one arrow, creating a huge splash. The phoenixes almost exclaimed out loud. Arbor turned his head and glanced at them. Only then did they give up. Who's sneaking around? Arbor turned his head and saw that Qing Shueshue had slowly woken up. The female attendants' scolding came from the opposite cargo hold. Not long after, they saw a woman in revealing clothes. Her arms were twisted and she was pushed and shoved in front of everyone. Xiao Mu gracefully landed on the deck and cast a sidelong glance at that woman. Hongsa, why are you here? Qing Shueshue was slightly startled. Qing Hongsa glared at Qing Shueshue with anger in her eyes. She scolded like a cannonball. Of course you don't want to see me here. If I wasn't smart enough to sneak here early, I would still be on beautiful City Island. My neck might have been slit by now. How can that be? Qing Shueshue muttered. Qing Hongsa jumped up as if she was stung by a wasp. She roared angrily. Mother is so biased. In the face of imminent disaster, only you are allowed to leave. They are both her biological daughters. How can she favor one and discriminate against the other? Fortunately, she was quick-witted and managed to slip away a step earlier. Unfortunately, her other sisters were probably already dead by now. Hongse, your maternal grandfather's family has colluded with the All-Seer clan and rebelled. Of course, Qing Hong knew that Tushan family was rebelling. Because of this, she wanted to run even more. Who knew if Tushan family would sell her out after they joined the Sky Fortune family? How many times had Tushan family betrayed their masters for glory? She was just a granddaughter. In the face of the entire family's interests, she was nothing. It's Princess Hongsa. Hilwan raised her hand and ordered her men to release her. Qing Hongsa clutched her arm that was almost broken. Her gaze casually swept over Mo Lien, He Chun, and the others. Her tone was incomparably sour as she said, Mother is really good to you. Even while fleeing, she didn't forget to give you some beautiful men to accompany you. As if thinking of the 18 beautiful men that the queen had bestowed upon Qing Shueshue, a trace of indignation flashed across Qing Hongsa's face. Favoring one and discriminating against the other was extremely biased. Qing Shueshue was speechless. She glanced apologetically at Arbor and said, This is my third sister, Qing Hongsa. Sister Qiao, please don't take offense. Hey, look, isn't beautiful City Island sinking? Chapter 43:13. Qing Cheng Island is indeed sinking. When Xiao Mu turned around to look, she saw the scene of an imminent disaster. The entire devastating island was sinking into the sea. The lush green island was disappearing bit by bit in front of everyone. Qing Shueshue and the 300 personal guard were naturally dumbfounded. They dashed to the second layer of the fence as if they had gone mad. They stretched out their hands towards the distant, beautiful island. Mother, Mother, how can Mother be so decisive? Auntie Yi said that even if the entire island disappears, she will not let this place become Tianyun's base. So this is what she means? Arbor looks at the sinking Qing Cheng Island and feels his head is in pain. It was really unexpected that things would suddenly turn out this way. At first there should be a better way to take Qing Yi and everyone away, but now. Ha ha ha. Do you see it? Do you see it? King Hongs pointed at the sunken island in the distance and angrily yelled, That's my good mother, my good mother. The time she sent Qing Shueshue away, she didn't care about her life. If it's not because she is smart enough to run away, this time she will sink with everyone on Qing Cheng Island. Perhaps only Qing Shueshue's life is important and hers is not. At this time, Xiao Mu was suffering from a headache, so when she heard this woman yelling beside her, she was instantly enraged. With a wave of her hand, 2 Phoenix clan members immediately ran forward and tied up the screaming Qing Hongsa. They even thoughtfully stuffed a piece of cloth into her mouth to gag her. Woo, 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 woo. King Hongs glared at Xiao Mu and the others with accusation in her eyes. How can this woman be so excessive? She is just telling the truth. Why don't they give her a chance to talk? Big Sister Qiao. Qing Shueshue stood up with the help of someone. She turned to look at her third sister. Noisy, Xiao Mu waved her hand again, and the two Phoenix clansmen dragged Qing Hongsa into the cargo hold. They directly tossed her inside and closed the hatch with a clatter. That was it. At this moment, everyone was busy dealing with a group of harpies flying over their heads. No one had the time to listen to Qing Hongsa's nonsense. The speed of the ship was not slow, but the harpies' flying speed seemed to be faster. Qing Shueshue's 300 bodyguards stood at the bow of the ship and continuously shot arrows. Indeed, many of the harpies were shot. However, after less than an hour, although the number of harpies had decreased, everyone was panting due to the excessive consumption of spiritual energy. It was naturally inappropriate for this to continue. Arbor narrowed his eyes and took out some spirit-restoring medicinal liquid from the storage talisman and distributed it to everyone. Use the spirit stone cannon. Arbor walked towards the stairs on the other side of the ship. He glanced coldly at the harpies in the sky who were quickly surrounding them. The members of the Phoenix clan hurriedly gathered. There were several spirit stone cannons placed in front of the fence, which were perfect for shooting at these reckless harpies. Following a series of clattering sounds, the little stoic poured out a lot of spirit stones from a storage talisman. The several members of the Phoenix clan, standing in front of the spirit stone cannons, were startled at first and then prepared to place the spirit stones on the cannons. However, after the spirit stones inside the storage talisman were piled up with a clattering sound, everyone's expressions gradually turned to astonishment. She still hasn't finished pouring them out? How many spirit stones were stored inside Lady Holy Daughter's storage talisman? After the Wind Clan members were stunned for a moment, they hastily formed groups of 3 to 5 and surrounded a spirit stone cannon. Chapter 43:14. With the addition of the spirit stone cannons and the princess's personal guards drinking the medicinal liquid to replenish their spiritual energy, their morale increased greatly. A large group of harpies were hit by the spirit stone cannons and fell into the water, making splashing sounds. Arbor stared coldly at the things that fell into the water, unable to hide the gloominess in her heart. If these things fell into the water, they would definitely pollute the water source. Although she had already scattered some antidotes to avoid the corpse poison, it could only be said to have a certain effect. Once these corpses that sank into the water were eaten by the fishes, it would definitely cause a large number of fish to mutate in the future. As for whether these little things would turn into corpses or develop in a better direction, this was unknown. After about half an hour, the ship gradually moved further away. Suddenly, a short whistle came from the direction of Devastating Island. Hundreds and thousands of harpies flapped their wings and stopped in the air, no longer pursuing them. They turned around and headed in the direction of Devastating Island. Divine sense can be used, Mo Lien muttered, then released her divine sense to explore Devastating Island that was slowly sinking into the water. After a great battle, Devastating Island was almost completely submerged in the water. Only a faint light gold could be seen on the surface of the sea, rippling slowly in the water. It was like the light of the sea revealing a trace of gentleness in the dusk, but Qing Shueshue was very clear. It was the top of the palace's pagoda, emitting the last trace of light. When the sky darkened and the last ray of light was replaced by the spreading darkness of the night, the surface of the water finally quieted down. The princess's 300 personal guards walked down the stairs tiredly, each finding a place to sit down and rest. 1/3 of the spirit stones had been used, and there was still a large pile left in front of the spirit stone cannons. On the other hand, Long Shangyun cast a complicated glance at Xiaomu. This cousin of hers had a very strange temperament. She was obviously a super rich person who could casually grab a handful of spirit stones and pile them up into a mountain. Previously, she wanted to scam the two of them, and she was simply too happy to do so. Long Huan was also speechless and looked at Arbor, who was standing at the bow of the ship. The latter was lowering his head to check the extent of damage to the spirit stone cannons and did not notice the sneaky glances behind him. When Long Huan thought of the large ship he had bought previously, he could not help but feel a headache coming on. He had almost taken out all the money he had on him to buy that ship. However, a few days later, It was smashed into pieces at the port of Chinching Island, and there was no way to repair it. How could this be described as a trap? If he had known that this ship would be scrapped at the port of Chinching Island, he would not have bought it. He would have rented his cousin's Scarlet Firmament Blue Waves for a few days. Thinking of this, Long Huan rolled his eyes a few times. In his heart, there was a turbid air that could not be released for a long time. Since he brought his cousin home, Long Qian felt that he had never had a smooth journey. Hui Wei felt extremely uncomfortable holding her breath. Speaking of which, this cousin of his was probably the natural nemesis of the Forgotten River Dragon clan. Otherwise, how could he be able to completely suppress the siblings every time? What is she doing? Long Shangyun raised her head and looked at Arbor, who was standing in front of the fence on the second floor. She couldn't help but frown. Long Qi looked over again. He saw that expressionless little girl standing in front of the fence, her sleeves fluttering and her white hands brushing back and forth. Pieces of white medicinal powder rustled and fell into the sea. Chapter 43:15. It seems to be purifying the waters here. Long Huan sighed heavily after looking for a while. Will this medicine work? Long Shangyun asked hesitantly. It's better than doing nothing. Long Shangyun pursed her lips, and her gaze swept back and forth over Arbor's back. That's true. Her Highness the Royal Highness. Long Huan's gaze landed on Qin Shueshue. He still remembered the first time they met. That Royal Highness had a mischievous smile as she blended into the crowd and said to his stoic cousin, "Since you flirted with someone else's big brother, you have to take responsibility, right? You mustn't flirt and deny it." At that time, that smiling face that wished for the world to be plunged into chaos was simply a world of difference from the silent aura she currently exuded. It had only been 2 days. The ruthlessness of the Heavenly Fate Empire was evident from this. Once it made a move and launched an attack on its target, perhaps no patrician family would be able to handle it alone. Unwittingly, this Heavenly Fate Empire seemed to have grown to an unattainable level. No one could remain unscathed in this kind of chaotic world. Qin Shueshue didn't know how long she had been standing next to the railing. After nightfall, everything in the surroundings, including the air, seemed to have stopped flowing. In the depths of her eyes, there was only that silent island in the distance. She didn't know what kind of power could make the entire devastating women's kingdom sink to the bottom of the water. She also didn't know how she should proceed on her future path. Before her eyes was a sea of confusion, frustration, and melancholy. The several Phoenix clansmen who rode flying spirit beasts to investigate devastating island quietly returned and landed next to Arbor. After the little stoic finished patting the last bit of medicinal powder on her hand, she turned to look at them, inquiring with her eyes. One of the Phoenix clansmen immediately cupped his hands respectfully and said, "Lady Saintess, the Heavenly Fate Empire's people have already withdrawn from that sunken island." The Heavenly Fate Empire naturally had to withdraw since the island had sunk. Otherwise, would it be planted in the middle of the water? We dove into the water and dived several dozen kilometers, but we didn't find any clues. The entire devastating island seemed to have sunk several thousand kilometers into the bottom of the sea along with its people, and they couldn't find any traces at all. We didn't find anyone alive. Qin Shueshue's fingers gripped the railing of the boat tightly. She raised her head slightly, and 2 lines of tears fell silently. She knew that crying was useless at a time like this, but she still couldn't stop her tears. She just couldn't stop them. Arbor raised his hand and patted her shoulder. His voice was calm as he said, "Think positively. Perhaps there is a teleportation array under the water. Perhaps Her Majesty has already escaped with some people." "Really?" Qin Shueshue's back stiffened as she stood there. A wisp of moonlight fell on her hair, faintly illuminating a touch of warm snow. "Although I haven't spent much time with your mother, I feel that Her Majesty isn't someone who would make promises easily. Since she said that she would do her best to protect herself and more people, I believe that she will be able to do it." Qin Shueshue turned her head slightly. Her line of sight came into contact with that pair of cold and bright eyes. She was absent-minded for a moment. Then, she nodded heavily and said in a muffled voice, "Mother will be fine. Perhaps it was as Sister Chiao said. Mother was doing her best to protect these subjects of hers as much as possible. She had to have faith in Mother. Chapter 43:16. Perhaps they really did escape through the transportation formation. That wasn't impossible. Sister Chiao, don't worry. Qing Shueshua turned to look resolutely at Arbor and said, I won't wallow in self-pity or feel melancholy. I will become even more spirited and strong. When I meet Mother and my clansmen again, I will prove to them that I can also be a responsible royal daughter. When danger comes again, I can take over Mother's sword without hesitation and protect my people in her place. The little stoic expressionlessly curled her lips. Hilwan, who was standing far below the ship's mast, couldn't help but reveal a gratified smile. Perhaps this crisis wasn't a bad thing after all. The royal daughter seemed to have grown up overnight. Long Shangyun looked up at the two people for a moment before turning around to see her elder brother looking at her strangely. What's wrong? Long Qian felt that his younger sister had been paying too much attention to the stoic face recently. She could stand here and watch the little stoic and the royal daughter talk for so long. If this was any other time, his younger sister would have been impatient to the extreme by now. The two people were talking in front of the railing on the second floor. Their voices were so low that he could only vaguely hear the lingering echoes of their conversation traveling with the wind. Just like this, his younger sister could stand here for a long time and watch in a daze. It was simply baffling. I want to ask you what's wrong. Long Qian couldn't resist sizing her up. Nothing. Long Shangyun harumphed and turned to leave without looking back. I just realized that the stoic face isn't as annoying as I imagined. Long Qian was startled. He looked at his younger sister's back and chuckled helplessly after a while. But that's all. Long Shangyun waved her hand and harumphed again before walking briskly toward the cargo hold. Time to sleep. It was almost daybreak after a night of torment. Seriously, she was exhausted to death. Crash. As soon as she pulled open the cargo hold door, she saw something fall in front of her with a bang. Long Shangyun hastily dodged backward, avoiding the thing that was thrown at her. She couldn't help but be amused when she focused her eyes. It turned out that Qing Hongsa saw someone open the door and swiftly pounced at her. She dodged and naturally fell flat on her back. What are you doing? Long Shangyun angrily roared. Woo, 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 woo. Qing Hongsa was flustered and exasperated, her face flushed red. Long Shangyun rolled her eyes. She raised her hand and summoned a long sword from her consciousness. As the sword light flashed, it lifted the cloth in Qing Hongsa's mouth, scaring the latter into letting out an ear-piercing scream. Let me go, let me go. I can't do that. Long Shangyun shrugged and glanced at her. Qing Hongsa's hands and feet were wrapped in vines that were as thick as bowls. She had no ability to break through the layers of pure wood spirit energy. This was the masterpiece of young master Feng Zhangfei. If you have nothing to do, then go out. Don't disturb my sleep. Long Shangyun impatiently threw Qing Hongsa out of the cabin and closed the door to rest. Qing Hongsa was so angry that her entire body trembled. When Qing Shueshua saw this, she hastily jumped down and landed in front of Qing Hongsa. She turned to look at the little stoic. Sister Chiao, release my third sister first. Third sister, don't make a fuss. It's fine now. Arbor glanced at Qing Hongsa. The wood spirit energy between his fingers moved slightly, and the 9 layers of wood spirit energy enveloping Qing Hongsa obediently dissipated. Chapter 43:17. It then drifted to Arbor's fingers. Qing Shueshua was a bit stupefied. This was her first time seeing someone control the wood spirit so purely. To be able to extract someone else's 9th level wood spirit so quickly, it was as if all the wood spirit energy in the world that could be manipulated could be used by her. Looking at the specks of wood spirit energy floating between her smooth and jade-like fingers, it was as if they were little fairies dancing in the wind under the cover of the night. Qing Hongsa was also dumbfounded. She then grumpily jumped up and pointed at Qing Shueshua as she angrily said, "Don't think I'll appreciate your kindness if you put in a good word for me. Third sister, the entire devastating island has sunk. What nonsense are you spouting? Ching Hongsa angrily glared at him before widening her eyes in astonishment. She hastily rushed to the second deck and looked into the distance in shock. Our home has completely sunk to the bottom of the sea. Arbor turned around and squinted tiredly. She then saw her peerlessly graceful husband standing in the shadow of the ship's mast with a small bowl in one hand. He was tall and slender, and his phoenix eyes glinted faintly as he smiled faintly at her. At this moment, it was as if all the fatigue and discomfort in her body had been swept away, and the little stoic hastily ran over to him. After fighting for so long, you only drink a bowl of tofu pudding midway. I guess that you must be hungry. Go rest after eating the congee. Leave the rest to hubby. Arbor reached out to take the bowl and stirred the warm corn congee with a spoon. She raised her head and curved her eyes at him. Ayaya, you two are slacking off here again. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal's figure drifted to their side. He reached out to grab the small bowl in Arbor's hand. This venerable one wants to see what this is. Mo Yin expressionlessly extended an arm to block that person's restless claws. It's for wifey. You don't have a share. Jojo. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal looked pitifully at the little lady and winked at her aggrievedly. Mo Yin didn't give him a chance to continue fooling around. She directly grabbed his hand and dragged him away. Get to work. My life is so miserable. Jojo, the crown prince, has enslaved me. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal wailed as he was dragged 3 steps away. Arbor had just eaten a mouthful of corn porridge when he saw the guy looking back at him with an aggrieved expression. He couldn't help but chuckle. Mo Yin hastily turned her head and saw the little stoic standing in the pitch-black night. A speck of moonlight illuminated her almond-shaped eyes that were as clear as water. She smiled sweetly. Her eyes were curved and gentle, as if there was endless starlight in them. It was so beautiful that it could steal the good fortune of heaven and earth. The crown prince was stunned. He unconsciously let go of the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal's hand. Ji Chen's brows slightly flashed, and he let out a faint laugh. He turned his head and took the opportunity to punch Prince Mo's head, laughing heartily as he dragged him away. What are you waiting for? Mo Yin came back to her senses. She rubbed her head with one hand and couldn't help but kick him. Sneak attacking someone when they're unprepared is not what a hero should do. Jojo, Mo Yin kicked me. Is there anything else you can do other than complain? I can't. Can the two of you stop fighting? Let's set up the defensive barrier first. Holy Sun Me, Yin said helplessly. Although this place looks calm and peaceful, there might be dangers lurking in every corner under the sea. Holy Sun Me, Yin continued to persuade. Set up the defensive barrier first before you go fight elsewhere. Light and shadow flickered on the ship. Everyone looked up in unison and saw a transparent layer of watercolored defensive barrier slowly covering the ship before slowly descending. Chapter 43:18. Only the person sitting there could hear the wretched screams that came from the depths of the soul. But if an outsider could hear these screams right now, they would definitely find it incomparably tragic. This unfilial descendant. A faintly discernible phantom trembled as he curled up beside the table. He shouted shakily, You humiliate your own ancestor like this, aren't you afraid of heavenly Tao's annihilation? Aren't you worried that you'll be struck by lightning? His peach blossom eyes flashed with a cold glint as he looked up, and a severe glint flickered through his eyes. The silvery white flames cast on the old man's body gradually burned fiercely, completely enveloping the phantom in flames and roasting it. Don't burn. I don't dare to have thoughts of seizing another's nest. Really. Brat. You burning me to death won't benefit you at all. You can't control such a powerful devil emperor bloodline. Don't burn. I'm telling you, I can help you. Help you summon the devil emperor's sword. Duan Yu's hand paused, and the clusters of silvery white flames that ignited also swayed slightly. The devil emperor's sword. That old man's body drooped as he curled up into a ball. His eyes contained an inexplicable fear as he looked hesitantly at Duan Yu. The ancient Devil Emperor's sword. After summoning the Devil Emperor's sword, not only will one's cultivation improve by leaps and bounds. Moreover, legend has it that the one who obtains the Devil Emperor's sword can unify the 3 prefectures in the sea. You'll become the incomparably honorable, strongest person in this world. Duan Yu couldn't help but scoff, and the flames in his hand suddenly increased in intensity, burning the old man until he screamed. Don't burn, woo-woo. You old man, you're so oily and slick. Do you think I'll believe your words? Unify the 3 prefectures in the sea? Why don't you say you can control the holy realm and command all living things in the world? Do you think I'll believe you when you make it sound so miraculous? You better believe me. The old man waved his transparent palm and raised his head shakily. There are many things in this world that you don't know. Junior, do you want to accept my guidance? Duan Yu's chilling gaze landed on him, and a sneer surfaced on his lips. Old man, if I burn you for another half a month, your soul will probably scatter and scatter. Disobedient. The old man was so angry that his beard trembled, and his entire body trembled. You've been dead for so many years, yet you still miss the mortal world? Wouldn't it be better for you to just disappear? You. The old man was exasperated. What do you know? Duan Yu scoffed and slowly stood up. He coldly stated, I indeed don't understand. An old man who had passed away from ancient times came out to cause trouble. He wanted to possess the body of a junior. If this wasn't a demon, then what was he? Which ancestor could do something so selfish and disregard for ethics? After putting away that half-dead old crook, Duan Yu walked to the door. Just as he reached out to open the door, he saw someone rashly barging in and almost bumping into him. Duan Yu's expression darkened, and he dodged to the side. He retreated 3 steps and flicked his sleeves as he coldly looked at a royal guard dressed in men's clothing who barged in. That fool must have stuck her ear to the door to listen. She barged in as soon as he pulled the door open. Your Majesty. Wu Ruomei coughed awkwardly and hastily knelt down in a well-behaved salute. Someone come, Duan Yu ordered expressionlessly. Chapter 43:19. Wu Ruomei hastily pushed down the hat that didn't fit her head and shouted repeatedly, Don't, I'll go out by myself, As she retreated, she accidentally bumped the back of her head against the door frame. She instantly scrunched up her face on the verge of tears. Duan Yu ignored her and was about to step out when he felt that Wu Ruomei was an eyesore blocking the door. Someone, escort Miss Wu back to the estate. Don't. Wu Ruomei quickly put on a bitter face and muttered softly, Your Majesty, there's a rebellion at Luyu Pass and evil bandits are on the loose. Someone has already gone to handle this matter. Duan Yu glanced at her indifferently. Do you know that your father was looking for you everywhere inside and outside the city yesterday? Wu Ruomei pursed her lips and said, Of course I know. You want me to go meet that damn wastrel? I won't go. The junior eunuch on the side silently lowered his eyes and speechlessly asked the heavens, So, eldest Miss Wu, you hid in the palace overnight just to hide from your father? Go inform Prime Minister Wu, Duan Yu ordered expressionlessly. Xiao Kezi lowered his head and whispered, Reporting to your Majesty, this servant has already sent someone to inform the Prime Minister estate. Wu Ruomei angrily glared at Xiao Kezi before kneeling in front of Duan Yu with a plop. She exclaimed in a pretentious manner, Your Majesty, Commandery Princess Wu Shuang of the Divine Province has formed the Tiger Wolf Battalion and led the female soldiers in red. They are invincible on the battlefield and emerge victorious in every battle, causing a bunch of old men to be terror-stricken and piss their pants in terror. Duan Yu continued to look at her expressionlessly. Xiao Kezi twitched his mouth. Wu Ruomei spoke with conviction. Ruomei can also do it. Build an invincible and undefeatable female army for our great Song province. Ruomei wants to go to Luyu Pass. Ruomei wants to fight bandits. Ruomei wants to expel all the bastards who trample on our great Song province's territory. Duan Yu glanced at her and said indifferently, Commandery Princess Wushuang of the Divine Province was at level 7 Divine Realm half a year ago. You break through to the Divine Realm first before discussing this matter. As if struck by lightning, Wu Ruomei's face instantly crumbled. Your Majesty, Your Majesty, Left Prime Minister Wu Yong requests an audience. Wu Ruomei's small face fell even more, her eyes revealing the intention to run away. Let them in. A series of hurried footsteps approached from afar. Left Prime Minister Wu Yong hurriedly trotted over. Greetings, Your Majesty. Duan Yu's lips curled as he looked at this chubby old man who was panting heavily. Take him away. Yes, yes. Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you, Your Majesty. Wu Yong glared fiercely at Wu Ruomei. If it weren't for the presence of others, he would have rushed forward and kicked his daughter. What a troublemaker. She was always causing trouble for her father. Ever since she was young, her unrealistic dream of being a heroine should have ended long ago. I really don't know what's going on in his head. He wants to be a hero all day long and wants to go to the battlefield. This is simply a little crazy. Go back with father. I'm not going back. I'm not going back. Wu Ruomei hurriedly pounced over and grabbed the door. She looked at her father guardedly and said, I won't go meet that damn wastrel. The veins on Wu Yong's forehead throbbed as he glared at this daughter who was willfully causing trouble in the palace. He wished for nothing more than to kick this idiot to death. If it weren't for His Majesty's good temper, how could he tolerate her until now? I'd rather stay by His Majesty's side and continue to be a mid-court guard than go meet that damn wastrel. Prime Minister Wu was angered into laughter. Chapter 43:20. If you're a bodyguard, then who exactly is protecting who? His Majesty's hidden guards are all at the God realm and above. Raise your strength to the threshold of the God realm first. Wu Ruomei only felt that her father's blunt words were heart-wrenching. Wu Ruomei glared resentfully at her father and shouted angrily, Perhaps His Majesty doesn't dislike me very much. A cold and indifferent voice drifted over from the side. Everyone present snuck a peek at that person. His clothes that were comparable to the night sky accentuated his slender and tall figure. That pair of beautiful peach blossom eyes calmly accumulated a trace of alienation from beginning to end. Prime Minister Wu Yong, Shao Qizi, Wu Ruomei was instantly petrified. She turned her head with a hopeless expression and stiffened her neck to glance at Duan Yu. His Majesty was quite disdainful of her. I must break through to the God realm within 3 months. Wu Ruomei swore as she hugged the doorframe. You said that half a year ago. Father Wu mercilessly exposed his daughter's boasting and pulled her up from the ground. Father, let go of me, father. I won't leave, I won't leave. I want to protect His Majesty. I want to protect His Majesty. Gag her and take her away. Wu Yong was so angry that veins were popping on his forehead. He roared and had someone gag Wu Ruomei's incessant mouth before dragging her away. This humble official will take his leave. Duan Yu's unperturbed gaze brushed past the departing figures of the father and daughter, and he frowned slightly. Is everything ready? We've strictly selected 10,000 people from the secret pavilion and various camps. They've been waiting outside Tiger United's gate for a long time, Ing reported solemnly as he followed beside his master. Duan Yu nodded absent-mindedly. These elite guards were to be sent to the River of Forgetfulness and handed over to Jojo, so they naturally had to be carefully selected. Most of these people were experts above the 12th level of the spiritual realm. After they went to the River of Forgetfulness and formed a team with the other 2 provinces, they would gather all the resources that could be gathered and forge them into the strongest team to deal with the Heavenly Fate Empire. In order to destroy such an inhumane organization like Tianyun Group, sacrifices were inevitable half a year. There was only about half a year left for them to fully devote themselves to preparing this team, because it was very likely that the Heavenly Fate would speed up the process and invade this peaceful world. Ere Rong has arrived, Your Majesty. Duan Yu paused and looked at the tall, moon-white figure that appeared outside the door of drooping flowers. Rongqing's brows were picturesque, and her expression was calm. She looked straight ahead and bowed. Your Majesty. Duan Yu waved his hand and suddenly asked, Rongqing, is it all right for us to bring people to the river of forgetfulness? Crown Prince Rong shook his head with a serious expression. That's not appropriate. Now that the situation is still unstable, Your Majesty should consider traveling again in half a year. This great master had just ascended the throne. Although his methods were swift and decisive, he had also secretly dealt with many people. However, when a new emperor ascends the throne, the Great Song Prefecture is bound to be in chaos for a while. If the emperor left now, the capital city would be without a leader. Naturally, it would not be appropriate. Duan Yu harumphed and walked outside. What if we insist on going? This humble subject is willing to do it for you. Huh, I want you to do it for me. Rongqing followed behind him for a while. When she saw that he didn't speak, she couldn't resist saying, This subordinate can send a message to Your Majesty every day to report the river of forgetfulness' situation. Also, I can inform Your Majesty about Miss Qiao's recent situation. Chapter 43:21. Duan Yu paused in his steps and glanced at Rongqing, who was standing next to him. Who said we missed her? Vassal Prince Rong glanced at His Majesty aloofly and replied honestly, Your Majesty said it yourself. Nonsense. Why don't we remember saying that we missed her or something like that? Vassal Prince Rong muttered to himself for half a second before replying honestly. Although you didn't say it, your expression, actions, gaze, and even your breathing are telling this humble official that you want to go to the river of forgetfulness. You really want to see the little miss. Duan Yu stepped away from him and silently broke into a stride. He really didn't want to talk to this kind of person who only knew how to retort his monarch. Annoying. Rongqing expressionlessly followed after him. When the river of forgetfulness sent people to negotiate, you were willing to send troops and form a team. You even volunteered to provide so many resources. Wasn't this your intention back then? He wanted to go to the river of forgetfulness. He wanted to go to the river of forgetfulness. He wanted to see Jojo. He really wanted Arbor rolled up from the floor and felt the soft hay beneath her. Only then did she remember that she came to the cargo hold to rest after finishing her porridge last night. She originally wanted to sleep in Paradise Planet, but her divine conscience had just recovered, and her connection with the star domain seemed to be intermittent. To avoid unnecessary complications, she laid down a mattress on the floor and made do with it. She didn't expect to sleep until late in the morning. When she pushed open the cargo hold door, she saw that the sun was shining brightly outside. It was already noon. This cargo hold was stuffy to sleep in. There were no windows on either side, so the airflow was obstructed. After a night, the smell inside was touching. In addition, the bed in the cabin wasn't as soft and comfortable as the one she slept in a few days ago. After waking up, Arbor only felt her waist and backache. She used her small fist to pound her waist and back. When Arbor looked up, she saw Long Shangyun walking past her with a cold expression. What are you doing? The little stoic grumpily shouted at her. Long Shangyun turned around to glare at her. What are you shouting for? Wash your hands and prepare to eat. Who on the ship wasn't at least in the spirit realm? Only Qing Hongsa, who had snuck onto the ship, had a slightly lower cultivation, but had at least broken through to the spirit realm. Yet now, each and every one of them was like a mortal, as though they had been poisoned by the little stoic's poison. They insisted on following her for all 3 meals. Let's eat, let's eat. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal carried a plate of stir-fried meat slices with green peppers and floated past her with a smile. Arbor looked up and saw that they had brought over a dozen tables from somewhere and put them together to make a long table. There was a sumptuous spread of food on the table. There were fruits, vegetables, and pastries. The little stoic's eyes brightened, and she ran to the nearby bucket to wash her small hands. Then, like a wisp of smoke, she jogged to Amo Yin's side and glanced at her beaming husband. Taking the bowl and chopsticks, Arbor pointed at the table curiously. Where did you get so many tables? Also, this complete set of pots, bowls, ladles, and basins couldn't have been dug out from everyone's inner worlds and gathered together, right? It turned out that this was what everyone thought. For example, Jojo would always bring some pots, bowls, ladles, basins, tables, chairs, stools, and the like with him when he went out, just in case he needed them. Jojo would bring everything he could and couldn't bring with him when he went out. Ask Mayan. The venerable peach blossom immortal chuckled and pointed at the tables, chairs, stools, pots, bowls, plates, and cups. These and those were all provided by Sir Holy Sun. Why? Sir Jojo stuffed a piece of meat into his mouth and asked curiously. Chapter 43:22. Holy Sun Mi Yin coughed awkwardly and silently continued to eat, not planning to respond to the little stoic's words. On the other hand, Emol Yin glanced meaningfully at Mi Yin and unhurriedly picked up some vegetable for his wife. He chuckled softly and said, Jojo, do you still remember that you took 1,000,000 spirit coins from the Holy Sun and rented him a room in the Imperial Academy's Winter Forest Court? Holy Sun Mi Yan's mouth twitched. Arbor silently lowered his eyes and continued to eat the rice in his bowl, his small face deadpan and expressionless. On the other hand, the siblings Long Qian and Long Shangyun looked at Holy Sun Mi Yin with interest. Hearing His Highness the Crown Prince's tone, what this Holy Sun Mi Yin was also swindled by the little girl back then. Holy Sun Mi Yin's expression was so strange. It looked like the swindling was a bit serious. Long Qian suddenly felt a sense of empathy for Sir Holy Sun. He glanced regretfully at the Holy Sun and nodded at him. Holy Sun, stupefied, all right? Was this young Master Long sick? Suddenly showing him such a caring gaze. It looked strange and curious. You gave him an empty room that had nothing. He had to pay 100,000 spirit coins for a bed, 50,000 for a stool, and 20,000 for a teacup. Don't you remember? Emol Yin had a hard time holding back her laughter and asked his wife seriously. Arbor continued to eat rice and expressionlessly looked up at him. What does this have to do with what you want to talk about now? Uffed. The venerable peach blossom immortal couldn't resist laughing. My Jojo, don't tell me the connection, it's too big. Ever since you rented that 1,000,000 spirit coin earthen room for Mi Yin had lingering fears and brought tables, chairs, stools, pots, bowls, ladles, and basins with him every time he goes out. He has everything he needs for daily life. Uff. Cough, cough, cough. A youth from the Phoenix tribe was about to laugh, but was glared back by Holy Sun Mi Yan's stern gaze. Arbor made an O sound and reached out to pick up some food nearby. It's a matter of the past. Let's not talk about it. It's all old history. Can't you just let it go? Why bring it up again? If he hadn't mentioned it, she would have forgotten about it. Did you bring your bed? She took 2 bites and suddenly turned around to ask Mi Yin. Mayan was speechless. I really don't want to talk to this guy. What should I do? Jojo's section break, 10 days later in the evening. Long Huan stood in front of the ship's railing and pointed at the island in front of them. After drifting on the sea for so long, I'm sure everyone is exhausted. Let's land tonight and go to the fishing village ahead to rest for the night. This place is only 5 days away from the outer boundary of the River of Forgetfulness. Qinghong Se could not help but frown and interrupt. What are you going to do in a small village like that? Why don't we hurry up and get to the River of Forgetfulness as soon as possible to rest? Long Qi was startled and reflexively turned to look at the little stoic's reaction. What does younger cousin think? You can rest for a while. Arbor nodded calmly. She, Lien, Zhichun, and Mi Yin didn't have any problems. In any case, after night fell, they only needed to leave one person to stand guard outside, while the others took turns to enter the star domain to rest. Everyone else, however, was extremely exhausted, especially the Phoenix tribe, those landlubbers. They weren't used to the long and bumpy journey on the sea in the first place. Although their cultivations weren't weak, it was still very tiring to be at sea for so many days. Now, their handsome and beautiful faces looked a bit sickly, making them look a bit pitiful. Chapter 43:23. Feng Chanqing heaved a sigh of relief. After being on the boat for 10 days, he felt like his bones were about to fall apart. Arbor glanced at him and kindly took out a stack of ointment from his inner world and handed it to him. Stick it on and soak in your bath at night. I guarantee that you'll be 100 times more energetic tomorrow. Thank you, Holy Lady. Feng Chanqing bowed. Feng Zhangfei hurriedly ran to his elder brother and leaned his head over to see what was in his hand. After the boat docked, the group disembarked in a single file. When their feet touched the ground, they couldn't help but feel a sense of loss. It had been 10 days since devastating islands sank, but there was still no news from Queen Qingyi. However, Qing Shueishua didn't show any signs of sadness. She only worked harder and harder every day. Because of her androphobia, Qing Shueishua was quite annoyed with the men of the Phoenix clan. Instead, she looked for Long Shangyun to spar with her spiritual techniques every day. As time passed, Qing Shueishua and Long Shangyun inexplicably became familiar with each other. Long Huan stepped on the soft sand beside the beach and said with a smile, "This fisherman's island is quite famous. Many adventurer teams that go to our forgetful River Snow Ridge to train usually stay on this fisherman's island for a day or two to rest. So the business on this fisherman's island is usually very prosperous. Adventurer teams can be seen everywhere on the island." As Long Huan introduced, his voice gradually lowered, and he looked around with a slightly strange expression. Why is it so quiet? The entire island was so quiet that one could feel some treacherous waves the moment they set foot on it. It was as if the entire island had sunk into a deathly silence. Even the chirping of birds and cicadas had completely disappeared. Long Shangyun and Qing Shueishua looked at each other. They both took 2 steps back and almost stepped into the sea behind them. "Didn't you say that this is a place where adventurers stay?" Qing Hongso looked around vigilantly. "Why isn't there any sound at all?" Arbor raised his eyebrows and suddenly asked, "How can we prevent them from blocking our divine sense the moment we meet?" The sudden appearance of the mirror image array had locked her divine sense, so it was very difficult for her to move afterward. Therefore, Arbor wanted to know how to prevent trouble before it happened. If in the future, whenever she met someone from the heavenly fate realm, they would use this kind of spirit locking formation on her, wouldn't that be too much of a scam? Even we can't guard against such a soul-locking formation. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal shook his head and sighed. It said that the river of forgetfulness has a treasure called the light congealing mirror. It can break the mirror image soul-locking array. Long Huan looked at him speechlessly, but his expression was very respectful. "Senior Immortal, the light congealing mirror is an item recorded in ancient books. Although we have heard about it since we were young, we have never seen it before. By the way, is there a place called Snow Ridge near the River of Forgetfulness?" "Yes, the holy land of Snow Ridge is undulating, and half of it surrounds our Sea of Forgetfulness. It's the most popular place for adventure teams to go." Long Yin nodded. "Then do you know that there is a divine artifact master hiding under the snowy mountains? He has the heavenly forging cauldron, which is ranked 2nd in the world." "Ah." Long Huan was surprised. "Is it Senior Scattered Light?" "Scattered Light." Arbor murmured this person's name. "He is a descendant of Xuanji." Long Huan's expression flickered. "You know Ancestor Xuanji? Ancestor Xuanji?" This time, it was Arbor's turn to be stunned. A thought flashed across his mind. "Her surname is Long? Long Xuanji. Tomorrow, I will catch up on my sleep." Chapter 43:24. This divine artifact master, Mi Guang, should be one of the first-generation disciples of the Xuanji sect. A divine artifact master who lived under the forgetful River Snow Ridge all year round. She wondered if she would meet him on this trip. Arbor glanced at Long Qian hesitantly. "Senior Xuanji, is it really your ancestor?" "Of course." Long Qian nodded and said seriously, "Ancestor Xuanji is the most outstanding ancestor in the family. How could I joke about this matter?" "Cousin, you've heard about your ancestor?" Long Qian's eyes flashed, and he could not help but size up Arbor. She had heard more than that. Arbor could not help but feel a little bitter when she thought of this. Could it be it was the power of the bloodline that attracted her to the Xuanji mystic realm to obtain the Xuanji core? Everything was guided by the bloodline. It was just like when she entered her mother's mystic realm and found her mother's remains. It was as if the heavens were guiding her. Although she was resentful towards the forgetful River Dragon clan, she did not expect that she had already received the goodwill of the forgetful River Dragon clan's ancestor before this. This made her feel rather conflicted. Should she let go of her feelings and not dwell on the past? Emol Yin was the clearest about the Xuanji core. Hence, he could clearly sense Jojo's emotions at this moment. Raising his hand to hold her small hand, Emol Yin said gently, "Let nature take its course." Why should she be so conflicted? In that case, Jojo was also a direct descendant of Senior Xuanji. It seemed that it was not entirely fate that allowed her to obtain the Xuanji core. No wonder when Senior Xuanji gave Jojo 3 missions in the Mystic Realm, he added that she should try her best to help those weak mermen. Long Xuanji and Long Chuyun were originally family. Arbor shook her head slightly and walked towards the Fisherman's Island. "Hey!" Long Shangyun suddenly tugged at her sleeve. "This island is strange. Are we still going up?" "Yes, let's go and take a look." Arbor nodded and led the group towards the island. It was very quiet all around. Even the barking of dogs and the crowing of chickens could not be heard. Arbor's group of more than 400 people entered the fisherman's village one after another. However, they saw that the doors of every house were tightly shut. There was not even a trace of smoke in the village. Occasionally, they would see an emaciated woman sitting at the door. Before they could ask her anything, other people saw their large group pass by and immediately ran into the door in a panic, closing the door without saying a word. "What's going on?" Qing Hong said unhappily. "We're not ghosts. Is there a need to hide when you see us?" Everyone ignored her and followed Qiao Mu to the other end of the village without consulting her. Suddenly, Arbor and the others heard the sound of a door opening. They turned around and saw an elderly woman walking out of the door, shakily with a cane. When she saw a group of people looking at her, she was so scared that her hand trembled and she hurriedly retreated. Unexpectedly, she was too hasty and tripped on the threshold. Just as she was about to fall to the ground, Arbor's figure flashed and his hand shot out like lightning to support her arm. "Old Granny, don't panic. We're just passers-by. We won't hurt you." The old woman was slightly shocked. She looked up and saw Arbor's delicate little face. Her heart relaxed slightly. This child in front of her was really good-looking. He did not look like those ferocious people from before. Emol Yin ordered her people to rest on the spot. Then she and the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal walked over to Arbor and the old woman. They helped the old woman, who had difficulty moving, sit down. Arbor asked, "What's going on with this village?" Chapter 43:25. There's something you don't know. The old woman sat on a bench and said weakly, "The people in the village were all frightened by those adventurers from outside. You also know that our Fisherman's Island is in the sea area of the River of Forgetfulness. Usually there are people coming and going, but most of the teams that came to the River of Forgetfulness to train would come to our village to rest. Over time, every family started a business of inns and taverns." Arbor saw that the old woman's lips were dry and cracked, speaking intermittently. He reached out and took out a pot of tea, pouring a cup for her. The old woman's hand, holding the teacup, trembled slightly. She hurriedly took it and thanked him. The woman mentioned that the fresh water on Fisherman's Island was polluted. The people on the island had been forced to cut off water for several days. I don't know what happened at that time, but many of those adventurers from outside suddenly turned into zombies. A few dozen youths from our village, in order to save the entire village, led those Xiozha to the stone formation behind the village. The old woman couldn't help but cry when she spoke of this. Those children were all very young and very brave. They had clearly stepped onto a path of no return, but they still did it without hesitation. "So, those mutated zombies are still in your village?" The old woman nodded. "Right behind in the stone formation. Our ancestors have lived on this Fisherman's Island for generations. We only heard that the stone formation was built by a great Xiozha with unparalleled strength." "Then why don't you leave this place?" Qing Hongsa asked suspiciously. Since it was as the woman said, there were a large number of zombies in the village. Then why were these people still foolishly staying here and not running for their lives? Arbor said indifferently, "If normal people want to leave, they naturally need a boat. Could it be that they could summon flying spirit beasts or use flying spirit tools? They didn't have any. Just now, on the way here, The village was filled with ordinary old and weak women and children. There were no boats leaving the island. Did they want these people to make a raft and float all the way to the river of forgetfulness? What a wild fantasy! Ching Hong Se curled her lips awkwardly and turned her head to look elsewhere. She muttered softly, "Even so, we can't just stay on this island and wait for death. Humans were seeking to live, not to die. Just like her, didn't she escape from devastating City Island at the critical moment and beg for her life? You're not doing anything, yet you're expecting others to save you? These people were just lucky to encounter the little stoic before they ran out of food and water." Arbor raised his hand and patted the old woman's arm. "Grandma, your village is still short people. Gather everyone here. When we leave, we'll take you with us." Long Shangyun frowned. "What do you want? Could it be that you want to bring these old, weak women and children with you to the river of forgetfulness?" Long Shangyun looked at Arbor as if she was looking at an idiot. "Ah, this cousin, when did you become so kind-hearted? I don't see you treating your relatives well normally. Why are you even more affectionate with these strangers than with your own relatives?" Arbor glanced at her and asked expressionlessly, "Is there a problem?" If Arbor knew what Long Shangyun was thinking, he would definitely find her incredibly strange. Which how did she see that she treated people affectionately? Chapter 43:26. This is a big problem. Long Shangyun rolled her eyes and could not help but say, "What do you know? Not everyone can casually go to the river of forgetfulness. Mortals like these cannot enter our river of forgetfulness realm." Arbor looked up at her. The latter waved at her in exasperation. "There is no use in saying so much. You will know when you go." Long Huan did not refute her sister this time. She nodded at Arbor and said, "That is true. It is very difficult for mortals to enter the river of forgetfulness. Even if clan leader is lenient and agrees to give them a pass, these mortals still need a talisman to enter the river of forgetfulness with their physical conditions." Long Huan shrugged and said, "It is very difficult to obtain." Long Shangyun nodded again. "It is difficult enough for normal Xiozha to enter the river of forgetfulness. You still want to bring a group of mortals in? Impossible. It is as difficult as ascending to heaven." Arbor asked expressionlessly, "What is so difficult about using the storage talisman to bring them in? Could they go into the water? Or could they not pass through the river of forgetfulness realm? They were all in the storage talisman. What other problems could there be? It was just an excuse. They did not want to accept these troublesome fishermen at all." Long Shangyun was speechless. She looked dazedly at her for a moment before saying in exasperation, "In short, it is not possible." The old woman saw that they were about to quarrel and hurriedly advised from the side, "Everyone, do not quarrel over this old woman and others. If we can get rid of those evil beings behind the island, maybe we can continue to survive on this island. The water source of your island has been destroyed. It is impossible to continue to stay here." Arbor looked seriously at the old woman. "Do not worry. Go gather people first." Yes. The old woman stood up shakily. Arbor called and had Feng Zhongfei help the old woman to gather people. Long Shangyun glared angrily at the person in front of her. "You're used to being a good person. Do you know that ever since the corpse poison spread in the sea and the living environment became worse, we have been forced to move to the south of the river of forgetfulness? It is not easy for our clansmen to survive, and we have to take care of these troublesome mortals? What are you thinking?" Shangyun, Long Huan tugged at her hand and turned to look at Arbor. "Cousin, what Shangyun said is true. Furthermore, the river of forgetfulness is indeed not suitable for ordinary humans to live in. You will understand once you go there. How about this? Cousin, I'll send someone to send them out of the sea and settle down in a nearby city." But Long Huan glanced at Arbor and said, "We need to leave this cargo ship to them. For the rest of the journey, I'll have to rely on my cousin's cough. Chi shout Songlong. What do you think?" Long Shangyun's eyes lit up as she looked at Arbor. She had had enough of this cargo ship. Her arms and thighs were so sore from sleeping last night that she felt like dying. You might as well sleep on the little stoic's bamboo couch. Not only was it clean and refreshing, but there was also a cotton quilt on top of it. He could pass the night comfortably and needn't worry about anything. That's right. Can we not charge for it? Long she asked weakly. When he saw Sir Jojo glance at him, he hastily added, or we can charge less. After all, they wanted to commandeer Sir Jojo's ship because they wanted to do a good deed. If they had to fork out their own money to rent Qishao Songlong, then they would be too innocent. Chapter 43:27. Long Shangyun glared at her brother. Her brother was becoming more and more obsequious in front of the stoic face. It was truly an eyesore. Arbor glanced at the siblings and looked up when she heard footsteps. She saw the elderly woman leading a group of about 70 to 80 old, weak women and children in front of them and saluting in unison. No need to be so courteous. Arbor nodded indifferently and turned to look at Long Qian, who was sneaking glances at her. Find a few more people to take them back and settle them down. Long Qian sighed in relief, and a happy expression appeared on his face. Okay. He had thought that his cousin was going to oppose him again and stubbornly take these people back to the river of forgetfulness. He didn't expect her to be so easy to talk to and agree immediately. Cousin, don't worry. I will definitely take care of this matter properly. I will definitely take these people to the seaside city and settle them down properly. Arbor nodded expressionlessly. Perhaps it was because they were used to her expressionless attitude. But Long Qian and his sister didn't think much of it, so you'll get used to it after looking at it for a while, right? In the past, they might have thought that the damned stoic face was always stoic, as though someone owed her millions of spirit coins. They really wanted to tear off her stoic face and viciously stomp on it a few more times before giving it a good beating. But now, they might think, oh, isn't it perfectly normal for a stoic face to always be stoic? Long Qian called over 4 or 5 strong men from the Dragon Clan and instructed them to take the old, weak, women, children, and the boatmen back with them. There was still a lot of food left on the ship, and it was all left for them. Calculating the time, these supplies would be enough when they returned to the seaside city. The old woman and the old, weak, women and children on the island originally thought that they were going to die here, but they didn't expect to see a glimmer of hope at the end of the tunnel. They naturally thanked Arbor and the others profusely. Qing Hongsa couldn't help but mutter, if we leave all that food to them, what will we do in the future? Third sister, we cultivators won't starve to death, even if we miss out on a few meals. Qing Hongsa was a little dissatisfied. Why did she have to pay for food in order to take care of a few strangers after she had fled so bitterly? That ship of supplies was prepared by the queen in advance, and it was given to an outsider for free. Arbor ignored her. This Qing Hongsa, other than having a foul mouth and being selfish, didn't have much else. If she didn't pay attention to her, over time, this person would naturally shut her mouth. Besides, they had also used a lot of the supplies on the ship in the past 10 days. They were all ordinary living utensils, food, fruits, and the like. What was there to feel bad about? Previously, young Lord Long had spent a lot of money in sovereign capital to purchase high-grade goods from Kaidai Veranda and Precious Painting Workshop. She had stored them in a storage talisman without using them. What golden silk veil, fine satin quilt. It was just the right thing to use to spread out his crimson firmament blue wave boat and live a comfortable life. Do you want to take a look at the stone array at the back? To be honest, Long Huan was quite curious. What kind of powerful Xiozha could set up such a powerful stone formation behind the village? How could a mere stone array trap so many corpse puppets? Even Mo Yin felt that it was somewhat magical. If it was really useful, it would be a good idea to learn it. The young couple looked at each other, nodded, and walked towards the back of the village. Chapter 43:28. Everyone followed the young couple's footsteps and sprinted to the back of the village. When they saw it, they couldn't help but be stunned. There was an enormous stone formation in front of them. Each stone was so wide that it would take 3 people to wrap their arms around it, and more than 1.5 adults' height. These large stones seemed to have been moved here by unknown Xiozha from somewhere. They were abruptly erected in the empty space behind the village. One stone was separated by another. There were hollow patterns of various shapes and colors carved on them, and they looked slightly eerie. Arbor took a look and then looked away. The little guy who did not understand formations looked up at her husband. His brow was furrowed as he looked intently at the formation in front of him. He did not blink for a long time. Jojo Darren did not dare to disturb him. He stood next to him and carefully examined his expression. Xiao Qiao's lotus was usually very handsome. Now that he was serious, he looked even more handsome and beautiful, with an outstanding demeanor. Handsome, the little guy thought inside. Her little hand wanted to go and grab him, but stopped midway. When Mo Yin refocused, she saw the little guy's white hand that had retracted. She did not hesitate to reach out and grab it. Jojo, I found 2 life gates and know the essence of this formation. Let's go. Mo Yin excitedly grasped her little hand and pulled her into the stone formation. Pay attention to your steps. Don't mess up your steps. Mo Yin ordered and pulled Arbor into the stone formation. He Chun, Feng Changqing, and the others naturally followed without hesitation. Long Ji, Long Xiang Yun, Qing Xue, and the others hurriedly followed. Qing Hongsa hesitated for a while. Seeing everyone go in, she could only reluctantly follow. She couldn't be alone and not follow the group, right? If those people went out from another exit and left her on this deserted island, then wouldn't she be finished? Be careful. Arbor threw out a dozen defensive seals around everyone. There may be many corpse puppets here. Pay attention to your defenses. Yes, everyone nodded warily and followed behind Mo Yin and Arbor. Apart from following them with full concentration, they also had to spare a portion of their spiritual awareness to check if there were any approaching corpse puppets. Didn't the young adults on the fisherman's island trap the zombies of the adventurers in this stone array? Why haven't we found a single corpse along the way? Long Shangyun couldn't help but ask. Don't slack off, Arbor said calmly. Long Shangyun rolled her eyes. Suddenly, her pupils constricted as she saw a white figure pounce out from the side, heading straight for her neck. That thing's pale face, coupled with its distorted facial features, almost caused Long Shangyun to be distracted and vomit. When Long Shangyun saw that the corpse puppet had already arrived in front of her, she summoned her sword from her consciousness with a clang. When she killed the corpse puppet, she had just exhaled a breath of air when she suddenly froze. Countless strange white birds jumped out from the corpse puppet's exploded body. One of them opened its beak and tried to bite her arm. In the blink of an eye, a black gold arrow brushed past Long Shangyun's arm and instantly shot through the strange bird's neck. Everyone raised their swords to kill the white corpse birds that flew over. Suddenly, a milky white fog appeared in front of them, enveloping everyone in it in an instant. They couldn't even see their own fingers. Chapter 43:29. Jojo's Lotus? Arbor immediately reached out to grab the wrist of the man next to her. However, she was instantly displeased when she grabbed nothing but air. Where did Jojo's Lotus run off to in such a short time? Her footsteps were light, and she didn't panic as she walked through the layers of white mist. She casually released an arrow and disposed of a panting zombie. She inwardly thought, the zombies trapped in this stone's white mist formation seem to be low-level creatures. It shouldn't be difficult for the Feng tribe youths to deal with them, so there's no need to worry about them getting injured. Arbor closed her eyes and shot several zombies' heads in succession. As usual, she picked up the crystal cores on the ground and tossed them into her small pouch. These zombies didn't produce higher-level black crystals in their heads. It seemed that it was because they took different medicinal liquids. She could basically confirm now that people who took ordinary basic mutated medicinal liquids couldn't become high-level zombies even after they turned into zombies. If they wanted to become high-level level 2 zombies or above, they had to take mutated medicine. After taking it, the embryonic form of black crystals would probably gradually form in their heads, and the black crystals would become more and more solid after repeated improvements. She wondered how much superhuman's abilities would improve after absorbing this kind of black crystal. Arbor was a bit curious and secretly decided that after she cut open a piece of black crystal, she would test it out to see how much it could improve her psychokinesis. In any case, ever since she took the holy fruit, her body had become impervious to all poisons. A trifling corpse poison couldn't harm her at all. She had already developed antibodies against zombies, so even if she was scratched by a more powerful zombie, it couldn't harm her body in the slightest. A gust of wind came from behind her head. Xiao Mu didn't even look at it, directly shooting out a crow-gold arrow with a flick of her wrist. However, this time, she didn't hear the expected scream. The newcomer moved very quickly and continued to reach for the back of her neck. It was a living person. Arbor's lips revealed a grim smile. She covered her hand with a Vajra talisman and grabbed the other person's wrist with a flip of her wrist. The newcomer was shocked and hastily dodged. Unfortunately, it was already too late. When this little stoic's ice-cold hand tightly clasped his wrist, the newcomer felt unwell all over, especially when he heard a soft crack sound in the silent air. As the fear in his heart spread, large beads of sweat involuntarily fell from his forehead. His hand, his wrist, was broken by the stoic face just like that. "Show me your true face." A strong beam of light shone on the person's half-dark and half-gloomy face. Arbor sneered, the 5 vines between his fingers darting towards his opponent's throat like snakes. It was as fast as lightning and as strong as the wind, causing the other party to break out in a cold sweat. Holding his broken wrist, he quickly retreated. Arbor chased after him with a sneer in his eyes. "Luring the enemy in? You still want to trick Joe? Who was it that was so stupid to impatiently make a move?" This method of doing things was not at all like Mu Qingya's brilliant method of calmly waiting for the right opportunity. Which scoundrel was it that hit his head but showed his tail? He didn't realize he was being funny at all. Rip! A spirit-binding rope abruptly landed on Arbor's body and tightly wrapped around him 7 or 8 times. The other end of the rope was held by the person with the broken wrist. Right now, he was looking at her with a smug expression, as if victory was already in his grasp. Chapter 43:30. Arbor could clearly see this person's face hidden behind the stone array, half in light and half in shadow. It was a very delicate face, but at this time, because of the pain, that face had long been distorted into a rather ugly appearance. She had seen this face not long ago. It was the person who had given her a trace of a nightmare from her previous life in Sheng Jiue's battle arena the moment they met. Jiue Academy's Bui? The one who followed beside Li Xiangbei. Arbor hooked her lips. What? Has Tianyun set his sights on Jiue Academy again? Tianyun had sent people everywhere to hide in aristocratic academies to search for more talents for his organization to test medicine. Right? Bui clutched his broken left wrist, looking coldly at Arbor, and said fiercely, "Arbor, I've been waiting for you for a long time." The grudge between the two of them had grown big. Originally, 2 fingers on his hand had been broken by the Crown Prince's people because of this woman. Now that his entire wrist was broken, new and old grudges added together, it really made one abnormally angry. "Waiting for me?" Arbor looked up at his incomparably loathsome face. "Where does your confidence come from?" Bui snorted coldly, shaking the spirit-binding rope in his hand. "This is not an ordinary spirit-binding rope. It's more than enough to bind a divine realm cultivator like you." "Are you sure?" Arbor stared coldly at the other. The slender fingers stuck to her side, moved slightly, and instantly felt the spirit-binding rope's binding on her body gradually tighten. Bui snorted lightly. "I said don't waste your energy. You can't escape. Let me think. How should I take you away? Is it more convenient to let you fall asleep, or to just break your legs?" Arbor's cold eyes looked directly at the other. Her lips curled slightly, and a mocking sneer appeared. "Oomph. I think you won't shed tears until you see the coffin." Bui was directly angered by her disdainful gaze, and an arc of light in his hand swept towards Arbor's knees. Arbor's eyes gradually turned cold. His limbs were tied up, and he couldn't move his body. He felt as if something heavy was dragging him. Several defensive talismans appeared in front of him, and the power of the talisman enveloped his body, blocking the sword of Bayan time. Startled Swan jumped out, and with a buzzing sound, it cut open the spirit-binding rope on her body. In just a few seconds, Arbor had already broken free. His figure leaped forward, and the startled Swan dagger shone with a sharp aurora. It was cold and sharp like a line of snow, and it instantly cut open the clothes on Bai's chest. The man lowered his head and saw that his clothes were wide open. There was a torn wound on his skin, and blood was flowing down. What a sharp dagger! Bai took a deep breath and suddenly felt very annoyed. He didn't expect that after just a few rounds, he would be injured by this woman again and again. Now, even the spirit-binding rope couldn't bind her. Therefore, this dagger of hers must be an unstoppable divine artifact. Damn it! Bai's eyes darkened, and a layer of divine armor covered his upper body. The long sword in his hand was also covered with ice crystals, and he suddenly swung the dagger in front of him. He spun around and kicked, and Bai flew into the air. The sword in his hand exploded, and he still slashed towards the little girl's legs. Of course, he didn't want her to die. He wanted her to live a life worse than death. Arbor looked coldly at the incoming sword light and summoned the thunder sword to meet it head-on. Suddenly, she heard a flutter of clothes, and Mo Yin's cold, handsome face instantly blocked in front of her, and he summoned the Black Moon with a backhand. A long cry cut through the air, and the dark sword light of the Black Moon blocked Bai's fierce attack. Chapter 43:31. How did this person get here so quickly? Yi was shocked, and his gaze flickered. This stone array had been modified by the array formation master he had brought with him, who had added some new things. He sneaked on a fisherman's island with his men without informing anyone, all for the sake of silently waiting there. After waiting here for 2 days, he had the formation master reinforce the stone formation. That was why the zombies could not escape. Otherwise, how could the original formation trap the zombies for so long? Once the stone formation was broken, the zombies should have rushed out to tear the remaining people in the village to pieces and eat them. So how could Prince Mo find this place so quickly? This formation had been modified by the formation master. Unless he was very familiar with the operation of this formation, it was impossible before he could continue hesitating. The Crown Prince's sword gleam caught up to him like lightning. Yi was shocked. As he retreated quickly, he threw out a round bead. The moment it exploded, smoke filled the air. His figure disappeared into the smoke. He clutched his aching left wrist and panted heavily. That damned Emolian. How did he get here so quickly? Didn't this array formation completely isolate many of them from the outside world? How could it be? Whoosh! A bright light broke through the heavy fog in front of him. It was like a scorching sun illuminating this space. An arc of sword gleam chased after Yi. Yi's eyes bulged. He was shocked. He bounced and rolled backward. He dodged a few times and avoided most of the sword gleam. However, he felt a chill on his shoulder. Lowering his head, he saw that blood was flowing out of his body. He had received another sword strike on his shoulder. Pain assaulted his heart. Yi was shocked. He looked up slightly and saw a slender figure holding a little girl's hand. They suddenly appeared not far away. They caught up again. Yi's current emotions were not just fear and uneasiness. He felt a strong sense of defeat. This kind of formation that covered the sky and waited for people to walk into a trap. However, it felt like catching a turtle in a jar. It made him feel powerless. A feeling that Mo Yin, this person, seemed to be undefeatable even rose from the bottom of her heart. Lord Jojo waved away the thick fog in front of his eyes. With one hand holding the Crown Prince's hand, he quickly passed through the fog formation. At a glance, he saw the ashen-faced Bai. Humph. Yi suddenly raised his hands and shouted, "Grandmaster Chu, change the formation." As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly disappeared into the stone formation behind him to the left. Emolian tightened her grip on Arbor. She looked coldly at the changing scenery in front of her. The original stone formation was suddenly filled with black chi. Ghostly wails and howls could be heard everywhere. It was as if the place in front of them had suddenly turned into a desert in hell. Countless ghostly hands passed through the thick fog and grabbed the two of them. Emolian pulled the little fellow into her arms and single-handedly controlled the Black Moon sword to cut through the thick fog and cut off a claw. Seeing countless zombies pouncing at him from all directions, he swiftly lifted the little stoic up, allowing her to soar into the air. His movements were extremely fast as he leaped into the dense black ghost hand formation. His sword gleam filled the air, and holy power lingered around him. The little stoic looked down from midair and saw him moving gracefully like a startled swan and a swimming dragon. His figure shuttled through the dense black chi formation. Wherever his sword gleam went, it was as if it could split mountains, split seas, and split stars. Black chi scattered in all directions, and the ghostly wails and howls transformed into waves of tragic howls. Wherever the black moon's sword gleam passed, it exterminated a swath of evil beings. It was so fast that it was dazzling. Chapter 43:32. In just a moment, the fog array was swept away by the crown prince's tyrannical power. The stone array crumbled into pieces, and the sound of explosions could be heard everywhere. Sir Jojo landed on the ground expressionlessly. Before he could steady himself, he was pulled into Prince Mo's arms again. He looked her up and down. Is something the matter? What could happen to her? She didn't even lift 2 fingers from beginning to end. If something happened, it must be because she was too bored. Mo Yin lowered his head and smiled at her. He patted her back. Don't be afraid. Arbor couldn't help but look down and roll his eyes. He didn't know which eye of his husband saw that she was afraid. Sir Jojo's gaze focused on a place under his feet. He raised his hand and pointed. Chase. Okay. Mo Yin nodded. He turned to look at the center of the stone array. There was a big hole. This should be the underground passage to the beach. Arbor frowned slightly. We can't let that person escape. He can't escape. Mo Yin didn't pull his wife down to chase after him. He just reached out his hand and pushed gently. A black fire that seemed to have a spirit instantly came out of his palm and chased into the hole. It chased deep underground at an extremely fast speed. Let's go. Mo Yin held his wife's small hand and squeezed it gently. This boy must have something to rely on if he dared to come here and cause trouble so presumptuously. Who did he think a broken array could trap? The crown prince's eyes were cold. He picked up his wife and swayed lightly. A hole suddenly appeared in the void in front of them. The 2 of them disappeared without a trace. On the other side, Bai and his group were like stray dogs as they passed through the secret underground passage. The dozens of Heavenly Fate disciples behind them screamed in horror. They scrambled out of the secret passage with Bai's deputy hallmaster. Those who were slow were immediately devoured by the spiritual black fire behind them. Buye's pupils constricted as he watched the disciples turn into a pile of ashes under the burning of the black fire. The black fire spread instantly. The disciples of the Heavenly Fate sect retreated in fear. Suddenly, 2 flying swords pierced through the clouds and the moon, flying straight to Buyi. The latter hurriedly swung his sword to block one of the swords and pulled a Heavenly Fate disciple in front of him. The sword pierced through the disciple's heart with a soft sound. The latter did not even have the chance to make a sound before he died, and was immediately used as a scapegoat. The long sword that had pierced into the chest of the unlucky bastard made a soft clang sound. Suddenly, the sword was lifted and flew backwards. Buyi raised his head, his pupils constricting. The sword fell into the hands of a smiling man dressed in red. It was the venerable immortal by Mo Yin's side. They came so quickly. Buyi subconsciously took a step back. His eyes narrowed as he tightened his grip on the sword in his hand. Vice Hall Master, a Heavenly Fate disciple beside him, looked at him in surprise. I turned his head and nodded slightly at him. The Heavenly Fate disciple took out something from his inner world and threw it into the air. A flying spiritual artifact suddenly formed. Buyi was the first to escape. He had just leaped into the air when he saw a green vine wrap around his feet. The vines grew rapidly, and in a flash, they wrapped around Bai's arms and shoulders, tying him up from head to toe. The venerable peach blossom immortal chuckled. He guided a wisp of wood spirit with his fingertips. With a slight tug, Buyi was pulled down from the air. Chapter 43:33. Brother, where do you want to go? Vice Hall Master. Vice Hall Master. Bai shook his bound body and glared at the venerable peach blossom immortal and holy Sunmi Yin with fiery eyes. Vice Hall Master, The venerable peach blossom, immortal, sized up the person in front of him. What makes you think you can really catch a rabbit by waiting for a rabbit by a tree stump? Perhaps what you catch just so happens to be a tiger or a wolf. Ripping waves came from the air. Bai's eyes flickered. He looked up and saw a slender palm appear out of thin air in front of him. In the blink of an eye, Prince Mo passed through the air with the little stoic in his arms and landed in front of everyone. His phoenix eyes stared icily at Bai. In that instant, Bai felt like he was being targeted by a ferocious beast, and he felt unwell. Breaking through the air and coming out, the power to annihilate nothingness, the crown prince of the divine province, actually had such terrifying power? Why didn't anyone in the entire Tianyun sect mention this before? How many times had they interacted with the crown prince? There was no way they didn't know that the crown prince had such a powerful and unique ability. Sir Jojo expressionlessly looked at the person in front of him and patted Prince Mo's neck, indicating for him to put him down. Mo Yin looked at her in amusement before loosening his grip and letting her go. Arbor slowly walked to Bai with a cold expression. He drew out a clap of thunder and slowly aimed it at the other party. You're allowed to leave behind your last words. Feng Changqing and the others found Long Qian, Long Shangyun, and Qing Shue in the Shattered Stone Formation. They just rushed over when they heard the little stoic say this coldly. You're allowed to leave behind your last words. You're allowed to leave behind your last words. Why the heck did he feel that this icy little stoic was a bit inexplicably adorable? You dare to kill me? Bai couldn't resist sneering. Do you know the consequences of killing me? Since you don't have any last words, then die. Arbor pointed, and the clap of thunder whistled through the air and shot toward Bai's neck without hesitation. Bai stared in shock at the person in front of him. He probably didn't expect this stoic face to be so resolute and kill him without a second word. In reality, the little stoic's current state of mind wasn't very calm either. When she looked at the person in front of her, there was a voice in her heart that kept telling her, "Enemy, enemy, kill him. Don't talk nonsense with him, kill him immediately." Although he wanted to figure out some things in his heart, for example, did he really have any interactions with Bai in his previous life? For example, did something happen between him and this person in his previous life? But at this moment, when she was truly facing this person, she really didn't want to ask or care about anything. She just wanted to get rid of this big trouble. Gee, with a soft sound, a flying sword suddenly drilled out in front of Bai and quickly split apart Arbor's thunder sword. Sudden thunder shook and was summoned back to Arbor's hand, clasping it between his fingers. She leaped into the air, ice crystals and water spirits emerging from her hands. They rustled like flying blades as they rushed towards Buyi. Wait, stop. Buyi suddenly realized that the stoic face in front of him wasn't joking with him. She really wanted to kill him. So when she asked him if he had any last words, it really was the truth and not a joke like other people. What right do you have to tell me to stop? Arbor glanced at him coldly. Although she didn't say anything, but he could clearly read the deep meaning in her cold eyes. Chapter 43-34. Don't you want to know who the mastermind behind Tianyun is? Arbor's eyes were mocking, and her lips curled. You know. Of course I know. Arbor stared icily at her, her entire body's water, spiritual energy ready to be unleashed. Everyone saw a waterfall-like water curtain slowly rise behind her, which instantly solidified into an ice surface resembling an iron plate. Long Shangyun's gaze flickered, and a thought spun in her mind. The little stoic's control over the power of the five spirits had probably already reached the pinnacle of perfection. Someone about to die is merely spouting nonsense. Arbor raised her sword, and a rainbow-like sword light rapidly cut through the ice wall behind her. In less than a moment, everyone saw the ice surface crumble and transform into countless sharp ice spikes aimed directly at Buyi. Buyi's entire body was bound by the vines guided by the venerable peach blossom immortal, and he simply couldn't struggle free. When he saw the little stoic pointing countless ice spikes at him like an arrow on a bowstring, he instantly started to panic. I know, I can tell you, but you must. Before Buyi could finish speaking, he saw the stoic face wave her hand, and countless ice spikes abruptly stabbed at him from head to toe. Yi struggled and jumped back in a panic. He used his divine perception to guide his flying sword and slashed several ice spikes back and forth in front of him. However, he quickly discovered that there was practically no end to those ice spikes. Countless densely packed ice spikes gathered in one place and directly nailed his flying sword to the ground. The remaining hundreds to thousands of ice spikes were like locusts passing through, swarming through his limbs and bones with clanging sounds. Buye's entire body was corroded by the cold air, and he was rooted to the spot in a daze. Everyone clearly saw the berserk power of the sacred water scuttling back and forth in his body, wantonly destroying his dantian and meridians. In a flash, the cold air spread from Buye's hair to his eyebrows, eyes, nose, and mouth, all the way down to the soles of his feet. Within minutes, his entire person turned into a transparent, crystal-like ice sculpture. The fear in his eyes could still be seen through the ice. His mouth was slightly agape, and his eyeballs were bulging out of their sockets. The panicked expression on his face was completely exposed. Damn liar. Arbor looked at him coldly. A mere vice hall master of a small branch of the Heavenly Fate organization dared to claim that he knew who the mastermind behind the Heavenly Fate organization was? You want to lie to JoJo again? You're spouting too much nonsense. Go to hell. Arbor stretched out his hand and clenched his fist. In a split second, the ice sculpture with its mouth slightly open suddenly broke apart into 4, 5, 6, 7, or 8 pieces and fell to the ground. Long Shangyun's pupil shrank. Qing Heis, who was behind him, sucked in a breath of cold air and took a few steps back. When she raised her eyes again, she looked at Arbor with a hint of fear in her eyes. Arbor was a little too frightening. Tearing a person into pieces just because of a disagreement, wasn't this method a bit too terrifying? Qing Shueshuet turned back to look at Qing Hongsa. She frowned and couldn't help but sneer. Third sister, you can't be thinking that this person is pitiful, right? He's a disciple of the Heavenly Fate organization who doesn't shrink from any evil. Wasn't this third sister too naive? At this time, could it be that the long-lost Virgin Mary heart was acting up? Don't look at this Vice Hall Master Buyi in front of her. His face was very delicate, and he seemed harmless. But as the Vice Hall Master of the Heavenly Fate organization, what good could he do on a daily basis? How many people had died at the hands of the Heavenly Fate organization? Chapter 43-35. Furthermore, not long ago, their entire devastating island had collapsed and sunk to the bottom of the sea because of Tianyin's attack. Deep hatred was right in front of them. What kind of expression was Third Sister's? She actually acted up at this time. It was truly laughable. Qing Hongsa also seemed to feel that her expression just now was a little too much. She hurriedly restrained her expression and said stubbornly, I don't sympathize with Tianyin's people. Qing Shueshua glanced at her again and faintly lowered her eyes. Third sister, the moment Tianyin wiped out our home, the hatred between us and them became irreconcilable. Seeing that the surrounding air was quiet and no one spoke, Long Qing Long couldn't help but laugh. Long Huan could not help but clear his throat, then chuckled awkwardly and said, Just now, our brothers from the Phoenix clan have cleaned up all the corpse puppets in the stone formation. We've already checked the surroundings. There are no more corpse puppets left. Long Shangyun said, Since that's the case, let's leave now. Hurry up and let her board the Crimson Firmament Blue Wave ship to take a comfortable bath and sleep. She really didn't want to move a single finger. Just now, she had killed so many corpse puppets in Stone Town that her hands were almost sore. She originally wanted to rest on the island, but in the end, she had to fight again. How tiring. Long Qing also nodded, but quietly glanced at Sir Jojo and said, although this place has already become an abandoned, deserted island, everyone is also very tired after fighting for so long. In my opinion, why don't we return to the village and find a slightly cleaner house to stay for the night and rest? We'll set off tomorrow morning. They originally came to this island to rest. Now that they came up and fought, not only did they not rest, they were even more tired. Big brother, you? Long Shangyun looked at Long Qing strangely. When did Big Brother become so silly and adorable? Wasn't it better to rest on the crimson firmament blue wave? The crimson firmament blue wave ship moved steadily as if it was on flat land. It didn't make people feel bumpy at all. The space on the ship was different. There were many rooms. Just randomly picking one would be very comfortable. This. Why do they have to find a place to stay on this lousy island? Wasn't this superfluous? Arbor turned around and looked at everyone's pale faces. His gaze shifted to young Master Long's travel-worn face. Go rest on the red firmament blue waves. She glanced at him and said expressionlessly, I won't charge you. Young Master Long heaved a sigh of relief as though he had been granted amnesty. His eyes revealed traces of a smile as he cupped his hands towards Arbor and thanked her. Many thanks for cousin's generosity. What were they waiting for? Let's set off quickly. Long Shang-yun, damn, so Big Brother was retreating in order to advance. Damn, she was wondering why Big Brother was so stupid. It turned out that he had learned to be smart. Ching Hongsa tugged on Ching Shueshue's sleeve. Shueshue, what are they talking about? What scarlet firmament blue waves? Where are they going to rest? Why did the Long siblings look so happy and excited? Arbor took out the sealing ball from his inner world and casually tossed it to the sea. Everyone saw a 3-story ship riding the wind and breaking the waves as it sailed down the river, creating a series of huge waves. The entire ship sank several feet into the sea and came to a steady stop. Let's go. Long Shang-yun waved at Qing Shueshue excitedly. Following Arbor and the others, they flew towards the crimson firmament blue wave. Great, they finally got rid of that lousy ship. They didn't have to sleep on the ground and on haystacks every day. Their backs were sore from sleeping. Yo, the future was promising. Chapter 43:36. This night had been too comfortable. After being tossed about on the dilapidated ship for so many days and suddenly returning to a sacred weapon like the crimson firmament blue wave, she suddenly felt that this treatment and benefits simply couldn't be mentioned in the same breath as before. After a good night's sleep, Long Shang-yun walked up to the deck to breathe in the fresh air and couldn't resist stretching. When she turned around, she saw 2 tall and handsome men, one in red and one in white, walking down the spiral staircase. For a moment, she felt that nothing in the world was more beautiful than this. The man in red leaned against the railing and chuckled with a wine pot in his hand. The man in white was like a holy light shining on all things, and his expression was aloof. As the 2 people's eyes swirled, it was as if a myriad of afterlights were flowing down. The myriad colors in the world were all gathered around this damn stoic. Long Shang-yun took a bite of the dried bun in her hand. Her nose twitched, and she smelled the fragrance of clear porridge. She walked forward without stopping and hastily followed the scent. Then, she saw an expressionless face in a moon-white robe appear in front of her. What are you doing? As expected, the little stoic immediately hollered at her. Long Shang-yun speechlessly rolled her eyes, but her gaze followed the large pot of porridge in the little stoic's hand. Washing my hands. The little stoic glanced at her disdainfully and walked past her. Long Shang-yun turned around and bared her teeth at the little stoic's back. This damn stoic, can't you speak properly? Before long, the 100 members of the Feng tribe and Qing Shueshue's 300 personal guards all came out. Everyone suddenly realized that this space was truly very interesting. This deck didn't look very big, but it didn't feel crowded even with more than 400 people squeezed together. The surroundings were still empty. We'll see the snowy ridge if we continue forward. Long Huan said to Arbor with a smile, Cousin, are you going to look for senior fine light of the snowy ridge sacred land now? Arbor shook her head. Let nature take its course. She had already given the remaining nameplates of the Xuanji School's first-generation disciples to seniors Chun Chi and Lu Zheng. Without nameplates, it would be troublesome. In any case, this matter wasn't urgent. It had been so many years, so why be impatient? All right, then let's not stay here any longer and enter the river of forgetfulness directly. Long Huan sighed. Speaking of which, we've wasted quite a bit of time on this journey. Xiao Mu glanced back slightly and calmly glanced at him before retracting her gaze. Cousin, don't worry. The River of Forgetfulness Dragon Clan has no ill intentions towards you. Long Huan hurriedly said. Besides, grandmother really wants to meet you. Arbor didn't say anything. He put down the bowl of porridge, got up, and walked to the railing. Crown Prince Mo faintly swept Long Huan a glance. Seriously, Long Huan could sense the dense warning in the Crown Prince's eyes even through the air. He had seen a lot along the way. For someone like the Crown Prince who loved his wife as much as his life, if the Dragon Clan of Wangchuan really did anything harmful to the little stoic, the Crown Prince would probably uproot the entire Wangchuan. Between the two of them, there was no need to say anything, but everything was expressed in silence. It was truly worthy of envy. Long Huan shook his head slightly and calmly looked back at the Crown Prince, nodding at him. Emolian glanced at him before retracting his gaze and walking towards his wife's side. If Long Huan could behave himself, he naturally wouldn't touch their family. If the River of Forgetfulness Dragon Clan had ulterior motives and wanted to harm his Xiao, how could he treat them courteously? He naturally had to protect his wife to the end. Chapter 43:37. On the vast sea, a fast ship was heading towards the depths of the River of Forgetfulness. The ship had been circling around the snowy mountains for many days, but it still hadn't found the place where the people of the River of Forgetfulness lived. What's going on? There's no island here. Could it be that the River of Forgetfulness Dragon Clan and their clansmen are all gathered in the snowy mountains? After searching for a few days without finding the entrance, Here was already very impatient. Mu Rochuan stood on the deck and looked at the sea in the distance, not saying anything for a long time. "Eldest miss, what do you think?" Here sighed and suppressed her temper to ask. After interacting with this eldest miss for a while, Here realized that this eldest miss's personality was too stuffy. Basically, if she didn't ask her or talk to her, she could be stuffy for a few days without making a sound. Of course, her didn't know that this dull eldest miss used to be in high spirits and was quite confident in her eloquence. If Mu Rochuan stood in front of Mu Xingqian and Arbor now, the two siblings would probably be shocked. Her change was too great. Eldest Mississippi. Hong Chong led the two of them over and cupped his hands slightly towards Mu Rochuan. After interacting with her for a while, Hong Chong was somewhat convinced by this eldest Mississippi. At first, he and her both felt that this eldest miss with no cultivation was simply causing trouble here. But gradually, they also realized that this unusually calm eldest miss was very much like their hallmaster. Her intelligence was also not below that of their hallmaster. "How is it?" Mu Rochuan asked softly. Deputy Hallmaster Bai has brought people to Fisherman's Island for many days. Normally, they should be back by now, but Mu Rochuan couldn't help but sneer. To send a message back and ask the people in the main hall to take a look at their life lanterns. Hong Chong was stunned and said with a solemn expression, "Eldest miss means that Bai and the others are already dead. Isn't this a very normal thing?" Mu Rochuan said indifferently, "Before you attacked them, did you ever find out how many deity realm experts and transcendent realm experts there were by Mu Qiao's side? I really admire Deputy Hallmaster Bai's courage, but at the same time, I'm also worried about his intelligence." Mu Rochuan faintly said, "He does whatever his master tells him to do. What a brainless dog." Although I don't know how the Hallmaster of the Hidden Moon Hall came to have enmity with Mu Qiao, but he's so naive. I feel that he's not qualified to be the master of the Hidden Moon Hall. "Young miss, please be careful with your words." Hong Chong hurriedly bowed and said. Within Tianyun, there was a very strict hierarchy. As a subordinate, he was not allowed to talk about whether his superior was right or wrong. This was absolutely unacceptable. Mu Rochuan shut her mouth with a cold expression. She turned her head and continued to look at the distant sea. "I'll send a message to the main hall right away," Hong Chong added, then left with his men. He glanced at him, frowned, and said to Mu Rochuan, "Eldest miss, the most important thing for us now is to find the entrance to the River of Forgetfulness. As for other matters, we can put them aside for now." Although Deputy Hallmaster Bai's death was regrettable, it was not the most important thing at the moment. Enter the River of Forgetfulness? Mu Rochuan's face revealed a mysterious smile. Isn't the river of forgetfulness already there? Chapter 43:38. But even though this place is within the boundaries of the river of forgetfulness, if we go in here, he suddenly stopped speaking. Her gaze changed slightly as she looked towards Mu Roxian. The latter's gaze remained fixed on the calm sea, not moving at all. Here, it was a smart person. With a flash of insight, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Eldest Miss, you mean that the entrance to the river of forgetfulness is here? Are there any cultivators below the spirit realm here? If so, please step out. Those below spirit realm do not have any protection, and it is very difficult to enter the river of forgetfulness." Jia. On the deck of the boat, Long Qian asked. His voice was very calm and did not show any disdain. He was just stating a fact. Everyone looked at each other. No one moved at all. It seemed that Qing Xue's 300 personal guards were all above spirit realm. All right. Long Qian nodded. How many people here cultivate water spirit? Please stand to the left. Immediately, many people walked to the left side and looked in Long Huan's direction. Those who cultivate water spirit, even if they cannot cultivate a water spirit barrier, they can use a water barrier to block off the water when they enter, Long Qian said with a serious expression. I only have 100 water avoidance pearls here. Distribute them to those who need them. Long Qian took out the water avoidance pearls from his inner world and gave them to his personal guards. Mainly those who cultivate fire spirit and lightning spirit need them. Put the water avoidance pearls in your mouth. Your fire spirit defense and lightning spirit defense are completely useless in the water. Especially lightning spirit. Be careful that the defense is useless and you will die from the electricity flowing through the water. Everyone's mouths twitched as they looked silently at the lightning spirit Xiozha. The latter looked at each other with pale faces. So, the entrance to the river of forgetfulness is under the sea? Feng Zhangfei ran to the railing and looked down at the calm sea. He couldn't help but exclaim, Do we have to dive into the deep sea? Yes. Long Qian nodded. So without a water spirit barrier, it is very hard to dive into the deep sea. The distance is very deep. It will take about 2 hours. So if everyone has defensive Ling artifacts, you can continue to prepare. Remember to bring enough medicine and replenish your spiritual energy at all times. After all, activating a defensive spiritual artifact also consumed spiritual energy. As for Mo Yin, He-Chun, Holy Sun Mi-Yin, these transcendent realm experts, Long Huan naturally did not need to worry too much. With his sane energy, even if he were to die for a few days and nights, it would not be much of a problem. Sir Jojo moved his hands and feet. He looked down at the calm sea and looked at Long Hua with a questioning gaze. Shall we? Long Yin nodded. Everyone follow behind us. Be careful. Huan. Long Shi and Long Shangyun looked at each other, and both of them transformed their fishtails and dove into the water. Hua Hua. The sound of people jumping into the water rang out one after another. Everyone jumped into the sea with all their might and sank into the waves with their heads covered. Spiritual energy barriers of various colors slowly lit up around their bodies, wrapping around them. Splash. Arbor sank into the water as if it had returned to its mother's embrace. He stretched his limbs with a comfortable expression, and with a casual movement his body shot out a distance. Feng Zhangqing and the others who followed her into the water suddenly widened their eyes in surprise. Everyone looked back and saw that the little girl was like a flexible fish swimming away with the current in an instant. Emolian. Wife, come back. Chapter 43:39. Wife, hurry up and come back. Why was she so nimble like a fish once she entered the water? Even the Dragon Clan clansmen who had fishtails to assist them in paddling weren't like his wife, who could swim such a long distance in an instant. She kicked her legs twice as if she was about to completely disappear from his sight. Seeing that his wife was getting further and further away from him, this fellow couldn't help but feel anxious. He hurriedly transmitted his voice to Sir Jojo in the water. Wife, hurry and come back. The heavens truly took pity on them. With his and Hu Jinshin's cultivation, they actually couldn't catch up to Sir Jojo in the water. They could only watch helplessly as she dashed out. Yes, she was dashing. How was his JoJo swimming in the water? She was simply kicking her legs and dashing forward for a long distance, as if she was walking on flat ground. How could Sir Jojo know that once she entered the water, she was like a runaway wild horse, dashing out for a long distance? When she heard her husband's voice transmission, she turned her head and looked dumbfoundedly at Mo Yin and the others who were far away from her. Why was her husband so far away from her? Why were they dawdling like this? Why weren't they hurrying to catch up? Didn't they say that the entrance to the river of forgetfulness was underwater? What were Long Ji and Long Shangyun doing? Why were they dawdling behind? Why weren't they leading the way? Countless questions rapidly popped up in Sir Jojo's head, but she promptly swept them out of her mind. Husband, Jojo is coming. The little stoic hastily kicked her legs and dashed back to Mo Yin, Hu Jinshun, and the others. Splash, 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 splash. Everyone could see clearly now. This stoic girl casually kicked her legs in the water and dashed over 100 feet like an arrow. In less than a few seconds, she had already turned back. Long Shangyun's eyes bulged in shock. Her long, gliding fishtail stood upright in the water as she turned to look at her brother, who had an equally astonished expression. The little stoic's paddling speed is clearly superior to the fastest and strongest divers among the merfolk. The siblings exchanged a glance and criticized in their hearts at the same time. Husband, why are you so slow? Mr. Jojo quickly returned to Mo Lien's side. He reached out and hooked his arm around Mo Lien's arm. He looked at him from head to toe. Did something happen? Everyone looked at her with different expressions. A young man from the Phoenix clan, who had a water-repelling pearl in his mouth and couldn't speak, raised his hand and pointed at Arbor's mouth. Heavens, as expected of their saintess. After entering the water, you don't need any water barriers to defend yourself. You can easily open your mouth and speak in the water, just like on land. Only then did Arbor realize that those who had the water avoidance pearl in their mouths could not speak. As for those that were able to speak, they were only able to do so through the defensive barrier. Emol Yin, He Chun, Holy Sun Mi Yin, and others rely on their high cultivation, so they don't need to open any water barriers after entering the water. However, their speed in the water is obviously not as fast as on land. If it is not necessary, they will not speak. If they want to speak, they will probably still need to use a water barrier to create a small space. Arbor blinked and smoothly swam in front of Long Shangyun and Long Hua. She looked at their mutated fishtails and then swept a glance at the Dragon Clan clansmen, with mutated fishtails following behind them. After the Dragon Clan clansmen mutated their fishtails, they could swim freely in the water like fish without any hindrance.